Chapter 1, The Check-in System. My name is Xiao Yang, and lately I've been quite distressed. My father is an academician at the Academy of Sciences, my mother is a professor at a prestigious university, my eldest sister's tech company has a bright future ahead, and my second sister is a student at a world-renowned university who receives scholarships non-stop. And then there's me. As a member of this highly educated family, I can't even handle ordinary exams. There's no hope in academics, and the path of being a sports student is out of reach either. Take this PE class for example, I'm just a background player. Now with the new education policy promoting enhanced physical education standards, even us seniors in high school must have at least 2 PE classes per week. Today's PE class focused on 100-meter dash training. Not far away, PE teacher Zhang Miao pulled a stopwatch from his shorts pocket and raised it to signal to the other end. On the opposite side of the track stood a female PE teacher who shook her synchronized stopwatch at Zhang Miao, indicating the synchronization function had been activated. Zhang Miao then turned his gaze to the track, where 8 students were doing warm-up exercises. First group, on your marks, ready. Though these students weren't professional athletes, their movements were fairly standard. As the whistle blew, 8 students dashed forward, with a tall, slender young man with short hair pulling ahead conspicuously. Wow, Chen Yuan is running so fast. He's practically flying. The timer stopped at 12.93 seconds. For a student, this was quite an impressive result. Excellent. Chen Yuan ran the 100-meter dash in 12.93 seconds. Many students showed looks of envy. After all, excelling in sports could earn extra points for college entrance exams. The school, responding to the national call, will select students specialized in sports to avoid being unprepared during provincial competitions. If you can reach the level of a national athlete, you can directly participate in competitions and bring honor to the country. And if you achieve a ranking, getting into any prestigious university won't be an issue. Zhang Mao reset the timer. Group 2, get ready. I stood in the observing line, my expression a bit odd, because a check-in panel had appeared in my field of vision. The panel was covered entirely in question marks, allowing 1 sign-in per day. I wouldn't hesitate over such a good deal. After signing in, the question marks rapidly shifted before finally settling into a skill icon, a pair of feet shrouded in wind. Skill acquired, beginner sprint, speed increased for 30 seconds, cooldown time 10 minutes, upgradable with reputation points, ... This sprint skill, lasting 30 seconds, seems tailor-made for short-distance running. This PE class just got a lot more interesting. After the second group's results were announced, Zhang Miao shook his head slightly. Though he stayed silent, his eyes brimmed with disappointment, likely because the group's performance was underwhelming. His gaze fell on the third group of people, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It was Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was quite famous at Jiangcheng High School. Not only did he excel academically, but he also loved sports. He played basketball and soccer, and his sprinting performance was widely recognized as exceptional. Last time, he almost broke the 12-second barrier in the dash. Zhang Miao had taken a liking to him and wanted him to join the school's athletics team for the upcoming provincial sports meet. Group 3. The 8 runners took their positions on the track, and next to me stood the renowned Zhang Yang. Wow, Zhang Yang. He's the fastest sprinter in our class. Maybe he'll represent the school in provincial competitions. Top grades, athletic talent, he's definitely heading for a prestigious university. Many students whispered among themselves, watching Zhang Yang with hopeful eyes. Coach Zhang Miao's gaze remained fixed on Zhang Yang too. Barring any surprises, the group champion was surely his. Zhang Yang seemed to sense these watching eyes. The corners of his eyes lifted slightly, brimming with confidence. He felt he was in top form today, might even break the 12-second mark. As for the others, he glanced sideways and dismissed them as mere background scenery. Zhang Yang tilted his chin up slightly, growing even more self-assured. On your marks. I timed my move, activating the basic dash skill just as the teacher's whistle was about to sound. The whistle blew, and I shot out like an arrow released from its bow. Many girls had prepared to cheer for Zhang Yang, shouting, "Go Zhang," only for their voices to cut off abruptly, some even changing pitch mid-cry. Instantly, everyone's expressions turned strange. Zhang Yang wasn't leading by a wide margin as everyone had expected. Instead, he'd fallen far behind me right from the start, and the gap continued to widen. Watching my receding figure, everyone had the same idiom flash through their minds, streaking ahead like a lone rider, leaving the dust far behind. Me, the one who had always been average, today seemed like I'd taken some stimulant, leaving everyone behind in an instant, including Zhang Yang, whom everyone had pinned their hopes on. Zhang Yang's face was full of astonishment, disbelief, and stubborn unwillingness to admit defeat. He clenched his teeth and exerted all his strength, but the harder he tried, the further he fell behind my retreating figure. In that instant, despair washed over him. It was my first time using this skill, and I ran with all my might. Only after crossing the finish line did my speed gradually slow down. Looking back, I saw that the other students were left far behind, with some having completed barely half the distance. Female PE teacher Li Man was the first to press the stop button on the timing device. Her eyes were filled with utter amazement. Zhang Miao only snapped back to reality when he heard the timer's alarm, hurriedly lowering his head to look. 10.64. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. The number remained unchanged. This can't be. 10.64 seconds. That already met the national first-tier athlete standard. What did this mean? That he could shine even in national competitions, and his chances of winning a provincial championship would be almost 100%. The key point is, I'm just a student without formal training. If I had received proper training, I could definitely run under 10.50 seconds and become a national-level athlete. These numbers are truly astonishing. Not just the two teachers, but every student present was stunned. An utterly dominant performance, a truly insurmountable lead. Xiao Yang, is this strong? Wasn't he terrible in PE class? How can he run this fast? The most desperate was Zhang Yang. Never did he expect that despite being in such great form today, when he thought he could perform exceptionally well, he would be defeated by me, an unexpected dark horse who emerged out of nowhere. It even gave him the feeling of why was Zhou Yu born if Zhuge Liang existed. Yet all he could do now was stare blankly at my figure. Feeling a little anticipation myself, I jogged over to Li Man and asked, "Teacher Li, how long did I run?" Li Man raised her hand, turning the timer screen toward me, and gulped before saying, 10 seconds, 64. I nodded. This data should be decent, right? Decent? Li Man let out a heavy breath. Not just decent, it's incredibly good. The national first-grade athlete standard is 10.71 seconds by hand timing and 10.93 seconds by electronic timing, yet you ran 10.64 seconds. National first-grade athlete. Hearing this, the entry-level skill is truly impressive. So you're saying I'm really strong? Really strong? Li Man tried to calm her excitement. Extremely strong, more like. At that moment, Zhang Miao ran over. He glanced at me and said to Li Man, "Give me the timer, let me check." After verifying the numbers again, Zhang Miao nearly lost his footing. Good, too good. Our school has produced a sprinting phenom. Zhang Miao paced back and forth. Alright, let's run another test to improve accuracy. Li Man immediately agreed. I also nodded in agreement. After I warm up, we'll test again. Zhang Miao patted me on the shoulder. Alright, you warm up first. I'll let the other students have free activities. With that said, he jogged over to the students in front. Alright, conclusion of today's sprint assessment. Free activities for the remaining time. Following the normal procedure, long jump tests should have followed the 100-meter dash, but now they've been abruptly halted, definitely because my results were too outstanding. Students who had been freely exercising immediately gathered around the track, eager to watch the spectacle. My name is Xiao Yang. Right now, while doing simple stretches, I'm consciously watching the cooldown icon. When the icon lights up again, it means the cooldown period is over. I said to the two teachers, "Alright, teachers, we can begin now." Teacher Zhang Miao led me back to the starting point and said, "Don't feel pressured, just give it your fastest speed. Of course, do pay attention to safety." Though his words were casual, his eyes were filled with hope. I nodded in agreement, then crouched down, kneeling on one knee. To make it official, Teacher Zhang took out the starting pistol, aimed it at the sky, and shouted, "On your marks." I leaned forward, coiled my legs, ready to explode into action the instant the signal came. Timing my prediction of the shot, I activated my sprint skill. With the gunshot, my legs suddenly pushed off, and my hands shoved away from the ground. These starting techniques were taught by the PE teacher, and I executed them reasonably well. My speed surged instantly as I dashed forward. The students along the way were stunned. They could even feel the wind stirred by my sprint. At the end of the track, two female classmates held red ribbons blocking the 100-meter finish line. Teacher Li Man gripped the stopwatch, her finger poised above the pause button. Watching me rapidly closing in, she grew nervous too, her palms slick with sweat. I swept in like a gust of wind, and the moment I touched the red cloth strip, Teacher Li Man hit the pause button, then exhaled and looked down at the data. 10.67 seconds. Oh my god, I actually ran within 10.71 seconds. Teacher Zhang stared at the numbers on the timer, hands trembling so violently he nearly dropped the starting gun. Though this timing couldn't compare to professional referees, the margin of error was small enough to be reasonably credible. In other words, I had truly reached the level of a national first-class athlete. Teacher Zhang excitedly approached me and asked, "Student, what's your name?" "Xiao Yang," I replied. He then praised me. "Xiao Yang, your sprinting results are excellent, so good that even I envy them." I smiled and said, "It's because of your excellent teaching." Teacher Zhang laughed heartily and said, "This is natural talent. I've taught so many students over the years, but I've never seen anyone reach your level." Then his expression turned serious as he told me that outstanding sports students could get extra points in the college entrance exams, and someone like me with exceptional talent could become a specialist athlete participating in competitions. If I could compete internationally and bring honor to the country, prestigious universities would be within easy reach. He wanted me to participate in this provincial competition, to fight for a future both for the school and myself. The provincial competition refers to the provincial sports games. Good performance could lead to bonus points, while those athletes who didn't participate would have to take a unified exam instead. After brief consideration, I agreed, alright, I'll join the provincial competition. Teacher Zhang said he would report it to the principal and then have Teacher Li take over the remaining classes. Principal Wang Gang was approaching 50 but remained energetic. He had just poured himself a cup of light tea when he heard urgent knocks on the door. Mr. Zhang strode in with a beaming smile and placed a stopwatch on the desk. The principal frowned and asked, "What's so special about this stopwatch?" "This is a student's 100-meter sprint record," Mr. Zhang exclaimed. Examining the numbers, the principal asked doubtfully, 10.67 seconds, is that considered good? Mr. Zhang quickly explained that the national first-class athlete standard for hand-timed records was 10.71 seconds. The principal nearly spat out his tea, asking, "You're saying he reached national-level athlete standards?" Teacher Zhang nodded solemnly. The principal suddenly stood up and asked about the provincial games. Teacher Zhang replied, "It's in the bag. Can't speak for other events, but unless something unexpected happens, he's guaranteed to take first in the 100-meter dash." The principal immediately began breathing rapidly. The Provincial Education Bureau attached great importance to this sports meet. Good performance could even earn college entrance exam bonus points. Zhangcheng High School had always flown under the radar. Winning a sprinting medal would be the perfect way to put us on the map. The principal asked which class I was in and my name. Teacher Zhang chimed in, "Class 6, senior year, Xiaoyang." The principal said he'd remember and would talk to my homeroom teacher later. Back in the classroom, the atmosphere buzzed with chatter. My deskmate, Wang Ziluan, slightly plump, idolized Asia's sprinting legend Su Bingtian. He asked me, "Damn, Xiaoyang, you ran crazy fast, never realized you were this good at sprinting before." I joked, "I've always been this strong, just kept it low-key before." He scoffed and asked what my time was. 10.67 seconds, I replied. His eyes widened, voice shaky, "Wait, what?" I repeated it. He jumped up, shouting, "Holy shit, that's insane. You actually ran under 11 seconds. His voice startled two girls sitting in front of us. The short-haired Yang Rui shot us a scornful look and said, "It's just a sprint. Is there really any need for such a fuss?" Wang Ziluan curled his lip and retorted, "You clearly don't know anything. Sprinting is Asia's weak point. If my idol can run under 10 seconds, he's considered Asia's flying man. Since Xiao Yang can run under 11 seconds without any training, with proper training he could be the next Asian flying man." Hearing him say that made me feel pretty impressive myself. If my beginner sprint was already this potent, imagine after leveling up. I checked the upgrade requirements and saw it needed 10,000 reputation points, while I currently only had 1,352. Drooling with excitement, Wang Ziluan said, "Lao Xiao, if you can maintain this level and perform well at the provincial games, elite universities will definitely recruit you through special admission. At the national first-class athlete level, there are barely a handful in the entire province." I chuckled while shifting my posture. "Hearing you say that makes me feel like I could make it to the national team." Wang Ziluan slapped his thigh exaggeratedly and exclaimed, "There's actually that possibility." Wang Ziluan's voice was loud enough for most people to hear, including Zhang Yang. Previously, he had been the best in sports in our class, but today I surpassed him. Hearing that I ran the 100 meters in 10.67 seconds stunned him. No wonder he had fallen so far behind. Teacher Wei Xiaomei, the homeroom teacher, was a Chinese language instructor in her 40s. When she entered the classroom, the class instantly fell silent. There was something unusual in her gaze today. It lingered on me for a few seconds. Then she announced two things. First, with only 9 months left until the college entrance exams in our senior year, students could voluntarily attend evening study sessions starting today. Second, both the school and the Education Bureau were placing great emphasis on the provincial sports meet, and one student from our class, me, had been selected to represent both the class and the school in the competition. She also said that starting tomorrow, I could use all my self-study time for training. Many students who had little hope in academic subjects looked at me with envy. After all, being a sports recruit was also a viable path. I remained unfazed. At that moment, Wei Xiaomei said, "By the way, today's assignment is to write a freeform song-style poem. You can share it during evening self-study or complete it alone at home, but it must be original." She glanced at her wristwatch, and just then, the school bell rang. All right, class dismissed. Every day when school let out, the entrance was bustling. Some students boarded at school, many local students were picked up by their parents, while others made their way home alone. My home is about 2 kilometers from school, and I usually take the bus. At the bus stop not far away, dozens of students were waiting. Wang Ziluan glanced at the distant bus, realized it wasn't the one he needed, then turned to me and said, "Old Xiao, I really envy you. You're the only one in our class privileged to skip self-study sessions." I replied absent-mindedly, whether I attend self-study or not makes no difference anyway, my grades speak for themselves. Wang Ziluan cackled, true, neither of us has much hope in academics. Wait, but you're great at sprinting. Sports schools or elite universities would be lining up for you. The worst part is me, pretty much my only option is to become a factory worker tightening screws. I've already made up my mind. I'll attend night self-study sessions, cram like crazy, and maybe even scrape into some second-rate university to bring honor to my ancestors. So, what do you say, are you coming to night self-study? I shook my head, no, it's useless even if I go. Math, physics, chemistry, English, Chinese. I'm mediocre at every single one. Sometimes, talent really isn't something hard work can make up for. A bus slowly approached, and Wang Ziluan muttered under his breath, the bus is here. Old Xiao, I'm heading off first. Arriving at the Xingfili neighborhood, in front of a detached two-story villa, that's my home. I took out the key and opened the door. In the courtyard, there were flowers and plants, and a golden osmanthus tree, strong, vigorous, with upright and tightly spaced branches. I opened the door, walked into the living room, put my school bag on the sofa, and went to the kitchen to grab a bottle of water. My dad is an academician at the Academy of Sciences, currently working on cutting-edge research projects and is extremely busy. He rarely comes home these days. My mother is a professor at a prestigious university, often giving lectures, and is always busy. My eldest sister runs a company and has rarely come home lately. My second sister is abroad. That means most of the time, I'm home alone. No choice, whether I like it or not, I have to become more independent. I sat in the living room and casually turned on the TV, but felt an inexplicable guilt. Here I am, already a senior in high school, still watching TV. After turning it off, I started studying the check-in system. You can check in once a day, and each check-in might reward you with skills or items. It's like a lottery, all depending on luck. However, judging from the sprint skill I acquired in today's PE class, it seems the rewards from check-ins are somehow related to one's circumstances. Then there's reputation. Reputation points can be gained by making more people aware of your existence, and this can be repeatedly achieved. Simply put, outstanding performances earn you reputation points, which can enhance skills. Take my only current skill, basic sprint. 10,000 reputation points would upgrade it to intermediate level. With basic sprint, I can already run at the level of a national first-class athlete. If it reaches intermediate, I might even achieve national elite athlete standards. The phone ringing interrupted my exploration of the check-in system. I hurried a few steps to Xiaogao's desk and glanced at the caller ID. It was my mom calling. My mom, Lu Ping, is a professor in the computer science department and holds quite a prestigious position in the field of computer science. I answered the phone, and a gentle voice came through. Yang, I have to prepare lecture materials today, so I won't be coming home. You can cook for yourself or order takeout. My parents not coming home is normal for me. I responded with a nonchalant oh. After a brief silence on the phone, my mom asked gently again, how was your studying today? Any progress? Just hearing the word study gives me a headache. My parents are both top talents in the tech field, yet I can't even handle basic math and science. Same as always. Nothing much. The phone line went silent for a few seconds before Mom softly added, why couldn't I have been in genetic research? I felt somewhat offended. Your father's also very busy and probably won't be back for the next few days. You need to manage your own time well. Talk later. Listening to the dial tone, I put the phone down, shaking my head slightly with a bitter smile. My mother is a renowned university professor, yet she rarely has time to teach her own son. Perhaps at that level of eminence, all her students become like her children. I sat on the sofa spacing out for a while, only getting up to go to the kitchen when hunger struck. I can't handle anything too complicated, but whipping up something simple to fill my stomach isn't a problem. Waking up and opening my eyes, my first thought was, oh no. Yesterday's homework assignment from the homeroom teacher was to compose a Song Dynasty-style poem. Skipping evening self-study was one thing, but failing to complete the homework would be inexcusable. I should have traced one online yesterday. I quickly got dressed and saw it was already 6 a.m. I rushed to the study next door and turned on the computer. As it booted up, I suddenly remembered the check-in system. Rubbing my hands together, I tapped the check-in interface and received 300 Tang and Song poems. 300 Tang and Song poems? What's the use of this thing? My academic skills aren't great, but I've been exposed to Tang and Song poetry since childhood, and there are a few books on classical poetry in my family's study. Hand me a book of Tang and Song poetry now, and I'll feel like today's check-in was a waste. After all, Tang and Song poetry is far too commonplace. With a sigh, I noticed an extra book on my desk, 300 Tang and Song poems. Is this the anthology I got from the check-in? It looks quite exquisite, but what's the use? I casually picked it up and flipped to a page. There was Ode to the Goose, by Luo Binwang. Luo Binwang? Who is this? Was he in Tang poetry? Goose, 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 with a curved neck singing to the sky. White feathers float on green water, red paddles push clear waves. I froze. I had never learned this poem. I remember clearly that the Enlightenment poem of my childhood was Wang Binhan's Ode to the Chicken. Chick, 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 its pointed beak cries to the sky, calling the bright moon at midnight, heralding the dawn at the fifth watch. Ode to the Chicken is universally known as an Enlightenment poem. I had never heard of Ode to the Goose, much less knew who Luo Binwang was. I immediately typed Ode to the Goose and Luo Binwang into the computer search, but the results were all chaotic information. Mostly, it showed entries about Ode to the Rooster and someone named Wang Binhan. I turned to the second page and found Resentment by Li Bai of the Tang Dynasty. The fair lady rolls up pearly screens, sitting deep, she knits moth eyebrows. Only seeing tear stains remain, knowing not for whom her heart pines. What the hell? Who is this Li Bai? Who are these people? Bai Juyi, Du Fu? I searched on the computer but found nothing. In other words, these poems and poets do not belong to this world. Most crucially, these poems seem to be of significantly higher caliber than those from our world. Thus, this 300 Tang and Song poems collection isn't useless, it's an extraordinarily exquisite anthology. I immediately felt as if I'd stumbled upon a treasure trove. Turning to the song lyrics section, I was stunned by the very first poem, Prelude to Water Melody. When Will the Moon Be Clear and Bright, written by Su Shi. This is written so well. The skill level is straight up insane. After reading this poem, who knows from which realm it came from? All those daily drudgeries we memorize seem like utter garbage. Reading through this piece left my heart surging with emotion. Then I noticed the time on my computer and suddenly realized I was about to be late. Oh crap, 7:30, I exclaimed, scrambling to my feet and dashing out the door. I barely made it into the classroom just before the school bell rang. Everyone else had already arrived, with the top students having reviewed their materials long ago. Only I was embarrassingly late. When all eyes turned to me as I walked in, their first thought was clearly how predictable it was for an athlete to be so carefree. Some even looked at me with undisguised disdain. After all, everyone had grown up believing that only academic excellence and prestigious degrees promised a bright future. Choosing sports? That just meant you'd either end up hauling bricks or, at best, graduate from sports college to become a PE teacher, a path as bleak as it gets. As soon as I sat down, Prince Lewin patted me with his chubby little hand and said, "You're something else. You were the only one who didn't show up for last night's self-study." I smiled faintly and said, "What difference does it make whether you come or not?" Wang Ziluen promptly shook his head. "That's not the same thing. Many heads are better than one." Quite a few people came up with some excellent phrases yesterday. At his reminder, I suddenly remembered the homework, Song Dynasty poetry. I patted my head and said, "Speaking of song lyrics, I totally forgot to write them." "You forgot to write it? You dare forget old Ban's assignment." Wang Ziluen shrunk his neck and continued muttering, "But since you've been writing high these past couple days, I doubt they'll do anything to you." I ignored him and pulled out my notebook to start writing the song lyrics. Beside me, Wang Ziluen flipped open his textbook and gave me a sidelong glance. Whether his tone was dripping with envy or something else, it was hard to tell as he said, "Starting now, buddy, don't you think it's a bit late? If the quality's no good, you might as well not write it at all. Aren't you planning on going the athlete route anyway?" A while later, the homeroom teacher walked into the classroom and took her seat at the lectern. When her gaze landed on me, there was unmistakable disapproval in her eyes. Although the relevant authorities have repeatedly emphasized not to increase students' burdens, banning tutoring classes and making evening study sessions voluntary, by senior year of high school, both teachers and students are under immense pressure. Last night, I was the only one in my class who didn't attend the evening study session. Even though I was personally selected by the principal to participate in the provincial sports meet, academics are still my own responsibility. If my grades don't meet the standards in the future, even sports colleges won't accept me. I suspect she thought I was being too lax and wanted to talk to my parents, urging them to push me harder. She checked the time and said, "Alright, today's self-study session ends here. Everyone, hand in yesterday's assignment notebooks with your song lyrics." The notebooks were passed from the back rows to the front, and soon all assignments were collected. Wei Xiaomei gathered the thick stack of notebooks and walked out of the classroom. In the office, Wei Xiaomei placed all the notebooks on her desk. A male teacher nearby smiled and asked, "Ms. Wei, these are yesterday's assignments?" "Yes, I had the students compose song lyrics yesterday. I'll grade them today," she replied. The male teacher's eyes lit up. "Original song-style poetry? Though I teach English, I'm also a poetry enthusiast. If Teacher Wei discovers any good poems, do let me appreciate them." Wei Xiaomei nodded in agreement, "No problem." With that, she opened the first homework booklet, slightly furrowing her brows while thinking sloppy work, vocabulary doesn't meet standards, and immediately picked up a red pen to mark it with a D. D meant failing, C was passing, while exceptionally good work would receive a plus symbol. Checking the name on the second booklet, she saw it belonged to Bai Lan Lan, a top student in her class who excelled in humanities subjects. Wei Xiaomei opened the exercise book, and her tightly furrowed brows instantly smoothed out, thinking to herself, "Not bad. Although there are some traces of copying, they aren't obvious. Overall, it's quite good." I can have Teacher Lu take a look later. She picked up a red pen and marked an A. After a moment's thought, she simply added a plus, turning it into an A+. An A+ was already quite an excellent grade. Original compositions better showcased an individual's talent and literary cultivation, though they were also much harder to write well. Wei Xiaomei's grading was still very fair. Out of the 46 students in the class, more than half had failed. Wei Xiaomei rubbed her temples, thinking to herself that the quality was uneven. She had to review both the good song-style poems and the bad ones, and it was all starting to make her feel rather agitated. She let out a long sigh, then picked up the next exercise book. Seeing the name written on it, her brows furrowed tightly. It was mine, Xiao Yang. My academic performance in cultural subjects had always been mediocre, and Chinese was particularly unremarkable. Having skipped yesterday's evening self-study session without anyone to discuss with, she assumed I couldn't possibly produce anything decent. She shook her head slightly, thinking, let's just take a quick look. But when she flipped open my homework notebook and skimmed through it, her eyes suddenly widened in shock. This can't be. Wei Xiaomei's voice trembled slightly, her body beginning to shake uncontrollably. The English teacher nearby noticed her unusual reaction and asked, Ms. Wei, are you alright? What's wrong? Wei Xiaomei snapped back to reality and flashed a smile at Teacher Lu. It's nothing, really. After speaking, she lowered her head again to look at my homework, and the more she read, the more astonished she became. As an experienced Chinese language teacher, she might lack the creative ability to produce some eloquent phrases herself, but her skills and appreciation were undoubtedly flawless. In her view, this poem on my homework assignment couldn't simply be described as good, it was exquisite, breathtakingly exquisite beyond imagination. The first stanza questions heaven, reflecting a persistent pursuit of life, while the second stanza questions the moon, demonstrating skillful navigation through life's challenges. The artistic conception is free and effortless, blending emotions with scenes and thoughts with settings, revealing profound insights and transcendent realms. To put it bluntly, even the true masters of the Song dynasty could not produce poetry that could rival this. It shines brilliantly beyond all ages. Teacher Lu, noticing the changing expressions on Wei Xiaomei's face, leaned over to glance at the workbook. With that one look, his eyes were instantly riveted and refused to look away. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant, exquisite. Teacher Lu's face flushed crimson with excitement. This is exquisitely written, the poem's conception is profound, its diction sublime. I dare say it's the finest verse I've encountered in all my years. Teacher Wei, was this written by one of your students? Wei Xiaomei's emotions were exceedingly complex. Being the homeroom teacher, she knew perfectly well what my usual academic performance looked like. Moreover, during yesterday's first evening self-study session, I was the only absentee in the entire class. Since I wasn't present, naturally no one could have collaborated with me. Yet to claim this work as mine, she still found it hard to believe. Hearing Teacher Lu's question, she paused thoughtfully before responding. This notebook belongs to Xiao Yan from our class. She neither claimed it was my doing, nor did she deny anything. Teacher Lu's eyes widened, brimming with utter disbelief. Xiao Yang? Is that the one with average academic performance, who got singled out by the principal yesterday to participate in the provincial games? Wei Xiaomei nodded. After getting a definite answer, Teacher Lu also thought I had copied it from the internet and said, Teacher Wei, Xiao Yang's grades in all subjects are just average. How could he possibly write such a fine poem? I have my doubts about this. It wasn't just him who doubted, even their homeroom teacher Ms. Wei was skeptical. She turned on her computer. Let me check online to see if there are any similar poems. Teacher Lu didn't say anything, instead focusing on the computer screen. After Wei Xiaomei entered the title of the poem and found nothing, she proceeded to enter the entire piece, yet still found no results. This is bizarre. How come there's absolutely no information about this poem online? Could Xiao Yang really have written it himself? Teacher Lu rubbed his chin. It's probably truly not available online. After all, such a brilliant poem would have already been widely known if it could be found on the internet. Teacher Lu looked at Wei Xiaomei and said, Teacher Wei, do you think it's possible that although Xiao Yang's academic performance isn't great, he might actually be a genius at writing lyrics and poetry? After all, they couldn't find any answers online. Wei Xiaomei pondered for a long time. This poem was stunning, extraordinarily so, almost enough to outshine the works of ancient poets. Yet, she still couldn't convince herself that such a poem genuinely came from the hands of this ordinary student of hers. Just then, another teacher passing by came closer. What are you two looking at? Why do you both look like that? When the teacher saw clearly what was written in the assignment, her expression immediately changed to match theirs. This was written by a student? She had a booming voice and instantly caught the attention of all the other teachers, who quickly gathered around. Wow, this poem is amazing. The skill level is incredible. Damn, this student is impressive. If this poem were published, it would definitely cause a stir. Is this really written by one of your students? They took turns passing it around, praising it incessantly. Under everyone's probing, Wei Xiaomei recounted my academic level, and though she didn't outright say she didn't believe it, her tone carried a hint of doubt. One of the teachers wearing glasses pushed his frames up, That's easy, just call that student Xiaoyang over for questioning, and you'll know. The others nodded in agreement, clearly intrigued by both me and the poem. Wei Xiaomei thought for a moment, then stood up and said, "Fine, I'll go get him." After a short while, Wei Xiaomei pushed open the classroom door and said directly, "Xiaoyang, come to the office." Then she turned and left. I stood up, and Wang Ziluan beside me said, "Old Xiao, I have a feeling the head teacher thinks your lyrics were written too carelessly, so she's planning to give you trouble?" I glanced at him. My lyrics were careless? What nonsense was that? I had just said in the classroom, then all the poetry in the world must be trash, when someone muttered that I probably didn't even understand what I was writing. After saying this, the person walked straight out of the classroom, and then the other students started discussing. What did the homeroom teacher call Xiaoyang to the office for? I just heard from Wang Ziluan that it seems like Xiaoyang's lyrics were too terrible, so the teacher called him over for a lecture. Oh, I thought it was some big news. Turns out it's just about homework. Xiaoyang's academic performance has always been that bad, hasn't it? Ignoring their chatter, I knocked on the office door, and the homeroom teacher's voice came from inside. "Come in." I pushed the door open and froze for a second. 7 pairs of eyes in the office were fixed on me, gleaming with an intense gaze. Even though I'm usually thick-skinned, I felt a bit uneasy at that moment. I asked, "Teacher Wei, what did you want to see me about?" Wei Xiaomei picked up an exercise book from the desk and said, "Xiaoyang, you've always been well-behaved, humble, low-key, and you've never lied to a teacher." She waved the exercise book slightly and continued with a sly smile, "All of us teachers agree that this poem is incredibly well written. We just wanted to ask, did you write it yourself?" I thought to myself, these lyrics were written by a genius named Su Shi from another world. Since I brought them to this world, it seems reasonable to claim them as my own. Thinking this, I raised my head and nodded earnestly. "I wrote it." The teachers instantly exchanged glances, with Wei Xiaomei even breathing rapidly. Did I really write this myself? Everyone's eyes were full of doubt. After all, I was just an average student. How could I have composed such exquisite poetry? English teacher Mr. Liu rubbed his chin with his hand and said, "Xiaoyang, I didn't expect you to have such talent in this area, and to be so outstanding at that. You must be passionate about poetry, right?" I was indeed passionate about poetry, so I nodded non-committally. Mr. Liu immediately followed up, "I wonder if you have any other poems you've written? If so, you could share them with the class for everyone to appreciate." Everyone's eyes lit up at the suggestion. It was a great idea. Someone capable of producing such a high-quality piece surely couldn't have just one work. If I could produce other poems, it would largely confirm that the lyrics were indeed mine, but if I declined or couldn't provide any, it would most likely mean I had plagiarized them. Wei Xiaomei felt torn inside. On one hand, she genuinely wanted to know if I had other works and whether this poem was truly mine. On the other hand, there was her own reputation at stake. If I couldn't produce other works, while the other teachers might not say it outright, they'd undoubtedly label me a plagiarist, and her dignity as a teacher would be lost. With so many teachers watching closely, she found herself in a difficult position. Yet remaining silent wasn't an option either. After weighing her options with visible internal struggle, she said with complicated emotions, "If you have them, bring them out. But if not, that's fine too, just return to class." I observed our homeroom teacher's conflicted expression and understood the situation perfectly. Just poetry? Though I hadn't memorized much, I had read quite a few poems. With confident certainty, I nodded and said, "I do have some other works. If the teachers would like to hear them, I can humbly present them despite their poor quality." The crowd quieted down, watching me silently, ready to listen as I began to recite. After contemplating for a few seconds, I leisurely spoke. "Last year, I went on an outing to Jingting Mountain and, inspired by chance, composed a poem titled Sitting Alone on Jingting Mountain. Jingting Mountain is a famous tall peak near River City, frequented by tourists." Adjusting my breath, scenes from my hike surfaced in my mind as I recited in a solemn tone, my voice resonant and full. "All birds have flown away into the heights, lone clouds drift leisurely off alone." Then shifting to a lower pace yet with deeper resonance, I continued, "We observe infinity that never tires, only Jingting Mountain stands peerless." Each of the 7 teachers closed their eyes, an inexplicable sense of solitude washing over them, the lingering verses echoing in their hearts. They are all teachers, so naturally they can understand the meaning in the poem. The flock of birds flies high and disappears, while a solitary cloud drifts away with carefree ease. You look at me, I look at you, neither growing weary of the other, only me and the Jingting Mountain before my eyes. The poem never mentions solitude, yet every word exudes loneliness. That sense of unfulfilled ambition, of unrecognized talent, instantly fills everyone's hearts. Yes, I'm just an ordinary student, that's what everyone thinks, but only I know I'm not entirely worthless. My talent has never been revealed. Only during solitary outings do I pour out my loneliness to Mount Jingting, lamenting unrecognized abilities. It's truly astonishing that a teenager could write poetry revealing such profound insight into the world's fickleness. So, teachers, what do you think of this poem? My words brought them back to reality, their eyes and hearts filled with astonishment. Who would have thought, truly unimaginable, that a student like me could produce such exceptional poetry? What extraordinary talent! Wei Xiaomei's body began to tremble after hearing my poem, and she inexplicably felt a sense of guilt. As the homeroom teacher of my class, she had never paid attention to me, never inquired about my family situation or showed concern for my studies. Perhaps it was precisely because of this homeroom teacher's neglect, and the indifference of my classmates, that fostered such loneliness within me, making me lament the coldness of the world. As she reflected, her eyes reddened, and she repeatedly uttered the word good 4 times. Good poem. Xiao Yang's poems are truly remarkable. The crowd looked at Wei Xiaomei with envy as Teacher Lu remarked, "Ah, how I envy Teacher Wei for having such a talented student in her class. The lyrics are excellent, and the poems are equally brilliant. Xiao Yang from your class is truly a genius. Indeed, the ocean's depth cannot be measured by a bucket." One poem and one lyric genuinely took my breath away. The teacher's praise made me feel a bit shy, and I secretly thought, brotherly bye from another world, it's still your poetry that shines, my apologies. A homeroom teacher from another class smiled and said, "Teacher Wei, student Xiao, would you mind if I copied your poem to read to my class?" Wei Xiaomei looked at me. Though she was the homeroom teacher, I was the original author since I wrote the poem. I nodded and said, "Of course, go ahead." So almost every teacher copied a copy, and some were so moved by the poetry that they posted it online right away. Yet they all conscientiously credited me as the author. After the teachers dispersed, Wei Xiaomei gently said to me, "Go back to the classroom first. I'll join you shortly." I acknowledged and left the office. Back in the classroom, Wang Ziluan asked me, "Hey Lao Xiao, how did it go? Did the homeroom teacher give you a lecture?" I shook my head slightly and said, "Not at all. The homeroom teacher spoke quite politely and even seemed to appreciate the lyrics I wrote." Appreciate? Wang Ziluan curled his lips and pointed to the girl in the front row. "I'd believe it if you said she appreciates Bai Lanlan's poems." Bai Lanlan in the front seemed to hear us calling her name and turned to glance at us. She was the top student in our class, consistently ranking in the top 3 academically. Her liberal arts scores were among the best in the school. Pretty and pure-looking, she was both the class belle and the class monitor. She shot us a glare and said, "Keep it down, you two. Don't disturb the other students." Wang Ziluan smirked and said, "Xiao Yang claims our homeroom teacher praised his lyrics. I was just calling him out." Bai Lanlan glanced at me but said nothing, turning back to her studies. That look clearly showed she didn't believe a word I'd said. Wang Ziluan's voice wasn't exactly quiet, and quite a few people heard him. They burst into laughter, with some even egging it on. "If Xiao Yang really wrote good lyrics that impressed our homeroom teacher, I'll stand on my hands and eat this textbook. Haha, if he can actually write decent poetry, I'll canonize him on the spot. He'd be the saint of poetry of our era." Just as everyone was laughing and making merry, the classroom door swung open. Homeroom teacher Wei Xiaomei walked in carrying stacks of homework notebooks, instantly silencing the room. Chapter 7, a masterpiece that left the class astonished. Homeroom teacher Wei Xiaomei placed the homework notebooks on the lectern. Everyone, pause for a moment. All the students looked up at their homeroom teacher. "I finished grading yesterday's assignments. Many in our class didn't meet the standards, though some did quite well. At the same time, it's worth mentioning that one student today received the highest score, the best written assignment. For this grading, I gave them an S+. What? S+? Wei Xiaomei was famously strict. It was already extremely rare for anyone to receive an A+ on assignments under her usual grading standards. Yet this time, someone actually earned an S+. All eyes instinctively turned toward Bai Lanlan. In this entire class, it seemed Bai Lanlan was the only one capable of achieving such a grade. It could only be her. Wang Ziluan nudged Xiao Yang's arm and whispered, "It must be Bai Lanlan. She's the best at poetry in our class." Xiao Yang smiled faintly without responding. The other students were also murmuring amongst themselves, "Oh my god, the homeroom teacher actually gave Bai Lanlan an S+. That's never happened before. How do you know it's Bai Lanlan? Maybe it's someone else? There's no way it could be anyone else. Bai Lanlan is the pinnacle of poetry in our class. Besides, didn't you see the teacher's gaze? It was fixed on Bai Lanlan the whole time. Who else could it be? Maybe Xiao Yang from the back? Ha ha ha." Bai Lanlan slightly raised her head and met the homeroom teacher's gaze. She was indeed looking at herself, and even gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. Bai Lanlan felt an overwhelming relief wash over her. Were the lyrics she wrote truly that remarkable, worthy of her homeroom teacher's rare S+ rating? It seems like it's actually pretty good. The homeroom teacher, Wei Xiaomei, tapped the chalk tray. The classroom quickly settled into silence again. The student who achieved an S+ rating this time is truly astonishing, so I'm going to have them come up to the front and recite it with emotion and expression. How does that sound? It's rare to have such a relaxing opportunity, and everyone shouted in unison while looking in Bai Lanlan's direction. Great. Bai Lanlan's face turned slightly red. Reading her poetry aloud in front of these classmates, she still felt a bit shy. But since the teacher had called on her, she had no choice but to go up and recite it. She steeled herself mentally, just as she was about to stand up, when Wei Xiaomei on the stage spoke again. Her finger pointed in Bai Lanlan's direction, just as everyone assumed she would call out Bai Lanlan's name. Yet with gentle eyes and an even softer tone, she said, "Xiaoyang, come on up." In an instant, everyone seemed unable to react. Whose name did the homeroom teacher just call? Xiaoyang? She must have said the wrong name. It can't be Xiaoyang. The homeroom teacher must have made a mistake. Bai Lanlan, who was about to stand up, froze in place. Did I hear wrong? That name just called didn't seem to be mine. But, Xiaoyang? Could it be that he received an S+ rating? Impossible. This doesn't make sense. I should be the one who writes the best. Immersive translate. Prince Ziluan was utterly bewildered. Is it really Xiaoyang? He couldn't help but recall what Xiaoyang had said earlier. Looking back now, he really went to the office to be praised. Wait, wasn't Xiaoyang supposed to be weak in cultural subjects? How did he suddenly get an S+ grade this time? This makes no sense. Could the teacher have made a mistake? Immersive translate. Everyone looked at Xiaoyang, expecting him not to stand up. Yet Xiaoyang stood up and walked toward the podium. What was strangest of all was that their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wei, showed no intention of correcting himself. Could it really be him? In Teacher Wei's Chinese literature history, was Xiaoyang actually the first to receive an S+ grade? Only when Xiaoyang stood beside Wei Xiaomei did she clasp her hands and say, "Xiaoyang's recent Song Dynasty poetry composition is exceptionally good. Let's all appreciate it together." She turned to Xiaoyang with a warm smile. "Xiaoyang, recite your poem for your classmates. Let them appreciate what truly magnificent Song Dynasty poetry sounds like." The homeroom teacher said so it must be true. It's confirmed Xiaoyang received the first S+ rating. Everyone was genuinely eager to hear what kind of poetry could earn such high praise from Teacher Wei. Bai Lanlan also stared at Xiaoyang on stage with a look of astonishment. It was really him, not oneself? Just how good could his poetry possibly be? As the top student in class, as both the class beauty and monitor, she possessed an unyielding competitive spirit. She was determined to hear just what kind of poetry Xiaoyang could produce. Immersive translate. Xiaoyang gave a slight nod to Teacher Wei before turning to face the students. "When will the moon be clear and bright? With a cup of wine in my hand, I ask the blue sky." This poem was composed during last year's Mid-Autumn Festival, a rare occasion when all family members finally reunited under one roof after several years apart. Xiaoyang cleared his throat. His voice carried a subdued tone. "How rare the moon, so round and clear. With cup in hand, I ask of the blue sky. I do not know in the celestial sphere what name this festive night goes by." He gazed out the window and involuntarily moved towards it. His voice then rose passionately. "I long to ride the wind and fly there, yet fear the ethereal cold up there. The jade and crystal mansions are so high. Dancing with my moonlit shadow, how unlike the world of mortals am I." Xiaoyang suddenly turned back, sweeping his gaze across all his classmates in the classroom. The tone grew increasingly urgent. "Round the red mansion, stooping to silk-painted doors, it shines upon the sleepless. Bearing no grudge, why does the moon tend to be full when people part?" He gazed casually in one direction, his voice turning somber once more. "People have sorrow and joy, parting and reunion. The moon is dark and bright, waxing and waning. Nothing is perfect since olden days. One can only wish that all may live long, though 1,000 miles apart, yet share the moon's beauty together." After finishing his reading, Xiaoyang withdrew his gaze and let out a long sigh. The entire classroom fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. The verses just recited continued to entwine around their souls. Immersive translate. Bai Lanlan was thoroughly impressed. At the same time, her face turned crimson, because Xiaoyang's final line was recited while looking directly in her direction. At this sensitive age, when a girl hears such unprecedented verses like "May we live long and share the moonlight across 1,000 miles," while locking eyes with the poet himself, it's inevitable her thoughts would begin to wander. Many students were still savoring the lines they had just heard. People have sorrow and joy, parting and reunion. The moon has its cloudy and clear, round and crescent phases. This has been going on since the beginning of time. No perfection is allowed. Yet may we all be blessed with longevity. Though thousands of miles apart, we can still share the beauty of this moonlight. Wonderful. So poetic and evocative. Even as students, they clearly recognize that such poetry far surpasses the verses found in their textbooks. If we're forced to compare, the poems in textbooks are downright rubbish. This is a poem Xiaoyang composed. No wonder Teacher Wei awarded him the first ever S+ in history. This poem truly deserves such an evaluation. Immersive translate. Wei Xiaomei on the podium was also deeply moved. Though she had previously read it several times, when the author himself recited it with emotion, it became an entirely different realm of experience and enjoyment. My student, Xiaoyang. Not only was he a poetic genius, but he also possessed extraordinary recitation skills. Wei Xiaomei slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Xiaoyang's retreating figure with a faint smile. She extended her hands and began clapping slowly. Soon the applause grew into a continuous wave as more and more students joined in. The entire classroom was filled with the sound of applause. Wang Ziluan even clapped his hands until they turned red. Xiao Yang wasn't bragging earlier. He really was summoned to the office to be praised. Chapter 8. The gym teacher comes in person. It's absolutely mind-blowing. The lyrics are stunning, and even more breathtaking when recited aloud. At the same time, a question arose in many people's minds. Wasn't Xiao Yang just an average student with ordinary grades? How could he possibly create such a profound and sophisticated poem? Could it be a copied verse from somewhere? That shouldn't be the case. Professor Wei has always been known for her extreme rigor. If she's praising Xiao Yang this unreservedly, then it must be certain that this poem was truly written by Xiao Yang himself. Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Wei Xiaomei on the podium smiled once again. Xiao Yang's poetic works far exceed just one piece. Today, let's have him present another of his previous 5-character regulated verses, sitting alone at Jingting Mountain, so we may continue to appreciate his poetry. Damn, there's more? First a lyric poem, and now another verse. Never judge a person by their appearance indeed. Who would have thought that ordinary Xiao Yang would actually have a talent for composing poetry? The students sat bolt upright. Xiao Yang then proceeded to recite the slightly revised Solitary Sitting on Pine Mountain once more, with full emotion and expression. It was still awe-inspiring, still that same soul-stirring feeling. Xiao Yang is too powerful. Once again, thunderous applause erupted, lasting endlessly. It took about a minute before Wei Xiaomei finally made a gesture for silence. Soon, the applause faded away. All the classmates stared intently at Xiao Yang. Those who had doubted before were now completely convinced. A poem, a lyric. Xiao Yang is extraordinarily talented. Wei Xiaomei addressed the class monitor by Lan Lan, saying, "Lan Lan, please distribute the notebooks." Then she glanced at the other students and added, "Continue with your self-study session." After saying this, she walked out. Lan Lan stepped onto the podium. Upon seeing Xiao Yang approaching, for some reason, her heart fluttered like a startled deer, and her cheeks turned slightly red. "Classmate Bai, let me help you." Xiao Yang gave the other person a gentle smile and reached out to gather all the notebooks into his arms. Girls, after all, aren't as strong. Lan Lan didn't dare to meet the other person's eyes, instead keeping her head down as she began distributing the workbooks. Immersive translate. Wang Ziluan clapped his hands. "Damn, Lao Xiao, you're absolutely brilliant." Lan Lan in the front row seemed startled, her body visibly trembling. Xiao Yang glanced at Lan Lan's retreating figure, then turned to Wang Ziluan with a smile, saying casually, "Not bad, just average really." Prince Luan gave a thumbs up. "See, that's why you're the prodigal scholar. Such modesty. Old one, that's not what you said before. Now that's some double standards right there." Xiao Yang shrugged without saying a word. Immersive translate. After finishing 3 consecutive morning classes, Xiao Yang had nothing particular to do, but PE teacher Zhang Miao on the sports field was growing increasingly anxious. Yesterday it was agreed that Xiao Yang would train with me to prepare for the upcoming provincial games. All the other students participating in the training had arrived, yet there was still no sign of Xiao Yang. Zhang Miao grew increasingly frustrated as Xiao Yang failed to show up. The others were essentially just there for participation. Xiao Yang was the real ace in the hole. "Can we manage without him coming?" Without another word, Zhang Miao turned and strode toward the disciplinary building. The remaining trainees stared dumbfounded after his retreating figure. What's coach going to do over there? Who knows what's happening? What's the big deal? No, right in the middle of our training session, as our teacher, he just took off without saying a word. What kind of behavior is that? Immersive translate. Xiao Yang was reviewing his notes during self-study class when he suddenly heard voices coming from the window. Turning his head, he saw their PE teacher, Zhang Miao, waving at him. Xiao Yang slapped his forehead. He'd forgotten all about it. Just yesterday, he'd promised to participate in the provincial sports tournament and do some training. Who would have thought he'd completely blank on it after just one day? So Xiao Yang hastily apologized with a gesture before rushing out of the classroom. Before leaving, he turned to the class monitor by Lan Lan in the front row and said, Coach Zhang from PE wants me for training, I'm heading out." Lan Lan let out a vague hum like a mosquito. Immersive translate. "Sorry, Teacher Zhang, I actually forgot about the training." Zhang Miao was both amused and exasperated, waving his hand dismissively. "It's fine. You've just joined the training team. It's normal to forget or feel unaccustomed at first." As they spoke, the two walked toward the sports field. Immersive translate. The trainees idly practicing noticed their coach leading a student over and immediately understood. "Damn, Mr. Zhang went to the classroom to fetch someone? Who is this guy? Never seen him before." "I don't know, but having Teacher Zhang personally go to fetch someone, that's a treatment none of us seem to have gotten." Indeed, for physical training, attendance was voluntary. If students preferred to stay in the classroom and study, the PE teacher, Zhang Miao, wouldn't bother calling on them. But this time, why would he go out of his way to summon a student who seemed unfamiliar? A rather tall student remarked with a hint of envy, if Teacher Zhang went to call him personally, that guy must have some special talent. A student casually doing stretches nearby shook his head and laughed. Zhang Mingyuan, are you just jealous? Zhang Mingyuan snorted coldly. Me, jealous? I won first place in 3 events at the school-wide sports meet. Would I be jealous of a student who hasn't even participated in the school sports meet? That's ridiculous. The other guy shrank his neck and didn't dare say anything more. Zhang Mingyuan was indeed the champion of 3 sports events at the school, 100-meter dash, 200-meter dash, and 400-meter dash. Especially in the 100-meter dash, he could run it in under 12 seconds. With such results, getting into a sports school was practically a sure thing. Precisely because he was the best among them, seeing teacher Zhang personally summon an ordinary student for training made him incredibly annoyed. After all, even when he occasionally forgot to attend practice, Zhang Miao had never once gone to fetch him personally. Immersive translate. Zhang Miao clapped his hands. Come on, everyone gather around. The sports students slowly crowded around. Let me introduce everyone, this is Xiao Yang. He'll be training with us from now on. Since the provincial sports meet is approaching, I hope you'll all take good care of Xiao Yang as much as possible. I'll also focus my coaching around Xiao Yang. Those athletes were nearly driven to death with anger. Jesus Christ. We all came here to train, yet you want us to fully cooperate with a rookie. If this person were actually impressive, we might have accepted it. Yet we've never even seen this person in the school sports team. Zhang Mingyuan was the first to stand up. Teacher Zhang, I disagree. We're all here to train and bring honor to our school. Why should we have to accommodate someone who just joined? With someone leading the charge, others also began voicing their dissatisfaction. Yes, isn't this a waste of time? How can we waste time on a rookie? The scene became chaotic. Zhang Miao froze for a moment, yet didn't rush to explain. He looked at Zhang Mingyuan. Zhang Mingyuan, I remember your best time for the 200 meters should be 23.87 seconds. Zhang Mingyuan nodded. That was indeed his personal best. This already meets the national level 2 athlete standard, which can be considered quite rare. Zhang Miao then looked at Xiao Yang with a smile and said, we tested your 100-meter time yesterday. Would you be interested in trying the 200-meter today? Chapter 9. The entire track team was stunned. Hearing this, Xiao Yang simply smiled faintly. Teacher Zhang Miao's intentions were perfectly clear to him. It was nothing more than wanting to showcase his abilities to these people, making them willingly cooperate while directly testing whether his performance could dazzle as brilliantly as it had in the 100-meter dash. Of course, it's perfect timing. I've never actually tried seeing how fast I can run the 200-meter. Never tried? Zhang Miao grew increasingly delighted, because in his mind, Xiao Yang was nothing short of uncut jade. Alright, today we'll test your 200-meter capability. Hey, Zhang Mingyuan, didn't you say you can run 200 meters in under 24 seconds? Perfect, you two can train together. Zhang Miao's plan was crystal clear. You, Zhang Mingyuan, were questioning why I'm showing special care for a rookie, weren't you? Well then, I'll make sure you understand. Zhang Mingyuan immediately agreed upon hearing this. As a prominent figure in the school sports circle, Zhang Mingyuan naturally wouldn't back down. Zhang Miao didn't say much at the time, but instead turned to the other PE students who were watching the excitement and said, you guys go get the red silk, the starting pistol, and the stopwatch. The group left amidst laughter and chatter. Zhang Miao pulled Xiao Yang aside. We'll run 200 meters soon. Do some warm-up exercises first. Xiao Yang's basic sprint skill provided some speed bonuses, but to achieve peak performance, Xiao Yang himself needed to be in top physical condition. Immersive translate. Watching teacher Zhang and that rookie not far away, Zhang Mingyuan curled his lip and muttered to the group, no idea what teacher Zhang is thinking, actually letting a rookie run the 200 meters with me. A sports student immediately chimed in, exactly. You, Zhang Mingyuan, are a beast who can finish 200 meters in under 24 seconds, 3-time champion at the last school sports meet. Teacher Zhang must have forgotten your glorious track record, actually pairing you with a rookie for warm-up. Ha! Just wait till you turn on the heat and leave that rookie trailing by 30 or 50 meters. 30 or 50? You're underestimating brother Zhang too much. I say leave them a full 100 meters behind. Yeah, if you ask me, let him eat your dust. Ha ha ha. The group burst into hearty laughter. Immersive translate. While Xiao Yang was doing some warm-up exercises, several students had already gotten ready. Zhang Miao assigned a composed student to time the run from 200 meters away. Meanwhile, he himself held the starter's pistol and stood at the starting point, waving toward Xiao Yang's direction. Alright, all of you come over here. Xiao Yang walked over and stomped his feet on the second runway. Zhang Mingyuan also walked over, slanting his eyes at Xiao Yang as he passed by him, his demeanor making it abundantly clear that he didn't give a single thought to Xiao Yang, the newcomer. Zhang Miao glanced at the onlookers and said, if any of you are interested, you can join in too. Participation is what matters most. 2 pairs of eyes lit up, they loved crushing newbies the most. I'll take this, count me in too. With that, the participant count reached 4. Zhang Miao seemed to see through their intentions and grinned inexplicably. You all look so excited, planning to bully some weaklings? Zhang Miao was a PE teacher who never put on airs during training, so these guys naturally spoke freely without holding back. A short-haired young man said with a grin, yeah, who doesn't love beating the newbies? Gotta teach this rookie a lesson and show him the gap between pros and amateurs. Zhang Miao clapped his hands and said, well said. Make sure you leave this newbie far behind, or it'll be downright embarrassing. Another guy thumped his chest and declared, don't worry, we'll definitely leave him in the dust, eating our wake like a scrub. Zhang Miao glanced at Xiao Yang and then said with a smile, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. He shook the starting pistol. It was time to begin. The four of them took their positions on their respective running tracks. Zhang Miao raised the starting pistol. On your marks. The four assumed their starting positions. Zhang Mingyuan even took a moment to glance at Xiao Yang beside him. When he noticed Xiao Yang's technically correct but awkward movements, his disdain deepened. This guy's clearly all flash and no substance, a complete novice. Indeed, compared to these seasoned runners, Xiao Yang's movements appeared noticeably awkward. But yet, he activated the sprint skill. In the next instant, the sound of gunfire rang out. Xiao Yang suddenly exerted force. In the very first instant, Zhang Mingyuan, as a seasoned athlete, held the advantage. But within less than a second, he realized he had been overtaken. Overtaken by a rookie? Never! Zhang Mingyuan suddenly exerted his full strength. Yet he discovered that no matter how fiercely he pushed himself, the distance between him and Xiao Yang was rapidly increasing. How can a newcomer be this strong? Fuck! He poured every ounce of strength he had, only to find the gap growing even wider, until he was left choking on Xiao Yang's dust. Even Zhang Mingyuan, who specialized in sprinting, was left in the dust, let alone the other two, who were so far behind they couldn't even taste his dirt. Watching the figure speeding far ahead, the duo flushed red with humiliation. They had previously boasted to the PE teacher, vowing to leave the newcomer eating their dust. Yet, against all expectations, not only did they fail to make the newbie eat dirt, but they ended up shoveling it into each other's mouths instead. The gap was so vast that their confidence shattered instantly. After barely 50 meters, they gave up, walking off the track dejectedly to join the spectators. Immersive translate. Zhang Mingyuan was truly despairing. Impossibly fast. No matter how capable he was, against this newcomer, he couldn't even glimpse the slightest hope of victory. Watching the distance between them grow wider, Zhang Mingyuan completely lost his composure. Immersive translate. Xiao Yang dashed past the red silk banner. The timer dude immediately stopped the stopwatch. Looking at the numbers displayed, the guy's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Zhang Miao, however, casually led the student athletes to the side. So, how many seconds? The guy swallowed hard while raising the stopwatch. 21.88 seconds. Several student athletes immediately focused their gaze on the stopwatch. The digits clearly displayed 21.88. Zhang Miao nodded, being the only one among them who had mentally prepared for this. Xiao Yang achieving such results was also within his expectations. Gasping for breath, Zhang Mingyuan nearly choked upon hearing that number. What level is 21.88 seconds? That was already the standard of a first-class athlete. Just when I was still smug about being able to run under 24 seconds, I discovered that an utterly ordinary person could actually run under 21 seconds. That originally competitive heart of mine instantly fell silent. No wonder teacher Zhang wanted everyone to cooperate with him. So they were this impressive after all. And then there was this provincial athletic meet, where Lu Fei, the star of Jiangcheng High School, was suddenly relegated to a supporting role. Well, being able to run under 21 seconds, no wonder I lost to someone like that. Zhang Miao cleared his throat. Everyone has seen Xiao Yang's results just now. Does anyone still have any objections? Chapter 10 The Rebellious Son. Who could possibly object? Who would dare to object? With such results, they genuinely hadn't seen anyone who could achieve them before. You simply can't argue with facts. Zhang Miao couldn't help but smile upon seeing these formerly unruly individuals now behaving like obedient children. Excellent. Since there are no objections, we'll be focusing our training around Xiao Yang from now on. I expect everyone's full cooperation. Zhang Miao nodded at Xiao Yang. You're indeed remarkably fast, but there are several issues like your performance on curves, unfamiliarity with the track, even straying into other lanes. These could become major problems during actual competition. Xiao Yang nodded repeatedly in agreement. Teacher Zhang Miao was absolutely right. There were indeed many problems with his technique. These issues were present during the 100-meter dash too, though not as severe. But when it came to the 200-meter, the problems became glaringly obvious. In the following training sessions, Zhang Miao began systematically teaching Xiao Yang how to properly exert force when cornering and other techniques. The other student athletes also cooperated remarkably well. Immersive translate. Noon. The school cafeteria. Watching the dining hall auntie's trembling hands create afterimages while scooping food, Xiao Yang began to wonder if she developed some sort of acquired cafeteria Parkinson's syndrome. Xiao Yang found an empty seat and sat down. Wang Ziluan immediately took a seat next to him. Old Xiao, your family must own a mine or something. Braised beef and 2 chicken drumsticks. Although Xiao Yang wasn't exactly a top student, his family was decently well off, and he never lacked pocket money or decent meals. After finishing his words, Wang Ziluan glanced at his bland green food. Xiao Yang, being a generous person, immediately offered him a chicken drumstick. Overjoyed, Wang Ziluan gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Classy move." After taking a bite of the drumstick, Wang Ziluan asked, "Old Xiao, you've become quite the genius at our school now. Many students are talking about those 2 poems of yours." He put down the chicken leg, leaned in closer, and said mysteriously, "I also heard someone posted your poems online. Do you think you could go viral? A couple of poems making someone famous? You're overthinking it." Wang Ziluan chuckled slyly, "Who knows? You're so talented, maybe one day you'll become a celebrity. It's just a shame your grades are mediocre. Otherwise, graduating from a prestigious school would have made you a dazzling contemporary poet for sure." Xiao Yang shrugged. His academic performance really was far too average indeed. But learning is really a matter of talent. Without the blessing of talent, mere effort won't amount to much. Immersive translate. The first class in the afternoon was English. The English teacher, that Mr. Liu, stepped into the classroom and immediately scanned the room for Xiao Yang. As a poetry enthusiast, the impact those 2 poems had on him was immense. After reading Xiao Yang's poetry, even the classical poems in textbooks feel utterly dull by comparison. What a pity that such a naturally gifted student should have only average academic performance. During class, English teacher Liu began paying special attention to Xiao Yang, even frequently calling on him to answer questions just to spark his motivation. This, however, became something of an ordeal for Xiao Yang. Immersive translate. Xiao Yang sat on the sofa at home and let out a sigh. What an exhausting day this has been. Not only did he have to attend physical training during self-study class, but even the teacher's attitudes toward him in class dramatically changed. It was as if every teacher wished they could stuff all their knowledge directly into his brain. Especially his English teacher, who even had to tutor him after class. Oh my god, if Xiao Yang were truly cut out for academics, would he have become the black sheep of the family? He had just taken a sip of water to calm his nerves when he heard the sound of the courtyard gate creaking open. Peering on tiptoe, he saw a middle-aged woman in her 50s push open the door and enter. She was wearing a long dress with a head of big, wavy curls. She didn't appear particularly fashionable or beautiful, yet she carried an aura of remarkable elegance. This was his mother, Lu Ping. Anyone else seeing mom come home would immediately turn off the TV and open their textbooks. But Xiao Yang chose not to do so, as there was no need. His poor academic performance wasn't exactly shrouded in mystery, nor could it be said he hadn't tried his best. Soon after, Lu Ping pushed open the bedroom door and walked in. After giving the living room a once-over, she turned her gaze to her son. "You've kept the house surprisingly tidy," she remarked. Xiao Yang stood up and poured her a glass of water. "I've been a neat person since childhood, I can't stand messy rooms." Lu Ping took the water with a smile and sat down beside him. "You've never been modest when praising yourself, child." After setting the water glass down, she asked the question she cared about most, "How's school lately?" Sitting back down, Xiao Yang rested his hands behind his head and replied, "Not bad. I made it onto the school sports team." He turned his head to look at his mom. "What if I take the sports scholarship route? Do you think that would work?" Lu Ping was startled at first, then chuckled. "Can you ever be serious, kid? Since you were little, I've never seen you show any athletic talent." She must have thought Xiao Yang was joking. "I mean it, I've already joined the school sports team and am preparing to compete in the provincial games." "Really? Do I look like I'm joking with you?" Lu Ping's expression gradually grew complicated. "Actually, when it comes to studies, as long as you apply yourself properly, being at the very top isn't that important. I was just planning to discuss with your father about sending you abroad in a few months. After studying there for a few years, you'd still come back with achievements. Sports just aren't suited for you." Xiao Yang understood. The elderly couple knew Xiao Yang truly wasn't cut out for academics, so they planned to use their connections to send him abroad. To put it nicely, it was about gilding his credentials, so that upon his return he'd at least be considered as someone with overseas experience. Once back, arranging a stable job would follow as naturally as water flowing downhill. This kind of arrangement was nothing new. Xiao Yang, however, had different ideas on the matter. What's the use of going to a no-name university abroad? It's all just flashy appearances with no real difference. Nowadays in the internet age, academic credentials are all verifiable, and when you come back, people will talk behind your back no matter how you spin it. As for sports, as long as you reach a certain level, it's not uncommon for student athletes to be specially recruited. And who knows, if your skills improve enough, you might even bring glory to our country. Lu Ping laughed angrily at this. If you said that to your father, he'd point at your nose and call you an unfilial son. You don't even know your own capabilities, yet you want to take the student-athlete path? Our family is all about research or computer science. What sports genes do we have? You're just being unrealistic. Do you really think bringing glory to the country is that easy? Your eldest sister pursued 2 PhDs, 3 master's degrees, and wasn't half as much trouble as you. And your second sister, she's practically invincible at those world-famous universities. Her annual scholarships nearly match my paycheck. Chapter 11, The Rebellious Child 2. The conversation grew tenser by the minute. To put it bluntly, they simply didn't believe Xiao Yang had any talent in sports, and even brought up his eldest and second sister for comparison. Same upbringing, the 2 older girls turned out just fine, but you couldn't keep up. We're trying to gild your path, yet you refuse to let us. Seeing Xiao Yang fall silent, Lu Ping also felt she might have been too harsh earlier. Her tone softened as she spoke earnestly. Yang, your mother only wants what's best for you. The path of an athlete isn't right for us. Stick to the plan, and in a few months, we'll go abroad. Xiao Yang rubbed his temples. Let's talk about this later. Please have a seat, I'll go prepare dinner. Don't, Lu Ping quickly interjected. You should spend more time studying when you're free. I'll make dinner. Xiao Yang stood up and shook his head with a bitter smile, his tone filled with indescribable complexity. What's the use of studying? Could I ever reach the level of eldest sister and second sister? Lu Ping froze, staring blankly as Xiao Yang walked into the kitchen. Immersive translate. Xiao Yang couldn't boast much cooking skill, his dishes were merely passable at best. At the dinner table, Lu Ping began employing roundabout tactics, still trying to steer Xiao Yang away from the misguided path of sports. Xiao Yang could only respond with vague reassurances. After returning to his room, Xiao Yang took out the book 300 Tang and Song poems and began to admire the poetic culture from another world. At the end of the poetry collection, there were introductions to the poets of that other world. Li Bai, courtesy name Tai Bai, pseudonym Qinglian Jusher, also known as the Banished Immortal, was a great romantic poet of the Tang dynasty. Just as he was enjoying the reading with great interest, the phone on the bed rang. Putting down the poetry collection, he walked over and saw the call was from his father, Xiao Rongxing. Xiao Yang froze for a moment. His father rarely called him on ordinary days, yet today was different, most likely because his mother had told him about Xiao Yang becoming a sports student. Having mentally prepared himself, Xiao Yang answered the call nonetheless. A rather serious voice came from inside. Xiao Yang. Yeah, I'm here. After a brief silence, his father got straight to the point as always. Your mother told me you're planning to pursue sports? Just as I suspected. Yes. Before Xiao Yang could say anything more, his father had already switched to full-on lecture mode. Nonsense. This is complete nonsense. Are you cut out for this? Do you know how many students are in sports schools? How many actually bring glory to the country? Have you any idea how difficult it is for sports school graduates to find jobs? Always dreaming up wild ideas. Here I am, an academician dedicated to scientific research, constantly worrying about your harebrained schemes. Tell me, when have you ever given me a moment's peace? Your mother wants you to study abroad, and here you are making excuses. What right do you have to hesitate? You think I enjoy begging for favors years later, swallowing my pride to arrange a job for you? Ungrateful wretch, a good-for-nothing disgrace. Xiao Yang held the phone farther from his ear, rubbing his tingling lobe. Top intellectuals are supposed to be industry benchmarks, yet their tempers remain so fiery. Had it been 2 years earlier, Xiao Yang would have undoubtedly exchanged words with the old man to assert his independence. But now, only when the old man grew weary of shouting did Xiao Yang finally lift the phone to his lips. Every profession has its elites and mediocrities. Who doesn't possess some spark of brilliance? No sooner had these words been spoken than another round of gunfire erupted. Cut the crap with me, I'm not as soft-hearted as your mother. Your old man is an academician, my certificates of honor could stack up taller than you. Your mother's a benchmark in the computer industry, internationally recognized, not to mention your eldest sister and your second sister. Every single one of them is outstanding. But you, only you forget about looks. I sometimes wonder if we brought home the wrong baby from the hospital. You want to pursue sports? Why don't you just go sing in a bar and completely ruin what little dignity I have left? Ungrateful son. Xiao Yang rubbed his throbbing head. The old man was really getting carried away now. No way. Should I retort a few words to cool him down? Xiao Yang suppressed this thought. If he stubbornly refused, this call might drag on endlessly. After all, the old man was currently immersed in research, and wasting his time meant wasting the entire world's time. Taking a step back to see the bigger picture wasn't shameful. Besides, to calm his father's anger, speaking a few soothing words wasn't beneath him. Don't be angry, slow down. Actually, I was just seeking your advice. Whether to pursue athletics isn't certain yet, and as for studying abroad, I never said I wouldn't go. A few soft words were enough to take some of the edge off the old man's anger. His tone wasn't as harsh as before either. What's there to think about? Your mother's already planned the path for you, just follow it. Xiao Yang quickly replied, fine, I'll walk it, but at least let me put on my shoes first. The college entrance exams are still over half a year away, this isn't urgent. The old man snorted coldly, alright, I still have a set of equations to solve here. Just try not to give me any more headaches in the future. Yes, the equation matters most. Benefiting the entire nation outweighs my trivial little issue. It's not worth disturbing you, venerable elder. Go ahead and solve the equation first. After much persuasion, the old man finally hung up the phone. Xiao Yang let out a long sigh. Having no real abilities of your own, you can't exactly blame your parents for not being outstanding, can you? Besides, they were also paving the way for themselves. Xiao Yang shook his head, unable to help but think of his own sprint skill. He opened the reputation system and found that the reputation points had increased to 3,215. It seems there's still less than 7,000 points to reach the 10,000 reputation needed to upgrade the skill. Immersive translate. 6 in the morning. Xiao Yang woke up right on time. This time he immediately started with the check-in. The icons quickly scrolled by and finally landed on an image of a glowing brain. Obtained the passive skill, primary super memory. Super memory? The kind that boosts memory, making everything unforgettable at a glance? For a student, memory is definitely one of the most crucial abilities. Whether it's liberal arts or sciences, both require memorizing vast amounts of knowledge and being able to recall it. Nearly all top students possess remarkable memory skills. Now that I've unexpectedly acquired this passive ability, doesn't that mean I've taken a giant step closer to becoming a top student? Xiao Yang opened that interworldly copy of 300 Tang and Song Dynasty poems. After speed reading through it twice at a glance, he closed the book. Then he began reciting from memory. See you not the yellow river's waters descending from heaven, rushing to the sea never to return. Xiao Yang initially stumbled a bit when he started reciting, but gradually became more fluent as he went along. After finishing the poem, he opened the poetry collection to check and found he had only made 3 mistakes. This meant he had managed to memorize a classical poem of over 200 characters after just 2 readings, with a remarkably low error rate. For the old Xiao Yang, this would have been utterly unbelievable. And this is just the beginner-level super memory. If it were upgraded to intermediate, advanced, master level, or even higher, Xiao Yang felt like his path to becoming a top student was no longer out of reach. Chapter 12, Super Memory. Here comes the academic prodigy. After reading a few poems, Xiao Yang finally left his room. On the coffee table in the living room sat a covered breakfast, accompanied by a note. Mom's busy at school tonight and won't be coming home. Eat properly and mind the temperature changes. After glancing at the note, Xiao Yang tossed it into the trash before reheating his breakfast. Immersive translate. Holy shit, Lao Xiao, something's off with you today. You're actually reading the textbook this early in the morning. You used to only look at the illustrations before. Wang Ziluan seemed easily startled. Xiao Yang tilted his head to glance at the other person and turned a page in his hand. In the past, I only looked at the illustrations because I couldn't understand the formulas. Wang Ziluan curled his lip. Now you get it? Not bad. After replying, Xiao Yang continued reading the content. With the enhancement of super memory, not only did his recall ability significantly improve, but he surprisingly achieved thorough comprehension of some previously unclear materials as well. Yet precisely because many concepts became abruptly clear while the textbooks for sophomore and freshman years remained unlearned, an unexpected cognitive gap emerged in his thought process. This proved rather distressing. Xiao Yang contemplated going home to thoroughly review all his first and second semester textbook materials. During morning self-study, Xiao Yang appeared exceptionally focused, which in turn left Wang Ziluan by his side looking utterly astonished, not daring to strike up any conversation. Immersive translate. During class, Xiao Yang sensed his thinking abilities were noticeably sharper than before. He often found himself able to deduce numerous variations from the instructor's explanations within his own mind. Even when the teachers called on Xiao Yang to answer questions, he could always respond immediately with impressive accuracy. This suddenly made others feel quite astonished. They all remembered how Xiao Yang used to wear a completely blank expression whenever asked to answer in class. Over time, even the teachers stopped calling on him until yesterday when his 2 poems stunned the entire faculty and student body, renewing the teacher's interest in him. The teacher at the lectern nodded repeatedly. Immersive translate. Professor Wei, Xiao Yang in our class performed quite well today. When I asked him questions, he actually answered all of them, and with remarkable fluency. The history teacher took a sip of water and said to the homeroom teacher. This immediately piqued Wei Xiaomei's interest. Xiao Yang was a gifted classical poetry writer. If he could truly make further progress in his studies, it would undoubtedly be a wonderful thing. Actually, there's no need for Xiao Yang to excel in cultural studies to have a brilliant future. Really? We're truly pleased to see Xiao Yang's improved attitude towards studying. Immersive translate. Chinese class. After entering the classroom, Wei Xiaomei cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Yang's seat. Half a month ago we covered the return. Does anyone still remember this piece? The return is a work by Tao Yuanming from the Eastern Jin dynasty. Her gaze fell upon Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, recite it for us. The other students turned their heads to glance at Xiaoyang. As classmates, they naturally knew each other inside out. While Xiaoyang's poetry was excellent, when it came to memorization, he had never once passed. Beside him, Wang Ziluan flipped straight to the page in the textbook, ready to let Xiaoyang sneak a peek if he got stuck. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyang didn't even glance at Wang Ziluan's textbook and stood up to start reciting from memory. The more he recited, the smoother it became. As Xiaoyang recited, Wei Xiumei nodded repeatedly. Good. Not bad at all. You may sit down. Wei Xiumei pointed at Wang Ziluan. Wang Ziluan, recite it once. Ha! Wang Ziluan was instantly dumbfounded. He stood up and stammered through a few lines. Anyone could tell that what he'd learned half a month ago had already slipped from his mind completely. Wei Xiumei sighed and made a downward gesture with her hand. Sit down. She called on several more students in quick succession, but most couldn't recite the text anymore. Now Wei Xiumei could be certain Xiaoyang seemed to have genuinely awakened. Countless cases existed of students who were previously unremarkable but showed rapid improvement during their final year of high school. She firmly believed Xiaoyang was exactly the type destined for late-blooming greatness. Wei Xiumei found herself growing increasingly expectant of Xiaoyang. Immersive translate. When class ended, Wei Xiumei steadied herself against the lectern. Tomorrow is Saturday, no classes. Of course, students with nothing to do can voluntarily come to school for self-study sessions. Studying at home is also fine. There's no mandatory requirement for this. She emphasized the words no mandatory. After speaking, she glanced toward Xiaoyang's direction. Xiaoyang, step out for a moment. Wei Xiumei stood in the corridor and spoke softly only after seeing Xiaoyang come out. Xiaoyang, have you been feeling the pressure of studying lately? Why is the homeroom teacher suddenly bringing this up? He thought for a moment and answered honestly, it's alright. Wei Xiumei shook her head slightly. I've noticed the changes in you. You must have been putting in a lot of effort behind the scenes recently. That's a good thing. Earlier, the teacher didn't pay much attention to your studies, and I'd like to apologize for that. Xiaoyang quickly waved his hand in protest. No need for such formal apologies. Xiaoyang, you're like a piece of gold hidden deep underground. What you deserve is to be unearthed, not to keep gathering dust. Hard work is what truly matters. Evening self-study sessions. Wei Xiumei steered the conversation toward the evening self-study sessions. After all, in the past 2 days, Xiaoyang had been the only one in the entire class skipping the evening self-study. Moreover, these voluntary study sessions were under strict scrutiny from higher-ups, and as the homeroom teacher, she couldn't openly endorse skipping them. Xiaoyang forced himself to explain, there's a provincial sports competition next week. If I can't maintain my condition. Wei Xiumei lowered her voice, there's still over half a year until the college entrance exams. While sports can earn you bonus points, whether you get into a top university ultimately depends on your academic scores. You have potential, you should focus your efforts appropriately rather than throwing yourself entirely into sports. If you have no objections, I'll speak to the physical education teacher on your behalf, and we can simply withdraw from that program. Wow, this was clearly telling him to focus on academics and give up sports altogether. Since when did the teaching profession become so competitive? Besides, given Xiaoyang's performance, there was no way the PE teacher would let him go without a fight. Back when covert competition turned overt, they might even witness a talent-grabbing spectacle. Well, you see, Teacher Wei, since we're now advocating well-rounded development in moral, intellectual, and physical education, I'd still like to give sports a try. Actually, the principal had previously approached Wei Xiumei, wanting Xiaoyang to specialize in sports. At that time, Xiaoyang was utterly unremarkable, with academic performance that was completely average, so Wei Xiumei agreed immediately. But now the situation is different. In her eyes, Xiaoyang was pure gold, an uncut gem. How could such an outstanding student be held back by physical education? After hearing Xiaoyang's words, Wei Xiumei continued to persuade him, advocacy is one thing, but the path you walk is ultimately your own. As long as you have the right attitude, I'll personally handle everything else, no one will stand in our way. Chapter 13, read 300 Tang and Sung poems thoroughly, and even if you can't compose, you'll learn to chant. The homeroom teacher's attitude was quite clear. Xiaoyang had no choice but to adopt a roundabout tactic. Teacher Wei, the provincial sports meet will only last about 3 to 5 days. If I back out now, it wouldn't look good for the gym teacher or the principal. I know you can handle the pressure, but there's no harm in waiting these few days. Let's wait until after the sports meet to make any decisions. Indeed. It's only a matter of days now, and it really doesn't make sense to forcibly prevent Xiaoyang from participating in the sports meet. After some thought, Wei Xiumei finally said, alright, let's wait until this sports meet is over. Then I'll head back to the classroom first. After saying goodbye, Xiaoyang hurriedly ran back to the classroom. Wei Shomei stood in the corridor, waiting until Xiao Yang had entered before suddenly remembering the evening self-study session and tomorrow's study hall and her intention to tutor Xiao Yang on his coursework. There's still study hall. Her outstretched hand toward the classroom door withdrew. That boy. With a resigned sigh, Wei Shomei turned and headed back to the office. Immersive translate. Wang Ziluan leaned in closer. What did the homeroom teacher want with you? Xiao Yang glanced at him and smiled. Nothing much, just planning to have me attend evening self-study. You agreed to it? I ran away. Wang Ziluan gave a thumbs up. You're amazing, not even giving face to our homeroom teacher. What do you know? Studying alone at home during evening self-study is quieter and more suitable for me, plus it saves time. Just then, Bai Lan Lan in the front row suddenly turned around. Xiao Yang, did you bring a compass? Lend it to me. Xiao Yang glanced at Bai Lan Lan's deskmate. There was already a compass lying on their desk. Does your deskmate have a compass you can borrow from the back row? Naturally, he wouldn't make any unnecessary remarks, but swiftly handed the compass to her. Thank you. You're welcome. After Bai Lan Lan turned her head away, Wang Ziluan beside him whispered very softly, I'd say our class beauty seems a bit off today. She rarely ever borrowed things from us before. Xiao Yang glanced at him and said, you'd be better off studying than noticing these things. Maybe it'll help you score an extra point or two on the college entrance exams. Pfft, shut it already. You're gonna lecture me? Your grades aren't even as good as mine. Are you coming to study hall tomorrow? Xiao Yang opened his textbook to the previously marked page. Not going. I'll study at home. Immersive translate. That afternoon study period found Xiao Yang voluntarily heading to the athletic field for practice. Seeing Xiao Yang show such initiative, Zhang Miao was visibly delighted and spared no effort in teaching him all the knowledge and techniques he'd acquired during his sports academy days. The remaining athletes were simply ignored by Zhang Miao. Zhang Mingyuan had lost his temper today, having even taken the initiative to assist Xiao Yang with his training. Immersive translate. Xiao Yang sat on the sofa. Today's reputation value scarcely reached 4,000. That means the reputation points only increased by a little over 700 in one entire day. At this rate, when will I ever save up enough 10,000 reputation points to upgrade my skills? Right now, I have one active skill and one passive skill, both needing upgrades, and the reputation required doubles accordingly. Over the past couple of days, Xiao Yang has begun studying how to gain reputation more effectively. As long as others' impression of you deepens, you can gain a bit of reputation points. Additionally, any impressive performance on your part can also earn you reputation points. In other words, the more people there are and the more outstanding your performance is, the more reputation points you can acquire. This is precisely why Xiao Yang prefers participating in provincial sports competitions. Xiao Yang stood up and stretched his body while checking the time. It was already 7 in the evening, and the others wouldn't be coming home. Another night alone. After quickly grabbing a bite to eat, Xiao Yang immediately shut himself in the study and pulled out his old first-year high school textbooks. Reviewing the material was effortless for Xiao Yang now, with his enhanced memory and razor-sharp mind allowing him to absorb 10 lines at a glance. Immersive translate. Stretching my limbs and twisting my body, I could hear the bones cracking. I checked the time and realized it was already 1 a.m. Damn, no wonder I'm so exhausted. I've been sitting for over 4 hours straight. After returning to the room, I lay on the bed and, still wide awake, immediately started checking in. The icons rapidly flipped before settling on the final image, a humanoid drawing with various sized +1 markers above its head. Today's check-in bonus, plus 5,000 reputation points obtained. Reputation plus 5,000. You can actually win stuff like this? He checked his reputation points and saw they had indeed reached 9,000. It seemed this check-in system did have a considerable probability of considering his needs. If he wanted to become a billionaire, was there a chance he could directly draw cash during check-ins? If he wanted a car, would he be able to draw one? Come to think of it, this attendance system is getting more and more interesting. Immersive translate. Today is Saturday. Most other students have probably gone to school for self-study classes, but not Xiao Yang. Studying at home is just the same. Today, I set myself a small goal, to review all the first-year high school knowledge within a day, with the most crucial task being to memorize the 300 Tang and Song poems until they're ingrained in my heart. Why commit them to memory? Naturally, it's for greater security. Only by thoroughly memorizing that poetry collection and then destroying it will those words truly become mine alone. I initially thought that with my current super memory ability, memorizing a book of poems shouldn't be too difficult. But after just a morning, he already felt dizzy and muddle-headed. When he closed his eyes to rest, lines of poetry seemed to dance like sprites across his vision. I can't just keep cramming mindlessly. To calm his nerves, Xiao Yan went up to the rooftop balcony and stood gazing into the distance. The neighborhood's landscaping is well done, hardly monotonous. Standing on the balcony, feeling the cool breeze, lines of poetry spontaneously emerge in my mind. In my youth I never knew the taste of sorrow, loved to climb the towers, to compose new verses I pretended to be sorrowful. Now I know well the taste of sorrow, I'd rather not speak, except to say, what a fine autumn chill. The first part speaks of spring blossoms and autumn moons, the idle sorrows of those who sigh without cause. The latter part tells of weathering life's storms, the grief one chooses not to voice. Xiao Yang shook his head with a faint smile, thinking, now I become that very person sighing without cause. He lowered his gaze slightly and noticed his neighbor from the adjacent courtyard looking up at him in astonishment. Though they were neighbors, his parents were often away, and he was too lazy to go out, so he wasn't particularly close with them. He only knew their surname was Wu, the husband was a low-ranking bank official, the wife seemed to be a middle school teacher, and they had a son in college. Xiao Yang gave an awkward smile, nodding as a greeting before stepping down from the balcony. The woman in the neighboring yard snapped out of her brief daze, turned back into the house, and quickly found paper and pen to jot down the poem she had just heard. Immersive Translate. After returning to the house, Xiao Yang was in good spirits and once again buried himself in memorizing texts. Immersive Translate. Evening time. Xiao Yang let out a long sigh and walked out of the study. His entire plan for the day had been completely disrupted. Originally, he had planned to memorize poems and then review his first-year high school curriculum. Yet by day's end, even with the aid of super memory, he still hadn't fully committed those poems to memory. As for the first-year high school textbooks, he hadn't even glanced at them. Chapter 14, Class Monitor by. Rote memorization really isn't the way to go. Rubbing his growling stomach, Xiao Yang turned and headed to the kitchen. Opening the fridge, I found it completely empty. Damn, no food left? He slapped his forehead, no wonder he'd felt like forgetting something ever since seeing his mom's note that morning. He'd forgotten to ask for living expenses. After tossing the apple core into the basket, Xiao Yang took out his phone, ready to send a text about asking for living expenses. But after drafting the message, he hesitated. Would asking for money now give his mother the upper hand? He deleted the text instead and dialed his eldest sister, Xiao Yu, directly. The phone was promptly answered, revealing a pleasant and cheerful female voice on the other end. Old third? You little rascal, what made you think of calling me? I just missed you, that's all. Wanted to ask when you're coming home so I can prepare a feast for you. Xiao Yu chuckled. Cut the flattery. Now, tell me, what's this really about? Cough, Mom came back yesterday, but forgot to leave me living expenses. She's busy over there, and I don't want to bother her either. I knew you wouldn't call me unless you needed something. So now that you're short on cash, you suddenly remember your big sister? Xiao Yang chuckled but didn't reply. No problem, transferring it right away. By the way, how's your studying been going lately? Showing some improvement. Immersive Translate. With his elder sister's financial support, Xiao Yang went to the supermarket and bought some fruits and vegetables. After filling his belly at home, he once again burrowed into the study. Immersive Translate. Sunday. The first thing Xiao Yang did upon opening his eyes was to check in. Checked in today, received a reputation boost card. Reputation boost card doubles the reputation points gained within 1 hour of use. This enhancement card is stored in his mental inventory. Similar to using skills, simply activating it grants a 1-hour doubling effect on reputation gains. An hour of double reputation points feels less worthwhile than directly getting a wave of reputation points up front. Of course, if used in the arena, under the spotlight of countless spectators, this card does seem more practical. After checking the reputation boost card, Xiao Yang embarked on today's grand academic pursuit. Diligence is the path through the mountain of books, hardship is the boat across the sea of learning. Immersive Translate. The sky was growing dark. Xiao Yang rubbed his temples and stood up. After 2 continuous days, he had figured out some methods for using super memory. The entire poetry collection was now imprinted in his mind. As long as Xiao Yang wished, he could search through his mind like flipping through the pages of a book. Then, naturally, the collection of poems became useless. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang destroyed it. Immersive Translate. Monday, Xiao Yang checked in. Obtained 10 poems. Unlike the poetry collection, these 10 poems were directly stored as knowledge. Xiao Yang casually flipped through and found these poems were all modern works, yet still unrelated to his own world. Now it was time for school, so he didn't examine them closely anymore. He headed to school as usual. At the school gate, he happened to run into Wang Ziluan. Hey, old Xiao. From a distance, the guy raised his hand in greeting. His loud voice had many people turning their heads. Xiao Yang walked up to him. You know, I could hear you even if you lowered your voice. Wang Ziluan cackled. But I wouldn't feel good if I talked quietly. Fine, whatever makes you happy. Old Xiao, I really admire you. Not only did you skip evening self-study, but you didn't even show your face all weekend. Seems like you're living more carefree than elementary school kids. Xiao Yang gave him a glance. Not coming doesn't mean not studying. When it's time to study, homework's just as well. Bullshit, cut the act, you're no hard-working student either. Speaking of which, Aren't you guys going to Tiannan City for the competition tomorrow? Still attending classes today? Tomorrow is the day of the provincial sports meet. The teachers haven't said anything, so of course we'll have classes, but we should get some news this afternoon. Wang Ziluan shook his head. Do your cheerleading squads need boys? I feel like I could also serve tea and water for you. Xiao Yang spat out. No need. You're an athlete, go compete in the thick-skinned Olympics. Old Xiao, you hurt my self-esteem. Give me a break. What self-esteem do you even have? Immersive translate. Homeroom teacher Wei Xiaomei walked into the classroom. She cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Yang's seat before speaking up. Alright, everyone pause your studies for a moment. Tomorrow is the provincial sports meet. According to school requirements, in addition to the participating athletes, each class needs to assign one female student to join the logistics support team. She glanced around the room and finally her gaze settled on Bai Lanlan. Bai Lanlan, as class monitor and the life committee member, you'll join the logistics team this time. When the teacher called her name, Bai Lanlan naturally couldn't refuse. She acknowledged with a response. Wei Xiaomei's gaze fell upon Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, after this afternoon's classes, head to the school gate with Bai Lanlan. There will be a bus waiting. Alright, everyone continue with your reading. Xiao Yang, come here for a moment. Wang Ziluan nudged Xiao Yang's arm while raising an eyebrow at him. Xiao Yang pretended not to notice. After Xiao Yang left, the students began to chatter among themselves. The homeroom teacher seems to have taken a special interest in Xiao Yang. He's been called out almost every day lately. Of course he gets special treatment. If you could write high-level poetry, the teacher would favor you too. Bai Lanlan glanced toward the door, then lowered her head, lost in thought. Immersive translate. Looking at Xiao Yang who emerged, Wei Xiaomei's face was filled with helplessness. Day before yesterday and yesterday, why didn't you come to study hall at school? Xiao Yang blinked. Isn't self-study voluntary? I felt studying at home was the same, so... Wei Xiaomei was momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Yang, are you really this dense or just acting dumb? Those words of mine were obviously just formalities. The whole voluntary thing was just for show, and you actually took it seriously. Xiao Yang, we're already in the final year of high school, we have to feel the pressure. Alright, after this sports meet, you'll be treated just like the other students. No, actually, I'll personally tutor you. I'll also reach out to the other subject teachers to arrange some extra coaching time for you when they're available. This feels like everyone's getting some special treatment on the side. Xiao Yang promptly put on a pleasantly surprised expression. Teacher, there's no need, actually reading by myself is quite alright. Enough said. A teacher would never let someone of your talent go to waste. It's settled then, return to the classroom now. Immersive translate. As soon as Xiao Yang took his seat, Wang Ziluan immediately leaned in closer. How was it? What did the homeroom teacher want with you? Xiao Yang noticed the class monitor in the front row slightly leaning over, as if listening. Ask me to study together in the evening. Wang Ziluan chuckled darkly. Serves you right. The whole class came except you. Now it's mandatory, let's see what you can do about it. Just leave it be. The class dismissal bell rang. Xiao Yang reached out and patted Bai Lanlan's shoulder in front of him. Bai Lanlan trembled and quickly put down her textbook, turning back to look. Xiao Yang stood up. Monitor, we should head to the school gate now. Only then did she remember her role as the school team's logistics member and hurriedly tidied up her desk. Chapter 15, Jingcheng High School's Prodigy. The two walked side by side down the hallway. Bai Lanlan broke the awkward silence. Xiao Yang, which events did the school register you for in the provincial sports meet? Xiao Yang replied promptly, the 100-meter and 200-meter dashes. Coach Zhang Miao originally wanted me to do hurdles too, but I turned it down since my jumping isn't great. Oh, I heard from Wang Ziluan that your sprinting is exceptional. He says you've got a real shot at winning gold. Winning the championship would be great, but if not, the important thing is to participate. Billy Lanlan nodded repeatedly. Right, don't put too much pressure on yourself. She changed the subject. Have you written any other poems recently? Is our class president interested in poetry? I'm interested in your poetry. Bai Lanlan spared no effort in her praise. Your poetry is of a very high standard, higher than the poems in our textbooks, in my opinion. If you have any new works, I'd love to have the honor of reading them. There are many compositions, including several dozens of highly profound poems. Still, these require the right occasion to share. It wouldn't mean much to just recite them randomly. Xiao Yang said with a light smile, not at the moment, but whenever inspiration strikes, I'll be sure to show it to you first, class monitor. Bai Lanlan's lips curled into a faint smile. Good, you said it yourself. As they talked, they had already arrived at the campus gates. A large bus was parked here, with students continuously boarding. PE teacher Zhang Miao and female PE teacher Li Man stood by the bus entrance. When they spotted Xiao Yang, Zhang Miao's face lit up with joy as she waved repeatedly. Xiao Yang, come over here. Xiao Yang walked over. Teacher Zhang, teacher Li. Zhang Miao nodded and glanced at Bai Lanlan. This must be the logistics staff from your class? Alright, let's get in the car. I've saved you a seat in the front row. Xiao Yang and Bai Lan boarded the vehicle one after the other. The number of people on the bus was almost at capacity, with only a few seats remaining. Only the front row was completely empty. At that moment, Zhang Miao, who had just boarded, pointed to the empty seats in the front row. "You two can sit here." Xiao Yang stepped aside to let Bai Lan take the inner seat, while he settled into the outer one. Zhang Miao, the physical education teacher leading this trip, began checking attendance against the roster. After finishing the head count, he turned toward the driver and called out, "Driver, everyone's here. We can set off now." The driver immediately started the bus. It takes about 2 hours to travel from Jiangcheng to the provincial capital, Tannan. Xiao Yang wasn't visiting Tannan for the first time, so he felt relaxed and occasionally glanced out the window. Perhaps because he kept turning his head, Bai Lan, who was sitting by the window, grew somewhat uneasy. "Class president, are you okay?" Bai Lan let out a soft ah, then said, "It's nothing." She hesitated for a moment before adding, "You don't always have to call me class monitor. You can just call me by my name if you'd like." Xiao Yang chuckled and replied, "I'm just used to calling you class monitor." Just then, Zhang Miao turned around from the front row and asked Xiao Yang, "Hey Xiao Yang, have you ever been to Tiannan before?" "I've been there once before, visited Tiannan No. 1 high school." "More than just visited, my parents almost enrolled me there." "Is that so?" "Tiannan No. 1 has produced many accomplished students. Indeed, Tiannan No. 1 high school ranks among the very top secondary schools in all of China, with exceptionally high annual admission rates to prestigious universities. What's most important is that not only do they have high college admission rates, but their sports programs are also exceptionally strong. This was precisely why his parents had originally wanted him to study there. At the time, Xiao Yang had also gritted his teeth with determination to study his hardest at Tiannan High School, but they wouldn't accept rookies like him. Not even pulling strings could change that. Zhang Miao grew excited, standing up and raising his voice. "We'll probably reach Tiannan by evening, and the night views there are absolutely stunning, especially the rivers near the school. They've become popular spots for internet celebrities. Let's check them out later, my treat." The students immediately erupted in cheers. Li Man stood up nearby and distributed the pre-prepared school sportswear. As evening fell, the coach bus pulled over by the roadside. Though this was merely the outskirts of Tiannan, it still displayed remarkable prosperity. The main road was packed with vehicles, flanked by flashing neon lights on both sides. Not far away stood the venue for this sports meet, Tiannan No. 1 High School. With a long history, Zhang Miao pointed at the hotel behind them and said, "The school has already booked rooms for us. Teacher Li Man will assign them later. Everyone please cooperate." Next, Li Man began assigning dorm rooms. Xiao Yang seemed to receive special treatment. He was actually assigned to share a room with Zhang Miao. After putting his clothes in the room, Zhang Miao turned to Xiao Yang and said, "What I said on the train stands. We're going night swimming in the cam tonight. Go gather the other classmates." Including the two teachers, there were fewer than 20 people. The remaining rooms were all next door. A few minutes later, all the students had gathered at the entrance. Some who couldn't wait went inside to call teacher Zhang Miao out. "Everyone's here? Good, let's go." After leaving the hotel, Zhang Miao began issuing repeated orders. "Though we may be few in number, we mustn't fall behind. Let me know if anything comes up. Tomorrow marks the sports meet, so everyone watch what you say and keep moving, no buying snacks." These young lads and lasses were all trustworthy, and Zhang Miao had full confidence in them. "Alright then, let's go punting on the cam." Under Zhang Miao's guidance, the group soon arrived at the river cam. Though it was night, the place was as brightly lit as daylight. The entire river cam bore an extra layer of mystery atop its inherent beauty. Street vendors' cries, the wafting aromas from food stalls, and the tourists weaving through the scene. It seems that every year's sports event is just as lively here. The small passenger ferry specially meant for sightseeing tours was docked by the shore. Zhang Miao turned and shouted to the students behind her, "Anyone here who doesn't like taking the ferry? Those who dislike it or can't go aboard, follow teacher Li Man, she gets seasick anyway." Indeed, among the dozen or so students, a few actually disliked it. Under the guidance of teacher Li Man, this group headed straight for the night market. Zhang Miao waved at the remaining dozen or so students and called out, "Let's go, board the ship." The small passenger boat had a capacity of about 50 people. At the moment, quite a few students from other schools were already on board. As the passenger ship set sail, most people gathered by the railings to admire the beauty of the river cam. Xiao Yang was no exception. Leaning lightly against the railing, he gazed at the riverbanks under the night sky, enjoying the gentle cool breeze and an indescribable sense of contentment. After passing beneath the great bridge, the brilliantly lit structure gradually faded into the distance. A faint fragrance wafted through the air as Bai Lan appeared beside him. She gazed at the night view, then turned to Xiao Yang with a faint smile curling her lips. "The nightscape is quite beautiful, don't you feel like composing a poem?" Bai Lan seemed particularly fond of poetry, immediately prompting Xiao Yang to versify. The surrounding students began to egg him on with playful clamor. Exactly, everyone knows you're the top scholar at Jiangcheng High, with 2 poems that left all the teachers in awe. Come on, give us one. Zhang Miao gave Xiaoyang a surprised glance and whispered to the other students, Xiaoyang can write poetry too? Absolutely. Many teachers say his poetic skills are extraordinary, some of his work even drew crowds online. Students and teachers from other schools also turned their heads in surprise. Zhang Miao, seeing the students so enthusiastic, said with a smile, Xiaoyang, since we're all so relaxed for once, why not recite a poem for everyone to enjoy? Chapter 16, a modern poem that astonished everyone. Even PE teacher Zhang Miao joined in the teasing, leaving Xiaoyang with no choice but to chuckle wryly. You're really forcing this duck onto the perch. Fine, I'll give it a shot, but if it's not up to par, don't laugh at me. After speaking, Xiaoyang slightly closed his eyes and began to search his mind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a gleam flashing within them. How about a modern poem? Modern poetry is characterized by its free form and rich connotations, placing greater emphasis on the crafting of imagery rather than rhetorical flourishes. While both classical and modern poetry are born from emotional reactions to the external world and reflections of the soul, modern poetry completely breaks away from the classical ideals of gentleness, sincerity, sorrow without resentment. Instead, it emphasizes free expression, candid narration, and bridging the gap between the perceptible and the imperceptible. To put it bluntly, modern poetry is freer and more casual, so much so that even an illiterate person could randomly tap on a keyboard and declare themselves a modern poet to others. For contemporary poets to gain fame, it's not about poetry or talent but rather about crafting stories and stirring debates. The more this is the case, the fewer modern poems actually endure. Instead, the outrageous exploits of modern poets become what sticks in people's minds. Upon hearing it was modern poetry, many students from other schools snorted in disdain. Anyone can write this stuff, even elementary school kids become poets with it. Basically has zero real value. Haha, modern poetry? I heard you can just throw together a few random lines and call yourself a poet. Of course, modern poetry breaks all conventional rules and doesn't fuss over technicalities. To put it bluntly, even a grade schooler could slap together a few lines. That's too harsh. Not all modern poetry is that awful, there are some quality pieces out there, like, damn it, turns out they're all just hype jobs anyway. Several students from Jiangcheng High School also wore awkward expressions on their faces. Modern poetry, that topic has been done to death online. Why choose that of all things? They actually picked modern poetry. Aren't they just asking to be laughed at by other schools? They all started regretting their earlier cheering. Only Zhang Miao and Bai Lan Lan and the entire crowd were looking at Xiaoyang with eager anticipation. Zhang Miao's thoughts were simple, whether poetry reached great heights right now didn't matter. What mattered was relaxing their minds for tomorrow's sports meet. As for Bai Lan Lan, she was purely playing the role of an adoring fangirl. In her eyes, any modern poetry Xiaoyang produced would undoubtedly reach extraordinary heights. Xiaoyang paid no mind to the mocking gazes from students of other schools. Turning his head, he gazed toward the campus in the distance, one hand resting on the railing. 3 years ago, I had wanted to study at Tiannan No. 1 High School, but alas, my abilities fell short. Who would have thought I'd end up coming here as an athlete to compete? As a school with exceptionally high university admission rates, Tiannan No. 1 High School naturally attracts countless applicants. It's fair to say that 3 years at Tiannan No. 1 virtually guarantees entry into prestigious universities. The future here shines even brighter. Xiaoyang no longer looked at the other's expressions, narrowing his eyes slightly as he felt the cool breeze. Quietly I leave. Just as quietly I came. Gently I wave my hand. Farewell to the clouds of the western sky. These brief yet profound lines left a deep impression, as if every emotion-laden phrase brimmed with unspoken feelings. The previously boisterous crowd had now fallen silent. Everyone was listening in perfect stillness. It seemed they all sensed the extraordinary nature of this poem. The golden willows by the riverside are like blushing brides in the setting sun. Their gorgeous reflections in the shimmering waves ripple with longing in my heart. The green grass atop the soft mud sways languidly beneath the water's surface. In the gentle ripples of the river cam, I would gladly be a blade of waterweed. The pool under the shade of that tree is not a clear spring, but a rainbow from the sky, shattered among the floating algae, settling like a rainbow-colored dream. Dreaming? Pole a long boat afloat, to where green grass grows thicker still, fully laden with starlight's thrill, and sing aloud where starry lights glow. But I cannot sing aloud. Quietness is my farewell music. Even the summer insects hush for me. Silent is Cambridge tonight. Quietly I leave. Just as quietly I came. Gently waving my sleeve, not taking away a single cloud. Xiaoyang's voice rose and fell with cadence, flowing effortlessly from start to finish. The audience listened in rapt fascination. The beautiful rhythm rippled outward like waves, both echoing the devout footsteps of scholars pursuing dreams and mirroring the ebb and flow of human emotions. As a vernacular modern poem, they could palpably sense the complex emotional undulations within the verses. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Unlike those hastily crafted modern poems online, it peels away emotions in a lyrical tone. At first glance it seems freeform in structure, yet upon closer reading one senses an underlying strict discipline. Even many hardened hearts couldn't help but acknowledge, so modern poetry could indeed be this beautifully moving. Bai Lanlan held her hands to her chest like the legendary beauty Shishir, her eyes lightly closed as she murmured to herself, seemingly immersed in savoring every nuance of imagery within the poem. I waved my sleeves, not taking away a single cloud. Zhang Miao was the first to clap. Bravo! Even someone like me who teaches physical education can tell Xiao Yang's poem is quite sophisticated. Others followed with applause, including students from other schools. Most of them had actually scoffed when they first heard Xiao Yan was going to compose a modern poem. Now they were truly convinced. They'd initially thought this student's modern poetry would be as shallow as those poorly crafted works online, but they never expected this poem to be of such exceptional quality. How exceptional! To put it bluntly, this single poem could establish a whole new school of modern poetry, profound in meaning, exquisite in diction. This is absolutely destined to become a classic. A teacher from another school stepped forward, sizing up Xiao Yan before asking with visible excitement, "What's your name, student from Jiangcheng High School?" Xiao Yang looked the man over. Middle-aged, wearing glasses, with short hair, the name tag on his chest indicated he was from Lucheng High School. It appears this is a teacher from Willow City High School. "Hello teacher, my name is Xiao Yang." Xiao Yang. He extended his hand. "I'm Chang Fanxing, deputy principal of Willow City High School, and also a member of the Modern Poetry Association." "What an uncommon name." "Oh, President Chang." Xiao Yang quickly shook hands with him. Chang Fanxing rubbed his hands together. "Xiao Yang, this poem of yours is excellent, of very high quality, to be frank. It's the best I've seen in all my years with the Modern Poetry Association." "You're too kind, President Chang." Chang Fanxing waved his hands repeatedly. No, the modern poetry scene is like a starry sky, dazzling with numerous stars, but your poem stands out as the bright moon, unrivaled in its elegance." As expected of someone from the Poetry Association, his praise indeed carries some remarkable flair. Xiao Yang replied modestly, "I'm just a student, far from being as good as Principal Chang claims." Chang Fanxing abruptly changed the subject. "Xiao Yang, allow me to ask something perhaps inappropriate. Which school or style does your poem belong to?" Modern poetry, despite its varying quality, boasts numerous distinct schools. Take for instance the bold experimentation school, known for its crude language and unfiltered expression, or the life's ultimate truth school, which invariably touches upon birth, aging, sickness, and death. Then there's the misty obscurity school, so clouded even its practitioners might not comprehend their own message. Some even go as far as employing classic trash poetry tactics just to grab attention. Chapter 17 Establishing a New School? At present, the Crescent Moon School. Others write shallow poetry that resonates more like slogans from the era of sloganism. According to unofficial statistics, modern poetry alone boasts thousands of schools, with new ones constantly being experimented with by various individuals. As a member of the Modern Poetry Association, Chang Fanxing naturally had to clarify the question of literary schools. Literary schools? Xiao Yang had never given this concept any thought. "My poems vary in style and thus don't adhere to any particular school. If I must categorize, then this poem would belong to the Crescent Moon School." Chang Fanxing carefully savored the three words Crescent Moon School. The Crescent Moon School. The Crescent Moon School I found it emphasizes three beauties: musical beauty, which means regular rhythm, pictorial beauty, which means elegant diction, and architectural beauty, which means balanced stanzas and symmetrical lines. Establishing schools for modern poetry wasn't anything new, but it was the first time Chang Fanxing had seen modern poetry divided into schools with such strict standards. He couldn't help but clap his hands. "Excellent! What a magnificent new moon school! Xiao Yang, if you're interested, I can introduce you to the Modern Poetry Association. With your talent, you're bound to establish a place for yourself in modern poetry." Joining the Modern Poetry Association? Modern poetry has become flooded. Anyone can call themselves a poet nowadays, and this is undeniably linked to the Modern Poetry Association's inaction. I expect the system inside isn't much better either. Moreover, for someone like me, joining the association wouldn't bring any real benefits or changes. What's the point? Xiao Yang politely declined. "I'm in my senior year of high school right now, under a lot of pressure, and don't have time to join the association at the moment." This is an absolutely legitimate reason. After all, he's now a senior high school student, nothing else matters except academic performance. Chang Fanxing clearly didn't want to let go of such an outstanding modern poetry talent. He took 2 steps forward and was about to speak again. Zhang Miao beside him stopped him. "Principal Chang, I'm actually very fond of modern poetry too. Shall we chat over there?" After all, being a PE teacher, that arm strength was truly something Chang Fanxing, this cultured gentleman, couldn't resist. He craned his neck, but, "Xiao Yang." Zhang Miao directly pulled him aside. "Let's have a chat." Chang Fangxing was the principal, Zhang Miao a PE teacher, seemingly different in status, but since they weren't from the same system, there was naturally no need for restraint. Xiao Yang glanced left and right. Every student present was looking at him with peculiar gazes. These people were truly stunned by Xiao Yang's modern poetry. Some had even quickly jotted down the poem. Xiao Yang felt somewhat uncomfortable under everyone's gaze, so he turned to Bai Lanlan and said, "Class President Bai, shall we go take a look over there?" Bai Lanlan was currently lost in the poetic shock and the three words Crescent Moon School. She only snapped out of it after hearing Xiao Yang's words. "Ah, all right." The two immediately stepped away from the railing. Among the crowd, a student wearing Tiannan No. 1 High School's uniform lowered their head to glance at their phone. "Xiao Yang, your poem is truly wonderful, it gives me such a breathtaking feeling." Bai Lanlan gazed at the river's surface, her cheeks slightly flushed. Xiao Yang shrugged. "It's nothing much, just something I came up with casually." Indeed, it was nothing extraordinary for him, considering he still had 9 world-class poems stored in his mind. Bai Lanlan bit her lip. "Stop being modest. If this modern poem of yours counts as nothing much, then all those modern poems online could form their own school." Xiao Yang tilted his head slightly to look at that naturally fresh face without makeup. "What kind of school? Classic trash tier." Xiao Yang froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Never expected our class monitor to enjoy stealing food from pandas. That's just ruthless." Bai Lanlan couldn't help but smile too. "I guess I've been influenced by bad company," she said. Well, it seems class monitor Bai does have a sense of humor after all." The small cruise ship docked. These students all leaped onto the shore. "Alright, everyone follow me. Let's go find Teacher Li Man." The students responded in unison and immediately followed Zhang Mao as she left. When they found Teacher Li Man, they noticed something was off about this group of people. Zhang Miao hurried over. "Teacher Li, what's wrong with you all?" Li Man glanced at Zhang Mingyuan beside her before slowly recounting what had happened. It turned out they had run into a few athletes from Tiannan No. 1 High School while enjoying the night market. After all, it's a night market, running into students from any school wouldn't be surprising. But those few students happened to have had a minor conflict with Zhang Mingyuan during the previous sports meet. Running into each other at the night market this time, those guys couldn't resist throwing out some taunts. They said Jiangcheng High School's participation in the sports meet was purely for sightseeing. Zhang Mingyuan had a fiery temper too, and immediately got into a shouting match with the other group. However, while his athletic performance might have been top-notch at his school, it was practically nothing to write home about compared to the prestigious Tiannan No. 1 High School. Predictably, the others left in high spirits, leaving the students from Jiangcheng High School to stew in their frustration. Zhang Miao could only sigh helplessly. This happens every year. After all, Jiangcheng High School's sports program is admittedly somewhat mediocre. Zhang Miao could only console them. Forget it. Let them talk if they must. When we surpass them in sports events, they'll naturally shut up." No one present responded. Surpassing them in sports, easier said than done. After returning to the room, Zhang Miao and Xiao Yang exchanged a few words before settling down to rest. Just as Xiao Yang was sleeping soundly, there came a knock at the door. Zhang Miao stood up, rubbing his eyes, and asked, "Who is it?" "I, Zhang Mingyuan." Hearing it was his student, Zhang Miao hastily threw on his clothes and opened the door. "What's wrong with you in the middle of the night?" Zhang Mingyuan's face was pale with bitterness, a faint sob trembling in his voice. "I have diarrhea." Having diarrhea in the middle of the night. The sports meet is tomorrow. Getting diarrhea tonight is a serious matter. Zhang Miao hastily asked, "How bad is it?" "Serious? It's pretty serious. I'd better not say more now, I need to go." Xiao Yang heard the sound of the door closing and turned his head, noticing that Zhang Miao had already left. Approximately an hour later, Zhang Miao opened the door and came back in. Now, Xiao Yang wasn't sleepy at all anymore. "Teacher Zhang, how's the situation?" Zhang Miao glanced in Xiao Yang's direction and sighed. "It's quite serious. I got him some medicine from the pharmacy, which managed to stabilize things for now, but there's no way he'll be able to participate in tomorrow's sports meet." The provincial sports meet sets quotas for each school, requiring no fewer than 15 events to be filled by their student athletes. Zhang Mingyuan was registered for 3 events. If he can't participate, that would leave the 400-meter race spot empty. Zhang Miao's only hesitation lies precisely in this aspect. If they can't even manage basic project participation, one can imagine that after the sports meet, the provincial authorities will surely teach their principal a lesson, and the principal will undoubtedly give this leading PE teacher his own lesson. After lying down again, Zhang Miao began tossing and turning, losing all desire to sleep. Even Xiao Yang found it hard to fall asleep because of this. He casually checked his reputation points. To his surprise, the value had already exceeded 12,000. He distinctly remembered it being just over 9,000 earlier today. How could it suddenly soar by 3,000 in just a few short hours? Picking up the phone from the bedside, I noticed a message and a screenshot sent by Lan Lan. Chapter 18, Provincial Games. Xiao Yang, your poem has gone viral in the Tiannan No. 1 high school alumni group, with lots of people praising it. The screenshot showed some chat records from the alumni group. There were also video clips of Xiao Yang composing poems on the cruise ship. Xiao Yang now understood where those 4,000 reputation points came from. He possessed an active skill called Sprint and a passive skill called Super Memory. 12,000 reputation points were only enough to upgrade one skill. Which one should I use it on? After a brief deliberation, Xiao Yang ultimately chose to upgrade Quick Dash. Upgrading Quick Dash meant he could better farm reputation points tomorrow. Conversely, choosing Super Memory wouldn't boost his reputation in the short term. Quick Dash skill upgraded. Intermediate Sprint activates a significant speed boost lasting 1 minute, with a 10-minute cooldown. Previously it was 30 seconds, but now it's been extended to a full minute. Moreover, the description has changed from simply increasing speed to substantially increasing speed. In other words, faster enhancement, plus extended duration. Nice! The best part is, with this upgrade, 30 seconds becomes a minute. It's like I can handle the 400 meters now. With Zhang Mingyuan suffering from stomach troubles due to acclimation issues, I can fill in for the 400-meter gap. Won't my reputation soar through the roof then? Mr. Zhang? Zhang Miao was the first to react. If Zhang Mingyuan can't compete, I can fill in if there's a vacancy. Zhang Miao sat up, his face full of surprise. Earlier, he had wanted Xiao Yang to run the 400-meter race, but Xiao Yang had refused at the time. So when Zhang Mingyuan encountered this unexpected situation, he hadn't brought it up again. He never expected Xiao Yang to bring it up himself. Do you want to run the 400 meters? Xiao Yang nodded. Yes, I'll take Zhang Mingyuan's spot. Zhang Miao lay back down and said, the 400 meters is all about cornering technique. With your speed, you probably won't do too badly. Don't push yourself too hard during the race. I'll update the competitor list tomorrow morning. After Zhang Miao agreed, neither of them had anything weighing on their minds, and the room soon fell quiet again. When he opened his eyes in the morning, Zhang Miao had already left the room, likely gone to Tiannan No. 1 high school to submit the documents. Xiao Yang neatly folded the bedding and then opened the check-in system. Obtained a reputation boost card. Another reputation boost card. This thing can be used cumulatively, meaning within an hour, it can quadruple your reputation points. Use another one and it becomes 8 times. Xiao Yang inexplicably felt that this item seemed pretty great. Just as Xiao Yang was studying the reputation boost card, he heard a knock on the door. Xiao Yang? The call came from Bai Lanlan. When he opened the door, he saw Bai Lanlan standing there holding a carton of milk and a loaf of bread. Her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. Teacher Li Man asked us to prepare breakfast. There's also a fried egg and a glucose drink inside. Xiao Yang reached out to take it. You logistics staff shouldn't just focus on taking care of us. Have you eaten yet? Bai Lanlan smiled and said, we'll head downstairs for some buns after you've finished eating. The thought of steaming hot buns made the milk and bread in Xiao Yang's hands suddenly seem less appealing. Got it. Xiao Yang turned to the table, set down his things, and took a few bites of the delicate bread. Following him in, Bai Lanlan reached out to open the milk carton, saying, don't choke. Xiao Yang mumbled a thank you and took a sip of milk. The breakfast was light, just enough to tide him over. Just finished eating, Bai Lanlan had already opened the cap of the small bottle. Here, glucose. Xiao Yang took it cheerfully, saying with a grin, you're a qualified logistician. Indeed, the life committee member of our class. I always thought you had such an authoritative air as the class monitor, but I didn't expect you to be so warm and caring when taking care of others. Bai Lanlan's face turned slightly red, but she remained composed as she replied, it's just my duty. It's not as exaggerated as you're making it sound. Bai Lanlan packed up the trash on the table and threw it into the garbage bin. Teacher Li told everyone to gather after eating. Let's head down now. Alright, let's go. As the two descended the stairs, most of the other students had already come out. Teacher Li Man raised an eyebrow when she saw Xiao Yang coming down, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. Hold on, everyone. There are still 2 people left downstairs. After saying this, she turned to look at Xiao Yang as he approached. Xiao Yang, who would have thought you're such a talented poet? That modern poem of yours yesterday was quite good. It seems Teacher Li Man must have heard the poem I composed from somewhere. Xiao Yang lowered his head slightly and said modestly, just something that came to mind casually, it's nothing special. Li Man smiled and said, alright, no need to be so humble. You're truly excelling in moral, intellectual, and physical development. I'm so proud of you. After offering a few more words of encouragement, the 2 classmates went downstairs, followed shortly by Zhang Mingyuan who emerged looking ashamed. Li Man patted Zhang Mingyuan on the shoulder. It's alright. If you can't participate in this sports meet, there's still the physical fitness test later. Don't dwell on it. Zhang Mingyuan bit his lip and nodded without saying a word. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Li Man then said, alright, let's head to the campus now. Teacher Zhang is already waiting there. Tiannan No. 1 high school had a long history, and its campus was enormous. Especially that sports field where the games are held is fully equipped, even featuring fixed seating and spectator stands. When Xiao Yang and his group entered, they happened to encounter some middle school students also making their way in. So he quietly asked Teacher Li Man, "Teacher Li, will there be observers from other schools at the sports meet?" Li Man lowered her voice and nodded, replying, "Yes, middle schools, elementary schools, and high schools from the surrounding area will all come. Every year there are at least 1,000 spectators, and this year's event is even larger. There should be no fewer than 2,000 people." Over 2,000 people watching simultaneously. One can imagine just how massive this sports field must be. Actually, live spectators are in the minority. The provincial government is broadcasting the entire sports meet live, with synchronous online streaming too. Xiao Yang's poem spread across the campus network last night, earning him 4,000 reputation points. This proves that gaining reputation through online dissemination is reliable. Xiao Yang couldn't help but feel exhilarated. When it's my turn to perform, with 2 bonus cards activated simultaneously leveraging live broadcasts, television, and online platforms all at once, my reputation points will skyrocket, no doubt about it. What are you thinking about? Beside him, Bai Lanlan nudged Xiao Yang. Nothing important. All participating students had designated rest areas where they waited until their competition began, remaining in these zones during downtime. The so-called rest area was essentially just temporary tents set up at the edge of the sports field. When these people arrived at the rest area, Zhang Miao was standing in front of a tent waving his hand. The group promptly walked over. Li Man asked, "Teacher Zhang, is everything settled?" Zhang Miao opened the plastic bag in his hand. "All done, here are your competition passes." Xiao Yang took it and examined it for a moment. The competition pass had a blue background photo with his name and school clearly marked. Take this one as an example. Name, Xiao Yang. Jiancheng High School. You must wear it on your chest when entering the competition, as the referees will check it then. After giving a few more instructions, Zhang Miao let the students enter the tent to rest. Chapter 19, Athletes from a third-rate school? The tent was well lit inside with simple furnishings, a few chairs and some cabinets for storing clothes. Due to limited space, only the athletes about to participate in the games could sit, while the support staff stood talking. Zhang Miao offered some words of encouragement, gave Xiao Yang a thumbs up for good luck, and then left to attend to other matters. Through the transparent windows, more and more people could be seen filling the seats outside. Soon the vast sports venue was almost completely filled with people. Exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, the provincial leaders began their speeches, along with some pre-competition declarations. At 9:30, the sports meet officially commenced. At this moment, Zhang Miao walked in carrying the competition schedule. Wang Xing'an, Xiao Yang, get ready. You'll be participating in the 100-meter dash preliminaries in 5 minutes. After all, it was a university sports meet with limited participants, so the events were structured into 3 rounds, preliminaries, semifinals, and finals. The morning schedule consisted almost entirely of preliminaries and quarterfinals for various events. The afternoon was reserved for semifinals and finals. After Zhang Miao left, Wang Xing'an began doing some warm-up exercises, while Xiao Yang also earnestly stretched his muscles. While warming up, his mind wandered to how he should use those 2 reputation boost cards during the finals, because that would be when the attention peaked. Plus, starting off at his fastest speed probably wouldn't allow him to reach his peak performance. True strength reveals itself in the finals, not only refreshing people's perspectives but also astounding them. When the bonus cards are played, the effect will be maximized. With determination in her heart, Teacher Li Man lifted the tent flap. It's time. Let's enter. Xiao Yang stepped out of the tent and turned his head to see Bai Lanlan. Why are you out here too? Bai Lanlan immediately replied, of course to get your clothes and prepare glucose. Indeed, the temperature difference was significant now. He'd need to remove his jacket during the competition later, and someone would have to handle his bib number in the background. These weren't things one person could manage alone. Xiao Yang turned his head and spotted Zhang Mingyuan approaching from behind. Hey Xiao Yang, I can't compete today, so I wanted to stand closer to watch your performance. Is that okay? Zhang Mingyuan was after all a veteran of the school sports team. Not being able to participate this time due to unforeseen circumstances and having no chance next year made it quite a regrettable situation. So he wanted to stand closer to better soak up the thrill of competition. Xiao Yang nodded with a smile, of course you can. The trio had just exchanged a couple of words when they spotted their PE teacher Zhang Miao approaching them on the track. Zhang Miao handed the number 6 bib to Bai Lanlan and said, classmate, pin this to his back. He glanced at Zhang Mingyuan, sighed quietly, but remained silent. Bai Lanlan took the number bib and reached out to unzip Xiao Yang's jacket. I can handle this myself. After dodging, Xiao Yang briskly took off his jacket. Bai Lanlan stood behind him, fastening the number tag. Should you keep wearing the jacket? Want me to hold it for you? Feeling the temperature was just right, Xiao Yang took off his coat. Thanks for this. My pleasure. A teacher wearing a badge that read Tiannan No. 1 High School was leading 2 students toward the track when he happened to run into Zhang Miao and his group. Spotting Zhang Miao not far away, he approached with a smile. Isn't this teacher Zhang Miao from Jiangcheng High School? Turning her head at the voice, Zhang Miao froze momentarily, then furrowed her brows tightly. Guo Bin? Guo Bin laughed. We meet once a year like clockwork, why do you still look so surprised? Zhang Miao snorted but remained silent, the air between them thick with unspoken tension. Guo Bin didn't mind Zhang Bin's attitude and instead turned his gaze to Xiao Yang beside him. Got a new recruit? TSK, your school standards may not be great, but your turnover rate is impressive. After noticing the number on Xiao Yang's back, Guo Bin smiled and said to the two athletes behind him, see that? Jiangcheng High School is on lane 6. Make sure you take good care of them. Wouldn't want them to lose too embarrassingly now. The two students grinned but remained silent. Guo Bin spotted Zhang Mingyuan. That student from your school looks familiar. A student smiled and reminded him, Mr. Guo, he came last year and placed 6th. Guo Bin slapped his forehead. Oh, I remember now, the one who made bold declarations before the competition but ended up crying bitterly afterward. Why isn't he in sports attire? No confidence to compete this year, is that it? Zhang Mingyuan was absolutely furious. Zhang Miao couldn't bear to see his student being treated unfairly, so he pulled Guo Bin aside directly. Though we're on your Tiannan First High School's turf, you shouldn't go overboard with your words. Just because we beat you once, is that really worth holding a grudge over until now? Guo Bin let out a cold laugh. That only happened because our students had minor mishaps. Did you really think a third-rate school like your Jiangcheng High, with a third-rate teacher like you, could actually place in the competition? Most sports events were dominated by Tiannan No. 1 High School, with them consistently taking first place. However, a few years ago, there was an unexpected turn of events when Jiangcheng High School surprisingly broke Tiannan No. 1 High School's monopoly in sprinting events and claimed a first-place finish. For this achievement, Zhang Miao was even praised by the Jiangcheng Education Bureau. Guo Bin's situation was the exact opposite. Precisely because of that incident, Tiannan No. 1 High School lost face in one of their most valued events. Guo Bin was even reprimanded, demoted from head of the sports department to deputy head. From then on, he held a grudge against Zhang Miao, making a point to mock him every time a sports meet was held, either throwing jabs or flexing his muscles. Being labeled a third-rate school with third-rate teachers infuriated Zhang Miao to no end. Tiannan No. 1 High School is indeed strong, but that doesn't mean other schools are trash. Let's let the results speak for themselves. Results? Guo Bin sneered. I'd like to see what results your Jiangcheng High School can produce. Look at my students excelling in both academics and sports. Then look at the ones you brought here. Calling them third-rate would be a compliment. Only after delivering these taunts did Guo Bin wave his hand dismissively, permitting the two students to take their positions on the track. Seeing that the other party showed no signs of leaving, Zhang Miao helplessly patted Xiao Yang on the shoulder. Alright, the referee's signaling. It's time to enter the field. Remember your lane is number 6. Don't feel pressured. Watching Xiao Yang's receding figure as he walked onto the field, Bai Lanlan raised her left hand. Xiao Yang. He turned around and looked at her. Bai Lanlan bent her arm into a cheerleading gesture. Go for it. Xiao Yang gave a slight smile, drew 2 fingers across his temple, then turned and walked onto the track. Zhang Mingyuan appeared to detest that Guo Bin immensely. After Xiao Yang entered the track, he and Bai Lanlan came to the side of the track in the capacity of accompanying personnel. Guo Bin stood with his hands behind his back, glancing sideways at Zhang Miao. Teacher Zhang Miao, I really envy your Jiangcheng High School. Every time, it's just finishing the preliminary rounds before heading back home. This time probably won't be an exception either. Zhang Miao snorted coldly, paying him no heed. Chapter 20, An Easy Victory. Guo Bin continued nonchalantly, completely eliminated in the preliminaries but got to enjoy a leisurely day touring Tiannan. How enviable. Zhang Miao turned sideways, refusing to even glance at him. Guo Bin scoffed, with top officials from both the Provincial Sports Bureau and Education Bureau attending. Your Jiangcheng High School is bound to make quite an impression on those leaders. Zhang Miao finally lost his patience. Teacher Guo Bin, how can you be so certain we'll be eliminated when the outcome isn't decided yet? Perhaps it'll be your students who get knocked out in the preliminary rounds. My students? Guo Bin nearly choked with laughter. One of my 2 contestants is last year's champion. The other is a super dark horse among freshmen. Those 2 advancement slots are definitely theirs. Recalling Xiao Yang's previous performance, Zhang Miao felt confident. Suddenly grinning, he retorted, the game isn't over yet, who's the real dark horse remains to be seen. Ha! I wonder who gave you the courage. On the rubber-paved track, the young man with number 7 on his back turned to size up Xiao Yang and said to his companion, no wonder this guy looks familiar, I think he's the one who was composing poems on the cruise ship last night. Numbers 7 and 8 were the 2 students from Tiannan First High School. Number 8 turned to look and said, it's true, I also saw it on the campus network yesterday. The standard isn't bad. Number 7 said with a laugh, the one from Jiangcheng High School, do you have any other poems? Bring them out and let us from Tiannan No. 1 High School give you some corrections. Tiannan No. 1 High School is a nationally renowned key high school, excelling in both academics and sports, so most of the students here have an overwhelming sense of superiority. Xiao Yang glanced at the two of them and suddenly smiled. You want me to compose a poem? Are you even worthy? Their expressions changed instantly. The competition venue was hosted by Tiannan No. 1 High School, which meant being disrespected on their home turf by students from some no-name school. Player number 7 narrowed his eyes. Think you're hot stuff, huh? Getting this arrogant just because someone from a third-rate high school wrote a poem? Xiao Yang smiled but didn't bother responding to either of them. Number 8 said in a low voice, the referee's entering. We'll deal with him later. The referee walked onto the field holding the starting gun. The 8 competitors immediately stopped talking and began urgently warming up their joints. The referee checked his wristwatch, then shouted, on your marks. 8 athletes immediately assumed the crouch start position, one foot planted firmly on the starting block. Ready. The explosive stance was set. Xiao Yang activated his intermediate sprint skill. 2 seconds later, the starting pistol fired. 8 athletes reacted instantly at the starting gun. The entire 100-meter dash was run at full throttle, except for Xiao Yang. His sprinting skill had been upgraded the previous night, but just how fast he could reach at his peak remained uncertain for now. According to his plan, merely securing first place in both the preliminary and semi-final heats would suffice, conserving his true strength to unleash full firepower during the finals when harvesting prestige points mattered most. That's precisely why Xiao Yang kept an eye on the other lanes while sprinting, especially lanes 7 and 8. Number 8 was slightly faster, but Xiao Yang only managed to pull ahead by a single body length. This created the illusion that his 6th and 8th selves were evenly matched. On the side of the runway, Bai Lanlan's face had already flushed crimson from nervousness. Clenching her arms tightly, she shouted with all her might, go for it. Zhang Mingyuan wasn't faring much better. With eyes fixed firmly in Xiao Yang's direction, he kept pumping his fists. Hurry, hurry. The most nervous one was undoubtedly Zhang Miao. He stood at the end of the track, his eyes revealing an indescribable mix of tension and anticipation. Though it had only been a few short days, in his heart he had already regarded him as his star pupil. The moment to step into the limelight had come. Whether he could seize this opportunity all depended on now. Guo Bin, standing nearby, still wore that arrogant and disdainful expression on his face before the match began. But when he realized that player number 6 from Jiangcheng High School remained in the lead, the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by shock and disbelief. Holy shit! Could the Jiangcheng High School he had always looked down upon really be the dark horse? Against his will, he pinned all his hopes on player number 8, Zhang Song. Zhang Song, come on, man, just a little more, push past him now. Zhang Song was furious. He was last year's champion, yet here he was, barely through the preliminaries, getting overtaken by some nobody from a third-rate high school he'd never even heard of. Sure, his own school had its share of top performers, but that was for later rounds. If he couldn't even take first in the prelims, what respect would he have left as the star athlete? As the race passed its halfway point, Zhang Song suddenly surged forward, letting out a furious roar through clenched teeth. In that moment, it seemed he had broken through his own limits. Yet Xiao Yang had always maintained a body length's lead over him whenever he accelerated, so did his rival. In the final 10 meters, Xiao Yang appeared to lose patience and abruptly kicked his speed up another notch. During the final surge of Xiao Yang's sprint, Zhang Song felt despair. That mere 10-meter distance, previously just a body length ahead, had somehow stretched to 3 meters. When Xiao Yang's body crossed the red finish line, the giant screen's timer froze. 11.23 seconds. Zhang Song crossed the finish line second. 11.89 seconds. Third place, fourth place. It didn't matter anymore, because this provincial sports meets 100-meter preliminary round only had 2 qualification spots. On the observation platform, several people seated in the middle nodded and whispered to each other. Number 6 isn't bad at all, with a time of 11.23 seconds, that should be enough to qualify for the finals. This meet is even more exciting than the previous one. That number 8 was last year's champion, yet they only came second in the preliminary race this time. I heard there's another 100-meter prodigy at Tiannan No. 1 High School who can apparently break 10 seconds. That's excellent material. Our sports bureau is preparing to specially recruit him for the provincial team. When Bai Lanlan saw Xiao Yang break the finish line in first place, she cheered and immediately rushed over. Holding a white towel, she wanted to wipe the sweat from Xiao Yang's face. Xiao Yang tilted his head slightly. I can handle it myself. Although it was just the preliminary round, Zhang Miao felt a sense of triumphant pride. He glanced sideways at Guo Bin next to him. Teacher Guo, your number 8, Zhang Song, doesn't seem to have made much progress. Was there inadequate training this past year, or is it you, the PE teacher? He left the sentence unfinished, but the implication was crystal clear. Guo Bin was instantly rendered speechless. Just moments ago they were mocking Jiangcheng High School, but in the blink of an eye, they got slapped in the face with reality. A few seconds later, Guo Bin snorted coldly and said, it's just a preliminary round, with only 11 seconds. Still a long way from winning the championship. he regained his former confidence and composure. Because Tiannan No. 1 High School had another genuine sprinting prodigy who could run under 11 seconds. That was the true ace of Tiannan No. 1 High School. Zhang Miao had evidently heard about this sprinting genius as well. He merely smiled without saying a word and walked directly towards Xiaoyang. Chapter 21 The Finals. Zhang Miao stood before Xiaoyang, reached out, and patted him on the shoulder. Solid pace control. Keep it up. He was well aware of Xiaoyang's true capabilities. Conserving energy now was simply strategic. After a few encouraging words, Zhang Miao let Xiaoyang take a short break. At the 200-meter preliminary race, following the same method, Xiaoyang successfully advanced to the next round as the top finisher in the heats. These were all skills they had specifically trained for, so Zhang Miao wasn't worried. What concerned him most was still the 400-meter race. Before the 400-meter preliminary began, Zhang Miao called Xiaoyang aside to avoid putting pressure on him. Don't stress about the 400-meter race, just run it casually. Making it to the finals isn't important. For Zhang Miao, performing poorly in the 400 meters was completely normal. As long as he performed steadily in the 100 and 200 meters, Zhangcheng High School would still make a decent showing at this provincial sports meet. Xiaoyang clearly understood the implication behind Zhang Miao's words. He laughed and said, "Don't worry, I won't feel pressured." Now the duration of the intermediate sprint skill has reached 1 minute. A minute is enough to fully complete 400 meters. That's good then. Maintaining our condition is the most important thing. The referee is about to come on the field, you'd better hurry over. Xiaoyang arrived at the track. He once again qualified for the semifinals with the top score in the preliminary rounds. Xiaoyang's performance wasn't particularly dazzling, he was merely leading the second-place competitor. Other projects are also in full swing. Broadcast television and live streaming are proceeding simultaneously. Before the second 100-meter race began, Xiaoyang checked his reputation points. Sure enough, he found that his reputation points had soared to 5,600 again. Yesterday's reputation points were 12,000. After spending 10,000 to upgrade skills, 2,000 remained. This means even if Xiaoyang's performance wasn't particularly outstanding, the 3 preliminary matches still contributed 3,600 reputation points for him. Such high-profile competitions really are perfect for farming reputation points in bulk. If in the final match, I were to win with super speed. On your marks, Xiaoyang hurriedly made his preparations. In the 3 semifinal matches, Xiaoyang still managed to secure first place with a slight lead. This meant he had advanced to the finals in all 3 events. Zhang Miao was absolutely thrilled by this. Especially in the 400-meter event, it turned out to be a completely unexpected surprise. Zhang Miao even personally unscrewed a bottle of nutritional drink for Xiaoyang. "Come on, we can't have lunch, but the nutritional drink is a must," he said. Only after drinking the sweet nutritional drink did he realize that almost everyone was inside the tent. Zhang Miao cleared his throat. "Right now, our school's only project that made it to the finals is just you left." This was also expected. At provincial-level sports meets, Zhangcheng High School rarely made it to the finals. That's also why Guobin ridiculed him as a half-day tourist. Zhangcheng High School was just an ordinary existence among all high schools. He had grown accustomed to feeling invisible at provincial sports meets as a PE teacher, but this time was different. Xiaoyang now represented all his hopes. Zhang Miao rolled up her sleeves and stretched out her claws toward Xiaoyang's thigh. "No, teacher, what are you trying to do? Let me give you a massage to help you relax." Xiaoyang hurriedly jumped up. "No, I'll rub it myself." "You think the teacher's hands are rough? Well, you guys should give him some relief." Xiaoyang exclaimed in horror. "No, don't." At 3 in the afternoon, it was already the time slot for the finals. The scene could be described as a sea of people, with even nearby residents coming to join the spectacle. Provincial television station. Host Julie holds the microphone. "Alright, we're about to begin the finals for all events today, the most thrilling moment. The first event up is shot put. Let's congratulate Zhang Yingjie from Baiming High School, who has won the championship with extraordinary strength. The next event will be the 100-meter dash. Originally, the 100-meter dash was already an extremely popular event, and in recent years, with the addition of elite athlete Su Bingtian, it has become one of the most highly anticipated events among all competitions. The host, Julie, held the list of finalists. In Lane 1, we have the talented athlete from Tiannan No. 1 High School, Wang Anha, who achieved an impressive time of 10.94 seconds in the semifinals, making him one of the top contenders for the 100-meter title. In Lane 2 is Jiang Song, also from Tiannan No. 1 High School. Jiang is the champion of last year's provincial games, and whether he can claim victory again this time is full of challenges. Lane 3 is from Tiannan No. 1 High School. Lane 4 is Lane 5. Lane 6 features Xiaoyang from Zhangcheng High School. Xiaoyang is the dark horse of this 100-meter race, with impressive performances in both the 200-meter and 400-meter events as well. Having secured first place in both preliminary and semi-final rounds, Whether he can go even further this time remains to be seen. 6 finalists were selected, with 3 hailing from Tianan No. 1 High School, proof indeed that the school has some real talent up its sleeve. Similar commentary was unfolding on the live webcast. Those with time to spare were also keeping tabs on the competition. Particularly noteworthy was how every school, though unable to send spectators to the venue, had virtually every classroom tuned into the live broadcast. The combined audience across the live venue, television broadcasts, and online streaming undoubtedly exceeded 100,000 viewers. Coach's waiting area. Zhang Miao nervously watched Xiaoyang on the track. The championship now hinges entirely on this final burst of effort. Although he acknowledged Xiaoyang's capabilities in his heart, that Wang Anha fellow could also run the 100-meter dash in just over 10 seconds. Add to that the oppressive aura emanating from prestigious schools. Zhang Miao's claim of not being nervous was pure pretense. Guo Bin by his side had been waiting for this opportunity all along. When the genius from their school stood beside the dark horse from Jiangcheng High, his mouth just couldn't stay idle. Teacher Zhang, look how nervous you are, sweat's dripping down. Guo Bin smiled at the corners of his mouth. Actually, you don't need to be nervous. In both the preliminary and semi-final rounds, your schools, yes, Xiaoyang, your Xiaoyang ran over 11 seconds each time. Meanwhile, take a look at our school's Wang Anha, he ran just over 10 seconds. TSK Tisk, truly someone even the sports bureau values. Looks like Jiangcheng High has put in all this effort for nothing again. Zhang Miao felt instantly irritated the moment this person spoke. That incident had happened years ago, yet this jerk seemed addicted to badmouthing our Jiangcheng High School. Before, he had deliberately downplayed Xiaoyang's abilities to keep them hidden. But now that it was finally the finals, he naturally stopped holding back. Guo Bin, let me tell you, my student Xiaoyang was holding back his true strength before. Your school's Wang Anha might not have a sure win after all. Guo Bin was stunned for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Holding back? Ha! Can't you at least bring some rough notes when you're bragging like this? Ha! Even running in the 11-second range would already be me giving your Jiangcheng High School too much credit, let alone hiding strength. Nearby PE teachers from other schools couldn't help shaking their heads when they heard this. This year's performance at Jiangcheng High School was fairly decent, but there's no need to exaggerate it like this. Chapter 22 Shocking, the speed of a flying man. People should know their limits. Wang Anhai is widely recognized as a genius, someone even the Sports Bureau has taken notice of. Winning the championship this time was completely expected. Take another look at your school. In the past decade, you've only won the championship once, and that was when a student from Tianan No. 1 High School violated the rules. Now you finally have someone who seems somewhat capable, but before anything's even happened, you're already boasting. Zhang Miao could tell from their expressions that these people still look down on their Jiangcheng High School. After all, stepping up to flatter the high and trampling down the low has always been the mindset of most people. Do I really need to explain myself to each and every one of them? In the end, the arena is a place that values true capability. Then let my student show you what real genius looks like. Zhang Miao fell silent. Guo Bin mocked a few times, but Zhang Miao still didn't speak. Oh, giving up now? No more boasting? Trying to compete with us, Tianan No. 1 High School, with your so-called strength? Jiangcheng High School is just laughable. Ha! Zhang Miao ignored him once more. At this moment, a teacher whispered loudly, alright, the final championship match is about to begin. Host Julie held the microphone. The head referee has now entered the field, and the thrilling moment is imminent. The starting gun fired, and the race has begun. Wang Anha truly lives up to his reputation as a genius. His starting posture and initial reaction were impeccable. He seized the early advantage. No, number 6 is faster. My god, number 6 is so fast. Though slightly slower at the start, the acceleration afterwards was incredible, now taking the lead. He's still speeding up. My god, he's leaving them all in the dust, absolutely unstoppable. Runner 6 holds an overwhelming advantage and has already outpaced the second-place runner 1 Wangan by over 5 meters. Is a 5-meter lead truly an insurmountable gap? As Xiaoyang raced far ahead, the entire stadium erupted in an instant. Every spectator in the crowd held their breath. Impossibly fast. Impossibly fast. The people on the observation deck had been chatting and laughing, their words filled with nothing but praise and affirmation for Wang Anha. Yet the moment the race began, the favored Wang Anha was overtaken by the dark horse. All the leaders on the observation deck widened their eyes in shock, some even involuntarily rising to their feet and craning their necks. This speed, it's simply unbelievable. One moment, Guo Bin's face was radiant with smiles, the next, it withered instantly. Watching Xiaoyang pull farther and farther away, only one thought occupied his mind. That's impossible. Wang Anha was the genius upon whom great hopes had been placed. The school had even prepared for him to break the 13-year-old sprint record. Yet even such a prodigy had been left far behind in the finals. The audience was stunned. That was too fast. He actually outpaced the second-place runner by over a dozen meters. This time, Xiaoyang held nothing back and dashed across the finish line at full speed. The time on the screen froze. 10.25 seconds. All the leaders on the observation platform stared at the numbers on the massive screen with expressions of shock. The timer 10.25 seconds. The national first-class athlete's electronically timed standard is 10.93 seconds. The national master sportsman's electronically timed standard is 10.50 seconds. While the international master sportsman's electronically timed standard is precisely 10.25 seconds. Don't underestimate this difference of less than a second. It represents the gap between international and regional levels. To put it bluntly, this level is undoubtedly top tier even on a national scale. In other words, at a provincial sports meet held annually, there actually appeared an athlete capable of reaching the international master of sports standard. This can no longer be described as strong, it's ridiculously strong. Second place finisher Wang Anha's time was locked at 11.11 seconds. He should have been capable of hitting just over 10 seconds with his speed, but seeing Xiao Yang leading overwhelmingly far ahead, this genius's mindset was affected. Yet it no longer mattered. What kind of genius could only amount to trash in the face of Xiao Yang? The cameraman aimed the lens at the big screen. Julie gripped the microphone and shouted excitedly, "Did you see that? Did you see? 10.25 seconds. This performance already ranks among international elite athletes. The school record that stood for 13 years has been broken today, and I believe this will remain the new provincial record for a very long time to come. Everyone, remember his name, he's Xiao Yang. He's from Jiangcheng High School. Let's cheer for him." After a brief silence, the entire venue erupted into thunderous applause. The first-place finisher left the second-place competitor nearly 10 meters behind, an extremely rare sight at the provincial games. Anyone who was paying attention to the event couldn't help but generously offer their applause. Even some elementary school students who were watching stood up and clapped with all their might, as if Xiao Yang were actually their classmate. It wasn't just the stadium that erupted in excitement. The leaders on the observation platform could no longer sit still. "Hurry, give me Xiao Yang's file. We want this person at our sports school. Could your third-rate sports school even handle him? Ours is clearly better." A middle-aged man in sportswear flashed an inexplicable gleam in his eyes. He was the provincial team's head coach for the 100-meter sprint, Wu Feiyue. What an unexpected gain. Originally, the provincial team had only come to observe Wang Anha's performance and assess whether there was still room for improvement. If so, they might have considered recruiting him for training with the provincial team. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect an even more formidable Xiao Yang to emerge midway. This individual went on to set a university record, clinching victory with a time of 10.25 seconds. Most importantly, he saw tremendous room for improvement in Xiao Yang. This was precisely the caliber of talent his provincial team truly needed. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he remarked with measured emphasis, "Xiao Yang, excellent, outstanding, a hero emerges from youth. This lad shows great promise and should be groomed in the provincial team to bring glory to our nation someday." Everyone fell silent at once. Of course, the provincial team. They're the kind who dare reject even the provincial sports bureau's requests. Who would dare compete with the provincial team for talent? Guobin stared wide-eyed at the time displayed on the big screen. 10.25 seconds. A high school student actually achieved such results? Directly surpassing our school's athletic prodigy by nearly a full second. Though I couldn't believe it in my heart, the glaring numbers were displayed right there. Zhang Miao wasn't exaggerating. That Xiao Yang really did hide his true strength. And not just hide it, but conceal an immense power. With results like these, even sports academies would be fighting over him. Meanwhile, look at Wang Anha from our school, completely ignored. Guobin turned his head to glance at Zhang Miao not far away, feeling the burning heat spread across his face. While the other was still basking in joy, he'd better make a quick escape. With that thought, Guobin quietly turned around, ready to leave. "Professor Gua, leaving without even saying goodbye?" Guobin turned his head awkwardly, seeing that it was Zhang Miao who had spoken. Chapter 23, the entire audience stunned, records broken repeatedly. Now Zhang Miao finally had the satisfaction of vindication. It felt as if all the pent-up frustration from these past years was being released at this very moment. "You relied on being a teacher from a prestigious school to look down on my students and my school, how do you like that now? My student just ran a 10.25 second dash. That kind of performance is at the international master of sports level. Take a good look, all of you, this is my student." This feeling is absolutely exhilarating. So thrilling that Zhang Miao could barely restrain himself from roaring wildly. Goddamn, what a glorious moment of triumph. He immediately spotted Guobin trying to sneak away unnoticed. In recent years, he had been mocking himself relentlessly, so naturally he couldn't let the other party leave just like that. So at the first opportunity, he spoke up to make them stay. Guobin could only watch with an awkward expression. "Teacher Zhang." Zhang Miao raised his hand, "No need, just call me Zhang Miao." He scratched his ear. Teacher Guobin, I remember you just said that Xiao Yang from our school definitely couldn't win the championship. What do you say now? And your favorite, Wang Anha, his performance seems quite mediocre, doesn't it? Guobin forced a smile that looked more miserable than crying. Congratulations, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Miao had originally planned to retort a few more words, but the words stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Alas, I'm not cut from the same cloth as them after all. He shook his head slightly. Forget it, forget it. The PE teachers crowded around. Teacher Zhang, how did you train this student? Yeah, share your secret with us. These people displayed overwhelming enthusiasm, a stark contrast to their previous indifferent attitude. Guobin watched as the crowd surrounded Zhang Miao, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. Xiao Yang immediately checked his reputation points. Sure enough, under the quadruple boost effect of 2 enhancement cards, his reputation points began soaring rapidly. In just a few minutes, the reputation points had already exceeded 10,000, continuing to climb at an unabated speed. This thing really works great. Here, let me wipe your sweat. Bai Lanlan rushed over immediately and, without waiting for a response, began wiping Xiao Yang's sweat with a towel. Xiao Yang tried to dodge but failed, then reached out to take the towel. It's better if I do it myself. No way. You just won the championship, and you even broke a record. Helping you wipe your sweat is my privilege. Alright then, if you insist on not letting me refuse. Xiao Yang could only let the other person have their way. Bai Lanlan wiped very carefully and cautiously, even giving a few swipes to areas without sweat. Only then did she take out the glucose with satisfaction, saying, Here, replenish your energy. After nearly a whole day without eating, even an Iron Man wouldn't be able to endure it. Xiao Yang reached out and took it, downing it in one gulp. The sweet liquid slid down his throat, leaving him feeling even more comfortable. Thank you. You're welcome. Bai Lanlan glanced at the numbers on the large screen. Zhang Mingyuan just told me your speed has reached international standards. Is that true? Suppose so. The school's 100-meter record has been broken. Xiao Yang's name now appears in the champion column too. Zhang Miao strode over with a wide grin. I knew you'd surprise me, kid, but I never expected it'd be this big of a surprise. When Zhang Miao tested Xiao Yang, the scores consistently hovered around 10.7 to 10.8 seconds. Yet this time, he directly smashed through with a record-breaking 10.25 seconds to claim the victory. Just this one thing alone would make Zhangcheng High School the talk of the town. That's also thanks to the coach teaching well. Zhang Miao laughed even harder at the remark. You little rascal, you sure know how to sweet talk. Come on, Zhang Mingyuan, bring out the chair and let Xiao Yang rest for a while. Soon, Zhang Mingyuan dragged over a chair. After letting go, she quickly pulled him to sit down beside her. Zhang Miao stepped forward and crouched down, asking, the 200-meter final is in 10 minutes. Xiao Yang, how do you feel about your performance? Can you give it your all? Xiao Yang shook his legs, feeling in excellent condition with no noticeable issues. No problem. That's great. Zhang Miao smiled again. Whether Jiangcheng High can shine at this sports meet depends entirely on you. Turning to glance at Zhang Mingyuan and Bai Lanlan, Zhang Miao immediately urged, don't just stand there. Start the massage, help Xiao Yang relax. Xiao Yang instinctively drew his legs back. No need, really. On the 200-meter track, Xiao Yang gave it everything once more, pushing his speed to the limit. With his full burst of effort, he left those pursuers dozens of meters behind. Xiao Yang dashed past the finish line as the timer on the giant screen froze. 20.57 seconds. Such a result still ranks among international elite athlete performances. The host gazed at the frozen time on the screen, visibly overwhelmed with excitement. Friends, did you all see that? Xiao Yang broke the record again. He shattered the 200-meter record once more. A single athlete has now claimed both the 100-meter and 200-meter records consecutively. His strength is unreal. He truly is the flying sprinter. The crowd at the scene erupted in excitement. A new record smashed in the 100-meter dash, and another broken in the 200-meter. Especially in the 200-meter, they left the runner-up dozens of meters behind. Such speed, such performance, simply extraordinary. The experts in the stands gaped, their eyes wide as brass bells. Though they knew that achieving international standards in the 100-meter dash would naturally imply remarkable performance in the 200-meter, the moment they witnessed it, they were utterly stunned. The so-called prodigy, Wang Nanha, was actually left behind by dozens of meters. It was so visually striking. As a high school student and not even an athlete, he had managed to shorten his 200-meter time to 20.57 seconds. It's utterly unbelievable. Wu Feiyue from the provincial team nearly had stars in his eyes. What promising talent! A promising talent with even more room to grow. This person is definitely joining our provincial team. The moment Xiao Yang crossed the red line, Zhang Miao leapt to his feet. Perfect shot. That was absolutely stunning. Leaving second place Wang Anha dozens of meters behind in an instant, this completely shattered the opponent's confidence. Whether it was the 100-meter or 200-meter dash, Xiao Yang claimed victory in both. Our Jiangcheng High School was bound to steal the spotlight at this provincial sports meet. As the leading physical education teacher, Zhang Miao was naturally beside himself with joy. It wasn't just Zhang Miao, Li Man and all the students were equally ecstatic. Their Jiangcheng High School had truly outdone itself. Countless netizens watching the live stream were thoroughly fired up. Is this really a high schooler? Holy crap, these results are almost Olympic level. Incredible. This is definitely the future of Chinese sprinting, mark my words. Amazing. This guy could compete internationally no problem. I'm not watching the next Olympics if he's not in it. The numbers froze on the big screen, then flipped upward, becoming part of the records. Xiao Yang's name also appeared in the champion column for the 200-meter event. Wu Feiyue turned to the sports bureau officials nearby and said, "Sir, doesn't Xiao Yang still have a 400-meter race?" The official flipped through the files. Yes, there's still a 400-meter final. Wu Feiyue nodded, his gaze unreadable as he watched Xiao Yang on the field. The 400-meter race isn't just about speed, it demands endurance and stamina too. Some runners excel in explosive bursts, achieving impressive times in the 100 and 200 meters, but struggle comparatively in the 400. Chapter 24, The Genius Who Stunned the Entire Stadium. Simply put, to win first place in the 400 meters, you don't just need to run fast, you also need endurance. Wu Feiyue rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Zhang Miao felt completely at ease now. Xiao Yang, you're already the champion in both the 100-meter and 200-meter races. Just give it your all in the remaining 400 meters. Whether you place or not doesn't matter. For Zhang Miao and Jiangcheng High School, whether they could win a ranking truly no longer mattered, since they had already secured the lowest positions in the two most important events. But for Xiao Yang, it was far from being just the icing on the cake. He checked his reputation points and was stunned to find that they had soared to over 46,000. In other words, within just half an hour, his consecutive outstanding performances had directly boosted his reputation by more than 40,000 points. There were less than 2,000 spectators on site, so most of the reputation points probably came from online and TV broadcasts. In this scenario, it's fair to say that the better the performance, the more explosively the reputation points would grow. Mr. Zhang, I'll give it my all. Xiao Yang stood on the running track. The field of 400 meters has almost completely changed opponents. Perhaps these athletes had witnessed Xiao Yang's performance in the 100 and 200 meter races, so many instinctively focused their gaze on him, subconsciously marking him as their greatest rival. The stands were naturally filled mostly with students, and one could observe how these spectators looked at Xiao Yang with varying degrees of admiring gazes. From the observation platform, all eyes of the leadership were also fixed on Xiao Yang. Among them, the principal of Tiannan No. 1 High School wore the gloomiest expression. As the host school and the province's most prestigious high school, athletics had always been their annual showcase event. Yet this year, an utterly unremarkable school had stolen their thunder. The 100-meter and 200-meter track events, which were originally the most valued, were outright dominated by that kid. Even Wang Anha, whom the school had placed high hopes on, became an unnoticeable participant. As the principal, he naturally couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed. Can't you guys show some backbone? Xiao Yang's endurance was quite commendable. Right from the start of the race, he took the lead. As the track narrowed, the gap between him and the competitors gradually closed. By the latter half of the lap, Xiao Yang's speed showed little sign of fading, and the gap between him and the others continued to widen. The timer finally stopped at 46.77 seconds. This result wasn't as insane as his previous performances, but it still surpassed the national-level athlete standard. Provincial team coach Wu Feiyue slammed the table excitedly. Excellent. Solid endurance, this kid's got real potential. The surrounding people were startled but quickly put on a smile, though they grumbled inwardly, isn't that obvious? The principal of Tiannan No. 1 High School completely lost his temper. He participated in 3 events, won first place in all of them, and even set new records in each. This was sheer, undeniable ability, you simply had to admit it. Alright, Zhang Miao leapt to his feet. What an unexpected delight. Originally, he hadn't held much hope for the 400-meter race. After all, Xiao Yang had never trained endurance these past days. Yet completing this lap, Xiao Yang's results remained as dazzling as ever. Our Jiangcheng High School has swept first place in all 3 track and field events. We've truly stolen the spotlight this time. The gloom that had hung overhead in previous years would soon be swept away. Even at the Provincial Education Bureau level, our Jiangcheng High School is sure to hold a significant position. Watching the live broadcast, Jiangcheng High School principal Wang Gang slammed the table and leaped to his feet. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! As the principal, he was genuinely pleased. Had he known Xiao Yang would perform so brilliantly, he should have attended the sports meet in person. First, to get acquainted, and second, to hold his head high with pride. Unfortunately, his lack of confidence still held him back from going. Even so, Wang Gang received a call from the local education bureau immediately. and the official on the line kept praising him endlessly. Inside the office, Wei Xiaomei was stunned. Amidst her busy schedule, she had tuned in to Xiaoyang's livestream, already prepared to comfort her prize student Deng Xiaoyang with words like "participation is what matters" upon his return. But she never expected that Xiaoyang would actually win first place in every category. Her first reaction wasn't joy, but an inexplicable sense of crisis. Xiaoyang was truly a poetic genius, and his academic performance had clearly improved recently. Performing averagely in this competition would have been acceptable. She could have continued pushing him to study upon returning, and there would still have been chances for him to enter a prestigious university. But now, with such flawless performance where he even broke all competition records, this means Xiaoyang has greater natural talent in sports. In that case, wouldn't all those prestigious sports schools and provincial athletic teams be competing to recruit him? As just a teacher, how could she possibly contend with elite schools or even provincial teams? Therefore, Xiaoyang's future undoubtedly lies in specializing in competitive sports. The source of this sense of crisis lies precisely here. Teacher Wei, congratulations! Xiaoyang from your class actually broke the record 3 times, truly impressive. Facing the congratulations from other teachers, Wei Xiaomei could only force a smile in response. Perfect timing. Not long after the match ended, the 2 overlapping reputation value boost cards lost their effect. He checked his reputation value. Thanks to the build-up from 3 matches, more and more people were noticing him, and his reputation had accumulated to 136,000. Though the reputation boost was gone now, the value was still climbing slowly. Reaching 140,000 would hardly be a problem. With the pressure off, Zhang Miao naturally spent the remaining time watching other matches. Standing beside him was Teacher Li Man. Teacher Li Man, why don't you go up to accept the award later? Li Man was startled, then smiled, and said, of course it should be you. Xiaoyang, this talented individual was discovered by you and trained by you. Why shy away when it's time to receive the award? Zhang Miao rubbed his hands together. Well, it's been years since I last stood on that podium. I'm just not quite used to it anymore. You should go instead. Li Man shook her head. I'm not going. Before they knew it, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. The school-wide award ceremony officially began. This award ceremony would be jointly hosted by the Provincial Sports Bureau and the Provincial Education Bureau. Each champion of the competition will receive a scholarship of 3,000 yuan and a certificate of honor, with their performance also contributing to bonus points. As for whether they will be noticed by sports schools or other opportunities, decisions will be made after the event concludes. After the leader's closing speech, the award ceremony began. The students and teachers who won first place took their turn standing on the podium. Xiaoyang, winner of first place in the 100-meter, 200-meter, and 400-meter track events, please come on stage with your physical education teacher Zhang Miao. Xiaoyang and Zhang Miao stepped onto the stage with joyful expressions. Down below, Bai Lan Lan appeared even more excited than the 2 award recipients, if not more so. Standing at the foot of the stage, she continuously clapped and waved enthusiastically at Xiaoyang. Chapter 25, Homecoming with Massive Prestige Points. The leader handed 3 honorary certificates along with 3 large red envelopes to Xiaoyang. Zhang Miao was also presented with an outstanding teacher's certificate and a trophy. The entire sports meet finally concluded amidst the leader's impassioned closing speech. After stepping off the stage, Zhang Miao said to Xiaoyang with a smile, in recent years, this is the first time our school has waited until after the awards ceremony to leave. He glanced at the sunset on the horizon. So even the sunsets here in Tiannan are this beautiful. Xiaoyang rolled up the honorary certificate while stuffing the 3 big red envelopes into his pocket. Let's head back to Jiangcheng before it gets dark. Once the numbers were confirmed, under the leadership of Zhang Miao and Li Man, the group boarded the same coach they had arrived in. On the bus, the classmates clamored for the big spender Xiaoyang to treat them, and he readily agreed. However, Zhang Miao disagreed, saying their parents would worry after a full day and night away, so it would be better to go home first. Xiaoyang returned home a little after 8 in the evening. Zhang Miao glanced at Xiaoyang's villa. Well now, the folks back home are doing quite well, living in a little villa. Xiaoyang said with a smile, it's just a small villa, nothing fancy. Won't you come in for a sit, teacher? No need to sit. No one's home? Xiaoyang shrugged and said, my parents have been busy with their own work lately and hardly come home. Teacher, why don't you come in and sit for a while? I'll make you some tea. Zhang Miao waved his hands repeatedly, no need, just dropping you off at your doorstep is enough. Teacher Li and the driver are still waiting for me at the entrance of the neighborhood. I should get going now. Seeing this, Xiaoyang didn't insist any further. Only after Zhang Miao left did he turn around and enter the villa. Zhang Miao walked some distance away, then turned to glance at Xiaoyang's house. Lights came on in the villa. Zhang Miao shook her head slightly and gradually walked further away. Having hastily satisfied his hunger, Xiaoyang returned to his room and opened all 3 red envelopes. Each red envelope contains 3,000 yuan, totaling 9,000. It's still early, and there's nothing else to do. So, Xiao Yang deposited the money into his account near the neighborhood. Then he directly returned the money his elder sister had transferred to him last time. Xiao Yu called immediately. Did mom give you money? Or did you strike it rich, kid? Xiao Yang considered for a moment. If he said it was sports prize money, knowing Xiao Yu's personality, this call would probably drag on forever. It's not a big deal anyway. Mom just forgot earlier this week. Without explicitly saying so, he made Xiaoye think it was given by their mother. This trick successfully fooled her. After chatting for a few sentences and hearing some diligent words from Xiaoye, Xiao Yang hung up the phone. Lying on the bed, Xiao Yang checked his reputation value. 143,000. Upgrading a basic skill requires 10,000 reputation points, while advancing an intermediate skill to advanced requires 100,000. This means these reputation points would be enough to upgrade one of his active skills and one passive skill to the advanced level. Intermediate sprint was already formidable, now he possesses world-class sprinting capabilities. If upgraded to advanced, he'd most likely be able to break the 10-second barrier in the 100-meter dash. But for now, it doesn't seem to be of much use. On the other hand, the passive skill super memory is permanently effective, while sprint currently remains an active skill with limitations. So let's enhance super memory instead. Xiao Yang spent 10,000 reputation points to upgrade basic super memory to intermediate super memory. The previously simple glowing brain icon became slightly more intricate. Intermediate super memory, passive skill, enhances the brain to possess photographic memory, improving thinking ability, reaction speed, and more. Xiao Yang spent another 100,000 reputation points to upgrade intermediate super memory to advanced super memory. The icon transformed once more, with the entire brain now glowing and adorned with even more intricate patterns. Advanced super memory, passive skill, grants the host a superbrain with synchronized enhancements in computational ability, logical thinking, memorization capacity, IQ assessment, and all related functions. Xiao Yang, who wasn't sleepy to begin with, directly pulled out a first-year high school math textbook he hadn't had time to read before. Knowledge he had once studied but neither understood nor retained now seemed as simple as elementary school arithmetic to him. Moreover, he discovered he seemed to possess the ability to read 10 lines at a glance. As long as he looked at the material, the knowledge and content would automatically be stored in some part of his mind, which he could then fully comprehend. The thick first-year math textbook was completely finished by Xiao Yang in just half an hour. He set down the textbook and gently closed his eyes. Sets, functions, trigonometric functions, vectors, all became effortlessly clear in that moment. Before, merely glancing at these topics would have left him dizzy and ready to nap. But now, his mind only grew sharper. So he simply grabbed another textbook. Xiao Yang rubbed his bleary eyes. Several first-year high school textbooks were still scattered on the floor. Last night, he had somehow managed to study the entire first-year curriculum in just a few short hours, which naturally led to, damn, I'm late. The alarm clock already showed 8 a.m. He scrambled out of bed, threw on his clothes, and dashed out the door. The school gates stood firmly locked. Xiao Yang wolfed down the breakfast he'd bought from a roadside stall in just a few bites. He reached out and knocked on the gate several times, calling toward the security booth. Old guard? A uniformed man in his 60s came out. Look what time it is. I should call your homeroom teacher. Wait, you're Xiao Yang? Xiao Yang blinked in surprise. Had his reputation grown so widespread? Even the elderly gatekeeper knew his name? That's right, I'm Xiao Yang. The gatekeeper turned and went back inside, returning moments later with a set of keys. As he unlocked the gate, he remarked, weren't you the one who swept all 3 track and field events yesterday? Today at morning assembly, the principal praised you in front of the whole school. He even put your student photo up on the honor wall. As she spoke, she opened the door and pointed to the honor wall beside the red flag. Xiao Yang said thank you and immediately walked over to the honor wall. Jiangcheng High School wasn't large, and very few students had ever appeared on its honor wall. But this time, Xiao Yang's photo was placed in the most prominent position. Here are a few more lines of introduction. Xiao Yang, an outstanding student in Class 6 of Grade 12. He has won first place in the 100-meter, 200-meter, and 400-meter races at the provincial high school sports meet, earning praise from various departments. That photo still looks quite handsome. Xiao Yang immediately walked toward the hallway. Inside the classroom. Today, the math teacher was on leave, so the substitute teacher was the math instructor from the elite class next door. At that moment, he was pointing at the blackboard. This problem wasn't tested last year, but it's definitely on the exam this year. We must master it thoroughly. The classroom door creaked open at that moment. The math teacher immediately thought someone must be late. He glanced across the classroom and sure enough, spotted empty seats. The math teacher's mood soured instantly. Someone still late in their final year of high school? In 12th grade, we're not comparing intelligence but effort, not starting points but progress. It's past 8 o'clock already. Where's the effort? Where's the progress? Chapter 26, Only Diversity Meets My Standards. As a substitute teacher, he probably didn't know who was late. but every student in the class knew exactly who it was. After hearing the substitute teacher's words, the students looked strange. He placed the chalkboard eraser on the desk and called out toward the classroom door, "Come in." Xiaoyang immediately pushed the door open and walked in, just about to return to his seat when the math teacher stopped him. "This student, you're already a senior in high school, how can you still be late? Look at the learning attitudes of class 1 and class 2. They study during class, they study after class, they study while eating, and they even calculate trigonometric functions while going to the bathroom. That's what I call a studious attitude. That's how you secure a brighter future." The math teacher grew increasingly furious as he spoke. "What's your name?" "I'm reporting this to your homeroom teacher." Xiaoyang answered directly, "Xiaoyang." The math teacher was momentarily stunned. The name Xiaoyang has become all too familiar these past few days. A poetic genius, effortlessly reciting Tang and Song dynasty verses. Yesterday, he even creatively pioneered a sports legend. This morning during the flag-raising ceremony, the principal personally hung Xiaoyang's photo on the honor wall. "Is he Xiaoyang?" The math teacher coughed and said, "Never mind then, go back to your seat, let's continue with the lesson." He turned around, pretending nothing had just happened. Yet the students below couldn't help but nearly burst into laughter. "This substitute math teacher is so hilarious." Wang Ziluan extended his thumb. "Old Xiao, you're really something else, crushing the 100-meter dash with a time of 10.25 seconds and taking first place. With skills like yours, you'd be top tier even in the national team." As a seasoned track and field enthusiast, Wang Ziluan genuinely knew his stuff. "If I had your talent, I'd skip school altogether, head straight for Kyoto, get into a top university by next year, and at the peak of my abilities, snag an Olympic silver in the 100 meters. Endorsement deals would flood until my arms ache." Xiaoyang clutched his forehead. "That's like lifting an ox's tail to sneeze." Wang Ziluan smoothed his hair, looking puzzled. "What do you mean? Sounds like bragging." Prince Luan was taken aback. "This proverb of yours has completely baffled me." "I'm serious, I watched the whole livestream. You absolutely stole the show this time." Those higher-ups were stunned. "I bet someone will reach out to you in the next couple of days." Xiaoyang had expected as much. He simply smiled without responding. At that moment, Bai Lanlan turned around from the front row and shot Prince Luan a fierce glare. That glance left Prince Luan utterly dumbfounded. "Not the class monitor, why are you glaring at me?" Bai Lanlan declared, "School is for studying, not learning double entendres." Seems Bai Lanlan had overheard their entire conversation just now. Wang Ziluan said he felt unfairly treated. "Class monitor," Xiaoyang also said. Bai Lanlan replied bluntly, "You were the one who started it." With a bitter expression, Wang Ziluan said, "Damn, wasn't our monitor always fair with rewards and punishments? Why do I feel there's some double standard here now? The break time always passes too quickly." Soon, homeroom teacher Wei Xiumei entered the classroom. She placed the teaching materials on the lectern, then glanced in Xiaoyang's direction with an exceedingly complicated expression. After hesitating briefly, she ultimately said, "Xiaoyang, come outside for a moment." The homeroom teacher had been pulling Xiaoyang aside for private lectures these past few days, making this far from an unusual occurrence. After arriving in the corridor, Wei Xiumei got straight to the point. "I watched your competition. It was brilliant and brought honor to our school." "Just doing my part," Xiaoyang replied modestly. Wei Xiumei tentatively asked, "Have you considered pursuing professional athletics?" Given the skill Xiaoyang demonstrated at the sports meet, choosing the path of a professional athlete would be absolutely viable. As a teacher, though she hoped Xiaoyang could stay in school and strengthen his academic studies under her guidance, athletics indeed seemed the more suitable path for him at present. If Xiaoyang truly chose to pursue sports, she as his homeroom teacher would naturally support his decision. Hearing his teacher's question, Xiaoyang pondered briefly. "Sports career? With my super memory already leveled up to advanced, wouldn't pursuing sports be a waste of this skill? It seems diversification suits me better." "Teacher, I don't currently have plans to specialize in sports." Wei Xiumei froze momentarily, her eyes filled with disbelief. What did you say?" Xiaoyang had to repeat himself. "I chose to give up academics for sports, but after all, I'm still a student." Wei Xiumei's face lit up with surprise. She had originally assumed that with Xiaoyang's current athletic achievements, he would fully commit to pursuing sports. After all, his talent was undeniable. She had even prepared to provide all-around support for him. But never did she expect that Xiaoyang actually wasn't planning to pursue sports. Instead, he would continue with his studies. "Actually, I would understand if you chose sports," the teacher began. Wei Xiumei was deeply conflicted. If Xiaoyang chose sports, she might regret it, but now that he chose academics, she felt it was wasting his talent. From the teacher's facial expression, Xiaoyang could tell she was extremely conflicted. "Teacher, this is my choice. I want to spend more time focusing on my studies." Wei Xiumei let out a long sigh of relief and flashed a smile. "Good, I'm proud of you. You can go back to the classroom now." Xiaoyang turned around and walked into the classroom. When Wei Xiaomei came in again, she was all smiles. With the advanced super-memory assistance, every subject became extremely easy for Xiao Yang. During self-study sessions, he even started browsing through the second-year high school textbooks at a rapid pace. This scene left his deskmate Wang Ziluan utterly dumbfounded. "Holy shit, Lao Xiao, what are you skimming through the sophomore textbooks for?" Xiao Yang replied without looking up, "Just reviewing some knowledge." Wang Ziluan curled his lips in disdain. "You, reviewing knowledge? Everyone in our class knows you're at the bottom of the rankings, second only to me. And besides, your speed doesn't look like studying at all." His mind still clung to the idea that the current Xiao Yan was the same as before. Yet he didn't know that the present Xiao Yan could now read 10 lines at a glance with perfect recall, and could thoroughly integrate newly acquired knowledge in an extremely short time. Principal Wang Gang had been wearing an extraordinarily radiant smile these past 2 days. Even as a principal, performance evaluations still existed. He used to have anxieties about this matter, but now they've completely disappeared. Xiao Yang shone brilliantly at the provincial sports meet, and as a student from Jiangcheng High School, the principal's stature rose accordingly. Even the local education bureau had called multiple times to express their regards. With the evaluation issue no longer a concern, his joy naturally shone from his heart to his face. Just as he was delightfully sipping his tea, he was interrupted by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Wang Gang set down his cup and calmly asked, "Who is it?" "It's me, Old Wang." Chapter 27, The Generous Invitation from the Provincial Team. Old Wang is the gatekeeper at the entrance. "Come on in, Old Wang." Old Wang the doorman pushed open the door and poked his head in, speaking with noticeable urgency. "Boss, there are several cars outside. I think it might be someone from the Education Bureau." "What?" Wang Gang quickly stood up and followed Lao Wang toward the door. At the door, he saw a dozen or so people approaching, chatting, and laughing. Among them was someone he recognized, Director Jean from the Education Bureau. "It's Director Jeannie, quick, open the door." Usually, the Education Bureau would call ahead when visiting, but this time, although Old Wang was in his 60s, he moved with surprising agility, swiftly producing his keys to swing the gate wide open. Wang Gang promptly stepped forward to greet him. "Oh, Director Jean, what brings you here?" Director Jean was a bespectacled middle-aged man standing about 1.75 meters tall. Upon seeing Wang Gang, he immediately introduced him to his companions. "This is Principal Wang Gang from Jiangcheng High School." Then he waved to Wang Gang. "Wang Gang, this is Director Qian from the Provincial Sports Bureau." "The Provincial Sports Bureau?" Wang Gang instantly understood what these people had come for. "This is coming straight for Xiao Yang." Wang Gang hurriedly extended his hand. "Chief Qian, longtime admirer." Director Jean continued the introductions. "This is the provincial team's head coach and also the athletic director for the provincial team, Coach Wu." "Oh, Coach Wu, hello, hello." These individuals were either from the Provincial Sports Bureau or head coaches, no doubt. They were absolutely here for Xiao Yang. Sure enough, after exchanging greetings, Wu Feiyue didn't mince words and got straight to the point. "Principal Wang, I watched the entire provincial high school sports meet this time, and I was both astonished and deeply impressed by the performance of your Jiangcheng High School. Xiao Yang from your school not only claimed first place in the 100-meter, 200-meter, and 400-meter races but also consecutively broke records in each event, something unprecedented in the history of our provincial games. Jiangcheng truly is a land of outstanding talent and vibrant energy." Wu Feiyue's every word was full of praise. Wang Gang quickly responded with humble courtesy. "Coach Wu flatters me too much. It's all due to the child's hard work." As they spoke, he led the group to the meeting room and instructed the security guard to bring out bottled water and other refreshments for hospitality. After everyone was seated, Director Qian spoke first. Smiling at Wang Gang, he said, "Principal Wang, the main purpose of our visit is to see Xiao Yang. After all, he is a standout in track and field sports, a truly rare talent. We'd also like to ask if you have any future plans for this child." Principal Wang thought to himself, "What plans could I possibly have? Aren't you high-ranking officials just here to gauge my stance?" Director Qian, Xiao Yang is truly a track and field prodigy. This is something everyone here should be aware of. However, his academic performance leaves something to be desired. I support the child pursuing sports development, though ultimately, Xiao Yang himself must agree to any arrangements. When Wang Gang mentioned Xiao Yang's mediocre academic performance, Wu Feiyue grew even more confident. With average grades in his side sweetening the deal, why worry about Xiao Yang not joining the provincial team? The provincial team, how many people dream of squeezing their way in? Chief Qian nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, "Principal Wang is right. It really comes down to whether Xiao Yang is willing to join the provincial team." After speaking, he fell silent. Wang Gang, being sharp, immediately said, "Well then, I'll call his homeroom teacher right now and have him come over so we can talk face to face." "Alright, I'll leave it to you then. It's only right, only right." With that, Wang Gang stood up and stepped outside the room to make a call to Wei Xiaomei. "Someone from above has arrived. Bring Xiao Yang to the conference room." What was meant to come had finally arrived. but Wei Xiaomei hadn't expected these people to come so quickly. Just yesterday, the competition had ended, and today they had already found their way to the school. It was enough to see how eager those people were for Xiaoyan, desperate for talent, one might say. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Wei Xiaomei stood up and headed to the classroom. Xiaoyang, come out for a moment. The students in class were already used to it. It would actually be strange if one day Xiaoyang wasn't called out by the homeroom teacher a few times. That would be the real oddity. For Xiaoyang not to be called out by the homeroom teacher a few times in a day. Teacher Wei, what's wrong? Wei Xiaomei flashed a smile. The Provincial Sports Bureau and Provincial Team have sent representatives. They specifically asked for you by name. Come with me. Xiaoyang nodded in response. Given his performance at the provincial sports competition, it would be strange if no talents were scouted from above. He immediately nodded in agreement. The two then headed towards the conference room. Inside the meeting room, the atmosphere was harmonious. Wang Gang continued introducing some of the campus's history. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He quickly said, "Come in." Xiaoyang and their homeroom teacher Wei Xiaomei walked in. "This is Xiaoyang, and this is his homeroom teacher Wei Xiaomei." Wei Xiaomei gave a slight bow. "Hello, leaders." Director Qian immediately said with a smile, "Come, please sit down. Make yourself at home." After Xiaoyang and Wei Xiaomei were seated, Director Qian spoke again. "Truly, heroes emerge from the young. Yesterday at the observation deck, I couldn't quite make out Xiaoyang clearly, but seeing him now, he does have that air of a graceful and handsome young man." Then he looked at Wang Gang and Wei Xiaomei with a smile and said, "The principal and teachers of Jiangcheng High School have nurtured an outstanding student. The director flatters us." Wu Feiyue chimed in, gazing at Xiaoyan with growing admiration. "Xiaoyan, the daily training must be quite demanding, isn't it?" Xiaoyang didn't really consider it particularly hard, as it had only been about 5 or 6 days from standing out to participating in the provincial sports meet. Of course, when asked such questions, even if it wasn't hard, he still had to pretend it was. Not too bad, though the timing is quite tight, especially since it's senior year of high school. Director Jean, who had spoken little before, quickly chimed in, "Senior year of high school, completely understandable, completely understandable." Wu Feiyue nodded with a smile. "How has Xiaoyang been doing with his academic studies lately?" Xiaoyang immediately replied, "I personally feel it's going quite well, and there's been some progress too." This answer instinctively made Wu Feiyue feel something might be amiss. Choosing his words carefully, he said, "Your performance on the field yesterday was nothing short of perfect in our eyes, though there are still some minor technical flaws. Our provincial team needs someone like you, someone with tremendous potential for growth." Getting straight to the point. Coincidentally, some track and field athletes have recently retired, and domestic competitions are pressing. If you're willing, I can directly arrange for you to join the first-tier team with an official career position. After training, we'll participate in the national selection trials. Feeling like his words still lacked sufficient weight, Wu Feiyue upped the ante once more. "As long as you perform well in domestic competitions, I'll recommend you for the national team. Then you'll have the chance to win glory for the country." What is the purpose of the college entrance exam? Isn't it just to secure a decent job and stand out in the future? Now Wu Feiyue is fulfilling all those dreams for you directly. State sector employment, promotion to the national team, bringing honor to the country. Not to mention whether Xiaoyan was swayed, even Wei Xiaomei standing nearby felt her own heart stirring. Chapter 28, Fish or Bear's Paw? Both are mine. It could be said that Wu Feiyue's words outlined a royal road, a truly genuine path. Track sprinting, compared to other sports, holds even greater appeal among the Chinese people. It's fair to say that with Xiaoyang's performance, his ambition to make a name for himself is far from unfounded. Not just Wei Xiaomei, but everyone present could sense how extraordinarily high the stakes were. A single government-affiliated position alone is something countless sports school students could only dream of obtaining, to say nothing of a recommendation to the national team. Wu Feiyue had shown genuine sincerity this time, clearly demonstrating how much he admired Xiaoyang's talent. There was absolutely no reason to refuse. Yet after a moment's thought, Xiaoyang responded plainly, "Thank you for your recognition, Coach Wu, but I'm still a student. My top priority right now should be focusing on my studies." Incredulous expressions appeared on everyone's faces. He rejected it. Despite such excellent terms, he actually turned them down. Wu Feiyue was visibly stunned as well. The conditions he had offered were absolutely generous, including a promise to join the national team. Yet with such favorable conditions, he actually refused. He must not understand how advantageous his circumstances truly are, he simply couldn't grasp it. Xiaoyang, a true talent has emerged in track sprinting. If you achieve success in this field, you could gain immense popularity. Su Bingtian is the perfect example. As the only Asian to reach the Olympic finals, Su Bingtian now receives countless endorsements and advertisements daily. With your abilities, you could absolutely become the next Su Bingtian. Wu Feiyue's words bestowed extremely high praise upon Xiaoyan while painting an exceptionally bright future for him. His words weren't merely meant to flatter Xiaoyang, but rather stemmed from careful consideration. Firstly, Xiaoyang's performance at the sports meet was commendable though not flawless. There's still room for technical improvement. In other words, he possesses the full potential to further refine his times. Then there's the matter of age. Xiaoyang hasn't yet reached his athletic prime. The golden age for sprinting generally falls around 25 years old, meaning Xiaoyang still has several years ahead for dedicated training. He could even be certain that before reaching his athletic prime, Xiaoyang would absolutely be able to run under 10 seconds. Once he participated in the Olympics, as long as he could qualify for the finals, he would be able to replicate Su Bingtian's path to fame. It could be said that as long as Xiaoyang joins the provincial team, his future would be bright. These were highly tempting conditions, ones that probably no one could refuse. Except for Xiaoyang. He had a check-in system and knew that once he agreed, he would be fully entering the sports circle, which would undoubtedly limit his development in other areas. So he wouldn't agree. Coach Wu, what you said sounds very appealing, but I hope to achieve more in my studies rather than focusing solely on sports. What I mean is, I will still pursue sports, but I won't neglect my studies. Everyone present was taken aback. As the saying goes, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Most of those who pursue sports are people who don't perform particularly well academically. This isn't to say that athletes inherently lack academic talent, but rather that they choose to dedicate more time to training. In that case, they naturally wouldn't amount to much academically. But it's not an absolute rule. Some people are strong in athletics while still holding their own in academic subjects. Xiaoyang wanted to take exactly this path. Wu Feiyue immediately grew anxious. Xiaoyang, I know your academic performance is average. Rather than struggling with that, why not devote yourself entirely to sports? The prospects there are just as bright. Xiaoyang's academic skills were indeed mediocre, but that was before. Now that he'd allocated all his prestige points to super memory, focusing solely on sports would be such a waste. Thank you for your guidance, Coach Wu, but I'd prefer to pursue diversified development. Seeing that the two just couldn't see eye to eye, Wang Gang felt his position as principal becoming increasingly uncomfortable. This wasn't the kind of situation where he could speak up, but Wei Xiaomei could. As the homeroom teacher, she needed to take responsibility for her students. So Wang Gang hurriedly signaled Wei Xiaomei with his eyes. Wei Xiaomei also felt that she, as the homeroom teacher, couldn't just stand by and watch. She stood up and said, Xiaoyang is my student, and I know him better than most. He's a very intelligent and steady child, and he's also a highly skilled poet. As for his academic performance, admittedly, it was average before, but recently he's been working extremely hard, and his progress has earned praise from many teachers. Since Xiaoyang has chosen diversified development as his teacher, I fully support him. Wang Gang's forehead instantly broke out in sweat. I asked you to mediate and ease the tension, but instead you openly sided with Xiaoyang. Fine, I'll continue to stay silent. Now, maintaining silence is actually another way of supporting Xiaoyang. As the principal, that's about all he can do. The atmosphere fell silent once more. It was Director Qian who spoke again. There's no denying that Xiaoyang is a talented sprinter, and frankly, our sports community desperately needs athletes like him right now. The truth is, our general administration has been under pressure ever since last month's National Youth Athletics Championships. Since Xiaoyang wishes to continue his studies, which is admirable, we absolutely shouldn't stand in his way. Here's what we'll do. We'll register you as a provincial team reserve member. We'll enter you for this National Youth Golden Label Championships. You'll undergo 10 days of intensive training with the provincial team before competing under their banner. Their eyes lit up instantly. As expected of a leader, thinking on a completely different level. First, we'll register Xiaoyang with the provincial team nominally, allowing him to compete under their name without interfering with his studies. If he achieves a ranking, we can discuss further arrangements later. This way, everyone could be happy. Wu Feiyue pondered in his heart. Although Xiaoyang hadn't officially joined their system, his affiliation still counted. With a competition spot secured, if he were to shine brightly at the national tournament, it would reflect well on him as the provincial team's head coach too. Moreover, it opened up possibilities for future persuasive efforts. After some thought, Wu Feiyue agreed. Next, everyone's gaze fell upon Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang also had his own considerations. Now his advanced super memory was extremely powerful, he could learn new knowledge in mere minutes. So there's still plenty of free time. Moreover, participating in major competitions is an excellent opportunity to gain reputation points. This way, you can have your cake and eat it too. I agree. Xiaoyang's answer once again energized the atmosphere at the venue. After discussing some details, Director Qian smiled and said to Principal Wang, Principal Wang, we were quite interested in the history of your school earlier. Could you kindly explain it again? Wei Xiaomei's experience told her that it was time for her and Xiaoyang to leave. Chapter 29, Check-in, Piano Master. On their way back, Wei Xiaomei said softly, Xiaoyang, your choice still exceeded my expectations. After all, the conditions for joining the provincial team were exceptionally favorable. Xiao Yang said with a smile, the conditions are generous, but it also means losing the opportunity to learn. For me, studying, sports, and even writing poetry are equally important. It's not about giving up anything. At this moment, Wei Shoumei truly felt that Xiao Yang was a talent. With your attitude, the teacher will spare no effort in teaching you. Wang Ziluan widened his eyes and raised his voice. What? You actually gave up entering the provincial team? Big brother, that's the provincial team we're talking about. It comes with a formal position and chances to compete in major events. And you just gave it up like that? His voice was so loud and exaggerated that almost everyone in the classroom could hear it. All the students stared at Xiao Yang in astonishment. The provincial team, the dream destination for countless athletics school students. Yet Xiao Yang actually gave up such a great opportunity. Even Bai Lan Lan in the front row turned around and looked at him in surprise. She had watched his entire performance on the sports field. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a track and field prodigy. If he joined the provincial team, he would surely have a bright future. Bai Lan Lan had thought many times that Xiao Yang would eventually pursue a career in sports. But she never expected that when the day came, Xiao Yang would refuse. So she stared at Xiao Yang's face, wanting to confirm whether what Wang Ziluan said was true. Xiao Yang gave Wang Ziluan a light push. It's not a big deal. Why are you shouting so loud, kid? Big brother, making it to the provincial team isn't a big deal? Then what is? The national team competing in the Olympics? Damn, the more he talks, the wilder it gets. Meeting Bai Lanlan's focused gaze, Xiao Yang felt somewhat embarrassed. The provincial team isn't really that impressive. What I need more right now is to study. A glimmer flashed through Bai Lanlan's beautiful eyes. It was true. He actually rejected the provincial team's invitation. But why would he do that? Did he genuinely enjoy studying? Yet his grades were quite average. Unless, the young girl loved to let her imagination run wild. After turning away, she kept speculating about Xiao Yang's true motivations, blushing slightly from her own conjectures. Wang Ziluan curled his lip disdainfully. Love studying? You dead last in the class, claim to love studying? Do you really think I'd believe that? The other students' lips curled into smiles. Xiao Yang claimed he gave up joining the provincial team for the sake of studying, a rather feeble excuse, to say the least. It was practically common knowledge that he ranked at the very bottom of his cultural studies class. Would a struggling student possibly give up on better athletic performance for the sake of studies? Some students began whispering to each other. Pfft, Xiao Yang giving up the provincial team for studies, do you really believe that? His grades are at the very bottom, showing almost no improvement these past 2 years. How could he possibly be abandoning the provincial team for academics now? But the poems they wrote were truly masterful. It's not impossible. Just typical of a slacker student to have such bizarre thoughts. I heard there are subject tests tomorrow, wonder if it's true. Senior year rules, minor tests every 3 days, major exams every 5. Totally normal. While the students were still chatting, their homeroom teacher Wei Shoumei walked in. Everyone, please pause what you're doing for a moment. After a brief pause, she continued, tomorrow we'll have a comprehensive subject test, so please review all previously studied materials during tonight's self-study session. After this announcement, many students exchanged knowing looks as if they'd expected this all along. Wei Shoumei glanced at the students in the class, her gaze finally settling on Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, come out for a moment. Sure enough, the homeroom teacher was so blatantly playing favorites. Xiao Yang, since you don't have much to do at home, why not come to evening self-study? I can tutor you. Wei Shoumei had almost talked her lips off, and her tone now sounded more like pleading. Xiao Yang was utterly exasperated. Evening self-study was absolutely out of the question. Teacher, I have my own study plan. Evening self-study isn't the best option for me. Xiao Yang refused to agree, leaving Wei Shoumei with no choice but to say, fine then. There's a test tomorrow, so review what you've learned before. I will. Wei Shoumei was referring to the senior year material, but what Xiao Yang agreed to was the entirety of high school content. 6 p.m. Xiao Yang returned home. The small villa remained silent, signaling another day his parents wouldn't be coming home. After watering the plants and weeding, he returned to the living room. He was late this morning, had provincial team matters to attend to at noon, and was even scolded alone by the teacher before school ended, so he hadn't had time to check in yet. Now that he had some free time, he finally remembered about the check-in. Xiao Yang immediately opened the check-in panel and pressed it deftly. The icon began to rotate. Finally, the icon came to rest on a piano. Acquired, novice pianist. This was a passive skill. At the novice level, one could master the piano. To put it in terms of a grading system, a novice pianist here was equivalent to a professional performance level. In the world of amateur piano examinations, the repertoire is categorized from levels 1 to 10, with levels beyond 10 being professional grades. The first professional level is the performance grade. Beyond the performance grade lies the master grade, and after the master grade comes the academician grade. That is to say, Xiao Yang's beginner pianist level was already at a performance grade standard. How difficult is it to advance from amateur level 10 to professional performance level? Those who can break through this barrier are exceptionally rare and require considerable talent. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment. Since he still had 40,000 unused reputation points, why not directly upgrade this skill to intermediate level and observe the results? Acting on impulse was always Xiao Yang's style. Without hesitation, he spent 10,000 reputation points to upgrade his skill to intermediate level. Intermediate Piano Master. The pianist had now become a piano master. Introduction: possessing master-level performance skills, capable of composing some pieces under the inspiration's spark. Xiao Yang hardly had any inspiration. However, the term master level sounded incredibly impressive. In China, very few could reach such a level, and each of them commanded considerable prestige in musical circles. This skill seems quite useful too. Xiao Yang also felt he was taking another step toward diversification. The only pity was that there was no piano at home, and his parents had never considered cultivating his talents in this direction. Just then, the landline phone in the living room rang. Xiao Yang stood up and walked to the phone, glancing down to see his mother's name on the caller ID. "Hello, Mom," Lu Ping responded and immediately began inquiring about how things were going. Xiao Yang kept quiet about his participation in the sports meet. He wasn't afraid of being exposed on this point, because his parents were too busy with work to spare time for high school sports events. They wouldn't even have time to glance at the news. After exchanging a few words, Lu Ping once again brought up the topic of studying abroad. Chapter 30, Academic Assessment. They genuinely worried about their son's future. Xiao Yang could only manage a few words in response, uttering phrases like "no hurry," and "there's no harm in waiting until after the college entrance exams." Lu Ping had no choice but to offer a few words of encouragement. Yet today, she found herself thinking about her living expenses. "Son, did Mom forget to leave you living expenses last time? Wow, nothing beats a mother's love. It's been 4 or 5 days already and you're only remembering now. If it weren't for this sports scholarship, your son would still be bowing his head to big sister." Of course, Xiao Yang isn't short on money now, so he replied frankly, "Seems like it really wasn't given, but it doesn't matter anymore. I've saved up quite a bit, so food and lodging aren't a problem." Lu Ping wasn't worried about this, though her son's grades were indeed poor. She couldn't find any fault with how he handled daily life. "Then I'm relieved. Just let me know if you're short on money and I'll transfer some." After hanging up, Xiao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Having grabbed a quick bite to eat, he once again immersed himself in the sea of studies. These past 2 days, Xiao Yang genuinely experienced the life of a top student. Advanced super memory truly lived up to its reputation. Within just 2 short days, Xiao Yang had already finished reading all the high school textbooks and reached a level of comprehensive mastery where he could derive new understanding from what he learned. Wednesday morning, Xiao Yang opened his eyes at the alarm clock surging. He drew back the curtains to look outside. The pale dawn sky stretched cloudless for miles, yet another perfectly clear day. Only after pushing open the window and taking several deep breaths did he finally access the check-in interface. Xiao Yang clicked to check in. The icon spun. When it stopped, it revealed a sheet of music. Obtained the score of the Pathetic Sonata. A musical score memory enters the brain and is completely stored. Xiao Yang was stunned. This piece of music didn't exist in this world. He found a passage introducing the Pathetic Sonata. Pathetic Sonata is a work by the renowned pianist Beethoven from another world. The solemn tones and passionate emotions of this composition are filled with profound pathos. Beethoven? Is he that impressive? But here, this piece is entirely my own original composition. With my intermediate piano master passive skill, this piece is destined to shine brilliantly. The only pity was that the house had no piano. After some deliberation, Xiao Yang checked the time. It's time to head to school. There was a test today. So all the students in the class were hunched over their textbooks, studying hard during the morning self-study session. Only Xiao Yang sat relaxed at his seat, feigning sleep with his eyes lightly closed. Every high school course had already been absorbed into his mind, making reading books utterly useless to him now. Seeing his deskmate pretending to sleep with closed eyes, Wang Ziluan casually set down his textbook too. "Mate Xiao, are you just giving up straight away?" Since both of them were at the same level in their cultural studies, Wang Ziluan felt that whether he looked at the textbook or not didn't seem to make much difference. He might as well follow Xiao Yang's lead and give up outright. Xiao Yang opened his eyes and glanced at Wang Ziluan, curling his lips into a smile. "I'm not giving up, just that I've already mastered everything and feel no need to keep going over it." Wang Ziluan pursed his lips. "You must be lying while pulling a cow's tail, because right now you sound like you're blowing smoke. Damn, this guy can't remember his studies, yet he recites folk proverbs word for word without missing a beat." In the front row, Bai Lanlan also heard Xiao Yang's remark. She turned to look at him, her eyes filled with bewilderment. She trusted Xiao Yang, but what he just said seemed completely out of character for his usual self. Wang Ziluan immediately chimed in, "Look how skeptical our class monitor's expression is, even she clearly thinks you're full of it." The surrounding students burst into laughter. Xiao Yang says he's grasped everything already, so reading is pointless now. If you're gonna boast, at least make it believable. Academic subjects aren't like PE, you can't just sprint a few laps and call it good. I believe anything else, but him claiming to understand everything, might as well start discussing world peace instead. All the classmates knew each other inside out, so if a poor student suddenly claimed to understand everything and mastered it all, no one would likely believe it. Xiao Yang could only sigh helplessly. There was no way to explain it either. Although his classmates didn't have any ill intentions, their words still left him feeling irritated. Forget it, better to let his grades do the talking. Hearing her classmates talk about Xiao Yang like that, class monitor by Lon Lon grew somewhat angry. This is a classroom, not the wilderness. If you want to chat, go outside. The classroom chatter did quiet down considerably, though many students still whispered about Xiao Yang's academic performance. After all, this was high school, not everyone would show deference to the class monitor. Xiao Yang shrugged, though, this class monitor was quite bold. Less than a minute later, the homeroom teacher walked in holding stacks of test papers. Alright, self-study is over. Starting today, we'll have our Chinese language test. Everyone, put away your textbooks. She then began handing out the test papers one by one. Elsewhere, she would drop off the papers and leave immediately, but when she reached Xiao Yang's desk, Wei Xiaomei stopped in her tracks. She placed the test paper on Xiao Yang's desk and said, "Don't stress about it. This is just a small quiz, it's fine if your score isn't high. We can always make up for it with extra lessons later." Clearly, Wei Xiaomei was also aware that academic subjects were Xiao Yang's weak point. Choosing to focus on regular classes instead of the provincial team, she wanted to reassure him and ease his psychological burden. The homeroom teacher doesn't believe in me. Xiao Yang gave an acknowledging hum. Wei Xiaomei tossed the test paper to Wang Ziluan. Wang Ziluan hastily caught it. Wang Ziluan, if you keep ranking last again, I'll have to summon your parents. Without waiting for Wang Ziluan to reply, Wei Xiaomei walked towards the back row. Wang Ziluan, teacher, you're being a bit of a hypocrite here. After returning to the podium, Wei Xiaomei checked the time and announced, alright, we have 40 minutes left. Hand in your papers when the bell rings. Begin. The classroom was filled only with the rustling sound of pens scratching against paper. Xiao Yang glanced at the exam paper. For his former self, this test would have been as difficult as climbing to heaven, but now it was a piece of cake. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Yang began scribbling furiously. He scanned the questions with lightning speed, and his answering pace reached an absolute peak. Prince Ziluan was utterly dumbfounded beside him. He thought to himself, at this speed, is old Xiao completely letting himself go wild? He assumed Xiao Yang was just scribbling nonsense and didn't take it to heart. Instead, it made him sigh in relief. As the perennial second to last, he was genuinely afraid of being surpassed by Xiao Yang, his only buffer. But now it seems Xiao Yang has given up on treatment, so there's no pressure on me anymore. Xiao Yang's answering speed could be described as smooth as flowing water. In just over 10 minutes, he had already reached the final question. It was an essay question requiring the composition of a prose poem without restrictions, asking to describe the creative scenario. Prose, considered difficult by some, can also be seen as effortlessly simple. The crux lies in one's level and depth of mastery. Xiao Yang contemplated for a few minutes before finally selecting one of the prose poems lingering in his mind. Xiao Yang began to write. No one is born extraordinary, nor is anyone inherently superior. To be human is to dare to challenge, to possess the resolve and perseverance to scale great heights, with the unruffled grace to rise above mockery, just like a seabird, fearless in its battle against the vastness of sky and sea. After a brief pause, Xiao Yang wrote the title of the poem beneath this line. The Petrel. Over the vast expanse of the sea, fierce winds gather storm clouds. Between the clouds and the sea, the petrels soar proudly like black lightning. Xiao Yang immersed himself completely, his brushstrokes growing faster and faster. The petrel cries out as it soars, like black lightning, piercing through the dark clouds like an arrow, its wings skimming the spray from the waves. He set down the brush and closed his eyes slightly. In his mind, he recalled all the ridicule he had endured during cultural studies classes over the years. In the eyes of classmates, academic performance has become the benchmark of intelligence. Their gazes at me feel like I'm being viewed as intellectually deficient. But from today onward, I'll no longer be the so-called poor student, nor the rebellious child in my parents' eyes. Everything is changed now. Xiao Yang suddenly opened his eyes and fiercely wrote down the final sentence. The storm is coming. This is the brave petrel, soaring proudly amidst roaring seas and flashing lightning. This is the triumphant prophet's cry. Let the storm strike with even greater fury. Let the storm rage even fiercer. I, Xiao Yang, am that petrel welcoming the storm. Chapter 31, The homeroom teacher is shocked yet again. When such lyrical prose truly leaped onto the page, Xiao Yang felt tingles all over his scalp. But he felt exhilarated, that kind of deep, all-encompassing exhilaration. Like a petrel breaking through the storm to see the rainbow in clear skies, that kind of exhilaration. All the problems were solved. To maintain a low profile, Xiaoyang closed his test paper and silently began studying his reputation and skills. Wei Xiaomei on the lecture platform kept observing Xiaoyang the entire time. Seeing Xiaoyang scribble furiously before eventually becoming completely still, Wei Xiaomei repeatedly wanted to stand up and remind him, lest he fall asleep. But each time, she stopped short of speaking. Would calling out Xiaoyang during an exam in front of the whole class make him lose face? The homeroom teacher was actually starting to consider students' dignity. Wei Xiaomei checked the time and realized there were still over 10 minutes left, yet Xiaoyang remained lost in thought. She couldn't sit still any longer. Standing up, she approached Xiaoyang. The exam will be ending soon. At that moment, all the classmates shared the same thought. Since when has the homeroom teacher been so considerate? With time running out, she even went out of her way to remind us. Xiaoyang lifted his head to look at homeroom teacher Wei Xiaomei before replying, I've already finished. What? Wei Xiaomei hesitantly reached out and unfolded the test paper Xiaoyang had folded up. The handwriting on it was exceptionally neat, appearing as if it had been written in one continuous flow. It was completed all right, but as for the quality, Wei Xiaomei didn't insist too much. After all, Xiaoyang's previous achievements were evident to all. Everything requires a process that follows a step-by-step approach. Without examining it closely, Wei Xiaomei promptly walked past Xiaoyang. Soon, the bell signaling the end of class rang, and the students began to submit their papers in an orderly manner. After Xiaoyang handed in his exam paper, Wei Xiaomei cast a few meaningful glances his way. This test appears to have been pre-arranged among the teachers, with each subject scheduled for one exam. Xiaoyang approached all exam papers with equal ease, finishing them in a short time. Inside the office, Wei Xiaomei, being the first to complete the test, began grading. This Chinese language exam was relatively difficult. Moreover, achieving a perfect score in Chinese is nearly impossible. More than half graded so far. The highest score in the class belonged to Bai Lanlan, who got all other questions correct except for the prose section where she lost 10 points. Wei Xiaomei shook her head, did some eye exercises, and resumed grading. She picked up the test paper and glanced at the name written on it, Xiaoyang. The moment she saw Xiaoyang's name, Wei Xiaomei perked up, her earlier exhaustion completely vanishing. Xiaoyang. His past academic performance was vividly clear in her mind. This time, she would carefully examine the shortcomings in Xiaoyang's exam paper to draft a proper teaching plan for him. Wei Xiaomei picked up her red pen and began reviewing. Modern Chinese reading comprehension, neat, concise summary with all correct answers, full marks. She continued reading down the page. Classical Chinese reading comprehension, accurate interpretation, clear organization, full marks. Ah, not bad at all. When it comes to ancient poetry, there's no need to even mention it. Extraordinary talents who wrote those masterpieces would naturally score full marks. Impressive. Wei Xiaomei began to feel astonished. Renowned lines in classic works, full marks across the board. A glint flashed in Wei Xiaomei's eyes, filled with deep surprise. Language arts application, perfect score. Wei Xiaomei was astonished. She had reviewed all the questions, and apart from the final essay, Xiaoyang had actually achieved a 100% accuracy rate. As the homeroom teacher, in all her years of recalling Xiaoyang's countless exercises and exams, this was a situation that had never occurred before. As for whether it's cheating, this is Chinese language. Even if he copied directly from the textbook, he couldn't possibly achieve this level of accuracy. Besides, today she had been paying extremely close attention to Xiaoyang, practically watching his every move the entire time. There's simply no way he could have cheated. This is his genuine academic performance. Every single question, except the essay, was answered correctly. For some reason, Wei Xiaomei began to feel a sense of anticipation amid her shock. Prose. She glanced at the opening line. I've always been a poor student, with academic subjects being my weakness, the subject of mockery. But, from today onward, that will no longer be the case. She felt a helpless rage. Students mocking underachievers, this was something that had never ceased to exist. Xiaoyang was an underachiever and had endured plenty of ridicule. But from today onward, all of that would change. This is a declaration of war against all humiliation and ridicule. Wei Xiaomei couldn't help but recall all the questions Xiaoyang had answered correctly before. He actually did it. Below is the title. The Stormy Petrel. This is a prose poem. Wei Xiaomei began reading meticulously, word by word, from anticipation to astonishment. As she read past the halfway point, her initial shock had turned to a creeping dread. Then she reached that final sentence. Let the storm rage even fiercer. She could almost see Xiaoyang roaring defiantly against the mockery, then finally holding his head high after excelling in his studies. At this moment, the tingling sensation on her scalp told her that her soul seemed to have been elevated. Wei Xiaomei read it again. The more she read, the more astonished she became. The power in this prose poem was overwhelmingly strong. So powerful that her excited heart couldn't calm down for a long time, making her unable to review other exam papers even. Let me catch my breath. Let me catch my breath. Wei Xiaomei sat in her seat panting heavily. Finally her emotions settled somewhat. She picked up the red ballpoint pen. 150 points. Full marks. As a high school Chinese language teacher, she couldn't recall ever giving perfect scores in all her years of teaching. But today she did, because this test paper truly deserved that score. Some teachers from other classes noticed Wei Xiaomei's unusual behavior. "Teacher Wei, what's wrong?" With a smile on her face, Wei Xiaomei raised Xiao Yang's test paper, a smile filled with admiration, delight, and pride. The entire office became lively. The whole day was spent taking exams, and time was really tight. Right after finishing the last exam paper, it was time to leave school. After Xiao Yang packed up his things, he left the classroom with Wang Ziluan. "Old Xiao, how are you still so relaxed?" Indeed, Wang Ziluan had been solving problems all day and still looked dazed as if he hadn't woken up properly. Yet Xiao Yang remained full of energy, as if the exam didn't drain him at all. He chuckled and said, "Isn't it just an exam? Do you think acting like you're the normal one here?" Wang Ziluan blinked. "Damn bro, you're literally last in our class. How can you act so chill about it?" He nudged Xiao Yang's arm. "I'm not coming to evening self-study tonight. Right now all I want to do is crash in bed." Xiao Yang shrugged indifferently, "Couldn't care less whether you come or not. I'm definitely not going anyway." After getting home, Xiao Yang started feeling kinda bored. "I used to have time to read books, but now, I've already studied all the high school textbooks, so there's no need to go through them again." Chapter 32, Piano Event. This is exactly what an advanced super memory is for. The effect is downright incredible. After all, before this, trying to grasp any knowledge and commit it to memory was an enormous challenge for him. Now just one glance is enough to make my brain go into overdrive. Not only can it store information but also analyze it. In fact, I've even reached the point where I can't find anything to do. As a student, suddenly having all this free time actually makes me feel a bit bored. After pacing around the house, Xiao Yang felt uncomfortably idle. Patting his hungry belly, he decided to grab a bite at the roadside stalls outside. After all, just his provincial sports tournament prize money alone amounted to 9,000 yuan. Though he'd given elder sister 1,000 back, the remaining 8,000 was still a small fortune for a student. Having money means living a little better, perfectly reasonable. With this thought fueling him, he simply rose and walked out the door. About half a kilometer from the neighborhood, there's a commercial street. It's densely populated, extremely bustling, and lively. Right next to the commercial street is a night market, with street vendors offering everything you could imagine. Xiao Yang's destination was precisely that place. A distance of 1 li is merely a few hundred meters, hardly requiring any means of transportation. Soon, he arrived at the night market ahead of the others. As always, the place was bustling with activity. The air was filled with the cries of vendors hawking their wares and the constant hum of conversations. Xiao Yang quickly found a street stall selling grilled squid. The squid here were quite large. "Boss, how much for your squid?" The proprietor was a woman in her 30s or so, her face beaming with a genuine smile. $7. Xiao Yang was quite straightforward. "Give me 2. With that, he promptly scanned the QR code to make the payment. Then came the waiting. The night market was lively and noisy, but Xiao Yang still managed to hear a distinct sound amidst all the clamor. He tilted his head to listen. It was the sound of a piano. In the past, Xiao Yang might not have been interested in why there would be piano music here, but now it was different. After all, he possessed the skills of an intermediate piano master. Since there was no piano at home and no prior exposure to it, the interest grew even stronger. The female owner of the squid stall was still busy, so Xiao Yang casually struck up a conversation. "Big sister, how come there's piano music in this night market?" Without looking up, the woman continued working as she replied, "There seems to be a piano store on the commercial street running a promotion. They organized some kind of competition. I went to take a look earlier. It was quite lively." "A piano store running a promotion? Your 2 squids are ready." The female shop owner handed the packaged grilled squid to Xiao Yang. As soon as he took it, he caught a whiff of its aroma. Xiao Yang immediately took a bite. Crispy texture with just the right amount of spicy flavor. Delicious. Waving at the female boss, Xiao Yang left the night market and headed toward the commercial pedestrian street instead. He still had a genuine interest in the piano. The location of the event was very easy to find. At the center of a square, brightly lit with lights, crowds of people gathered in multiple concentric circles. On a temporarily built stage stood a piano, or a 14 or 15-year-old girl in a white dress sat, playing skillfully with grace and composure. Moreover, her clothes and shoes all appeared to be designer brands, clearly marking her as the exceptional child of a wealthy family. Xiao Yang edged closer while nibbling on his squid skewer. Now operating at a maestro's level, he could instantly discern this young girl's piano skills were approximately at amateur grade 7. Though grade 7 might not sound particularly impressive at first mention, reaching this level actually requires genuine natural talent. Not half bad at all. Xiao Yang took a crisp bite. As soon as the little girl finished playing, a round of applause broke out. A female host stepped onto the stage holding a microphone. The performance by our young contestant Lu Zi was truly excellent. Her remarkable talent is undeniable, as I'm sure everyone here agrees. Such remarkable talent at such a young age undoubtedly stems from both exceptional parental nurturing and the earnest guidance of piano instructors. Our artsy piano intensive training class is about to begin. Parents who wish to cultivate outstanding children, we extend our gratitude to Treasure Arts Piano Store for their generous support of this event. Following a smoothly delivered series of promotional lines, the hostess continued, "This event is open to all participants. Our professional judging panel will select the ultimate winner, who will be awarded a wartime classic professional piano valued at 15,000 yuan. The prize can be considered quite substantial indeed." The woman in front of Xiao Yang quickly sent her child up to perform. It was a teenage boy. The piano is an instrument for both genders, but those who achieve mastery are usually male, primarily due to physical strength requirements. Never assume playing piano isn't strenuous, quite the opposite. When performing challenging pieces, it's more exhausting than manual labor. But currently in China, parents who send their children to learn piano are mostly girls. Regardless of whether they succeed or not, their temperament undoubtedly improves. Lu Zi just now was a perfect example. This school uniform-clad teenager walked over and sat down at the piano, casting a burning gaze at the prize nearby, that classic model piano. After asking for the name, the host began to play. Xiao Yang took a bite of the grilled squid and closed his eyes slightly. The boy was at an amateur 7th level, playing an examination piece. Though his skill was somewhat ordinary compared to Xiao Yang's, his playing was brimming with emotion. As a piano master, Xiao Yang could hear the boy's stubbornness and his love for the piano. It was a very mysterious feeling. Only someone of Xiao Yang's caliber could perceive this emotional resonance. Unfortunately, despite being at amateur level 7, the boy appeared out of practice or unskilled, resulting in inaccurate tone control and rhythmic confusion during the major scale transition. The panel of judges, clearly seasoned professionals, all shook their heads slightly when they noticed the young performer's mishaps. Compared to the little girl from earlier, the boy's playing was clearly much less impressive. In fact, you could tell something from the clothes they were wearing too. The little girl came from a well-off family. She probably even had a piano at home and attended high-quality lessons. Meanwhile, this boy was still wearing his school uniform at the night market, and his parents were dressed very plainly. The young man clearly knew he had made quite a few mistakes. After finishing his performance, he cast a disappointed glance at the prizes not far away and walked off the stage despondently. Returning to his mother's side, the boy remained silent. His mother looked at him with mixed emotions before finally patting his shoulder and saying, "It's alright, we'll participate again next time there's an event like this." The host stepped onto the stage with a microphone and effortlessly delivered another smooth round of advertising spiel before announcing, "Are there any more participants? If not, we'll proceed to the awards segment of today's event." The audience members exchanged glances, but no one stepped forward. At that moment, Xiao Yang tapped the shoulder of the boy in front of him. "Hey kid, let me through." Chapter 33, I, the piano master, astonished the audience. The boy stepped aside, his eyes filled with confusion. Is he going to participate too? Clearly, the young man had guessed right. Xiao Yang walked straight to the stage, casually tossing the packaging bag in his hand into the trash bin. This sort of event wasn't entirely without young participants, but one with oil stains at the corners of his mouth was definitely a first. "Hello, are you here to join our event too?" Xiao Yang pressed his tongue against a chili flake stuck on his tooth. "Right, there's no age limit, is there?" "No age limit. May I ask your name?" "Xiao Yang." "Great, let's welcome our 13th contestant today, Xiao Yang." After finishing his words, the host stepped back to give the stage to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang sat down and began selecting his repertoire in his mind. Since this was his first performance after acquiring his skills, he felt he should tackle something challenging. Playing what others had performed before would be uninspiring. It wouldn't match his master-level technique. Well then, Pathetic Sonata. If this world doesn't have the Pathetic Sonata, then this must be my original composition. Truth be told, the name doesn't quite match the compositional style. This piece carries more heroic grandeur while containing relatively little pathos. Performing my own original composition, should I inform the audience about this? Xiao Yang felt it necessary, so he turned to the three judges and asked, "Teachers, is it alright if I perform my own original composition?" Original composition? The three were stunned for a moment before exchanging knowing smiles. Only masters, only those at the master level, could compose piano pieces. To compose a masterpiece demands even more stringent conditions. Yet now a young man of 18 or 19 claims he'll perform an original composition for them. This is somewhat laughable. Two of them chuckled before all turned their gaze to the person in the center. Professor Qin? As the founder and renowned expert of River City's Piano Association, Qin Yu had been invited by friends to serve as a judge for this event. She could confirm that this young man before her was not a member of her association. Moreover, judging by his accent, he was undoubtedly from River City. Being a River City local but not part of her association, his skills were indeed questionable. She thought for a moment and softly uttered 3 words, "Let's try." The other 2, clearly inferior in reputation and status to Qinyu, immediately nodded in agreement and turned to Xiaoyang, saying, "Chairman Qin has asked you to perform. This is a perfect opportunity for us to appreciate the skill of a folk musician and his original compositions." Xiaoyang closed his eyes, mentally arranging the complete musical piece. He then familiarized himself with the keys, casually pressing several notes. The tone isn't bad. Qinyu slightly frowned, even feeling this young man was here to make trouble. Seeing Qinyu's displeased expression, one of them immediately became anxious. "Do you even know how to play piano? If not, hurry up and get off stage, stop disrupting us." Another person also said with great displeasure, "You really meet all sorts of people." Xiaoyang didn't respond but instead made a gesture for silence. Then he slightly closed his eyes and finally began the first movement in earnest. Just how skilled is an intermediate piano master? The movements flowed effortlessly, the music rich with emotion. In that moment, the notes in his mind seemed to transform into spirited sprites dancing ceaselessly across the piano keys. The emotionally charged music surged through every person present in an instant. Within mere seconds, the 3 initially dismissive judges widened their eyes in astonishment. The layman watches the spectacle, while the expert discerns the technique. This piece begins at an extremely slow tempo, gradually building to a crescendo of passion. Its rich emotions make one feel as though transformed into a titan, battling against fate with unyielding resolve and a spirit that embraces the universe. How thrilling it is! Blood boiling with excitement. The audience on site seems equally moved by this passion, their tightly shut eyes revealing nothing but resilience and stubborn determination. Even passers-by stopped in their tracks, mesmerized by the magic of music. More and more people gathered, all utterly captivated by the melody. Suddenly, the rhythm shifted. Warm and reverent, like a wordless lyrical song. As if the performer's love for life and humanity shone clearly through every note, radiant as sunlight. People had forgotten time, all they needed was to listen to the emotions, to the voice of life itself. This is the second movement. Next, the third movement begins with a cascade of connected notes like pouring raindrops. Technique and emotion are utterly fused into one. Will, vitality, and life intertwine to weave a brilliant existence. At last, the entire piece concluded with the confident and unrestrained aura exuded by Xiaoyang. The song came to an end. It took a long moment before the live audience reacted, immediately erupting into thunderous applause. Although the vast majority of them were laymen, the shock brought by this piano piece was truly and deeply felt. The young man who had previously competed looked at Xiaoyang on stage with an almost worshipful gaze. The biggest reactions came from the 3 judges present, especially Qinyu. As the president of Jiangcheng Piano Association, she considered her piano skills to be the pinnacle of achievement throughout Jiangcheng. Yet this one original composition by Xiaoyang completely showed her what it meant when people say there's always someone better. The profound emotional impact and shock struck her deeply, making her realize the immense gap between her own first-grade concert pianist skills and his. Most astonishingly, that young man was merely 17 or 18 years old. So youthful, yet capable of performing such breathtaking music. And it's an original composition I've never heard before. What kind of genius is this? This is undoubtedly a virtuoso performer, no, a true master. Amid the prolonged applause, Xiaoyang stood up and wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth. The 3 of them, Qinyu and the others, hurriedly stood up as well. That one. They hadn't paid attention just now, so what was the name of this big shot again? The host nearby, quick on the uptake, immediately whispered a reminder, Xiaoyang. Mr. Xiao. Qinyu stepped forward. I'd like to ask what this piece is called? Xiaoyang gave a faint smile. Pathetic Sonata. Did it sound alright? Not just decent, it's absolutely top-notch. Qinyu adopted a humble tone. Excuse me, Mr. Qin, is this piece truly your original composition? This composition is flawless in every aspect, content, melody, structure, simply perfection. If widely circulated, this piece would undoubtedly become a classic, spreading far and wide, maybe even achieving legendary status. Was this piece really composed by the young man before me? Just how extraordinary is his talent then? Xiaoyang glanced at the other person and chuckled. Of course it's my original work. Otherwise, could it be yours? Qinyu immediately forced an ingratiating smile. You jest, Mr. Xiao. Xiaoyang didn't seem to have much regard for this so-called piano association president, so he immediately turned to the host nearby and asked, Host, is this event still going to continue? I recall the previous contestants didn't have this interaction segment with the judges. Chapter 34, The Grand Prize? Given away directly. Qinyu was embarrassed. Indeed, there was no such interaction segment, mainly because she still looked down on those kids. Now she's taken a liking, but Xiaoyang wasn't having any of it. The host immediately felt awkward. Well, Xiaoyang didn't even bother with them and walked straight off the stage. All eyes fell upon Xiaoyang, filled with admiration and reverence. Xiao Yang stood amidst the crowd with an air of nonchalance. As Xiao Yang walked away, Qin Yu and the others could only reluctantly return to their previous seats at the judges' panel. The host took several deep breaths before regaining their previously cheerful smile. Is there anyone else willing to come up and compete? Xiao Yang's performance just now was truly exceptional. Even the casual onlookers could recognize its extraordinary quality. Under these circumstances, anyone who stepped up now would undoubtedly pale in comparison. Their playing guaranteed to sound like garbage. A heavy silence fell over the crowd. The teenager looked at Xiao Yang standing beside him, his gaze fraught with profound complexity. Noticing the youth's expression, Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows with a faint smile. Seemingly encouraged by Xiao Yang's friendly demeanor, the boy mustered his courage and asked, "Brother, how many years have you been learning piano?" "You're incredible," Xiao Yang replied with a smile. "It hasn't been that long. If you work hard enough, you'll reach this level too." The boy's eyes glimmered with excitement. "Really?" "Of course it's true," Xiao Yang immediately asked. "What's your name?" "Li Haochen." The host also understood that today's event had essentially reached its conclusion. "Now we'll move on to our award ceremony." The host gestured toward the judging panel. "We invite our 3 judges to select today's winners, and we'll be presenting the prizes. The first prize winner will receive a classic professional piano. The second prize winner will receive either a professional gift package or a 50% discount on 6 months of specialized training courses. The third prize winner can enjoy a 50% discount for 1 quarter. All participating children can receive a week of free training courses and a 20% discount on registration fees. After all, the purpose of commercial activities is to attract some students." Xiao Yang's stunning performance just now also played a role, giving parents a glimpse into the charm of piano music. Some parents who had been considering it started signing up at the registration counter. About 5 minutes later, the scoring rankings from the 3 judges were announced. The host took the stage again holding the name cards. "Next, I will announce the top 3 winners of this competition. In third place, Chen Tianmei, a young girl, quite tall despite her young age. Second place, Lu Zi. Lu Zi was the girl Xiao Yang had heard about when he first arrived. With her good looks and excellent demeanor, the girl seemed to have earned quite a few bonus points. The youth next to Xiao Yang had a dim look in his eyes. Not a single ranking was achieved. That meant no benefits at all. Naturally, he was disappointed. First place. The host pointed in Xiao Yang's direction. "Xiao Yang." Xiao Yang glanced at the young man beside him, then walked onto the stage. "Congratulations, Mr. Xiao, for captivating the hearts of both the 3 judges and the live audience with your exquisite and flawless performance. May we ask what your actual age is this year?" "Just turned 18 years old." 18 years old, how incredible. "May I ask how long you've been studying piano?" "1 day. This is the debut performance." "Of course, that can't be said. It's been a long time." After answering several consecutive questions, Xiao Yang took the microphone. "So from now on, that piano belongs to me, doesn't it?" The host nodded. "Leave your address, and we'll deliver it to your residence." Xiao Yang fixed his gaze on the audience below. "Li Haochen, come up here." The young man was taken aback, then immediately looked toward his mother standing nearby. Mother nodded. Li Haochen bit his lip and walked onto the stage. Xiao Yang held the microphone and put an arm around his shoulder. "The piece he just performed is an examination piece for grade 7 amateur level. It wasn't entirely smooth and had some flaws." Li Haochen bowed his head slightly. Xiao Yang then continued, "But from his performance, I could hear his passion for the piano, his yearning for the future, and the determination and persistence radiating from this young soul. This emotion and persistence are brought forth by the music, impossible to conceal. Perhaps his family circumstances weren't privileged enough to allow him access to what he truly loved. But today, he will finally have his very own piano. Li Haochen, that piano belongs to you now." Li Haochen jerked his head up, gazing at Xiao Yang who stood slightly taller than him with astonishment. The statement had clearly taken him by complete surprise. "Belongs to me?" Xiao Yang smiled. "That's right. To me, the piano no longer holds importance, but for you, it's a dream. I heard the passion in your music. So now, it's yours." After speaking, she turned to look at the host. "May I give it to someone who needs it more?" The organizer's goal was to jointly promote the piano sale event and recruit students. With registrations booming now, it ultimately didn't matter much who ended up with the prize. Of course. Xiao Yang turned around and patted the young man on the shoulder. "Keep going, dream-chasing warrior." With those words, she jumped off the stage, accompanied by the enthusiastic applause of the onlookers. Xiao Yang's figure gradually disappeared as the applause slowly faded. When Qin Yu returned after handling her affairs, she could no longer see the prodigious pianist Xiao Yang, who had been there moments ago. She urgently asked the host, "Where is Xiao Yang, who just won first place?" The host pointed eastward. "He's gone." "Gone?" Qin Yu felt an unutterable melancholy. To think we missed someone capable of composing divine music. After a brief hesitation, the host added, "Professor Qin, if you're looking for this Xiao Yang, it shouldn't be too hard to find him." Qin Yu quickly asked, "What do you mean?" Judging by age, it should be a high school student. In our Jiangcheng, there's only one Jiangcheng High School. This immediately narrowed down the scope. Yes, Jiangcheng High School. Xiao Yang wandered through the night market once more, picking up some snacks before finally turning to head home. Unbeknownst to him, footage of his piano performance had already been uploaded online. By the time he arrived home, it was already around 9:30 in the evening. With nothing weighing on his mind, Xiao Yang turned on the television but found nothing particularly interesting after a few glances. Checking my reputation points, I was surprised to find that my previous 32,000 reputation had now risen to over 34,000. So performing a piano piece in public had directly boosted my reputation by over 2,000 points? If I were to participate in some major competitions? 6 a.m. Xiao Yang had developed a habit. The first thing he did upon waking was check in. After tapping the check-in button, the icon began to spin. Finally, the icon transformed into a book. Acquired the three-body problem, Book 1. A book cover materialized in my mind. This is a novel, a science fiction novel. According to the introduction, the complete work consists of 3 volumes. In another world, this novel is truly a masterpiece of science fiction. Chapter 35, full marks in Chinese. The whole class was stunned. A novel. Xiao Yang felt like he might be a bit redundant. After all, it's just a novel, nothing too serious. What's more, sci-fi novels belong to a niche market in his case. Although he felt this novel was merely a novel and nothing more, Xiao Yang still began flipping through its pages in his mind. At first glance, Xiao Yang didn't find anything particularly special about it, and even felt there was a bit too much exposition. But as the plot unfolded, he gradually became engrossed in the story. Given Xiao Yang's reading speed, he quickly finished all 200,000 words of this first installment. The basic premise involves Yi Wenjie's family members successively passing away due to unusual circumstances, leading her to secretly contact the Trisolarans as revenge against humanity. Later, she founded the Frontiers of Science, which subsequently split into 3 factions, the Adventists, the Redemptionists, and the Survivors. The deaths of numerous prominent and important scientists drew attention, and the Frontiers of Science was placed under surveillance. The police also sent undercover agents to infiltrate the Frontiers of Science through the guise of gaming. Based on the intelligence provided by these agents, Yi Wenjie and many leaders of her organization were apprehended in a single operation, leading to a groundbreaking advancement in understanding Trisolaris. But it was already too late. The Trisolarans had already launched protons containing supercomputers toward Earth. Nearly all top officials were plunged into despair. After hope was rekindled, everyone united as one to prepare for the imminent Trisolaran invasion. This concludes the first part. A masterpiece. This first part alone utterly eclipses the vast majority of novels on the market. But, in terms of content, most of the foreshadowing is poised to unfold, only to be abruptly cut off. It felt just like the urge to go to the bathroom. Xiao Yan was practically itching to read it all in one go. Damn it, all I got from checking in was the first installment. Could anything be more frustrating? Glancing at the time, it was already 7:30 in the morning. Xiao Yang washed up and then stepped out of the house. Along the way, he kept thinking. The content of this first installment already outshines the vast majority of sci-fi novels on the market if he could get hold of the second and third installments. By then, this thing would become real gold and silver. Although he wasn't late today, Xiao Yang was still the last one to arrive in the classroom. The students in the class seemed to have grown accustomed to Xiao Yang being the last to enter the classroom every day. As soon as Xiao Yang sat down, Wang Ziluan immediately leaned over. Hey Xiao, I skipped self-study last night too. Do you think the homeroom teacher will give me trouble today? With a touch of helplessness, Xiao Yang replied, what's your academic performance like? Why would you even worry about getting in trouble? Wang Ziluan nodded at first, then suddenly realized, wait, how dare the last place guy mock the second to last? Xiao Yang waved his hand lightly. That wasn't mockery, it was consolation. Wang Ziluan snorted, wow, you really know how to console people. As the two were locked in their battle of wits, Bai Lanlan in the front row turned around and asked, Xiao Yang, how did you feel about yesterday's exam? Xiao Yang immediately responded, it's alright, considering it wasn't really that difficult. Beside him, Wang Ziluan widened his eyes and raised his voice considerably, shouting, not that difficult? My hairline has receded 3 millimeters because of this, and you're saying it's not difficult? Bro, know your place, should you really be saying that? Yang Rui, Bai Lanlan's short-haired deskmate, glanced at Xiao Yang and then at Wang Ziluan. You two are evenly matched, neither of you should criticize the other. Several classmates around them burst into laughter. Yang Rui finally said something fair. Perfectly matched in strength. Coming in last and second to last, isn't that what you call perfectly matched? Wang Ziluan shot a glare at those who were snickering. He murmured to Xiao Yang, look how happily those few are laughing. Alright, let's stop talking ourselves. At the front row, Bai Lanlan and Yang Rui turned their heads around. Less than 2 minutes later, the classroom door creaked open as homeroom teacher Wei Xiumei walked in, clutching a stack of exam papers. The previously somewhat noisy classroom fell into complete silence in an instant. I've already graded yesterday's exam papers, some have improved while others have fallen behind. Wei Xiaomei scanned the room and added, worth mentioning is that our class has produced a perfect score this time. What? Perfect score? A perfect score in Chinese is as difficult as scaling the heavens. After more than 2 years under homeroom teacher Wei Xiaomei, they had never seen anyone achieve full marks. Is it Bai Lan Lan? After all, she's always been the top student in Chinese in our class. I feel it was her too, like there's no one else it could have been. A student glanced at Bai Lan Lan but caught sight of Xiao Yang instead. Jokingly, he nudged his deskmate and said, that Xiao Yang seems oddly calm. Could he be the one who aced it this time? His deskmate shot a disdainful look toward Xiao Yang. No way. Anyone in our class stands a chance except our perennial dead last, he scoffed. Ah, just teasing. Didn't think you'd take it seriously. Teacher Wei Xiaomei stood at the podium and rapped her knuckles on the desk. Silence. The murmurs in the classroom quickly died down. When I call your name, come up to collect your test paper. Bai Lan Lan, 138 points. Bai Lan Lan walked over to Wei Xiaomei and took the exam paper in hand. The others, however, were starting to get restless. Wait, wasn't Bai Lan Lan the one with a perfect score? Then who got it? Maybe it's Zhang Yang, he's pretty good at academics too. Next, Wei Xiaomei once again overturned their candidate selection. Zhang Yang, 133 points. If not Zhang Yang, then who? Many kept speculating as candidates were eliminated one by one. Soon, almost all the top students in the class failed to make the cut, and even some average performing students weren't among them either. At last, Wei Xiaomei didn't keep the students waiting too long. She picked up the exam paper, glanced at the neatly written answers, then lifted her head with an inexplicable look directed towards Xiao Yang's direction. Witnessing the teacher's movement in that peculiar gaze, many inexplicably found themselves harboring doubts they couldn't quite believe. Could it really be? Xiao Yang, 150 points. 150 points, full marks. It's truly Xiao Yang. This is absolutely unbelievable. Xiao Yang got the only perfect score in the whole class. For many students, this was undoubtedly the most shocking moment of their lives. Bear in mind that Xiao Yang had previously been considered a poor student, one who consistently ranked at the bottom. But now, the subject that was always hardest to score full marks in, Chinese, was unexpectedly the one he aced. It was like someone who was constantly bullied becoming a superhero and saving the world one day. The entire classroom instantly fell dead silent. Everyone watched with complicated expressions as Xiao Yang walked towards the podium. Wei Xiaomei smiled as she handed the test paper to Xiao Yang. Quite impressive, excellent results. During the Chinese literature class later, you can read your prose poem aloud for everyone. Xiao Yang nodded in agreement before returning to his desk. Soon, Wei Xiaomei finished distributing all the test papers and then turned to leave the classroom to deliver the remaining papers to other classes. The classroom once again became somewhat noisy. The most shocked was Wang Ziluan. Originally, his consistent second-to-last position was quite stable, but starting today, he proudly claimed the title of absolute last. After Wei Xiaomei left, Wang Ziluan immediately made a bitter face. Old Xiao, dude, how could you suddenly abandon me? Full marks. I'll never know what full marks feel like in this lifetime. Did you copy this? Wang Ziluan was on the verge of breaking down. Xiao Yang shook his head slightly and said, take the textbook and transcribe the parts you got wrong. This was Chinese class, where most questions were about sample essays. Copy from where, exactly? The most important part is still the final prose piece. What level of work would make the homeroom teacher give a perfect score? Could copying straight from the textbook achieve that? Within minutes, the math teacher walked in holding the test papers. Good, many students in our class have shown improvement, and there are also several who achieved perfect scores. Bai Lan Lan got a perfect score. Zhang Zijian got a perfect score. Xiao Yang got a perfect score. After calling out Xiao Yang's name, a smile appeared on the math teacher's face. Classmate Xiao Yang is quite remarkable, he actually scored full marks on this test. Once again, the whole class erupted in murmurs. Chapter 36, Check-in at a sci-fi masterpiece, The Three-Body Problem. It's Xiao Yang again, another perfect score. Though several classmates also achieved perfect scores in math, this was still utterly astonishing. After all, the Xiao Yang before would have struggled to even. Some subjects didn't have classes today, and the teachers were absent, yet Xiao Yang aced every test distributed during morning self-study, even in English, typically deemed the hypnotist's subject. In truth, when it comes to English, Xiao Yang currently has no issues whatsoever on paper, but as for spoken English, it leaves something to be desired. Everyone's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Yang. It was utterly inconceivable. It's possible to cheat on one or two subjects, but scoring full marks on everything? That's crossing into the realm of unscientific. Because in academic subjects, Xiao Yang had always been an insignificant presence, someone who consistently lingered at the bottom of the class ranking. Yet today, an incredible reversal occurred. The former last-place student aced every subject, leaving all the teachers singing his praises. Wang Ziluan was utterly shocked. His drop in ranking wasn't significant, just one spot, but from this day forward, Wang Ziluan had no room left to fall. Bro, do you have to be this dramatic? Truly remaining silent before making an earth-shaking move. That was exactly how it happened. For 2 years in high school, Xiao Yang remained unnoticed, but today he scored perfect marks in every subject at once. Isn't this precisely a case of remaining silent until the astonishing reveal? Xiao Yang glanced at the other person and said, I originally wanted to keep a low profile, but suppressing my talent always felt like a sin. Enough pretending, I'm a top student, and I'm coming clean. Wang Ziluan was instantly speechless. I used to think he was just bragging, but now there's a perfect score paper right in front of me. Nothing could be more convincing than this. Rolling his eyes, he gave a thumbs up and said, Damn, Xiao, you really nailed the act this time. Wei Xiaomei's first move in class was to have Xiao Yang stand at the podium. I'm sure everyone's wondering why I gave Xiao Yang full marks for his writing. Indeed, everyone knew about Wei Xiaomei's strict standards in Chinese language. Throughout 2 years of high school, not a single student had ever achieved full marks in writing. Yet today, she awarded full marks in composition to Xiao Yang. Naturally, this left everyone utterly bewildered. Some even suspected that Wei Xiaomei had pulled strings for Xiao Yang. To dispel these doubts, Wei Xiaomei directly turned to Xiao Yang and said, Go get your test paper and read aloud that last prose poem of yours, let all your classmates hear it. Xiao Yang smiled and replied, No need, I remember every word by heart. Wei Xiaomei nodded, then stepped aside and gestured for him to begin. Xiao Yang took a deep breath, beginning to gather his emotions. After glancing around at the entire class, he recited the monologue preceding the prose poem. No one is born extraordinary, nor does anyone inherently stand superior. As human beings, we should dare to challenge ourselves, possessing both the determination and perseverance to scale great heights, with the detached ease to face mockery while maintaining inner clarity, just like a petrel. Those who had previously mocked Xiao Yang for his poor performance in academic subjects involuntarily lowered their heads. They felt as though they were undergoing a trial, tormented beyond measure. Xiao Yang paid no heed to their feelings. Petrol. Over the vast expanse of the sea, fierce winds gather storm clouds. Between the dark clouds and the ocean, the petrel soars proudly like a streak of black lightning. Xiao Yang's voice was incredibly infectious, brimming with vitality. Under his vivid portrayal, the classmates seemed to see a fearless, free-spirited petrel soaring through the skies, proud and unyielding. The petrel cried out as it flew, like a black bolt of lightning, piercing through the dark clouds like an arrow, its wings skimming the frothy waves. Qualities like resilience and indomitability all converged in the petrel's noble spirit. That was a force coming from within the heart. Let the storm rage even more fiercely. Deafeningly powerful. Truly deafening. No wonder such prose poetry could earn full marks even if more points were given. There would be absolutely no issue. Especially when recited by Xiao Yang, that penetrating power felt as if it came from the depths of the soul. They imagined themselves as fearless seagulls, soaring through the storm, free and brave. Yes, let the storm come more fiercely. We fear nothing. Those who had verbally attacked Xiao Yang before now seemed tormented by their own conscience, as if they had become the very villains they despised most on TV. Some were even silently shedding tears of remorse. Xiao Yang gently stepped down from the podium. He was greeted with enthusiastic applause. Almost everyone clapped their hands vigorously, as if holding back would leave them feeling unsettled inside. Bai Lamlin's eyes shimmered with an inexplicable intensity, her large pupils fixed tightly on Xiao Yang. It was as if she wanted to see right through him. It seemed there was no subject, whether physical education, literature, or even cultural studies, that could challenge Xiao Yang. Just how many talents does he possess? After about a minute, Wei Xiaomei strode back to the podium. You may not know this yet, she announced, but Xiao Yang turned down an invitation from the provincial team to focus on academic studies at school. His performance today has made me extremely pleased. From sports to academics, Xiao Yang's achievements are evident for all to see. He is truly someone worth learning from. As the words fell, applause erupted once more. The entire day today, Xiao Yang basked in the glow of praise, with even the students gazing at him in a distinctly different light. It was as if they were looking up at him. Even Wang Ziluan fell silent. After school, Xiao Yang was about to leave when he ran into Wei Xiaomei in the corridor. Wei Xiaomei beckoned to him and called him into the office. Xiao Yang, are you still not planning to attend evening self-study? Of course not. He hadn't attended before, and now that he'd already learned most of the high school curriculum, he was even less willing to go to those evening study sessions. Of course, when dealing with the homeroom teacher, it's best to be somewhat tactful. Exactly. My evening schedule is usually reserved for reading extracurricular books or reviewing previous lessons. Coming to school would actually impose restrictions on me. Wei Xiaomei shook her head slightly. Fine, skip it if you don't want to. Though you performed exceptionally well in this recent test, don't let it make you complacent. You still need to keep working hard. There are many essential topics ahead that will definitely appear in exams. Xiaoyang, truthfully, I've already mastered all the material that follows. After leaving the office, Xiaoyang went straight home. The house was still eerily quiet when he returned. Needless to say, his parents still hadn't come back. With nothing else to do, Xiaoyang cleaned every room before preparing a simple dinner. After finishing, he found himself completely idle once more. As a vibrant young man, whenever idle, he always felt the urge to find something to occupy himself. The housework was done, the flowers and plants in the yard were neatly tended. Suddenly, he remembered his copy of the sci-fi novel The Three-Body Problem. Since there's nothing else to do right now, why don't I just post that novel online directly? Chapter 37, Technology Pioneer. In my opinion, this novel is exceptionally good with a grand layout. The imagination expands across the entire universe. The only regret is that currently, only the first part exists, and it abruptly stops at a crucial moment without any continuation. But it doesn't matter anymore. It would be such a pity not to share this excellent sci-fi novel online for everyone to appreciate. Appreciation aside, wouldn't it be perfectly reasonable to put my own name on it? Absolutely justified. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyang immediately took action. After turning on the computer, Xiaoyang began searching for websites specializing in publishing science fiction stories. This search actually yielded several results. Among them, the most renowned was a site called Technology Pioneer. Users needed only to register with their personal information to publish works on this site, though submissions remained behind the scenes. Only after editorial review would they be showcased on the platform. After selecting the website, Xiaoyang began typing on his computer. Speed was never an issue for someone young like him. With the entire article fully formed in his mind, all he had to do was transcribe it, which allowed Xiaoyang's speed to skyrocket, reaching up to 6,000 words per hour at his fastest. Of course, for the draft that needed editor approval, just 20,000 to 30,000 words would suffice. With Xiaoyang giving it his all, the 20,000-word manuscript was completed before 10 o'clock at night. Xiaoyang then proceeded to publish it on the website. All that remained was to wait for the editor's review. After finishing everything, Xiaoyang immediately stood up and returned to his room to sleep. Being a website editor is undoubtedly a tough job. Lu Jing is the editor of Tech Pioneer. Her daily work involves sifting through numerous submissions to find the best one, reviewing and approving it, then either urging the author for their manuscript or providing targeted suggestions. Tech Pioneer is indeed a heavyweight website in the realm of science fiction, but over the past 2 years with the gradual rise of online literature, this traditional form of science fiction has grown increasingly desolate. Combined with its inherently niche appeal, survival has become quite the challenge. As an editor, Lu Jing worked diligently but couldn't seem to find any sci-fi novels brimming with fresh ideas, nor could she halt the decline of the entire sci-fi genre. In recent days, quality works had become even scarcer, and the website's popularity seemed to have hit rock bottom. Without good works, the entire genre might. The general manager grew anxious, the department heads grew frantic, and nearly all the pressure fell onto small-time editors like her. It was as if the lack of good works was entirely due to editors like her failing in their duties. Alas, when you're under someone else's roof, you have to bend your head. Lu Jing could only work overtime reviewing manuscripts, hoping to come across 1 or 2 decent works. But by 1 o'clock in the morning, her face still wore a frown. A good piece of work is like a good lover, hard to come by and never to be forced. Forget it. I've done my best. I'll review one last manuscript today. If it's no good, there's nothing more this little editor can do. She took a sip of coffee, mustered her energy, and opened a book submission in the back-end system. The Three-Body Problem? The title at least shows some novelty. She began reviewing. Just a few minutes later, Lu Jing's eyes, fixed on the computer screen, were already gleaming with an inexplicable brilliance. The beginning feels plain, without the grandeur of sweeping interstellar vistas, but rather, it's remarkably unadorned. As the plot unfolds, it reveals the tragic experiences of an extraordinary woman during a unique period, and her hatred toward the entire human race, which drives her to exploit her position to transmit signals into the cosmos. Though merely an opening, it still gives Lu Jing a distinctly unusual sensation. Just the aspect of being anti-human already speaks volumes about how extraordinary this book is. Lu Jing heaved a genuine sigh of relief. This one's good, she could consider today's task completed. Then she edited an email and sent it off. 6 in the morning. Xiaoyang opened his eyes. Check in. The icon stopped. Obtained the Three-Body Problem 2, The Dark Forest. Part 2. Xiaoyang laughed hysterically. Just when he was worrying there wouldn't be a second part to read, the very next day the check-in reward directly gave him Part 2. One word. Brilliant. Xiaoyang began reading with great relish in his mind. This second installment has started to reveal the intellectual contest between humans and the Trisolarans. The most crucial protagonist has also begun to make their appearance. The most thrilling part is how the Earthlings, based on the four-dimensional transparency characteristic of the trisolarans, devised the Wallfacer project. Among the four Wallfacers, the protagonist is Luo Ji. The trisolarans selected wallbreakers from Earth's betrayers. Due to time constraints, Xiao Yang had no choice but to finish reading the remaining parts on the bus while rushing to school. It wasn't until he arrived at school that Xiao Yang finally finished reading the entire second book of the three-body problem. The most immediate reaction after seeing it was refreshing. The other students were startled. This guy seems to be Xiao Yang, who's been making waves recently, yelling and shouting at the school gate. Has he lost his mind? Under the astonished gazes of others, Xiao Yang hurried toward the classroom. Absolutely brilliant. This, the three-body problem 2, the Dark Forest, is undoubtedly a masterpiece. The chain of suspicion, technological explosions, wallfacers and wallbreakers, it's nothing short of spectacular. But after finishing the second installment, that feeling of something stuck in my throat became even more pronounced. What is humanity's ultimate fate after all? Can Luo Ji truly resolve the Trisolaran crisis through the truth he has come to understand? And then there's the final exchange between Luo Ji and Shi Chang. The universe is a dark forest. Every civilization is an armed hunter stalking through the trees like a ghost, gently pushing aside branches that block the path and trying to tread without sound. This is the dark forest theory that runs through the entire work. Even Xiao Yang was awestruck by the sheer magnitude of this conceptual breakthrough. For the author of Another World, Xiao Yang held genuine admiration. In class, Xiao Yang carefully went through the first and second parts again. And just like that, the day passed by. As soon as he got home, Xiao Yang immediately turned on his computer. He couldn't wait to publish the three-body problem online. Opening the Tech Pioneer backend, I discovered several new emails. They were all notification emails from the website editors, stating that Xiao Yang's work had met the criteria for display and that he could contact the editors regarding contract signing after it went live. Xiao Yang immediately began contacting the editor through the backend. Hello, I'm the author of the three-body problem. Editor Lu Jing. Hello, may I ask how I should address you? Xiao Yang. Editor Lu Jing. Hello Mr. Xiao, I've reviewed your work and it meets our website's signing criteria. May I ask approximately how many words your work contains? Xiao Yang. The first volume is 200,000 words, while the second one I envision will be around 300,000 words. As for the third volume, I haven't quite figured it out yet, but it definitely won't be less than 300,000 words. Lu Jing, seated before the computer, froze in surprise. 3 parts? Only acclaimed authors and bestsellers typically divide their works into trilogies. Most newcomers opt for shorter pieces to build their reputation. Yet this debut author chose an epic, split into 3 parts, as their first showcase. Chapter 38, Divine Level Hand Speed Leaves the Lady Exclaiming Pro. In traditional sci-fi works, for a rookie to publish a full-length novel straightaway is basically playing on hell difficulty mode from the get-go. Seeing how the other party hadn't replied for a long time, Xiao Yang asked another question. Is there some problem? Lu Jing came to her senses. As an editor, since the other party had chosen the hellish difficulty level, all she needed to do was offer a gentle reminder. Whether they still chose to proceed that way was ultimately their own decision. Mr. Xiao, here's the thing, most new authors typically opt for short sci-fi stories. This approach helps build a fan base while keeping costs low to test market response. To her surprise, the response came back decisively blunt. I get it, but my work is brilliant, it can't possibly be contained in just a short story. Lu Jing rolled her eyes. Sure enough, yet another arrogant writer. As an editor, the probability of encountering conceited authors was remarkably high. It's their own business anyway. If you won't heed my advice, so be it. Editor Lu Jing, alright, we generally have 2 contract options, royalty sharing or outright purchase. But since this is a full-length novel and you're a new author, outright purchase isn't typically offered as per industry practice. Xiao Yang never considered the outright purchase option anyway, knowing full well this book's capabilities. Xiao Yang, got it. Let's go with the first option, royalty sharing. As for the copyright, Editor Lu Jing, the copyright belongs to you. Our platform merely provides exhibition space, though of course during serialization you cannot simultaneously publish on other platforms. Xiao Yang understood this point. After all, platforms are competitors. They wouldn't take your copyright, but exclusive serialization rights were still necessary. Xiao Yang, no problem, let's sign the contract. The signing process used electronic contracts, simple, convenient, and highly efficient. Under their guidance, the contract was completed in just half an hour. Editor Lu Jing, alright, the contract is signed. You can start serializing on the website and set up paid chapters. Good night. After signing the contract, Xiao Yang immediately began writing. With the hand speed of a piano maestro and a super brain, typing was child's play for Xiao Yang. Yesterday his typing speed was 6,000 words per hour. Today, with improved proficiency, it skyrocketed to 10,000 words per hour while maintaining exceptional accuracy. At this speed, one can only imagine how many web novel authors are secretly envious. Xiao Yang's fingers danced across his sword-like stylus, utterly immersed in the world of fiction. Even as a content transcriber, there's still a sense of accomplishment after all. In this world, he was the original creator. 11 o'clock sharp. Xiao Yang was already exhausted. After all, typing continuously for 4 hours straight would wear out even a machine. He shook his aching arms. Tonight's writing yielded 45,000 words, plus yesterday's 25,000. He had already written about 70,000 words in total. That means the first work is already 1/3 complete. Tomorrow is Saturday, no classes, let alone self-study sessions. I'll keep writing tomorrow. Xiao Yang was rather obsessive. Once he set his mind on publishing the work, he spared no effort in writing continuously. He stood up, rubbing his sore arms, and headed to the bedroom to sleep. Writing was exhausting work. Once in the room, Xiao Yang immediately buried himself under the covers and fell fast asleep. Saturday, 9 o'clock. Xiao Yang opened his eyes and stretched all 5 limbs with great satisfaction. It had been ages since he'd slept this well. As was his routine, signing in was naturally the first order of business. The check-in icon began spinning rapidly once more. It finally landed on a musical score. Obtained the piano piece Liebstrom. Not the 3-body problem 3? Xiao Yang scratched his head in frustration. After all, the first 2 parts were obtained through consecutive check-ins, but when it came to the 3rd part, they suddenly started giving out piano pieces instead. Damn it, this check-in system is just too inhumane. He was also aware that check-ins involved some degree of probability. Although the 3rd part he'd been yearning for hadn't appeared, as long as he kept wanting it daily, it should still be relatively easy to obtain. Oh well, it's all about probabilities, nothing more to say about that. Xiao Yang got up, washed up, and went outside the residential area to have some breakfast. After returning home, he once again embarked on his creative journey. He was a patient man, capable of staring at a computer screen and typing away for an entire day if needed. 10 hours, while he could previously write 10,000 words per hour, he had now increased his speed to 15,000 words per hour. This speed was absolutely terrifying, even with templates in mind. By the end of the day, the first volume of the 3-body problem was completely finished. If internet girls knew about this typing speed, they'd definitely exclaim, professional. Xiao Yang promptly published it online. By the way, I also checked my earnings. This website allows you to directly view subscription income. 107 yuan. After all, it's the first official day of publication, so this amount of money is within expectations. Xiao Yang then scrolled through the comments and found nothing but glowing reviews. Readers are the true foundation for measuring a work's worth. Of course, there were also those urging for faster updates, but soon enough, those impatient voices quieted down. Writing 100,000 words a day, typing faster than you can read, who dares to urge for updates now? As an editor, Lu Jing needed to monitor and follow up on the work. She opened the interface and was instantly dumbfounded. If memory served, it was only 25,000 words when they signed the contract yesterday, but now it had skyrocketed to 200,000. Part 1, completed in less than 24 hours? Could it be that this author had draft chapters stockpiled? As an editor, she'd never heard of anyone writing 180,000 words in a single day. Dumping them all at once like this. This seems like a kind of strategy too. The Sci-Fi Pioneer website treats all works with complete fairness. No matter who completes their work, everyone gets one major recommendation opportunity. In other words, upon completion, every work will be showcased on the homepage once. As for how long it stays up, that depends on the work's data metrics. The minimum was 12 hours, while the longest-running work remained on the website homepage for 3 days. After seeing the completion of the work, Lu Jing directly pulled it into the exhibition pool. After midnight, the work began its display on the homepage. 20,000 words daily updates, now that's a gimmick. So she posted 20,000 words per day as the exhibition tagline. After completing all this, Lu Jing shook her head. Normally speaking, having a work featured on the homepage would earn the author at least 1,000 yuan. The ceiling was set by that blockbuster work that earned 100,000 in 3 days. As for how much Xiao Yang's book could earn, Lu Jing began browsing. As an editor, her reading speed was quite fast. After finishing the first rough read, she found the work quite captivating, the setting was grand and the content refreshingly original. It should be able to stay on display for a day or two, making 20 or 30,000 should be no problem at all. 4 o'clock in the dead of night. Lu Jing was sleeping soundly when her bedside phone suddenly rang. She instinctively reached out to silence her phone and went right back to sleep. Less than 2 minutes later, the phone rang again. By this point, Lu Jing had become somewhat more alert. Who the hell is calling in the middle of the night? She squinted at her phone as she picked it up. The name displayed above read, Editor-in-Chief. Chapter 39, Explosive. Instantly topping the charts. Lu Jing snapped awake in an instant. The editor-in-chief calling me in the middle of the night, persistently ringing without stop. Something must definitely be up. She quickly sat up, cleared her throat, and answered the call. "Ah, boss." Though she hadn't put it on speaker, the voice came through crystal clear in the stillness of the late night. "Lu Jing, something's happened." The editor-in-chief's tone was urgent, as if something truly serious had occurred. Lu Jing's heart skipped a beat at this late hour. Could the publishing house be on fire? "Chief, don't panic. What's going on?" "It's on fire." "Holy shit, is the publishing house actually burning down?" Lu Jing urgently exclaimed. "Quick, call 120 to put out the fire." This time, there was only silence from the other end. "Why call 120? Wasn't there a fire? Is 120 the fire emergency number?" Lu Jing paused. 119. The editor didn't dwell on that either, but continued, "I mean your work has gone viral." "My work? Viral? Which work?" Lu Jing still wore a completely bewildered expression. "The one you signed for, the three-body problem." The editor-in-chief's words suddenly brought clarity to Lu Jing's mind. "Is the three-body problem trending?" Holding her phone, she opened her laptop and accessed the website backend. Clear data was displayed there. Subscribers, 38,652. Revenue, 120,786 yuan. Number of readers requesting updates, 1,205. This first installment of the Three-Body Problem Part 1, the Three-Body Problem consists of 36 chapters, meaning virtually all subscribers who read through the entire work click the Request Update button. You should know that clicking the Remind to Update button on this website costs money. The most important thing is the revenue. In just a few hours, the direct earnings exceeded 100,000. This is absolutely unprecedented in the history of the Tech Pioneer website. Its popularity is simply beyond imagination. It's truly gone viral. A solemn voice from the editor-in-chief came through the phone. The general manager places great importance on this matter. Since this is the work you signed, your end-of-month bonus won't be small. Most importantly, our website has never seen such a sensational work before. You need to prioritize resource allocation immediately. Lu Jing understood. It means recommending everything that could possibly be arranged. Our website's traffic attraction plan has begun implementation. Next, we'll collaborate with other sites to promote the three-body problem. Lu Jing, your top priority now is to secure the follow-up contract. Understood? When they signed the contract yesterday, it was only for the first book. Now that the first book is making a fortune daily, they naturally need to urgently arrange the contract for the second book to prevent anyone else from beating them to it. Alright, Chief Editor, I know what to do now. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jing took a deep breath. Did I just sign up for a masterpiece? A masterpiece that could overturn the landscape of contemporary science fiction? Traditional science fiction had been in decline, but this sudden masterpiece can be said to have saved the entire traditional fantasy genre, even boosting the development of the platform. This is no exaggeration. A single masterpiece reviving a literary category and elevating a platform is nothing new. Lu Jing still felt somewhat unreal. She picked up her phone, about to dial Xiao Yang's contact. Yet she stopped the next second. It was 5 a.m., calling out of the blue would disturb their rest. What if they got angry? Hold on, just endure it for a bit longer. You absolutely must not offend the great author. Exactly 8 o'clock in the morning. Xiao Yang was awakened by his phone's ringing. He sat up and glanced at the unfamiliar number displayed on his phone. When he answered, a woman's voice came through. Xiao Yang? Yes, that's me. Who is this? I'm Lu Jing, editor of Sci-Fi Pioneer. Xiao Yang froze. Editor? Why was she suddenly calling him? Oh, Editor Lu, is there something you need? Lu Jing said cautiously, Mr. Xiao, your work is selling extremely well. You can check the details in the back end. A bestseller? This outcome didn't really surpass Xiao Yang's expectations. After all, such a masterpiece achieving great sales was fully within expectations. After saying a few words to the pipe section phone, Xiao Yang turned on the computer. Upon entering the backstage, Xiao Yang froze instantly. The earnings column showed a straight figure of around 100,000. 100,000? This much profit from just one night? Actually, the real sales figure should be doubled since the website and author split earnings 50-50. You can also see reader comments in the back end. Almost all of them are urging for updates. This is divine. Your writing is absolutely brilliant. Please release the second installment soon. Too good. This is the first time I've read such an amazing sci-fi work. Please update. Monster Writer. Yesterday it was still 20,000 to 30,000 words, and today it's already 200,000. What did you grow up eating? I beg you, let me see the next installment. Let the Trisolarans purify my soul. Oh great one. I really love Yi Wenjie. In that kind of environment, anyone would probably want destruction. By the way, please update soon. Almost everyone who sees works on this site is a sci-fi fan. The evaluation is naturally extremely high. Xiao Yang glanced at the website's content and discovered that his novel, The Three-Body Problem Book 1, had completely dominated all the charts. Daily Updates chart, ranked first. Sales chart, ranked first. Recommendation chart, ranked first. Top supporter demanding updates. Rank 1. Randomly clicking any book would invariably bring up the 3-body problem 1 on the recommendation page. Seems the website has also discovered this treasure. Just as Xiao Yang was scrolling through, his phone rang again. The call came from Lu Jing once again. Hello, Editor Lu. Mr. Xiao, you must have seen it by now? Your book is already trending, and our editorial team is coordinating with other platforms to launch massive promotions for your work. Lu Jing began talking about the website's promotional capabilities and influence. Hearing this, Xiao Yang interrupted with a laugh, saying, Editor Lu, with all this talk, aren't you actually paving the way for signing the next contract? After all, the previous contract only covered the first installment. Now that it's a hit, naturally they'd want to increase the stakes to secure the second one. Lu Jing made no attempt to hide this fact. Exactly. The higher-ups have given me strict orders, no matter the cost, we must secure the rights to the second installment. To demonstrate sincerity, she immediately continued, the previous contracts all had a 50-50 split, but for the second book, we've adjusted the royalty ratio to 30-70, you take 70%. Moreover, we'll cover all promotional expenses, and the revenue from resources will still be yours at 70%. Of course, if you prefer a buyout for serialization, we can also offer a substantial amount. As for the earnings on our platform, you can withdraw anytime, and I'll process it for you whenever you wish. This time, Tech Pioneer really went all out. After all, this is a masterpiece capable of revitalizing the entire traditional sci-fi genre. If it continues serialization on Tech Pioneer, their platform would undoubtedly gain both prestige and profit. That's why they've shown such extraordinary sincerity. Chapter 40, Making a Fortune Daily, a masterpiece under Xiao Yang's name. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment. This was absolutely a win-win situation. And with all the fame and fortune at stake, there was no fear of the other party not putting in their best effort. It would still be quite troublesome to switch to another website. After brief consideration, Xiao Yang smiled and said, alright, the second installment will still be serialized on Tech Pioneer, and I'm already working on it. Lu Jing was overjoyed. Everything went so smoothly. Mr. Xiao, may I boldly ask if you have any pre-written drafts saved up? Pre-written drafts? No, I serialize immediately after writing each piece. No drafts saved up? Did you really publish nearly 200,000 words in a single day, without any pre-written drafts? Lu Jing felt as if she had discovered a new continent once again. How many words can you write in an hour then? As a professional editor, she knew that authors who wrote web novels tended to be faster. Those with top-tier typing speed could easily hit 100,000 words a day, provided we're talking about online novels without much depth. Traditional literature generally falls far behind in writing speed. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment and said, about 20,000 words per hour, at best. 20,000 words, that's manageable. If I can write 20,000 words in an hour, then 200,000 in a day is quite possible. So how do you plan to update? Will you post as much as you write each day, or do you have some other schedule? Xiao Yang pondered for a moment. I can't stand being rushed. I'll just post whatever I finish writing. Wouldn't being paid by the word mean someone could publish 200,000 characters in a single day? Mr. Xiao, even high productivity has its techniques. Updating 10,000 words daily would already be considered prolific. Was this their way of asking Xiao Yang to slow down? Slowing down was absolutely out of the question. That's just being willful. This is my update style, your site wouldn't be trying to make me change it, would you? Lu Jing naturally understood the deeper implications buried within those words. She quickly responded, don't misunderstand, I was just making an offhand comment. Actually, frequent updates have their advantages too. It all depends on you, the author. She dared not say anything else, afraid that if she provoked the other party and caused them to switch websites, her career as an editor would be over. Next, the two began signing the contract. This contract was clearly different from the previous one, with benefits and compensation spelled out in detail. After signing the contract, Xiao Yang immediately said, I'm a bit short on cash lately. Got it. I'll transfer the money to you right away. Xiao Yang's bank account was listed on the website, and with Lu Jing personally handling the operation, within just 10 minutes, Xiao Yang received a notification from the bank. Added to the previous few thousand yuan, he now had a total of 130,000. Moreover, the profits from this book were flowing in continuously, as if they were being printed straight from a money press. With the incentive of money, Xiao Yang became even more motivated. On Sunday, Xiao Yang didn't waste a single minute and finished writing the entire second part in one day. When he finished, Xiao Yang checked the time and realized it was already 2 a.m. Though young and energetic, the intense writing session left him utterly exhausted. Xiao Yang fought back sleepiness as he opened the back-end forum. It was in complete chaos. Master, what's going on? There hasn't been an update all day. Waiting anxiously. How come there's still no update after a whole day? Damn, I came specifically for this and was enjoying it so much when you ruthlessly cut it off. Author, you owe me. Are you teasing us? Can we just get to the good stuff? Cut the gimmicks, I'm begging you. After reading the comments section, Xiao Yang shook his head helplessly and promptly uploaded the entire content of the second part. By now, he didn't even have the mood to check the outcome and went straight back to his room to sleep like a log. For Lu Jing and even the entire Tech Pioneer website, tonight was yet another sleepless night. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the second installment arrived like a thunderbolt from the blue. At 2 a.m., the complete version of the Three-Body Problem 2, Dark Forest had already appeared on the website. The fans who had stayed up all night eagerly began their meticulous reading. The entire website was flooded with a massive influx of customers, and the system crashed at 3 o'clock. The website staff had to crawl out of their warm beds in the middle of the night to work overtime. For Xiao Yang, all he needed was a good night's sleep. Yet, the alarm clock still jolted him awake. So Xiao Yang had to head to school with dark circles under his eyes. Wang Ziluan burst out laughing at the sight and quipped, "Hey, old Xiao, you look like you haven't slept for 2 straight days." 2 days, 50,000 words. Xiao Yang yawned, covering his mouth, and said, "Not 2 days, I just didn't rest well last night, that's all. No more talking, I'm grabbing myself a nap first." After saying this, Xiao Yang immediately flopped onto the desk. Wang Ziluan shrugged. Bai Lan in the front row turned around to glance at Xiao Yang, her expression complicated but she remained silent. After morning self-study, homeroom teacher Wei Xiaomei entered the classroom. She spotted Xiao Yang slumped over the desk at first glance. As the homeroom teacher, she actually caught a student dozing off during class. How could this be allowed? Wang Ziluan quickly reached out to nudge Xiao Yang, but the boy was sound asleep and didn't respond at all. The other students were even ready to watch the spectacle unfold. But the next second, Wei Xiaomei pretended not to notice and said softly, "Class, let's open our textbooks to page 35. Her cautious demeanor made many students suspect their homeroom teacher was afraid of waking Xiao Yang. Jesus Christ, is there no justice left in this world? Others can sleep through you losing an eraser on their head, but you're afraid of waking Xiao Yang? Could this favoritism be any more obvious?" Xiao Yang sat up and rubbed his eyes. Glancing around, he noticed very few students were in the classroom. He stretched and said to Prince Luan beside him, "Chinese class is over? Is this recess?" Prince Luan rolled his eyes. "Big bro, forget Chinese class, all 4 morning classes are done. Everyone's gone to the cafeteria to eat." Xiao Yang froze. "Did I sleep through the whole morning? Why didn't any teacher wake me up?" Wang Ziluan rubbed his forehead and said, "All the teachers were afraid of disturbing your sleep. To think they'd bother waking you. I guess this is the privilege of top students." Xiao Yang stood up smiling and said, "Alright, enough grumbling. Let's go grab lunch, my treat today. There's still 130,000 left on the card, and today the website is still funneling traffic to print money like crazy. Treating everyone to a cafeteria meal won't even make a dent." Beside them, Wang Ziluan was still making threats. "Old Xiao, you just got a 9,000 yuan athletic scholarship not long ago, and now your grades are so outstanding, the way the teachers treat you makes me downright jealous. I'm gonna take you for all you're worth." Take him for all he's worth? To the current Xiao Yang, even this wouldn't draw a drop of blood. "Order whatever you want in the cafeteria, it's on me." Inside the office, the break time is from 12 to 2. Some teachers gathered to chat, while others fiddled with their phones. A middle-aged male teacher stared at his phone with great interest. Another male teacher patted him on the back. "Old Joe, what are you looking at?" Old Joe turned his head and smiled. "Yesterday, a traditional sci-fi novel suddenly emerged and swept across all the major charts. I'm just studying it." Upon hearing it was a novel, the male teacher shook his head. "A novel? I thought you were reading some research paper." Old Joe quickly replied, "You don't understand. This is the most brilliant sci-fi novel I've read in years. Its imagination is beyond belief. After all, it's just a novel." Old Joe shook his head. "Some novels you read just for entertainment, but this one is different. After reading it, you'll ponder human nature and be astonished by the dark design of the entire universe." "That incredible? Which famous author wrote it?" Old Joe adjusted his glasses frame. "His name is Xiao Yang, seems like a newcomer." "It's the same name as that Xiao Yang from Teacher Wei's class." The two immediately turned their gaze to Wei Xiaomei nearby. Noticing their stares, Wei Xiaomei asked in confusion, "Why are you two looking at me like that?" The male teacher promptly explained, "Old Joe mentioned there's a novel whose author shares the same name as one of your students." Chapter 41, Overflowing Praise, Wealth Flowing In. "Same name?" Wei Xiaomei chuckled. "There are plenty of people with the same name, especially when it's a writer. That student of mine is quite remarkable, not only good at sports but also writes poetry. Even his academic grades have improved, but I've never heard of him writing any novels." Old Joe nodded. "We were just mentioning someone with the same name." Wei Xiaomei stood up. "What novel? Let me see." "The science fiction novels, The Three-Body Problem and The Dark Forest, are absolutely brilliant. I highly recommend them." Thanks to the nap in the morning, Xiao Yang was full of energy in the afternoon. However, the classes were all covering material he had already learned, which left him feeling rather bored. It wasn't until he opened the attendance interface that he realized he had forgotten to check in, all because he had been in such a rush after waking up. Check in. The icon spins rapidly. Reputation bonus card obtained. Reputation bonus card? Big brother system, I want the 3-body problem 3. Ah, there's no hope today. He checked his reputation score. Previously, it was less than 40,000. After one night, it actually reached 63,000. Which means, this over 10,000 reputation points were solely brought by my trilogy, The 3-Body Problem Parts 1 and 2. This also indicates that the growth of reputation points doesn't seem to have much to do with whether or not one meets this person. Awesome! Should I find time to produce a poetry collection? If my poetry could be included in textbooks, then, can grievances from students also boost one's own reputation points? I'm so wicked. Xiao Yang's mind involuntarily conjured up an image, a group of elementary school students standing neatly in rows as music began to play. Listen to me, thank you. Because of you, the 4 seasons are warmed. Upon returning home from school, Xiao Yang's first task was to turn on his computer. He checked the back end. The previously zeroed earnings had now become slightly over 300,000. In just one day, the 3-Body Problem and the Dark Forest brought in 300,000 yuan in profit for myself. Moreover, the number of messages in the inbox was absurdly high. The comments section was also flooded with praise. Absolutely brilliant. This is the most thrilling sci-fi novel I've ever read in my life. Author, please release the 3rd book soon. After finishing the 1st and 2nd books, not having the 3rd one, do you understand this pain? I beg you, give me the 3rd book. Without it, I feel my life has no meaning. Update, 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 update. Everyone, don't make a fuss. The author must be hard at work writing right now. Believe that the 3-Body Problem 3 will meet everyone very soon. It was posted early yesterday morning, and now it's been over 20 hours with no updates. The author must be so lazy. Holy shit, 50,000 words updated in just 2 days. Name any novel across the entire internet who else can pull off that kind of speed. I don't care, I just want to see the 3rd one. Starting today, I'm Xiao Yang's fan, the diehard kind. Dear author, I beg you to release a synopsis first, please. Netizens were immensely enthusiastic, leaving all sorts of comments. Yet Xiao Yang couldn't muster a smile, because he didn't have the final installment of the 3-Body Problem either. He could deeply empathize with that feeling. There's just no helping it. In these current circumstances, if you randomly open any sci-fi literature website, the 1st and 2nd installments of the 3-Body Problem are guaranteed to be prominently featured. That's the promotional power of a technological pioneer at work. This certainly proves how exceptionally outstanding this book is. The editorial backend seems to have set up an alert function. Just minutes after Xiao Yang came online, Lu Jing sent him a text message. Is Mr. Xiao available? Yes, is there something you need? You must have seen the backend data as well. The performance of the 3-Body Problem's 2nd installment has been exceptionally good, and we've already promoted it extensively on numerous websites. So, regarding the 3rd installment, she was looking to sign the contract for the 3rd installment. If Xiao Yang had the 3rd installment in hand like before, signing with this website wouldn't be a bad idea. But the crux of the matter now was that he didn't have it. As for when it'll finally be checked off, who the hell knows? If it takes just a few days to check off, that's fine, but if it stretches to weeks, months, seems like it'd be hard to justify. So making empty promises isn't Xiao Yang's style. I'm currently brainstorming the 3rd installment, but I don't have a definite timeline for completion yet. It's not that I don't want to sign with your site, how about this? Once I've got my ideas sorted, I'll contact you immediately. After typing these words, Xiao Yang directly shut down the backend. Lu Jing reported the situation to the supervisor. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's explanation, the supervisor immediately became anxious. Thanks to the 3-Body Problem, our website has just started gaining momentum. The first 2 books were signed with us. If the 3rd one goes elsewhere, won't all our previous efforts be wasted? Xiao Lu, terms can be negotiated, but for a god-tier writer like Xiao Yang, we must retain him at all costs. You are his dedicated editor, you must get this done for me. Remember, no matter the cost. This time, the website is truly going all out. Even if it means going all out, we must keep Xiao Yang, this heavyweight, on board. For the entire traditional sci-fi genre, the 3-Body Problem has played a monumental role. In just 2 days, the number of new users on the website had already surpassed the cumulative total of previous years. If the 3rd installment weren't published on the website, truly, all previous efforts would go to waste. Lu Jing naturally felt unprecedented pressure. After a brief hesitation, she still dialed Xiao Yang's phone number. Mr. Xiao, I hope I'm not disturbing you? Actually, I'd like to continue our discussion about the serialization of the 3-Body Problem 3. No inspiration yet? There's no rush. We could sign an agreement whenever inspiration strikes. You could publish it on our platform at any time. Let's talk about this later? Mr. Xiao, we're being completely sincere here. The previous 70-30 agreement can also be adjusted to an 80-20 split. Really don't need any other conditions. Great, it's happily decided then. You want to withdraw now? Alright, I'll process it for you immediately. Seeing the 300,000 hit his account, Xiao Yang felt extremely satisfied, earning over 400,000 in just 2 days. And that's only from subscriptions. Imagine the income from selling the copyright, or publishing physical books. Xiao Yang shook his head. At such a moment, being able to play a tune would be absolutely marvelous. It's a pity there isn't a piano at home. For a master pianist, not having a single piano at home seems rather unreasonable. Alright, anyway, money isn't an issue now, might as well buy a piano. In my free time, I can play a tune or two to cultivate my mind. With this idea in mind, Xiao Yang picked up his phone to check the time. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening. That wasn't too late after all. Then go out and buy a piano yourself. Chapter 42. Yeah, I wrote it. Pianos are relatively niche items among large objects. In Jiangchang, there aren't many places to choose from when buying such items. While on the road, Xiao Yang recalled that during his participation in the night market event last time, the piano at that music store had been quite impressive. It might be worth checking out again. With this goal in mind, Xiao Yang effortlessly made his way to the location of the previous event. Next to the music store is a training center, making it quite easy to find. Upon entering, you can see various pianos displayed in the shop. There are practice pianos suitable for beginners, which are relatively affordable. Some can be purchased for 3 to 4,000 yuan, while the more expensive ones might cost 10 or 20,000. And then there are the more professional pianos. This one is slightly more expensive. The ordinary ones cost around 10 to 20,000 yuan, while the better ones can go up to tens of thousands. Hello, how may I help you? The only attendant in the shop hurried over as soon as Xiao Yang entered. Xiao Yang glanced around and said, I'd like to buy a piano. The waiter sized up the other person and felt as if they had met somewhere before, but couldn't quite remember where. She gave a slight nod and explained, are you looking for an amateur-level piano for home practice? We have many well-known brands here. Xiao Yang waved his hand and smiled faintly. No, I'm buying a professional piano, the kind used for performances. Performance-grade pianos are superior in both tone and materials, and naturally, their prices rise accordingly. Professional piano? Without solid foundational skills, a professional piano is simply impossible to handle. Moreover, maintenance for such pianos is extremely troublesome. They require regular tuning and servicing by specialists within specific time intervals. Sir, are you truly certain you want a professional-grade piano? Of course. Do I look like I'm joking? Suddenly, the waiter finally remembered who this young man before him was. A few days ago, there was a young man who performed an original composition at an event. He effortlessly claimed first place, astonishing even the judges present. One must know that among those 3 judges was none other than the president of the Piano Association. That person's name was... Suddenly, a name leaped into her mind. Xiao Yang. No wonder he wanted to buy a professional piano. It turned out he was the kind of professional that even professionals couldn't stop praising. According to President Qin, the Xiao Yang's skill seemed to have reached master level. Masterclass, not to mention a small city like Jiangchang, even in the entire Huaxia region, such individuals could be counted on one hand. To confirm his suspicion, the waiter immediately said, you look familiar. Aren't you Mr. Xiao Yang, who participated in the event a few days ago? Xiao Yang didn't deny it. He nodded and then pointed his finger toward a piano right at the center. That piano looks excellent. The waiter quickly explained, that's a Bai Mu Wei concert grand piano, exceptionally crafted with superb tonal quality, though the price is somewhat steep. Bai Mu Wei is an internationally renowned brand, one of the most prestigious names in piano showrooms. With its meticulous craftsmanship and premium materials, the instrument naturally commands a higher price. Xiao Yang nodded slightly after hearing the attendant's description. How much is it? 98,000. A price of 98,000 isn't considered top tier among pianos, but it's certainly not cheap either. Given my current financial standing, coming up with 98,000 isn't difficult. May I give it a try? The waiter's eyes lit up. Of course, you may. After all, this was a master-level performer. Listening to his playing was pure enjoyment. Xiao Yang didn't stand on ceremony either, walking straight to the piano in a few strides and taking his seat. After casually playing a short piece, he stood up again. That's indeed excellent, and the price is absolutely worth it. I'll take this piano. 98,000, and he decided to buy it just like that. The attendant quickly added, why not join our membership? You could save another 1,000 yuan or so. Truth be told, she was hoping to get Xiao Yang's contact information. After all, Chairman Qin had previously asked them to inquire about Xiao Yang's background. Now that he had come knocking on their door himself, she naturally wasn't about to let this opportunity slip by. However, Xiao Yang didn't seem particularly moved by this 1,000 yuan discount offer either. He waved his hand dismissively. No need for membership, it's more convenient to just pay directly. The waiter briefly lost his composure before quickly recovering. Alright, let's go over to the cash register. With those words, he led Xiao Yang to the counter. After swiping the card, the waiter immediately said, "You're truly someone who knows what's good. Even though you're not a member, I still gave you a discount, saved you 1,000 yuan. Just give me your address, and we'll deliver your purchase to your doorstep by tomorrow afternoon at the latest." Tomorrow afternoon? I definitely won't be at school tomorrow to receive the goods. How about tomorrow evening? I'll give you a call when it's time, then you can deliver it. No problem, right? Of course, no problem. After the waiter readily agreed, Xiao Yang promptly wrote his address on the receipt. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Take care on your way. The waiter escorted Xiao Yang to the door and watched him leave. Acquired basic combat mastery. Basic combat mastery, combat instincts imprinted, possessing certain fighting capabilities, please use with caution. Damn! It's not the 3-body problem 3. Xiao Yang didn't think this ability was useless either. Although we live in a harmonious society, problems can still arise. When facing unexpected situations, having an extra skill for survival doesn't seem like such a bad thing. The only pity is that today's daily check-in still didn't reward the final installment of the 3-body problem. This thing really comes down to a probability issue. After freshening up, I headed straight to campus. Wang Ziluan nudged Xiao Yang's arm. Old Xiao, there's this novel called The 3-Body Problem that's been blowing up online recently. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback before chuckling. Oh really? You didn't know? The author shares your name, Xiao Yan. Wang Ziluan glanced at him and teased, I almost thought you wrote it yourself. Xiao Yang gave an acknowledging hum and nodded. Well, actually, I did write it. Pfft, give you an inch and you'll take a mile. Do you really think someone as down to earth as you could come up with such wildly imaginative ideas? Wang Ziluan didn't believe him, and naturally, Xiao Yan wasn't about to explain either. He shrugged, did you peek? Nope. If I dared look, my old man would have whipped me for sure. Ever heard of leather belt stir fry? This was something Xiao Yang genuinely couldn't comprehend, because his scientist father had never laid a hand on him. I envy you, at least your dad would whip you with a belt. Wang Ziluan scratched his head. You envy me for getting beaten? Want a taste of it yourself? Damn, actively asking for a beating. Even I, a freak, think that's freaky. While the two were whispering, Bai Lanlan in the front row turned around. After glancing at Xiao Yang, she asked crisply, Xiao Yang, have you come up with any good works lately? The good works she referred to were, naturally, poetry. Bai Lanlan seemed particularly fond of poetry. Ever since learning that Xiao Yang was skilled at composing poems, she would ask him every few days, as if afraid he might stop sharing them with her. There were countless poems to choose from. World-famous classics, Tang and Song dynasty poetry, but when you could get them simply by asking, their value quickly diminished. So Xiao Yang shook his head and said, not yet. Oh, Bai Lanlan seemed to recall something and immediately said, actually, I recently came across a remarkable poem online too. Shall I recite it for you? Chapter 43, Music Class, are you up for it? Good words? Xiao Yang was well aware of Bai Lanlan's refined taste. Though not overly fastidious, ordinary poetry truly couldn't move her. Seeing her so enthusiastic, Xiao Yang nodded with a smile. Alright, let me hear what fine poetry you've discovered online. Bai Lanlan pondered for a moment before beginning to recite. In my youth I never knew the taste of sorrow, loved to climb the towers, to compose new verses I pretended to be sorrowful. Now that I've tasted sorrow's flavor to the full, I'd speak of it, but then I pause. And only say, how cool autumn is, after all. Bai Lanlan raised her eyebrows and asked, well, isn't it quite sophisticated? Xiao Yang's expression turned slightly peculiar. Of course it was sophisticated, he knew this CI poem all too well, because this very poem is included in the 300 Tang and Song Poems anthology. I remember the title with absolute clarity. Ugly Slave Boy, inscription on the wall of Basan Road. The author was a Southern Song dynasty literature, military general, and government official from another world. His name was Xin Chiji, but I don't recall having leaked this poem myself, so how did it end up online? Xiao Yang asked with an unchanged expression. This poem does possess remarkable depth. Squad leader Bai. Where exactly did you come across it? Bai Lanlan replied with a smile, on a university forum. This poem has been hailed as a masterpiece by the university community and has gained quite a following. University forum? Xiao Yang rested his chin on his hand and asked, then, Squad Leader Bai, do you know the title of this poem? Who's the author? Hearing Xiao Yang's interest, Bai Lanlan naturally held nothing back. The name seems to be, The Ugly Slave's Pavilion Preface. Cho Nuer is the name of a poetic form, so this similarity is understandable. But when it came to the name Yagashu, Xiao Yang couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about it. He figured he could look it up when he got home. After all, Xiao Yang wanted to determine whether his 300 Tang and Song poems had been leaked, or if this was simply a coincidence. Bai Lanlan noticed Xiao Yang lost in thought, then turned around herself to start reviewing her lessons. Wei Xiaomei walked in, first glancing toward Xiao Yang's direction before saying, "This morning, we have music class." The first class this morning turned out to be music. Having music class during senior year of high school is practically a luxury. Wei Xiaomei overheard the students' excited whispering and frowned slightly. "Alright, hurry along to the music classroom." The students immediately stood up eagerly and headed out. Xiao Yang, of course, was no exception, but as he passed the lectern, Wei Xiaomei stopped him. "Xiao Yang, hold on a moment." Xiao Yang had no choice but to stand aside and wait. When most people had left, Wei Xiaomei finally spoke. "Music class can get quite noisy. If you'd rather not go, it's fine." Previously, Xiao Yang might have skipped it, but now, after all, he was a piano master, how could he possibly miss it? "I actually really like the musical atmosphere." When Wei Xiaomei heard Xiao Yang say this, she nodded. "Alright, if you like it, go ahead today. But just a heads up, there might be people from the Education Bureau observing, and they might even record the class. Still, don't stress about it, they're just here to take a casual look." No wonder the homeroom teacher agreed to hold a music class today. Turns out it was because of the Education Bureau inspection. "Alright, let's head there together." "Is she going too?" "Well, of course, to keep company." The music room is spacious. Inside, there are various musical instruments. Drum set, cello, violin, piano, and even guzheng. The music teacher was a woman around 26 years old named Ji Xiao. She appeared quite gentle and had a distinctly artistic vibe. This was a specially appointed teacher whose expertise seemed to be piano, and she also had a pleasant voice, enjoying singing some folk songs. In the back row of seats sat several people who were clearly officials from the Education Bureau just by their demeanor. After the class began, Ji Xiao started teaching some basic vocal techniques. Sometimes she would also assign the students some practice exercises. Soon, when half the time had passed, Ji Xiao began discussing the piano. After explaining some fundamental knowledge, she started calling on students by name to come up and play a few notes. The female student in the third row, Hu Ningming, a girl from the class, immediately stood up. She seemed to have some skill. After playing several melodies, Ji Xiao nodded repeatedly in approval. "Good, not bad." Fourth row, the girl in the middle, "Give it a try." The one she called upon was Bai Lan Lan. Bai Lan Lan immediately stepped onto the podium. Her fingers danced skillfully, demonstrating excellent rhythm and feel. "Excellent. This female student has a solid foundation and remarkable natural talent." Perhaps having called on two female students in a row, she turned her gaze to a male student. "That, the bespectacled student in the fifth row, come up and give it a try." Zhang Yang stood up rather sheepishly. He approached the piano and, under the music teacher's guidance, began to play. Wow, the very first note was off-key, and the rest was just utter chaos. Ji Xiao called a stop with a helpless expression. Having a rookie play the piano is pure torture. To spare his eardrums from further torment, Ji Xiao began changing tactics. "Has anyone learned this before? You're welcome to come up and play so we can all appreciate it." The response was sparse. With Education Bureau officials seated in the back, letting the moment fall flat would be unthinkable. Ji Xiao had no choice but to turn her gaze toward Bai Lan Lan, who had performed earlier. She was just about to ask Bai Lan Lan to come up when she heard someone raise their hand in the back row. "Teacher, let me give it a try." Ji Xiao turned to look. It was a male student who had spoken. The boy appeared quite handsome, with an exceptionally good demeanor. Since someone volunteered willingly, Ji Xiao was naturally delighted. "Very well, this student, please come up." Everyone looked at Xiao Yang, who had stood up, with astonished eyes. Was he going to play the piano? Is he also proficient at piano? That can't be possible. After all, a person's energy is limited. Xiao Yang's academic performance has improved by leaps and bounds. Just days ago, he represented the school at the provincial sports competition, winning awards left and right. What's more, he's quite the talented poet. Now he's going to play the piano too? Even Wei Xiaomei sitting at the back was stunned. Xiao Yang can play piano? Probably just messing around. Whatever, participation counts, right? Xiao Yang was under immense pressure, excelling in academics while also balancing sports. This music class was now his much-needed respite. The officials from the Education Bureau showed no particular reaction. They're here to oversee the implementation of education policies. As for who takes the stage, they couldn't care less. Xiao Yang stepped onto the stage with composed ease. He looked at the piano before him. "Teacher, may I sit down now?" Ji Xiao nodded slightly, turning his body to the side as if already prepared to endure the noise. "Let's begin." Xiao Yang settled onto the chair. He reached out his hand and pressed a few keys, sensing the piano's tone. He muttered to himself, slightly flawed, but nothing to fret over. The words were spoken so softly that only Ji Xiao and the entire room could hear them. She froze momentarily. Could this student actually know how to tune the instrument? Or is he simply putting on an act? Xiao Yang didn't particularly care about the music teacher's attitude. He closed his eyes slightly and began considering what piece he should play. the Liebstrom he had signed in 2 days prior, in reality, a set of 3 lyrical piano compositions, and all 3 songs come with respective lyrics. First piece, Noble Love. Second piece, Blissful Death. Third piece, Love Boundlessly. The third piece in A-flat major stands out the most. Then let's perform the third piece today, Love to Your Heart's Content. Seeing Xiao Yang fall into silence, some students felt he was being deliberately mysterious. However, with Education Bureau officials and the homeroom teacher standing at the back, no one dared to make any noise. Yet many began to whisper among themselves, "Is Xiao Yang incapable? It's been a full minute with his eyes closed, and he hasn't started yet?" Exactly what I was thinking. If he can't do it, better let Bai Lanlan take over. After all, she's had training before. When he stood up, I thought he might even know how to play the piano. Turns out Xiao Yang isn't perfect at everything. Music teacher Ji Xiao was also starting to lose patience. "Hey classmate, are you actually capable or not? Didn't you notice several officials from the Education Bureau are starting to frown?" Chapter 44, Supernatural Skills that left the entire class in awe. The officials from the Education Bureau were indeed starting to frown. After all, that student had been sitting on stage with closed eyes for 2 minutes without making a single sound. The most anxious one was naturally Wei Xiaomei. By now, she had long regarded Xiao Yang as her star pupil. Now the higher-ups are all gathered, yet Xiao Yang suddenly halted his movements. Xiao Yang opened his eyes. The third Liebstrom floats to mind, portraying love in all its abandon. His fingers pressed down on the piano keys, and a melodious wave of notes immediately filled the classroom. The rhythm is distinct, full of emotion. Ji Xiao, the music teacher, slowly lowered the hands she had originally prepared to cover her ears. Her eyes were filled with shock. The emotionally rich music contained romance, unrestrained freedom, and a hint of madness. The variations in dynamics and tempo are exquisitely nuanced, brimming with emotional resonance, lively and full of vitality. As a music teacher specializing in piano, she could naturally discern that Xiao Yang's skill was exceptionally high. How high? Unimaginably higher than her own amateur level 10 proficiency. A mere high school student actually played the piano more skillfully than she did. This is simply an unimaginable thing. The students who had been somewhat restless moments ago instantly fell silent. Xiao Yang's fingers seemed to press against their hearts, and with the melody, they felt their own hearts beating in rhythm. It was an utterly marvelous sensation. The leading officials were also stunned. Although they didn't understand piano music, Xiao Yang's extraordinary skills still resonated emotionally with them. A single phrase popped into all their minds. Astonishingly miraculous skill. Translate love. Xiao Yang slightly closed his eyes, the lyrics flowing from his lips with a tender lyricism. Love as long as you can, love as long as you wish. He tilted his body slightly, 2 hands becoming one. The moment you stood mourning by the grave remains forever in my heart. Your heart must stay ever fervent, ever yearning, as long as one warm heart still beats in answer. Xiao Yang's deep, captivating voice continued, its measured cadence resonating through the soul. Whenever someone reveals their sincerity to you, you must respond with all your might. Teach them to be happy always, without a moment of sorrow. And may you remain tight-lipped. Harsh words can easily wound. Heavens, there was originally no ill intent, yet someone parted ways with tears in their eyes. As the performance concluded, Xiao Yang opened his eyes. The flawless piano accompaniment paired with those deep, mesmerizing lyrics, it was simply a match made in heaven. He seemed fairly satisfied with his performance this time and immediately stood up as well. Professor Ji? Ji Xiao's closed eyes suddenly sprang open. Consciousness returned to his body. So wonderful. Beyond imaginable wonder. She never expected that a boy could play such deeply emotional piano music, topped off with beautifully crafted lyrics. To describe it as perfect would be just right. Rich emotions, a low and captivating voice. Is this guy going to be a playboy in the future? The charisma is truly overwhelming. Almost all his classmates had their eyes closed. After about half a minute, someone finally snapped out of their daze. Then he began to clap. Soon the applause grew into a continuous wave. Many girls couldn't help but gaze inexplicably at Xiao Yang. Strong in sports, excellent in studies, skilled in poetry recitation, and now displaying astonishing piano talent. Is there anything in this world that Xiao Yang can't do? Wei Xiaomei was the one applauding most enthusiastically. She never expected Xiao Yang to be so outstanding. This is true excellence. Being merely strong academically doesn't count as exceptional, but excelling in all other areas as well, that's what real excellence means. While vigorously applauding, she turned to the leader and said, "This is Xiao Yang, from our class." Her every word radiated absolute pride and triumph. As homeroom teacher, how many years had it been since she last felt this way? Xiao Yang wasn't surprised by their reaction. He gave a slight bow as he stepped down from the podium and returned to his seat. Every eye in the room remained fixed intently upon him. Just then, the school bell rang to signal the end of class. As this session's music teacher, Ji Xiao also gradually regained his composure from that shock. The performance by the student just now was incredibly lyrical and beautiful. It almost puts us teachers to shame. Does everyone know his name? Can you all shout it out for me? All the students shouted the same name in unison. Xiao Yang. Ji Xiao silently committed this name to memory. Xiao Yang. Holy shit, shit. Old Xiao, you sly dog, you're actually killing it. Wang Ziluan made an exaggerated swooning expression, his fingers plucking at the air as if mimicking Xiao Yang's piano-playing posture. That piano performance had all those girls completely mesmerized. Before Xiao Yang could speak, Bai Lanlan's deadly glare was already upon him. Wang Ziluan, what nonsense are you spouting? Wang Ziluan froze. Class president, how is this nonsense? You didn't see the other girls. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, right. I remember you blushed at that time, squad leader, squinting at Xiao Yang. Could it be that? Upon hearing this, Bai Lanlan's face turned crimson again. She hastily retorted, nonsense. I'm ignoring you guys. Then she turned away, burying her face. Xiao Yang teased, Wang Ziluan, look how you've made our squad leader angry. Prince Ziluan chuckled heartily. How is it me who's angry? Clearly it's you who's pissed. I didn't say a word just now. You didn't speak, but your damn piano banging rattled my nerves. Go to hell. After returning home, Xiao Yang turned on his computer and checked the backend of Tech Pioneer. Another 300,000 came in today. The flood of messages urging updates was overwhelming. Seeing so many update requests filled Xiao Yang with a twinge of guilt. Brothers, no amount of hurry will help. I still haven't drawn the third installment yet. After closing the system interface, Xiao Yang checked his reputation points. These past 2 days, his reputation points had skyrocketed, now reaching a total of 91,000. He estimated that by tomorrow, his reputation points would accumulate to 100,000 again. After checking his reputation value, Xiao Yang suddenly remembered something. That Bai Lanlan had recited a poem to him. The poem was clearly from his 300 Tang and Song poems collection. He began typing the lines into his computer. A row of messages quickly appeared. Shocking, Normal University witnesses divine-level poetry. A Normal University student wins award at poetry competition. Wu, a student from Normal University, gains campus fame with a CI poem titled Ugly Slave. Xiao Yang randomly clicked on one of the links. Inside, apart from the poem itself, there was an introduction about the author of the poetry, classmate Wu. From this report, Xiao Yang also gleaned some useful information. For instance, details like his mother being a poetry-loving teacher who deeply influenced him, and so on. Xiao Yang closed his eyes in deep thought. The surname Wu, with a mother who's a teacher. This matched perfectly with the situation next door. Moreover, Xiao Yang's mind flashed back to himself standing in the attic 2 weeks ago, spontaneously reciting poetry, and it was this very poem. In other words, Xiao Yang suddenly opened his eyes. Got it. The neighbor next door heard the poetry he recited and, being a poetry enthusiast herself, wrote it down. She later gave it to her own son, helping him win an award at the poetry competition. That's the basic outline of the matter. Xiao Yang stood up and began pacing back and forth. Truth be told, losing one poem didn't really affect Xiao Yang much, aside from leaving him slightly irritated. After all, he still had 299 others, one less wouldn't make much difference. Yet this served as a wake-up call for him. Spoken words born from his heart were originals. If others took and claimed them as their own, it would feel like a betrayal to his check-in system. From then on, when composing poetry, he ought to do so in crowded settings. Moreover, he should build up his strength and eventually compile his works into a collection for publication. That way, no one could plagiarize them. Chapter 45, I need leave to participate in the competition. The source has been identified, and Xiao Yang pondered for a moment. First off, this neighbor's goodwill has reached its end. The theft of his poetry won't be let go so easily. Since she's so fond of stealing and has already tasted the benefits, there's a high chance she'll try again. When the time comes, he'll set a trap to teach her a lesson. Evil grin. It was just 6:30 in the evening when he checked the time. Xiao Yang immediately called the music store and asked them to deliver the goods to his home now. The music store agreed readily and said the distance was short, so the delivery would definitely arrive within half an hour. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yang picked up his mobile phone and browsed for some useful information while waiting leisurely for the delivery. The doorbell rang. Xiao Yang stood up and saw a small truck parked outside, with a packaged piano loaded on it. He hurriedly stepped out. Several movers were standing at the gate, and upon seeing Xiao Yang emerge, one of them asked, "You must be Mr. Xiao?" "Yes, that's me." Xiao Yang opened the fence gate. Several movers began preparing the work. At that moment, a woman not far away approached closer. "Mr. Xiao." Xiao Yang turned around and realized it was Qinyu, the president of the Piano Association who had participated in the event earlier. Why had she come too? The fact that Qinyu could serve as a judge for a small event indicates she must have a pretty good relationship with the owner of that piano store. Given this, it makes perfect sense that she could be invited here. "Oh, President Qin. After exchanging greetings, Xiao Yang didn't pay her any further attention and instead led the workers straight to the living room. The living room was quite spacious, without any cluttered decorations. Xiao Yang pointed to a spot. Just put it here. Several workers immediately sprang into action, unpacking, assembling, tuning. After about half an hour, everything was properly set up. Xiao Yang took several bottles of water from the fridge and handed them to the workers one by one. You've all worked hard, have some water. After seeing the workers out, Xiao Yang noticed Qin Yu still waiting there. President Qin, you're still here? Qin Yu let out a bitter laugh. After finally meeting Mr. Xiao, how could I possibly leave so easily? From moving the piano to chatting over water, nearly half an hour had passed. It was already dark, yet they were still waiting. Xiao Yang gestured invitingly. If President Qin doesn't mind, you're welcome to come in and talk. She certainly didn't mind. After all, the whole point was to see Xiao Yang. Make yourself comfortable. Would you like water or tea? Qin Yu hesitated for a moment before answering, just water, please. Xiao Yang handed a bottle of mineral water to the other person, then said with a smile, the piano just arrived. I'm going to test its sound. Then he sat at the piano and casually played a minor tune. Even though it was just a minor tune, under Xiao Yang's fingers, it seemed to be infused with life. Qin Yu nodded repeatedly. A master is truly a master. A single random piece could intoxicate listeners with ecstasy. Mr. Xiao, such exquisite skill. Qin Yu applauded. Xiao Yang sat across the table. President Qin, you flatter me. My little skills are nothing to speak of. Is this still not enough? It stands unrivaled as the very best in the country. You're being modest. Very few in this country can reach your level of mastery. So young, yet already possessing master-level skills, how many are blessed with such talent? Xiao Yang shook his head with a smile. Chairman Qin, surely you didn't come here just to flatter me? This seemed to be steering the conversation towards serious matters. After a moment's thought, Qin Yu finally said, recently, the national preliminary rounds for the Star Ocean Cup have begun. Our Jiangcheng district has been assigned to the Tiannan division. They've set firm requirements that every city, regardless of size, must have at least one participant. The Galaxy Cup, jointly organized by the Kyoto Conservatory of Music and the National Center for the Performing Arts, has been held for 18 editions so far, and this is the 19th. It can be said that all exceptionally talented pianists participate in this competition. Even many internationally renowned performers first made their mark in this very contest. Qin Yu continued, since hearing your original composition at the event, I haven't been able to forget it. Your music is like the bright moon in the sky, standing alone in its splendor amidst a sea of stars. That's why I want to invite you to represent our Jiangcheng in the competition. The bright moon, amidst stars. This praise from Xiao Yang was almost too much for him to comprehend. Entering competitions means increasing exposure, and increased exposure means faster accumulation of reputation points. Reputation points can be used to upgrade skills. There it is, the virtuous cycle begins. Of course, participating in competitions isn't really that big a deal anyway. What concerned him most was being able to participate for a few days. 1 or 2 days would be fine, but if it took longer, his parents might suddenly return home and find him missing. When does this competition start? Roughly how many participants will there be, and how long will it last? Hearing Xiao Yang's interest, Qin Yu promptly responded, the competition starts the day after tomorrow. Each city sends one participant, and Tiannan doesn't have a music school either, so total participants won't exceed 20. With 20 people, the provincial champion can be decided within a day. Afterwards, the provincial champion will represent Tiannan in the national finals, though that won't be until a month later. 1 day. That's manageable, a quick trip there and back, no problem at all. Currently, I haven't managed to check in and obtain the 3-body problem 3. While online comments from netizens are growing increasingly intense, with even some celebrities openly demanding updates on various media platforms. If this continues, I'm afraid before I can successfully check in for the 3-body problem 3, the omnipotent netizens might dox me. To obtain the 3-body problem 3, there's only one last method left. Exchange with reputation points. Just like upgrading skills with reputation points, you can also unlock subsequent content by exchanging reputation points. However, it requires 150,000 reputation points. My current reputation points barely reach 100,000. Depending on luck, the remaining 50,000 might take 3 to 5 days, or up to 10 days if luck isn't on my side. To put it bluntly, it's urgent. Alright then, sign me up. I'm in. After exchanging contact information, the two discussed some details before Qin Yu took his leave. The competition is the day after tomorrow, so don't forget to request leave tomorrow. Leave of absence. Xiao Yang couldn't help but recall the words their homeroom teacher had once said. The girl from the next class was still studying while hooked up to an 4-drip, running a fever. I took time off for the competition. What a sin. Ha ha ha. But I've already learned everything there is to learn in high school. Attending classes would just be wasting time. On the contrary, participating in competitions can earn me reputation points. It makes perfect sense. Upon arriving at school, Xiaoyang didn't head to the classroom but went to the office instead. He knocked on the door, and a male teacher's voice responded from inside. Come in. Pushing the door open, Xiaoyang saw Wei Xiaomei, his homeroom teacher, preparing teaching materials. Wei Xiaomei also noticed Xiaoyang and immediately smiled. Xiaoyang, what brings you here? Teacher, I'd like to request leave tomorrow. Wei Xiaomei froze for a moment. Leave? Are you feeling unwell? As she spoke, she reached out to feel Xiaoyang's forehead. He hurriedly explained, no, I want to go to Tiannan tomorrow to participate in a piano competition. Piano competition? Wei Xiaomei grinned, revealing her teeth. This matter? Alright, go ahead. Is that it? Xiaoyang had prepared a lengthy speech to ask for leave, but unexpectedly, the homeroom teacher approved it without even asking for details. This caught Xiaoyang completely off guard. Do you have anything else? Nothing else. I'll be going now. Go ahead. As he left the office, he could faintly hear Wei Xiaomei's voice. Xiaoyang from our class is multi-talented, and his grades have improved remarkably. For an all-rounder like him, we must ensure he develops in all aspects. Some teachers could still be heard expressing their admiration. Yes, this child will achieve extraordinary things in the future. No doubt about it. Teacher Wei is truly enviable. Chapter 46, is this a piano competition or a lullaby? Prince Luan barely lifted his eyelids. Old Xiao, you're late 4 out of 5 workdays, I genuinely envy you, man. Xiaoyang snapped irritably, wasn't late, went to the office to ask for leave. Leave? Yeah, there's a piano competition tomorrow. Damn it, Lao Xiao, can you keep a low profile? Kept it low for 18 years, didn't make much difference. Being flashy feels way better. Bai Lanlan turned her head. Xiaoyang, did you just say you're going to compete in the piano competition? Yes, heading south to Tiannan. Bai Lanlan bit her lip with mixed emotions. She too had learned piano from childhood, possessing some natural talent. But after entering high school, she never touched a piano again. Now Xiaoyang can take leave to participate in the piano competition, while I still have to bury my head in studies at school. Perhaps this is what they call the difference between us. The news of Xiaoyang participating in the piano competition has spread throughout the campus. After all, yesterday he demonstrated such miraculous piano skills that it's only natural he would enter the competition now. But there are also more and more people becoming jealous. He's breaking records in provincial sports competitions, his grades have suddenly improved, every poem he writes becomes a classic, and now he's even participating in piano competitions. Good heavens, the doors you've opened for Xiaoyang are ridiculously wide. How come when it comes to me, you haven't even left a vent for air conditioning? By now, Xiaoyang has practically become a household name throughout the entire school. After school, quite a few people were indeed pointing at him, though it was unclear whether out of envy or admiration. Xiaoyang didn't take it to heart. After all, hadn't he encountered far worse when he was still ordinary? Editor Lu Jing called. Mr. Xiao, several media companies are currently negotiating for the rights. One has offered 1.3 million for the entire film and television adaptation rights of The Three-Body Problem, Lu Jing said. 1,300,000? That first 2 books of The Three-Body Problem are hugely popular within traditional sci-fi circles, but for the entire fiction industry, they're just SOSO. So theoretically speaking, 1,300,000 isn't exactly low. But Xiaoyang knew full well in his heart just what kind of masterpiece this work truly was. After the 3rd installment comes out, the whole plot will become complete. Never mind 1.3 million, even 13 million wouldn't be an issue. Xiaoyang didn't even need to deliberate. We're not selling any rights now, remember, none whatsoever. If anyone contacts you about it, just turn them down outright. Understood. Lu Jing added, by the way, the company has prepared some small gifts for you. They should be arriving at your place soon, so please check for them. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jing shook her head at her supervisor. Xiaoyang made it very clear none of the copyrights are for sale. The supervisor's eyes visibly dimmed. If the copyright sold, their sci-fi vanguard could earn substantial profits, but without selling, they could only scrape by on subscription revenue. If only we could add some copyright terms when signing the contract, that would be great. Fine, don't sell then. The manager gave a long sigh. Just focus on Xiaoyang's matters, and handle them properly. Xiaoyang had only hung up the phone for a few minutes when he heard the doorbell ring. Stepping out, he saw a courier holding a box. No doubt, this must be the little gift sent by the tech pioneer. He picked up the box after signing for it. It has a hefty weight in the hand. Back in the house, I opened the box. There was a trophy inside. Technology Pioneer Creativity Award. The trophy was quite exquisitely crafted. Xiaoyang promptly placed it on the desk, where the 3 trophies he had previously won at the provincial level and some certificates were also displayed. Worldly possessions are just for show. There were some other prizes in the box, though none were particularly valuable, just keepsakes, really. At 9 in the morning, Xiaoyang was cleaning his room when his phone rang. It was Qinyu on the line. Mr. Xiao, I'm already waiting outside your neighborhood. Okay, I'll be right out. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Yang stepped out of his house. Arriving at the neighborhood entrance, he spotted Qinyu at first glance, waving beside a luxury car. Today Qinyu was wearing a white shirt paired with fashionable bell-bottom trousers, her figure appearing elegantly curvaceous. As Xiao Yang approached, Qinyu smiled and said, I'll give you a ride there. You don't mind, do you? My apologies for the trouble. No trouble at all. Come on, get in. She gestured toward the passenger seat with her finger. Passenger seat? Xiao Yang opened the rear door. I'd better sit in the back. Qinyu paused. Is the front seat not good? Easy to get thirsty. While driving to Tiannan, Qinyu also inquired about some knowledge regarding piano music. Xiao Yang's skills were absolutely flawless. Not only did he possess piano technique, but he had acquired all that knowledge as well. Thus, Bai Lanlan's questions were no longer challenges when they reached him. Xiao Yang's witty and humorous remarks kept Qinyu giggling throughout the journey. This competition will be held in a closed concert hall without a live audience. No audience? Xiao Yang felt like he just lost a chunk of reputation points, but it will be broadcast live on TV. That's not bad then. A TV live broadcast is actually quite good. The two arrived at the concert hall and, after presenting their credentials, were let through by the security guards at the entrance. Upon entering the venue, one finds themselves in a grand concert hall. At the very center lies the stage, where a grand piano stands prominently. Below the stage is the judges' panel area. Behind the judges' seating area is the contestants' waiting zone. Qinyu seemed quite familiar with many people inside as she kept greeting them non-stop. After the two took seats toward the back, a staff member handed the competition number tag to Xiao Yang. Number 6. The competition starts in half an hour. Don't stress yourself out. As long as you can bring out half of your true skill, the championship is yours this time. Qinyu appeared brimming with confidence. After all, she had personally heard Xiao Yang's musical piece and knew exactly what heights he had reached. A provincial-level competition was completely beneath Xiao Yang's notice. Winning awards would be as effortless for him as eating or drinking. She was even brimming with confidence about national competitions. After hearing Qinyu's words, Xiao Yang shrugged his shoulders. Should I play an original piece or a classic for the upcoming performance? Qinyu's eyes lit up. An original piece, of course. Your performance of the pathetic sonata at the last event was absolutely perfect. That piece was nothing short of heavenly music in Qinyu's heart. She longed to hear it again. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. The pathetic sonata? No problem. After the competition begins, participants will perform in order according to their assigned numbers. Xiao Yang was contestant number 6, so naturally, he would be the 6th to play. Putting everything else aside, just the waiting process alone was pure agony for Xiao Yang. Although most of the participants were young women, each quite attractive and graceful, their playing left one with a sense of emptiness and superficiality. Young ladies, where's the emotion? Yet the judges seemed to thoroughly enjoy it, offering elaborate and seemingly thoughtful critiques. By the time the third contestant performed, her piano piece was so lullaby-like that Xiao Yang nearly couldn't keep his eyes open and almost dozed off. Qinyu nearby seemed to notice Xiao Yang's impatience. She reached out and nudged his arm. Try to bear with it. Chapter 47. Mom and Dad return home to find the table covered with trophies. Xiao Yang gave a non-committal hum, forcing himself to stay alert as he watched the young lady performing on stage. Contestant number 6. Number 6. The judge called out twice before turning to see the contestant leaning back in his chair, fast asleep. The three judges immediately frowned in unison. Falling asleep during the competition? This attitude is downright contemptuous. Noticing the judge's gaze, Qinyu finally came to her senses. Number 6 was Xiao Yang. She hurriedly nudged Xiao Yang. It's your turn to compete. Xiao Yang opened his eyes. He still couldn't hold out and ended up being coaxed to sleep by that girl after all. What a mess this was. He gave the three judges a slight smile. The three judges' frowns deepened slightly. First impression points lost. The other competing members nearly burst out laughing. I actually fell asleep. Who could be so musically inept as to fall asleep during a competition? Now look what's happened. Judging by the judges' expressions, there's no saving my impression score. The live broadcast cameras immediately focused on Xiao Yang. The livestream audience burst into laughter. What seemed dull earlier now appeared to be contestants who couldn't take it anymore and simply fell asleep. Contestant number 6 is quite amusing. Xiao Yang, however, paid no attention to any of it. Their playing was like a lullaby. I just couldn't take it anymore. Now, let me show you what real piano music sounds like. Xiao Yang immediately stood up and strode onto the stage. Honorable teachers, esteemed judges, today I present an original composition, the Pathetic Sonata. Original? You, a young person, actually claiming to have original work? Creating original piano compositions is by no means an easy task. Even world-renowned pianists need numerous conditions to produce original pieces. and now a youngster claims to have original compositions. Probably just some random adaptations to deceive the world and steal fame. The three judges exchanged glances, one casually waving his hand. Begin then, please start with your original piece. After all, it was a live broadcast, so these judges showed considerable restraint. After sitting down, Xiao Yang activated his prestige point bonus card, then summoned the sheet music for the Moonlight Sonata in his mind. He then began playing with effortless fluency. Everyone present was a connoisseur. During the very first passage, they all fell silent, their faces registering shock. The further it went, the more evident the shock on his face became. Most of the previous pieces had been around 10 minutes long, but Xiao Yang played the entire nearly 20-minute piece in one breath. The rich emotions and the resolute will displayed left the three judges utterly speechless. Most people who enjoy watching this kind of livestream have some understanding of piano, or have family members who practice it. When they heard Xiao Yang's performance, they immediately sensed something extraordinary. It was a powerful emotional resonance. Impressive. Contestant number 6 is truly remarkable. I feel as if this piece has touched my very soul. This is nothing short of a masterpiece. As a concert-level pianist, I can say with certainty that only a true maestro could perform this composition. The comments section exploded instantly. The contestants' expressions shifted first to shock, then to despair. They could discern the difference between themselves and this contestant 6. It was as if there was a world of difference. Without exaggeration, when Xiao Yang played the first passage, they immediately knew victory was no longer possible. This was already Qin Yu's second time listening to this pathetic sonata, but even on the second hearing, she still felt a profound shock to her very soul. Without needing to look at the expressions of others, Qin Yu understood that this championship would undoubtedly go to Xiao Yang. An elderly judge among them swallowed hard and said, there's simply no comparison. Indeed, there was no comparison, or perhaps more accurately, it was a complete annihilation. It seemed this was the simplest verdict they had ever had to make since becoming judges. The woman on the left side, I think I understand why he fell asleep earlier. The other two judges also realized. For someone who possesses such remarkable skill, it would be strange not to fall asleep listening to that garbage. The outcome was, naturally, no surprise. Xiao Yang easily won the championship. Another trophy was placed in his arms, along with a 10,000 yuan check as a bonus. Qin Yu turned her head with a smile. Congratulations on effortlessly winning the Southern Region Championship. Hearing this, Xiao Yang immediately replied, it's all thanks to Sister Qin introducing me to the competition. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to win. Qin Yu pressed her lips together with a smile. No one can stop gold from shining. I was just going with the flow. Fine, let's head back to Jiangcheng. My treat, you picked the place. Still chuckling, Qin Yu started the car. Aren't you afraid one meal with me might cost you more than your 10,000 yuan? Xiao Yang blinked, picturing the other's slender waist in his mind. How much could she possibly eat? Qin Yu didn't let Xiao Yang treat her to a meal, instead driving him straight to his doorstep. After getting out of the car, are you really not going to let me treat you? Qin Yu rolled down the window. Another day. I've got other things to do today. Xiao Yang nodded. Alright then. Just give me a call whenever you want me to treat you. Qin Yu waved his hand and then drove away. Xiao Yang turned around and carried the big trophy back into the house. With limited space on the table, placing all 3 or 4 large trophies made it seem a bit crowded. Forget it, let's leave them here for now. I'll find a proper place to store them after dinner. After speaking, he patted his belly. I haven't eaten lunch yet, might as well combine it with dinner. Xiao Yan left home again, heading to a restaurant not far from the residential area. A business car drove into the neighborhood. After parking in the spot, one side of the car door opened. Lu Ping, wearing a patterned long dress, stepped out of the car. Soon, the driver's side door opened, and a tall, bespectacled middle-aged man emerged. This man was none other than Xiao Yang's father, Xiao Rongxing. Seeing his home just a stone's throw away, Xiao Rongxing cracked a faint smile. After more than half a month, the experiment is finally finished, and I can go home to catch my breath. Lu Ping shook her head with a chuckle. At least you still remember you have a home. As she looped her arm through her husband's, Xiao Rongxing lowered his head slightly. A strong nation makes for a happy home. Scientific progress comes first. Of course, I'm not as impressive as you, with students all over the world. Chatting away, the couple took out their keys and unlocked the door. Glancing at the somewhat tidy courtyard, Xiao Rongxing nodded slightly. That brat may not be much of a scholar, but he's decent at housework. Speaking of which, he should be at school now, right? Thursday, of course we're at school. Lu Ping sighed, letting go of the clasped hands. This time, we finally made it back home. We really must talk him out of studying abroad. After all, we haven't paid much attention to him these years. If we don't intervene now, his life will truly be wasted. Xiao Rongxing grumbled discontentedly. It's just that boy has no talent. Eldest brother, second brother, didn't we all come this way too? But this rebellious son of mine can't do anything right. Lu Ping pulled Xiao Rongxing into the house. Enough with calling him a rebellious son all day. If you keep it up, even a well-behaved child would rebel. Driving is tiring, you should rest a bit first. The two entered the living room. Suddenly, Xiao Rongxing pointed at the table and exclaimed, "What is that?" Lu Ping looked up and saw the table covered entirely with trophies and certificates. Chapter 48, Do all these belong to Xiao Yang? The table wasn't small, but with so many trophies and citations piled on it, what normally seemed like a decent-sized surface now appeared significantly cramped. Lu Ping froze momentarily before slowly walking over. These all look like trophies and awards. She casually picked up the outermost one, where neat characters were engraved. Starlight Cup Southern Region Champion. Lu Ping furrowed her brows slightly. Starlight Cup? Southern Sky Regional Champion? She turned to look at Xiao Rongxing, who wore a puzzled expression. Have you heard anything about this Starlight Cup? As a scientist, he knew about the Nobel Prize, for this accolade wasn't far removed from his own realm of possibility. He was also well aware of the National Supreme Science and Technology Award. Indeed, his office still proudly displayed the award certificate alongside photographs taken with state leaders. As for the Starlight Cup, Xiao Rongxing took out his phone and searched. What popped up were elementary school poetry competitions, cultural arts events, and piano contests. Xiao Rongxing turned off his phone and took the trophy from Lu Ping's hands. It's quite exquisite, isn't it? Didn't you buy this just for decoration? Lu Ping gave him a sideways glance. If I knew, would I need to ask you? Has research fried your brain? Xiao Rongxing shrunk his neck, not daring to say anything, and placed the trophy on the table instead. Lu Ping picked up another one. Pioneer of Technology Creation Award. This seems related to technology. You should know about this one, right? Xiao Rongxing still shook his head. Just because it has the word technology in it doesn't necessarily mean it's about technology. Wait a second, let me search again. This time, the first thing that popped up on his phone was a fiction website. Seems like a traditional sci-fi fiction site. As he spoke, he turned the screen to show Lu Ping. Lu Ping gently tapped her phone screen and immediately accessed the website. The first things that caught her eye were two books titled, The Three-Body Problem 1, Remembrance of Earth's Past, and The Three-Body Problem 2, The Dark Forest. Lu Ping nodded, so it really is a fiction site. Let me see. The Three-Body Problem 1 and 2. I think I've heard my students discussing these. Xiao Rongxing curled his lip disdainfully. Novels like these are mostly pseudoscience. Lu Ping had little patience for her scientist husband's attitude. Hearing his comment, she immediately fired back without hesitation. Oh, so just because you say it's pseudoscience makes it so? Have you even read them? Xiao Rongxing grumbled. Later, I'll point out the pseudoscientific parts for you myself. Lu Ping ignored him, muttering under her breath, why would a fiction website award be in our home? She lifted her head to look at Xiao Rongxing. Could it be that boy wrote a novel? Xiao Rongxing dismissed it outright. Cut it out. He struggles even with essays, let alone writing a novel. Lu Ping contemplated her son's academic abilities. It seemed there really wasn't this possibility. She casually handed the trophy to Xiao Rongxing, then picked up another one. This one was even more visual, even more straightforward. Southern Province High School 400-meter track champion. Beneath the trophy lay a certificate, which she also picked up and opened. New record holder in the 400-meter track event, Xiao Yang. The recorded time below, 46.77 seconds. Since it's a record, Lu Ping turned to her husband. Doesn't your science academy have mandatory daily exercises? How long does it take you to run 400 meters? Xiao Rongxing thought for a moment, about 3 to 4 minutes roughly. Why? By this comparison, scientist, you run slower than a turtle with its backside on fire. What kind of remark is that? Is there some deeper meaning? The deeper meaning is your big head. Here's the certification record, take a look. After speaking, Lu Ping handed the certificate to Xiao Rongxing. Xiao Rongxing glanced at it and said decisively, it's fake. Don't you see the seal has a missing corner? Besides, since when does your brat have any athletic talent? A record of 40-something seconds? I might believe 2 minutes. Lu Ping pondered for a few seconds. It did seem Xiao Yang had no athletic gifts to speak of. She shot Xiao Rongxing an annoyed glare. That part he got from you. Such long legs, wasted with a navel too lazy to even split properly. Xiao Rongxing chuckled but remained silent. Lu Ping picked up the next trophy. High School 200m track champion of Tiannan Province. Below it was still the same record certificate, signed by Xiao Yang as before. After reading it, Xiao Rongxing immediately said, this kid really went all out with the forgery. One wasn't enough, he had to make another. Before he could finish speaking, he spotted the third trophy and certificate. Tiannan High School 100-meter dash champion. 3? Is everyone a champion? Lu Ping shook her head. Did I give him too much allowance, allowing that boy to afford these things? Of course you did. If you ask me, we shouldn't raise this kid using the same free-range parenting style we used with the eldest and second child. Xiao Rongxing was fuming. Poor academic performance might be a bit embarrassing for a family like ours, but that doesn't justify resorting to all these flashy tricks. What's the point when it's all fake? Xiao Rongxing snorted. Fortunately, we came back unexpectedly. Otherwise, if that rebellious brat had hidden all this and revealed it piece by piece, we might have actually believed him. Lu Ping was also unsettled. There might be circumstances we're unaware of. Though Yang Yang hasn't been great at studies, he hasn't given us much trouble over the years. Xiao Rongxing stomped his foot. Growing up means overthinking, getting restless. How can you still not understand? Lu Ping curled her lips disdainfully and reached out to grab the certificate, muttering under her breath, "What do I understand? You're the expert at research data, but when it comes to studying your own son, you might as well be illiterate." Years of experience had taught him that some arguments just couldn't be won. Besides, what the professor said does make some sense. Xiao Rongxing grudgingly shut his mouth. By now, Lu Ping had already unfolded the certificate. Student Xiao Yang has achieved outstanding results and won first place in the second semester comprehensive subject competition during senior high school. This award is hereby presented in recognition of his excellence. Dated, signed by homeroom teacher Wei Xiumei, with the school's official seal. Xiao Rongxing, who had originally resolved not to say a word, completely lost his composure after seeing the contents above. Look at this, just look at it, first place. Who would believe it? Lu Ping was instantly left speechless. Other things could be excused after all, even parents might overlook some details, but academic performance had always been their top priority. From childhood till now, I've never even ranked in the bottom 10, let alone first place. Now, suddenly discovering a first place award certificate, even my own parents wouldn't believe it was real. Xiao Rongxing grew angrier the more he thought about it. Unbuttoning his sleeves and rolling them up, he fumed, 18 years without a beating. And now he's forgotten how much it hurts. With trophies, certificates, and accolades, he's trampling his old man's intelligence into the dirt and spitting on it. Lu Ping knew exactly what kind of man her husband was. All bark and no bite. When Xiao Yang mischievously tore his research materials as a child, he only got scolded in anger. Now that he's 18, there's no way he'd actually lay a hand on him. Chapter 49, Mom and Dad are back? Then I have no choice but to come clean. Besides, apart from academic performance in this particular incident, everything else Xiao Yang has done has been quite satisfactory to both of them. Most likely, the old man will just give him a lecture and pound the table before letting it go. Lu Ping glanced at him. If you really gave him a beating, it might actually do some good. Who knows, a solid whack might knock another law of universal gravitation out of him. Xiao Rongxing gritted his teeth. I have to hit him. Don't you dare stop me. Like I'd bother stopping you. As Lu Ping turned away, she caught sight of the piano in the corner and froze for an instant. Xiao Rongxing, did you buy a piano for the house? Xiao Rongxing turned around and also saw the piano, which looked quite new. It must have been purchased recently. No, I haven't been back for over half a month. When would I have had time to buy a piano? Didn't you buy it? Lu Ping shook her head slightly. If not bought by the old man, and not by her, then who purchased it? This was no small item. As a university professor, he'd seen his share of musical instruments, and this piano clearly wasn't cheap. By conservative estimates, it would cost at least tens of thousands. Could it have been their eldest daughter Xiao Yu who bought it? After all, the second child was studying abroad, and while she gave the third child a generous allowance, it was far from enough to buy a piano. As she was thinking this, she heard Xiao Rongxing say, it might have been the eldest who bought it. That girl started a company and has made some money these years. I'll call and ask. With that, he dialed Xiao Yu's number. His originally stern, furrowed face instantly underwent a dramatic transformation, lighting up with joy as he hunched slightly forward. Hey, kiddo? Xiao Yu's voice came through the phone. Hey dad, can we change how you call me? I'm all grown up now, and you still call me little girl. What kind of talk is that? Even when you're 80, I'll still be your father. I know, no need to assert your parental rights. Lu Ping cleared her throat and shot him a meaningful look. Xiao Rongxing's expression turned serious. Let me ask you something, did you recently buy a piano for the house? What's the point of getting that? It's quite expensive, and right now, you're starting a business and need the funds. Xiao Yu's confused voice came through the phone. No, it wasn't me. I do enjoy piano music, but I never learned how to play. Why would I buy a piano? Not her? Who could that be? The two exchanged glances, and Xiao Rongxing quickly added, oh, is that so? Maybe your mother bought it. Take care of yourself at the company. Stay warm, don't just focus on work all the time. Make sure to relax when you can. Balancing work and rest is important. Father is coming online now. Under Lu Ping's gaze, Xiao Rongxing hung up the phone. It wasn't her who bought it. Lu Ping frowned. Not himself, not the old man, not the eldest or the second son, then who could it be? Xiao Rongxing waved his hand dismissively. Enough, don't worry about it. When that kid comes back, we'll question him thoroughly and everything will become clear. Xiao Yang ordered 2 dishes and a serving of rice after arriving at the restaurant. While waiting, he checked his reputation points. Yesterday's 100,000 reputation points have now grown to 170,000 and are still continuously increasing. Enough, enough. Only 150,000 reputation points are needed to redeem the 3-body problem 3, leaving me with over 20,000 points to spare. Since the food hasn't arrived yet anyway, Xiao Yang directly proceeds to redeem it on the check-in panel. Soon, the 3-body problem 3 emerged in his mind. Yang Xiao had been coveting the third installment for a long time. Now that he'd exchanged for it, he immediately began watching it in his mind. The third book was also the one with the fastest-paced plot development. The most controversial character in the entire series officially began to shine with their halo. With Chang Xian's aura unleashed, all 4 paths crumbled. Powerhouses like Wade, Luo Ji, and Yun Tianming could only lament that they couldn't carry the team. Xiao Yang was thoroughly engrossed in watching when he felt someone touch his arm. Snapping back to reality, he finally noticed the restaurant owner standing before him. "Young man, hurry up and eat, or the food will get cold." Xiao Yang lowered his head slightly and saw 2 dishes and rice on the table. He had been so engrossed that he didn't even notice the food had been served. Promptly nodding, he said, "Thank you, I'll eat right now." After finishing the meal, Xiao Yang paid the bill and then walked out of the restaurant. The restaurant was only a few hundred meters away from the residential area. But Xiao Yang was so eager to continue reading the 3-body problem 3 that he found a nearby pavilion and sat inside to keep browsing the book. Knowing his time was running short, Yun Tianming bought a star as a gift for Chang Xian, only for her to immediately begin persuading him to forego euthanasia and instead donate his brain. Yun Tianming complied, his brain being accelerated and launched into space. Of course, this was just the tip of the iceberg when it came to Chang Xian's outrageous maneuvers. As for this divine masterpiece, Xiao Yang was utterly mesmerized while reading it. By the time he finished thoroughly reading the 3-body problem and snapped back to reality, he noticed several elderly people standing nearby, pointing and gossiping about him. An old man immediately said, "See, he's awake now. I told you he was just asleep, but you didn't believe me, you even wanted to call an ambulance." Xiao Yang hurriedly stood up. Seems like he should try to avoid reading books outdoors from now on, it might cause misunderstandings. He pulled out his phone to check the time and saw it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. "Let's go home first and then talk." It was just a few hundred meters away, and Xiao Yang casually strolled into the residential area. When he arrived at his doorstep, he spotted the business car parked in its spot at a glance. He couldn't mistake it, this car belonged to his father. So, Dad's back? Normally, a son seeing his father wouldn't be a big deal, but the problem is, the trophies and certificates on the table haven't been put away. Although Dad's IQ is high, that's limited to scientific research. Given his father's life experience and shallow social awareness, he'd absolutely believe those certificates and trophies were all forged by me. Just thinking about this gave Xiao Yang a massive headache. No need to think, the first words out of my old man's mouth upon seeing my face would undoubtedly be, "You unfilial brat. This thing. If it's fortune, it won't be misfortune. If it's misfortune, there's no escaping it. Alright then, time to show my true strength and make the old man smile in the afterlife convince him." Xiao Yang pushed open the door and entered the small courtyard. The flowers and plants in the courtyard showed signs of having been watered. Old man never bothered with such things, so could it be? After looking around, he finally pushed open the house door and stepped inside. Standing at the doorway, Xiao Yang caught sight of old man sitting on the sofa and old woman curiously examining the piano at the other end of the room. Sure enough, Mom was back too. When it rains, it pours. Single combat turning into doubles? The old couple heard the commotion at the door and turned their heads in unison to look at the entrance. Xiao Yang raised his hand with a smile. "Dear Mom and Dad, you're back." Before Lu Ping could speak, Xiao Ronxing was already boiling with rage. He abruptly stood up, pointing his finger towards Xiao Yang. "You ungrateful son." Xiao Yang thought to himself, "See? What did I expect?" Note, updates will be less frequent during this critical period. Please bear with us, dear readers. Your support would mean the world to this humble author during such crucial times. Many thanks, dear readers. Chapter 50 Parental Shock. All these trophies are real. You unfilial son. Xiao Ronxing approached the trophy table. Just look at all these things. Xiao Yang stepped closer, glancing at his furious father. Their trophies and certificates. What's the matter? A simple "what's wrong" instantly stoked Xiao Ronxing's anger even hotter. Poor academic performance is one thing, but now you're delving into these shady practices. Xiao Yang chuckled lightly as he walked to the trophy display table. You think I purchased these somewhere? That they're fake? Xiao Ronxing stiffened his neck, his face flushing with righteous indignation. If they're not fake, then did you actually win them? Do you really expect me to believe that? Do you think your mother would? Come on, give me a reasonable explanation. Xiao Yang glanced at his mother sitting at the piano. Though she remained silent, hesitation was written across her face. Xiao Yang reached for the trophy. This Starlight Cup Regional Championship was just won today. The commemorative photo is in my phone. He set down the trophy and pulled out his phone. After unlocking it, he brought up the photo. The picture had been taken on stage, featuring the judges and some fellow competitors. Xiao Rongxing blinked, glanced in his wife's direction, and then grumbled, with photo editing technology being so advanced these days, who knows if it's even real? Still knows how to Photoshop. Xiao Yang didn't respond either, but instead pointed at another trophy. At this provincial sports meet, we won awards, set new records, 3 trophies and 3 certificates. If you don't believe it, just call any teacher from our school, and they'll tell you the truth. Xiao Rongxing's arrogance weakened slightly, yet he still snorted coldly with pride, indicating he would verify the claim shortly. Xiao Yang ignored him and instead pointed at another exquisitely designed trophy. This one's a minor award I won for writing novels, just for sentimental value. Oh, right. Xiao Yang gestured toward his mother. That piano was bought with my writing earnings. Lu Ping glanced at the piano, then back at Xiao Yang, who remained perfectly composed. Did he buy this piano? Royalties? He actually writes novels? No wonder no one would admit the piano's origin. The answer they least believed turned out to be the truth. Lu Ping began to feel convinced. She stood up and pulled Xiao Rongxing to his feet, then turned to look at Xiao Yang. Well, son, are you saying these trophies are all yours? They're not fake, and definitely not bought? Xiao Yang nodded with a smile. Come on, Mom, don't you remember last time you came home and didn't leave me any living expenses? I couldn't even afford meals, how could I have had money to buy trophies? Lu Ping froze for a moment. She suddenly remembered, during her rushed departure last time she was home, she had truly forgotten about this matter. Her eyes darted between the trophy and Xiao Yang's face. All these years, Xiao Yang had never given them any cause for concern, yet they had often neglected him due to their work obligations. A wave of guilt washed over her. She couldn't help but reach out and touch Xiao Yang's face. Silly child, why didn't you call me if you ran out of living expenses? Xiao Yang thought to himself, not calling was precisely because I was afraid you'd bring up studying abroad again. Though this was what he thought, he needed to elevate his words when speaking them aloud. You're all leaders in your respective fields, dedicating yourselves to humanity's cause with burning passion. Though I may not share those noble ideals, even I know better than to disturb your important work with such trivial matters. Lu Ping froze for a moment before her eyes welled up with glistening tears. Stroking Xiao Yang's face with her palm, she murmured, "You silly child." Xiao Rongxing's towering rage evaporated instantly. As scholars and scientists, they were dutiful and conscientious, but as parents, Xiao Yang gently pulled his mother's hand away. You two sit for a while, I'll go prepare dinner for you. Lu Ping, who already felt guilty, how could she agree? No, Mom will go cook. You stay here and rest. No matter how Xiao Yang tried to persuade her, she wouldn't relent. With that, she tied on her apron and went into the kitchen. Only the father and son remained in the living room. Xiao Rongxing was still tangled up in his thoughts. He grumbled in a muffled voice, "A student is a student, what business do you have writing novels? And science fiction at that? Do you even understand science?" At the moment, it was true that he didn't know as much about science as his father. After all, the man had won national awards. Writing novels still requires some knowledge. Mom's cooking skills are indeed average. Xiao Yang had just eaten at a restaurant not long ago. He praised it endlessly but didn't touch his chopsticks. Inside the room, Xiao Rongxing was holding his phone, scrutinizing the three-body problem with a critical eye. Yet everything depicted within followed solid scientific principles, with particularly brilliant portrayals of human nature and daring hypotheses about cosmology. Before he knew it, even this scientist had become completely engrossed. Lu Ping held her phone hesitantly, then turned to ask, "Do you think I should call his homeroom teacher?" Xiao Rongxing put down his phone immediately and said, "Of course you should. Check if that little rascal is lying, and ask about his recent academic progress while you're at it." Lu Ping nodded, then proceeded to dial the number from her contacts. The call was answered within seconds, and a woman's voice came through. It was unmistakably their homeroom teacher Wei Xiaomei. "Hello? Who's calling, please?" Lu Ping composed herself before responding. "Hello, is this teacher Wei? I'm Xiao Yang's mother." The moment these words were spoken, the joy in Wei Xiaomei's tone became unmistakably audible. "Ms. Lu, my apologies, I lost my contact list once. What about Xiao Yang? Did today's competition go well?" Lu Ping blurted out. "What competition? The piano competition, you didn't know?" Xiao Rongxing was stunned by his side. That brat really went to participate in the competition. Then, that group photo must be genuine. The trophy is real too. Does he actually have talent in this field? Xiao Rongxing's eyes showed disbelief as he put down his phone and leaned closer to the screen. Lu Ping didn't shy away and immediately responded. "Oh, the piano competition?" Xiao Yang came back with the trophy. "Thank you for your guidance." "Not at all trouble, this child is clever and sensible, performs well at school too. As his homeroom teacher, I've had little to worry about." Then Wei Xiaomei immediately switched to flattery mode, praising how intelligent and sensible Xiao Yan was, how worry-free he made people feel, how talented he was, his mastery of poetry, and his athletic prowess. This left Lu Ping utterly dumbfounded. "Teacher Wei, about Xiao Yang's performance at the provincial sports meet. Before she could even finish asking, Wei Xiaomei launched into a vivid account of events she hadn't even witnessed herself. After hanging up the phone, the two stared at each other in stunned silence. Xiao Rongxing swallowed hard, his eyes brimming with disbelief. That brat's trophies were all real. In his mind, the kid had always been painfully average, mediocre grades, no standout talents, nothing worth mentioning. But now, won the piano competition right off the bat. Track and field meet, 3 gold medals, 3 records broken. Previously mediocre grades skyrocketed, landing the top spot in the entire school. Chapter 51, a single poem that made Mom burst into tears. Xiao Yang might lie, and objects could be forged, but there was absolutely no possibility of the homeroom teacher conspiring to keep up the deception. In other words, everything was real, just as Wei Xiaomei had said over the phone. The awards, trophies, and certificates all were earned through genuine ability. Beside them, Lu Ping's phone slipped from her hand onto the bed unnoticed. Her internal shock was no less than Xiao Rongxing's. Her usually academically average son had unexpectedly become the model student praised by his homeroom teacher for both character and scholarship. He had won awards in sports, piano, even literature. What does this indicate? This proved her son wasn't the disappointment she had perceived. On the contrary, he was a bona fide all-rounder. Lu Ping felt she shouldn't focus solely on studies, but should also encourage his development in other directions. She turned sideways and said, "Don't you think we should stop overemphasizing Yang Yan's studies and let him develop in other areas instead, like sports or piano?" Xiao Rongxing frowned. A student's top priority is still studying, that's the main task. Lu Ping glared at him. What's this nonsense about main and side tasks? Do you really think this is still your era? Is studying the only way out? Wouldn't athletic glory for our country be good? Isn't being a piano maestro desirable? You're so narrow-minded. Having no option but to take his wife's scolding quietly, Xiao Rongxing simply picked up his phone and continued reading the novel. Reading a novel? How did you get hooked on that? Xiao Rongxing cleared his throat awkwardly. He couldn't very well admit that while trying to debunk pseudoscience, he'd ended up falling down the rabbit hole himself. I'm reading this sci-fi novel with a critical eye you wouldn't understand. Lu Ping snorted, I can't be bothered to understand either. After saying this, she got out of bed and put on her slippers. What are you up to? I'm going to see what he's up to right now. Lu Ping felt she should pay more attention to her son's life and state. She had barely stepped out the door when Xiao Rongxing put down his phone and immediately followed. Walking one after the other, they arrived at Xiao Yang's room. Son, there was no movement in the room. Lu Ping pushed the door open and turned on the light, only to find the room empty. Xiao Rongxing frowned. Where did that young lad go so late at night? Lu Ping was about to speak when she thought she heard a noise from the attic. The two exchanged glances, then immediately ascended the stairs nearby to the attic. The attic light remained unlit, yet they could discern a figure standing on the small balcony. He leaned against the railing, gazing up at the night sky. The figure in the breeze somehow carried a sense of loneliness. What a deep night, Xiao Yang sighed. Let's recite a poem to temper my emotions. Following the sound, the elderly couple froze in astonishment. Was he about to compose poetry? Although Lu Ping was a doctoral supervisor and professor in computer science, she possessed considerable discernment in literature as well. She immediately grabbed Xiao Rongxing's arm, shaking her head slightly to signal him not to make any noise. Xiao Yang was completely unaware that the elderly couple were eavesdropping at that moment. He simply wanted to vent his emotions freely. Silent and alone, I climbed the western tower, the moon like a hook. Lonely parasol trees in the deep courtyard locking in the clear autumn. Unsevered, yet tangled, is the sorrow of parting. A singular flavor lingers in the heart. Xiao Yang stood with his hands behind his back, his silhouette growing ever more desolate. Xiao Rongxing merely felt it had some merit, seemingly quite decent. Yet at this moment, Lu Ping was utterly astonished. The craftsmanship of this poem was exceptionally refined. How lofty it is, the kind of loftiness that grows more profound the more you savor it. Even she, a professor, had never in her lifetime heard a work that could rival this verse, not even among those famous poems passed down through the ages. One might say that despite being a professor, she couldn't hold a literary candle to her own son, there simply was no comparison. Lu Ping's mind was utterly thunderstruck, shaken to her very core. Suddenly, she recalled the teacher's praise during their recent phone call. Xiao Yang is a remarkably talented child, his poetry skills are truly exceptional. At that time, she hadn't taken it to heart, because academic performance was all she cared about. But now everything was different. She truly grasped the energy contained within Xiao Yang's poetry, its captivating charm. Though brief, this poem contains an exceptionally rich tapestry of emotions. Using courtyard trees to symbolize one's loneliness, it underscores how no one can comprehend the melancholy in one's heart. And then there's the parting sorrow, cut, yet endless, untangled, yet still entwined. What is the sorrow of parting? Lu Ping instinctively thought it was the separation from loved ones. What kind of emotion lingers entwined in the heart? Her mind couldn't help but recall all those years when she and Xiao Rongxing would leave, and the pitiful, longing look in Xiao Yang's eager little eyes. At the thought of this scene, a pang of sadness struck Lu Ping's heart. Over the years, the two of them had achieved many academic accomplishments, one benefiting humankind, the other nurturing countless students. Yet it was their own children who suffered the most. While others enjoyed familial warmth, they remained busy. While others are out enjoying themselves or playing games, they remain busy. The power of poetic verses fermented within Lu Ping's heart, expanding, to the point where it became uncontrollable. Lu Ping covered her face and turned to descend the stairs. Xiao Rongxing froze momentarily, sensing the sudden shift in his wife's mood. It even seemed like she might verge on losing control. Isn't it just a poem? Is it really worth getting like this? Being naturally oblivious, Xiao Rongxing couldn't quite grasp what had gotten into her, but he sensed something extraordinary might be at play. He chased after them. Xiao Yang heard the commotion, turned his head, and saw his parents' departing figures. The greeting he'd prepared to say was swallowed back as he rubbed his nose. Scientists enjoy eavesdropping? And then running away after listening? Wait, why are you crying now? Xiao Rongxing looked utterly at a loss. Lu Ping wiped away her tears. I'm just happy about our son's literary talent. Literary talent? Happy? Xiao Rongxing scratched his temple. Isn't it just poetry? Want me to compose one for you? Can you write poetry? Lu Ping couldn't help but glance at the other person. After being married for over 20 years, who knew this old blockhead could compose verses? Xiao Rongxing then spoke up. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, flowers bloom defiantly in the cold. Carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon, a faint fragrance drifts unseen. Hearing these lines, Lu Ping couldn't help but laugh. Aren't these lines named the periodic table of elements? She teased. Seeing his wife's mood brighten like clearing skies, Xiao Rongxing chuckled smugly. How's that for literary skill? Surely several times better than that brat's poetry. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Lu Ping pursed her lips and shook her head. That's doggerel you're spouting. Our son writes real poetry. The difference is like that between heaven and earth. Is that boy's poetry really that remarkable? She nodded gently. Yes, it truly is, more extraordinary than you could imagine. Even the classical poems in textbooks pale in comparison. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Rongxing froze. He knew his wife well. She wasn't one to flatter others, not even their own children. Which meant Xiao Yang's poem truly possessed the poetic realm she had described. Chapter 52. Top-tier scientist urging updates online. Could one surpass the ancients in poetry? How excellent must one's writing be? How lofty must one's realm reach? Xiao Rongxing shook his head slightly, his expression revealing that he still didn't quite understand. Lu Ping had no mind to bother with what he was thinking. She simply walked alone to the window and murmured softly to herself. My son is exceptionally talented, excels in sports, and is even proficient in piano. This makes the choice rather difficult. Normally, a person's energy is limited, so as parents, we naturally need to consider which path our son should focus on for his future development. Previously, there were no options, so we considered sending Xiao Yang abroad to gain prestige. But now it's different. He's suddenly displayed multifaceted talents. Choosing one area to focus on has become quite the dilemma. She stood by the window pondering for a long time without reaching any conclusion, then gently shook her head. Forget it. I'd better ask him myself tomorrow and find out what he's interested in. As long as her son chose a path, Lu Ping had already decided to support him wholeheartedly. If he chose sports, then the best athletic school it would be. If he chose piano, then the most prestigious music conservatory in the world. Anyway, with connections and money being no issue. When she turned her head, she noticed Xiao Rongxing once again glued to his phone, completely absorbed in reading a novel. Frowning immediately, she remarked, enjoying it that much? I thought you hated science fiction the most? Without looking up, Xiao Rongxing dismissed her casually. This one's not complete nonsense. Not only does the theoretical knowledge hold up, but even the depictions of human nature in philosophical depth are spot on. The first thing Xiao Yang did upon waking up in the morning was check in. Received a lucky card. Lucky card can be used on anyone, granting a dramatic surge in luck for the next 10 minutes after use. In Xiao Yang's consciousness inventory appeared a shimmering silver glowing card. Lucky card? After all, it wasn't the first time a prop appeared during check-in. Xiao Yang was mentally prepared for such situations and wasn't particularly surprised. This probably counted as one of those buff enhancements in games. By the time Xiao Yang finished brushing his teeth and washing his face, his parents were likely still fast asleep. After all, this was a rare vacation for both of them, and he didn't want to bother them. Xiao Yang turned on his computer and logged into the author's backend. The account balance yesterday was 350,000, seems like there was a small surge. He opened the reader comments. Still over 90% were messages urging updates. Xiao Yang browsed through them, occasionally replying that he was currently brainstorming. The truth? He had already exchanged for the third installment yesterday, but with both parents at home, he hadn't had the chance to type a single word. While browsing, Xiao Yang's expression suddenly turned peculiar. The message consisted of just one short sentence. Your novel is incredibly captivating, please release the third installment soon. The message seemed ordinary, but the username was somewhat peculiar. Xiao Rongsheng. Could it be Dad? Xiao Yang clicked on the blank profile picture and found the background information completely empty too, with the registration date showing just yesterday. After all, as a middle-aged man who rarely dabbles in entertainment networks, the probability was quite high that he'd simply used his real name for registration when creating the account, which meant this was most likely him. As a top scientist today, he was actually urging his own son to update. Xiao Yang couldn't help but laugh. Just as laughter filled his face, he heard movement behind him. Yang, up so early? Xiao Yang didn't need to turn around to know it was his mother. He closed the background app and turned to say, yeah, I usually wake up around this time. Alright, I'll make you breakfast, his mother said. No need, I'll grab something on the way, Xiao Yang quickly replied. After persuading Lu Ping to return to her room and rest, Xiao Yang finally headed to school. What? You're taking the academic proficiency test? Wei Xiaomei's eyes widened in shock. In this world, the academic proficiency test was an officially recorded examination supervised by the local education bureau. Passing the test granted direct eligibility for the college entrance exam, while failure would forfeit this year's qualification altogether. Had this been the final semester, Wei Xiaomei wouldn't have been surprised there were standardized tests then. The problem is that they've just entered their senior year of high school, with only 2 ordinary tests completed so far. There are still 9 months until the college entrance exam, and most importantly, many knowledge points haven't even been covered yet Xiao Yang is proposing to take the academic proficiency test now. He's currently her most promising student. If he fails the academic proficiency test, the entire year might be wasted. Not just Wei Xiaomei, but everyone else in the office was momentarily stunned. Jiangcheng High School has a history spanning several decades, and in all those years, there's never been a single student who took the academic proficiency test ahead of schedule. Even many teachers have forgotten that students can take the initiative to propose undergoing academic proficiency tests. After all, for students, time is precious. Once the request is made, there's no turning back. It's far less secure and certain than waiting for the standardized exams. After a brief moment of distraction, Wei Xiaomei began to persuade him. Xiao Yang, there's still more than half a year left. There's no rush for us. Take it step by step, follow the proper order, and proceed steadily. Xiao Yang, however, had clearly made up his mind. He had already taught himself all the high school courses and had thoroughly mastered them. To put it more bluntly, staying in school now would just be a waste of time. It would be better to take the academic proficiency tests directly and free up all the time to focus on other pursuits. Teacher Wei, I've thought this through carefully. In fact, over these past days, I've already learned all the curriculum. Every bit of knowledge is firmly stored in my mind. As soon as the words were spoken, the other teachers erupted in an uproar. Complete all of it? What's most important in the final year of high school? Naturally, it's the knowledge points, but can a student truly grasp and retain them all? It's virtually impossible, which is why having a good teacher is so important. But today, there's actually a student in the office claiming they've already mastered all the key concepts, especially considering this student wasn't long ago failing even regular quizzes. Even one good score absolutely doesn't guarantee passing the actual test. Wei Xiaomei also found it quite difficult to handle. She could tell Xiao Yang was very confident, but the academic proficiency test was invigilated and graded by the local education bureau personnel. Passing would be one thing, but if he failed? Wei Xiaomei rubbed her hands together. Xiao Yang, this matter is quite important. Why don't you think it over again? Did your parents at home agree to this? I've thought it through very carefully, and I'm quite confident. Teacher, please submit the application for me. After saying this, he handed the application form to Wei Xiaomei, then turned and walked out of the office. Wei Xiaomei looked at the application on the desk, then gazed in the direction Xiao Yang had left, her heart torn with hesitation. Chapter 53, What? This masterpiece was actually written by my son? Professor Wei, you couldn't possibly be seriously considering letting Xiao Yang take the academic proficiency test. Exactly. The test questions cover all the key points from senior year curriculum. Even regular students would struggle with it, let alone you guys who just started your first semester. It's way too difficult. In all these years at our school, he's the first student who's dared to request taking the advanced academic proficiency test early. Wei Xiaomei understood perfectly well just how challenging it would be. She let out a sigh and reached out to pat the application form. Let's talk about this another time. She could see that Xiao Yang's stance was firm, and she wouldn't be able to persuade him, so she decided to reach out to his parents instead. Wang Ziluan shook his head and teased, I say, old Xiao, if you don't make at least 3 trips to the office in a day, you just can't feel right, can you? Xiao Yang sat down with a smile and said, what do you know? Every time I go to the office, there's always something. Wang Ziluan curled his lips. What trivial matter is it this time again? Xiao Yang lowered his voice, nothing much, just that I'm planning to take the academic proficiency test. Wang Ziluan's eyes widened in shock. What? You're taking the academic proficiency test? Damn, have you gone crazy? In utter astonishment, Loudmouth failed to control his volume, immediately drawing everyone else's attention. All eyes turned to Xiao Yang with looks of surprise. Academic proficiency test. Wasn't this supposed to be taken just before the college entrance exams? Some classmates who know a bit about it begin to explain. This academic proficiency test can also be taken in advance. Even first and second year high school students can take it. There was even a prodigy a few years ago who passed the test at just 13 years old. Basically, as long as you pass the test, you can take the college entrance exam. But if you don't pass, you automatically lose your qualification for the exam. For us, there's also one academic proficiency test before the college entrance exam. To put it bluntly, this test being available early is actually preparation for gifted students. So, does that mean Xiao Yang is a genius student? Although the last results were good, there's still so much knowledge and content left to cover. This is going to be really difficult, isn't it? Failing this exam means losing qualification for the college entrance exams outright. What's Xiao Yang thinking? Wouldn't it be better to stay grounded? At the front row, Bai Lan turned around, listening to her classmates' discussion with visible urgency on her face. Xiao Yang, are you really going to take the academic proficiency test? Xiao Yang nodded slightly. Yes, I've already submitted the application to our homeroom teacher. Bai Lan exclaimed, are you crazy? If you fail, you'll lose your qualification for the college entrance exams. Clearly, she also found it hard to believe that Xiao Yang, whose academic performance had been mediocre except for that one recent surge, could actually pass the test, especially since a significant portion of the questions likely covered material they hadn't studied yet. Xiao Yang smiled faintly. Actually, I've already mastered all the third-year curriculum. I wouldn't have applied without a solid foundation and some confidence in myself. The worry on Bai Lanlan's face didn't lessen. Wouldn't it be safer to wait until next year's standardized assessment? Why take such a risk? Wang Ziluan, standing nearby, also chimed in. He's right. The unified exams are more lenient, and practically everyone passes. If you apply for this assessment now and fail, it'll stay on your permanent record. You just don't understand. For Xiao Yang, when he took the test made no difference at all. Completing it early meant he'd have time for other matters, time to build up his reputation points, instead of stubbornly grinding away at school. For me, there's absolutely no risk in taking the test, and I need time to focus on other things. Wang Ziluan slapped the table. I've got it. You're planning to take the sports school route. His strength in short-distance track and field was common knowledge throughout the school. It does seem like a possibility now. Xiao Yang's plans were naturally not so simple, but he couldn't refute it either, letting out a vague him instead. Sports development, well, there's some truth to that intention. Then there's nothing more to say. After all, for someone who can reach the level of an international class athlete, succeeding through sports is highly probable. At the very least, they could achieve significant results domestically. Bai Lanlan's eyes dimmed, but she said nothing more, simply turning away and bending over. Whether to read or do something else was unclear. Hearing Wang Ziluan's analysis, the others instantly lost their original enthusiasm. Talented athletes like him always have a fallback plan, even if they genuinely fail the test. Unlike us, who have nothing but endless grueling study as our only path. Why participate in academic proficiency tests? Alright, I agree. Of course I agree. My son is multi-talented. After the test, he'll have more time to develop other skills. If he fails the test, it will go on his record, and he'll lose his eligibility for the college entrance exam. Lu Ping responded generously, no problem. If he really can't pass this year, we'll just skip next year's exam and take it the year after. Only the hurried sound of Wei Xiaomei saying something could be heard before the call abruptly ended. Wei Xiaomei had just told her about Xiao Yang's application for the academic proficiency test. Originally, Wei Xiaomei had hoped Lu Ping would talk Xiao Yang out of it, never expecting Lu Ping to actually agree. And her agreement was crisp and decisive. This sudden twist left Wei Xiaomei utterly unprepared, prompting her to hastily end the call. Wei Xiaomei let out a bitter laugh as she clutched her phone. Alright, since his parents have already agreed, and Xiao Yang is so adamant about it, there's no point in me holding him back anymore. Wei Xiaomei stood up, holding the application form in her hand as she headed to the principal's office. Lu Ping put down her phone. She was 100% supportive of her son's decision to take the academic proficiency test ahead of schedule. Regardless of the results or whether Xiao Yang chose sports or music, she would fully support him after the test. As for her previous idea of sending Xiao Yang abroad to study, it had long been tossed to the back of her mind. Lu Ping glanced at the time. It's already 4 p.m. Better hurry up and cook so my son can have dinner as soon as he gets home. She glanced toward the second floor as she entered the kitchen. Old man, stop reading and come help me with the vegetables. After shouting, she continued muttering under her breath, a few days off, and all he does is bury himself in his phone studying novels. Some scientist he is. Xiao Ronxing immediately closed his phone screen with reluctance upon hearing Lu Ping's call. Why isn't there an update yet? I've practically read it twice already. He seemed to remember something and turned on his phone screen again. Flipped back one page. The Dark Forest, 3-body 2. Author, Xiao Yang. Why is the author's name the same as that brat's? Xiao Ronxing frowned and scratched his temple. Is it a coincidence or? Lu Ping's impatient urging came from downstairs again. Without time to think further, he quickly put down his phone. Coming. While picking vegetables, Xiao Ronxing said to the busy Lu Ping, just now when I was reading the novel, I noticed the author's name was Xiao Yang. Do you think it's possible? Chapter 54, it really was him. Lu Ping turned around and asked, which one? It's those 2 books I've been reading these past 2 days, the 3-body problem 1 and the 3-body problem 2. Those are the ones hailed as masterpieces of science fiction. Lu Ping continued with her tasks. It's the first time in years I've seen a sci-fi novel that could hold your attention as a scientist. Does it really have that much charm? You've been nagging about updates all day. As for whether our son wrote it or not, why don't you just ask him directly? Xiao Ronxing hummed in response, beginning to ponder silently. It couldn't possibly be such a coincidence. Just yesterday, his son mentioned he was writing a sci-fi novel, and today he noticed the byline for the 3-body problem was his. After school, Xiao Yang went to the shopping street and bought a laptop. After all, the desktop computer at home wasn't convenient enough. After purchasing the laptop, Xiao Yang carried it straight home. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by the aroma of freshly cooked food. Xiao Ronxing was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper, and immediately waved to Xiao Yang when he noticed his return. Come, have a seat. I want to ask you something. Xiao Yang glanced towards the kitchen, then sat down beside him and placed his notebook on the table. What's wrong? Xiao Ronxing cleared his throat. So, I remember you mentioned yesterday that you're writing a novel for Science Fiction Pioneer, right? Xiao Yang nodded. Indeed, isn't there that creativity award? Xiao Ronxing rubbed his hands together. What's the name of that novel you wrote? Seeing his father so uneasy, Xiao Yang immediately suspected he must doubt that the 3-body problem was his own work. In that case, he wouldn't give him any reason to suspect. Moreover, Xiao Yang was quite eager to see his reaction. So, with a solemn expression, he said, 3-body problem. I used my real name when writing the book. Have you read it? Of course he had more than once, in fact. He had even left comments online urging the author to update. Xiao Ronxing couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Although he had his suspicions, hearing the direct confirmation still left him utterly shocked. As someone who had read it twice and still wanted more, he naturally knew just what kind of masterpiece it was. And this very masterpiece that even he couldn't tear himself away from was actually written by his own son. Seeing his father lost in shock, Xiao Yang smiled and asked again, the creativity and structure of 3-body weren't too bad, were they? Not just okay, it's absolutely fantastic. Xiao Ronxing snapped back to reality and nodded repeatedly. It's really well written, even I couldn't help but ask for updates, ahem. Feeling he'd let something slip, Xiao Ronxing hurriedly coughed to cover his embarrassment. Xiao Yang chuckled inwardly and feigned surprise as he said, so that commenter asking for updates was really you. I thought it was just a random username for some netizen. Xiao Ronxing hastily stood up and said, hey, hurry up and wash your hands, the food will be ready in no time. At the dinner table, Lu Ping kept piling dishes onto Xiao Yang's plate. Here, try the sweet and sour fish. Looking at the pyramid of food in his bowl, Xiao Yang smiled wryly and said, with this much food, I don't think I can finish it all. Lu Ping set down her chopsticks and suddenly said, oh, by the way, your homeroom teacher called me today and mentioned the test you're going to take. Xiao Yang shoveled a mouthful of rice and asked, really? And are you planning to talk me out of it? Lu Ping shook her head and continued, no, I won't. Mom supports your decision to take the test. There's more than one way to skin a cat, you don't have to cling stubbornly to academics alone. That open-minded? You must carefully consider your path of development. Whether you choose sports or music, I'll support you either way. Xiao Yang raised his head. What if I choose both? Ha, both? Energy isn't limitless. Each pursuit requires massive time investments if you want to achieve something meaningful. If it were an ordinary person, their energy would naturally be limited, but Xiao Yang could manage just fine with sign-ins. Diversified development posed absolutely no obstacles for him. By the way, I think I saw you holding a notebook earlier. Is that also newly bought? How much was it? Xiao Yang casually replied, 7,008. Just bought it on a whim. Lu Ping froze. How much is it? 7,800. Lu Ping glanced toward the living room. What about that piano? I think it's 98,000. Even Xiao Ronxing beside them was somewhat astonished. He put down his chopsticks. That much money? Too much? I bought all this with my earnings from writing. Lu Ping quickly asked, then how much did you actually earn from writing? Xiao Yang set down his bowl and chopsticks, stroked his chin thoughtfully as he calculated. About 100 or 200,000 on the first day, followed by 200-something thousand, 300-something thousand, around 1.23 million in total. plus some competition prize money, but those are small change, not worth counting. Over 1.3 million. Even for elites like them, this wasn't a small sum, yet coming from Xiao Yang's lips, it was said with such nonchalance as if over a million was mere pocket change. To Xiao Yang, this million plus truly wasn't big money, because he knew that such a masterpiece would generate enormous profits from physical book sales and copyrights. Lu Ping's hand trembled slightly. Can writing novels really make this much money? Xiao Rongxing, however, showed no surprise at all, for he had become utterly captivated by the plot of this three-body story. He glanced at Xiao Yang and asked, "Son, could you tell me what happens next in the story?" Xiao Yang refused outright. "No way. I'm about to update the third installment soon, you'll just have to wait for the update. Am I not entitled to any privileges, being your father?" "No problem." After dinner, Xiao Yang went to his own room. After fiddling with the computer for a while, he began writing. Xiao Rongxing opened the door and saw Xiao Yang typing furiously with his fingers dancing across the keyboard. Without saying a word, he stepped back with an expectant look on his face. "What is my son doing in his room?" Curious Lu Ping wanted to open the door for a peek, but Xiao Rongxing abruptly pulled her back. "He's writing code. Don't disturb him." Lu Ping frowned slightly. "I just wanted to look, what's the harm? Nothing worth seeing, just a dude hammering on a keyboard." Lu Ping snorted coldly. "I feel like you've suddenly started defending him." The allure of the masterpiece, The Three-Body Problem, was immense for Xiao Rongxing. He genuinely wanted to read the continuation as soon as possible. So, gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and declared, "I'm heading back to the lab in 2 days. I must finish the third book before then." Late at night, readers browsing the website noticed that The Three-Body Problem 3, Death's End had unexpectedly updated with 100,000 new words. This was major news. The discussion forums quickly became bustling with activity. "Ha ha ha, it's finally updated. 100,000 words update in one go, I love it. So excited, another sleepless night tonight." Xiao Rongxing also saw the update notification and eagerly opened his phone, starting to read with great relish. Xiao Yang was woken up by the alarm. He rubbed his drowsy eyes and immediately sat up from the bed. "Check in." He tapped the check-in button on the interface, and then the icon animation started bouncing. Chapter 55, Mom has such strong connections? The icon finally came to a halt. The icon depicted a simple sketch of an ancient figure, carrying a bamboo basket on their back and a gourd hanging at their waist. Obtained, Basic Proficiency in Traditional Chinese Medicine. Basic Proficiency in Traditional Chinese Medicine, Passive Skill, Level, Physician. Mastery of theoretical knowledge concerning yin-yang and the 5 elements, capable of analyzing disease mechanisms and discerning the ebb and flow of pathogenic and vital forces. The vast system of knowledge flooded his mind, leaving Xiao Yang feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. It took him quite a while to recover. It turned out to be traditional Chinese medicine. Although traditional Chinese medicine has a long history, it has gradually become somewhat niche in modern times due to the impact of Western medicine and the indoctrination of certain ideologies. Xiao Yang was quite optimistic about this skill. After all, in critical moments, it might just save his life, or perhaps even someone else's. After some consideration, Xiao Yang decided that since he had gained 40,000 reputation points after releasing the third installment yesterday, he would spend 10,000 to enhance the skill. Upgrade successful. Intermediate Chinese Medicine Mastery, Passive Skill, Level, Grand Physician, proficient in ancient prescriptions, acupuncture, and other techniques, capable of treating most complex and difficult illnesses. This skill seems quite good, but it's of no use to me at the moment. Just as I entered the school gate today, I spotted my homeroom teacher Wei Xiumei standing to one side. She waved at Xiao Yang and said, "Come here." After Xiao Yang approached, Wei Xiumei shoved a notice into his hand. The application was submitted and they sent it to me in the evening. Here's a printed copy for you to review. Xiao Yang skimmed through it, mostly just some standard terms and conditions, like how cheating would count as a serious violation. Xiao Yang neatly folded the notice. "Ms. Wei, any word yet on when the proctored test will be held?" Wei Xiumei hesitated before replying, "The test begins tomorrow. It's still possible to back out now. At worst, I'd face disciplinary action from the Education Bureau. But if you fail the exam, that'll be the real trouble." Xiao Yang smiled faintly. "I'm confident." He was indeed confident, but Wei Xiumei had little faith. Why must such promising talent be rushed to prove itself? Seeing his unwavering resolve, Wei Xiumei could only sigh. "Very well," she said. "If that's the case, make thorough preparations. You may review at home today. Tomorrow morning, bring your student ID and go directly to the Education Bureau. Ask me directly if anything is unclear. Taking a break for yourself?" Xiao Yang immediately responded, "Thank you, teacher." With that, he turned and walked away without hesitation. Wei Xiumei watched Xiao Yang's retreating figure, her hand half raised in hesitation before ultimately withdrawing it with a resigned sigh. Lu Ping paused in her housework and turned her head to look at Xiao Yang in surprise. "Didn't you just go? Why are you back already?" "There's a test tomorrow. Teacher Wei told me to come home and review, then go directly to the Education Bureau for the test tomorrow." Lu Ping gave an acknowledging "oh." Originally, she hadn't paid much attention to this test, nor had she really thought Xiao Yang would pass. Alright then, when you're back, make sure to study properly. Studying is the last thing I do. Now that I have time, naturally I should finish typing out the remaining chapters. Only when the entire novel is published will I finally feel free of burdens. Xiao Yang pushed open the door and saw his father fiddling with his computer. How dare a dignified scientist hide in his room peeking at my computer? What are you doing? Xiao Ronqing immediately stood up and snapped the laptop shut. Ahem, well, I was just checking if you had any drafts saved. Xiao Yang tossed his backpack onto the bed. Find anything? Xiao Ronqing shook his head. No. Good. Because I've got 0 drafts saved. Xiao Yang walked over to the desk and shot Xiao Ronqing a glance. Still not leaving? I'm about to start writing. Xiao Ronqing immediately nodded eagerly at the mention of writing. Alright, you go write, I'll be waiting for your update. Xiao Yang flipped open his notebook and muttered under his breath, same old day after day. Xiao Ronqing clicked his tongue as he closed the door. This attitude wasn't right. As if he were my, ahem. By evening, Xiao Yang finally let out a sigh of relief. He had finished typing out the entirety of the 3-body problem 3, leaving his hands sore and exhausted. He shook his arm and logged onto the website to publish all the remaining chapters. Forum. Holy crap, new chapters are here already. No way, the grand finale is out this time. There won't be the 3-body problem 4, but there might be some spin-offs or extras. Master, we bow before you. A masterpiece, a complete masterpiece. For the next decade, no work will be able to shake the status of this divine creation. I really want a physical copy of the book. This Xiao Yang dude is insanely talented. To produce a 1,000,000-word masterpiece in just a few days, absolute worship material. Absolutely mind-blowing. The ending is perfect, the only pity is how that thing even Chang Xin couldn't salvage managed to survive till the end. This god-tier work has really made me reflect on human nature. Xiao Ronqing was glued to his phone, reading with such fascination that he even skipped dinner. Lu Ping merely rolled her eyes at his appearance. This old man rarely does anything put him at ease like this. During the meal, Lu Ping kept adding dishes to his plate repeatedly. Dearest mom, stop serving me, Xiao Yang said helplessly, I really can't eat anymore. Take your time, no rush. Lu Ping glanced at her son before continuing, son, what do you think of the Central Conservatory of Music? I'm quite close with several professors there and have already called them. As long as you're talented, you can be specially admitted. Xiao Yang nearly choked on his food. Previously, she wanted him to study abroad to gild his credentials, but now that she knew of his musical talent, she had immediately set her sights on the prestigious Central Conservatory of Music. He hadn't expected his mother's connections to be so formidable, direct special admission as long as he had the requisite talent. But yet, Xiao Yang put down his chopsticks, I'll think about it. What more is there to think about? The Central Conservatory of Music. It's the top musical institution in the country. Do you know how many people fight tooth and nail to get in every year? The opportunity is right before you. The opportunity was there, but Xiao Yang didn't need it. The path he had set for himself was one of diversification, not being anchored at a music conservatory. To others, such a precious opportunity was like a golden hoop tightening around Xiao Yang's head. Once again, he had to put down his chopsticks. I have another test tomorrow. You'll fail anyway, so failing means you can go straight to the conservatory. Xiao Yang shook his head repeatedly. I made a promise to someone else. Soon I'll compete in the National Track and Field Championships, then the Starlight Cup Finals. And there are other things I need to do, only choosing the conservatory wouldn't suit me. Lu Ping was momentarily stunned. The National Track and Field Championships? The Starlight Cup Finals? Chapter 56, East meets West. She searched about the Starlight Cup these past 2 days and learned that this competition is the highest level piano tournament nationwide. Not only is it the highest level, but many participants are professionals in the field. Although she knew her son had some musical talent, trying to carve out a path in such a national level competition was practically impossible. Then there was track and field in sports. Winning awards at the university level is one thing, but this is a national competition where many participants are elite specialists chosen from tens of thousands. Lu Ping genuinely doubted whether these two competitions were worth pursuing. Direct admission to a music conservatory seemed much more reliable. Yan Yang, there will be plenty of opportunities for competitions in the future. When you've truly mastered your craft, your chances of winning will be much greater. Although she had seen the awards Xiao Yang brought home, she still didn't have a full grasp of his actual capabilities. At his current level as a piano master, if he were to attend the academy, Xiao Yang would more likely be the one teaching those professors a thing or two. As for finding someone qualified to teach him, chuckles. Moreover, none of his current skills have reached their maximum level yet, meaning there's still room for improvement, especially intermediate sprint, which only requires 100,000 reputation points to upgrade to advanced. Having already achieved the national athlete standard for the 100-meter dash, upgrading his skill could very well give him the edge to break the 9-second barrier. Mom, please don't try to persuade me. The competition schedule is already set with others. As for the conservatory, just decline the offer for me. I'm not cut out for it. Lu Ping held her forehead, looking somewhat helpless. Son, the music academy contact is an old classmate of mine. I've already spoken with her, and she agreed to drop by our place when she passes through this Saturday. We should at least meet with her. It'd be too awkward to call it off now. It's already arranged? No wonder she wouldn't budge after all my arguments. She'd already made arrangements and secured their agreement to visit. Xiao Yang had no choice either. After all, she was his mother's old classmate. That basic courtesy had to be maintained. He shrugged. All right then, I'll be home on Saturday. When the time comes, I'll put on whatever performance is needed. Lu Ping smiled. You make it sound like you're just fulfilling some obligatory task. By the way, what rank does your classmate hold at the conservatory? PhD from the Central Conservatory of Music, Professor, Doctoral Advisor, Director of Music Education, Head of the Keyboard Instruments Department, Deputy Director of Vocal Education. Is that rank acceptable enough? This title is quite lengthy. Xiao Yang picked up his chopsticks. So, she's quite skilled then? Lu Ping thought for a few seconds. Her piano skills are excellent. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked her to come. When the tutor arrives, you'd better put on a good performance. Xiao Yang gave an affirmative hum. He pondered in his heart. The best way to make someone give up is to show a stronger version of yourself. After dinner, Xiao Yang returned to his room to rest. Just as he lay down, the phone by the bedside rang. Xiao Yang picked it up and saw that the call was from Lu Jing, the editor of Science Fiction Pioneer. Hello, Mr. Xiao, am I disturbing you? The caller spoke with a cautious tone. Xiao Yang smiled and crossed his legs. Not at all, Editor Lu. What can I do for you? After a brief pause on the other end, the voice continued. The third installment is already finished. I was wondering if you're planning to release a fourth one? Damn, is this a desperate attempt to keep it alive? After writing 3 consecutive installments, Xiao Yang's writing skills have indeed improved significantly, and his creativity isn't lacking. But the crucial issue is that forcing sequels would ruin this masterpiece and might even affect overall earnings. So upon hearing this question, he refused outright without hesitation. There won't be a fourth installment. The entire work is completely finished. The other end of the phone remained silent for about 10 seconds. Will you be releasing any new works then? Xiao Yang was far too busy these days. How could he possibly be in the mood to develop new projects? We'll talk about this later. I doubt there'll be any new work coming anytime soon. The other end of the call fell silent once more. It was no easy feat to revive the entire website from the dead, but without any standout works to sustain it, it would likely revert to its former state soon enough. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment. Now that the web serial had concluded, the next logical step was to expand into the physical book market and translations in various languages. Once the physical editions were published globally, the potential boost to reputation would be truly remarkable. All this requires someone to manage it, and Xiao Yang doesn't have time for it now. But this website could be the solution. Tech Pioneers is a well-established website with an excellent reputation. Editor Lu, although the online version has concluded entirely, I still need some commercial collaborations to promote the paperback edition and related matters. Your website has a strong reputation and extensive connections. If you're interested in working with me, we could discuss it further. After saying this, Xiao Yang could hear the other person's breathing quicken. She was well aware of the influence of the three-body problem as an editor. The sales of physical books wouldn't be low either. Since the author held the copyright, they could naturally cooperate with anyone, yet they specifically wanted to work with their website. This was practically handing them an opportunity. They had to seize it. Lu Jing answered without a moment's hesitation, no problem at all. Our website will definitely maximize resources to promote your physical book. I'll need to discuss this with my superiors. After repeatedly expressing her gratitude and hanging up the phone, Lu Jing immediately rushed into the editor-in-chief's office. The editor-in-chief, who was packing up to leave for the day, was startled, then relieved to see it was Lu Jing. Xiao Lu, still at work? Lu Jing took a deep breath. Editor-in-chief, good news. The editor-in-chief paused his packing, his eyes gleaming. Don't tell me Great Master Xiao Yang is planning to release a fourth book? No. The editor-in-chief's face fell, and the next second, Xiao Yang has an idea for a physical book and wants to collaborate with us on its operation. What? The editor-in-chief suddenly looked up, his glasses nearly flying off. Xiao Lu, you're making me hold my breath. Give me the details. Lu Jing relayed the contents of the phone call she had just received. The smile on the editor-in-chief's face grew increasingly pronounced. Physical books are a whole chunk of meat, and now Xiao Yang wants them to take a sip of fresh broth. 2 words, exquisite. This matter didn't even require consulting the general manager. The editor-in-chief made the call directly. Lu, from now on, you're fully in charge of coordinating with Xiao Yang on the physical book project. Forget about the website. In the morning, Xiao Yang opened his eyes and clicked on the check-in panel. Acquired Basic Western Medicine Proficiency. Basic Western Medicine Proficiency, Mastery of Anatomy and Physiology, Biochemistry, and Molecular Biology. Level, Skilled Surgeon. Discover other types of medicine, merge or not? Cannot merge, requires intermediate proficiency in Western medicine. Chapter 57. The invigilator was shocked. What? Submitting the exam in 15 minutes? Sign in for traditional Chinese medicine yesterday, sign in for Western medicine today. The most important thing is that these two medical disciplines can also merge. Sometimes even this daily check-in system defies all logic and reason. Xiao Yang checked his reputation points. After the viral spread of the 3-body problem 3 yesterday, he still had 74,000 points remaining. He directly spent 10,000 reputation points to upgrade his Western medicine proficiency to intermediate level. Integration confirmed. Integration consumes 50,000 reputation points. Integrate. New passive skill generated. Advanced Medical Master. Advanced Medical Master, mastery of both Chinese and Western medicine, treating both internal and external conditions. 2 skills directly merged into a brand new advanced skill. The only shame was his lack of medical licensure. Otherwise, with the power of this advanced skill, worldwide fame would have been effortlessly within reach. Xiao Yang sat up, mentally sifting through the vast medical knowledge system in rough strokes. Observation, auscultation, inquiry, palpation, the balance of yin and yang, the 5 elements, diseases vanishing at the touch of medicine. And these hands, steady as they come, could probably get that thing sliced up in no time. Spending 60,000 reputation points was totally worth it. Feeling there was still ample time, I changed into sportswear and went out for a jog. After returning full of energy at 7:30, Lu Ping had already placed breakfast on the table. A few slices of bread, eggs, some bacon, and milk. These past few days, whenever Mom had spare time, her cooking skills had noticeably improved. This was evident just from looking at the fried eggs. Perfectly baked, still with a runny center. Xiao Yang picked up the bread. Where's Dad? Don't worry about him. He stayed up all night reading ebooks and just went to sleep this morning. Mad scientists must all be like this. Once they set their minds on something, they have to see it through. Xiao Yang shrugged his shoulders, took a bite of his bread, and as the runny egg yolk seeped slightly onto the slice, it made the meal even more appetizing. He's getting older, don't let him stay up late. Lu Ping sat down. There's no controlling him. Scientists always so single-minded. After breakfast, Xiao Yang said goodbye, picked up the stationery he had prepared in advance, and headed for the Education Bureau. The test was conducted at the Education Bureau under supervision. The examination papers were transported from the provincial level, with 4 surveillance cameras installed, completely eliminating any possibility of cheating. After entering the Education Bureau and explaining the situation to the staff, a woman in her 30s received me. Xiao Yang, right? I'll take you to the designated examination room on the 3rd floor. He glanced at the other person's work badge. Her name was Chuyue. As they climbed the stairs, Chuyue proved exceptionally talkative. You're actually the first student in all these years to take the test early. We even had to clean this examination room specially for you. It's been a storage room until now. Xiao Yang smiled and said, I've caused you all some trouble. No trouble at all. I'm just a bit curious, why do you want to take the test early? Wouldn't it be better to apply before the college entrance exam? Xiao Yang thought for a moment and replied, my studies are a bit scattered. Taking the test early would allow me to focus on other things. Scattered studies? What could you possibly be studying as a student? Xiao Yang listed them off like treasures: track and field athletics, piano, writing, medicine. Chuyu giggled, that's quite a mix. Then she seemed to remember something. Xiao Yang, you wouldn't happen to be the same Xiao Yang who broke the provincial competition record before, would you? This matter had actually shaken up the provincial team and the provincial sports bureau. I did break a few small records, he admitted. A minor record? If even the sports bureau officials came looking, it's hardly a minor record. Chuyu glanced at him curiously a few times. With athletic skills that impressive, would preliminary testing even be necessary? Why not just enter the sports academy directly? Alright, this is the place. The exam papers are all sealed. Students need to open them under the camera, and I'll be supervising the entire process. You must follow the procedure. Xiao Yang walked into the examination room. The spacious room contained only a table and chair in the center, with another chair for the invigilator placed 3 meters away, nothing else. Xiao Yang turned his head and asked, is there a time limit? Yes, each subject cannot exceed 2.5 hours, with a half-hour break in between. Of course, if you don't want to rest, you can proceed directly to the next subject. Today there will be 3 exam papers, and if time permits, you can even take 4 or 5 subjects. This format is similar to the Gaokao, but more flexible. Xiao Yang thought for a moment, can I submit the exam early? Submit early? Students always wish for extra time during official exams, let alone someone like you joining halfway through. There's barely enough time as it is, yet you're turning in your paper early. Shuyu sat in the proctor's chair and said, "You can submit early, but I'd advise you to use the time for review." She checked her watch and asked, "Just 1 minute left, are you ready?" Xiao Yang sat down at the examination desk and said, "Alright." When the time came, the camera automatically turned on. Then Shuyu placed the sealed test paper on the table in front of Xiao Yang. "This is the Chinese language test paper. You can open it directly. The timing starts now." After saying that, Shuyu returned to her seat, stretching lazily with nothing else to do. Even during exam supervision, playing with phones wasn't allowed. How unbearable. Immersive translate. At the Provincial Education Bureau, the staff member in charge of monitoring adjusted to a more comfortable position. The computer screen turned green, indicating the exam timer had started. Smart surveillance. He took out the egg pancake he bought in the morning, ready to eat while keeping watch. Chinese? Xiao Yang bent down and started answering the questions. His hands, capable of playing piano and performing surgeries along with his super brain, began working in perfect coordination at this moment. After scanning the question, he started writing almost without needing to think. Shuyu gazed out the window with boredom. The next second. Ding! "I'm turning in my test." Shuyu gasped, thinking she must be hallucinating. She turned to look at Xiao Yan, wondering, had she developed auditory hallucinations after just sitting here for a dozen minutes? Xiao Yan leaned forward on the desk and repeated, "I'm turning in my test." This time she saw Xiao Yang's lips moving and clearly heard him. "Hand in your papers?" Shuyu checked the time, submitting papers after just 15 minutes? Was it too difficult, or did he simply not know how? After all, it's only the beginning of senior year, and this problem indeed seems a bit too difficult for him at the moment. "Classmate Xiao Yang, there's actually plenty of time. You can think it through carefully." Xiao Yang remained seated. "No need, I've already double-checked it 3 times myself." Shuyu walked over and glanced swiftly at the exam paper. Packed full, it's truly completed. How could that be possible? The difficulty of this test paper could almost rival the national college entrance exams. Yet he actually finished writing the entire exam in just 15 short minutes. He even had time left to check his answers. Even if the questions were leaked, there's no way anyone could write this fast. Ahem, time to hand in the paper. Shuyu snapped out of her daze. Okay. She picked up the exam paper and sealed it again. The staff member eating a stuffed pancake almost choked to death. The green border on the screen disappeared, making them think something went wrong. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was just a student submitting their paper. He looked at the pancake roll in his hand, then at the computer screen, his eyes filled with disbelief. Finished already without even eating his egg pancake roll? Chapter 58, Invigilator shocked, such speed. Mind blown. After sealing her exam paper, Shuyu took out another sealed exam booklet. This time she was determined to watch the entire process, with her eyes firmly locked on. After placing the sealed exam paper on Xiao Yang's desk, Shuyu retreated to her seat while keeping her gaze fixed. Those eyes indeed remained locked the entire time. Xiao Yang opened the exam paper. "English? No problem." Xiao Yang bent over his desk and began writing swiftly. Shuyu swallowed hard. Too fast. The speed of analyzing questions. The hand speed. She could see that Xiao Yang's eyes resembled a high-speed camera in operation, while his hands moved like ceaseless machines. During the multiple-choice section, it became absolutely exaggerated. In just a few short minutes, he directly flipped the page. Shuyu's heart screamed in disbelief. An average person might not even comprehend the questions, yet Xiao Yang had already filled in the answers and turned the page. She finally saw Xiao Yang's hand and pen come to a stop. "Tired? That's more like it." Just as Shuyu let out a sigh of relief, she heard Xiao Yang's feeble voice. "Time to hand in the exam." Shuyu nearly collapsed to the ground. Hand in the paper. Not because she was tired, but because she finished writing. Such speed. Shuyu hastily stood up and quickly moved to the desk, her gaze immediately landing on the test paper. Still packed to the brim. "Classmate, aren't you tired?" Xiao Yang shook his hand and said, "Not too bad, not really tired." Playing the piano, much like studying, is entirely a matter of physical endurance. If one can handle an hour of continuous piano playing, then sustaining exam performance naturally shouldn't be an issue either. When Shuyu looked at Xiao Yang, her expression changed dramatically, her gaze as if beholding a monster. Faced with the same exam paper in the same time frame, she probably wouldn't even have finished reading through the questions. "No wonder you volunteered for the test." Provincial Education Bureau. Half of the pancake roll with egg still remained in the man's hand. His eyes gleamed with excitement as they fixed on the computer screen. Just now he had seen clearly, this volunteer test taker was indeed writing with lightning speed, completing the entire exam paper in such a short time. He took a dull bite of his stuffed pancake. Probably excels at Chinese and English. Mathematics? Xiao Yang smiled. Once again, his brush began flying across the paper. Shuyu sat in her seat feeling completely drained. Chinese and English progressed at lightning speed. When it came to mathematics, which tested logical thinking, the speed remained unabated. Shuyu picked up the water glass and took a small sip. Time's up. Put. The water droplets splashed onto the floor. She glanced at her wrist to check the time. Wow, it's only 10 o'clock sharp, and all 3 major subjects were already finished. The original plan was to finish these major courses over the course of the whole day. Who could have imagined they'd be done in less than an hour? The staff members working by their computers might as well be robots, chewing mechanically on the savory pancake in his mouth. This little thing had already taken him an hour to eat. 3 major subjects, finished in just 1 hour. Surely he couldn't have just scribbled nonsense? There's still that possibility. As someone from the Provincial Education Bureau, he's also one of those responsible for approving exam papers. Whether it's scribbled nonsense will become clear tomorrow. At 3 in the afternoon, Xiaoyang stretched lazily. Alright, time to hand in the paper. Shuyu mechanically stood up, her face expressionless as she went to the desk to seal the exam papers. The exam, originally planned to take at least 2 days, was completed in just 1, and that included a 2-hour break in between. She'd seen people complete tests quickly before, but never at this speed. Gathering all the sealed papers, Shuyu said, Alright, the test is over. You may leave now. These exam papers will be sent to Tiannan, where they'll be graded by the Provincial Education Bureau. Xiaoyang packed up his stationery and followed Shuyu out of the room. After handing the exam papers to the custodian, Shuyu breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing at Xiaoyang walking ahead, she reached out and called, Xiaoyang, wait up. Xiaoyang stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the other person. Shuyu hesitated for a moment before asking, Are these questions difficult for you? She was also somewhat puzzled and wanted to know if Xiaoyang was really working on them seriously. After a brief thought, Xiaoyang answered honestly, no difficulty at all. Anyone with hands could do them. Piece of cake. Shuiwe watched the departing figure, left standing confused alone in the corridor. Back so early? Lu Ping looked rather surprised as her son walked into the living room. Wasn't it supposed to end at 6 in the evening? I was just about to ask your father to pick you up. Xiaoyang set down his backpack, wrote faster, finished earlier. Lu Ping wasn't too concerned about this test, so she didn't inquire further. Instead, she said, my old classmate just called. She left the institute early today and will be passing by on her way back to her hometown tonight, so she might stop by our place this evening. The old classmate she mentioned was naturally that music institute director with the ridiculously long title. Are you coming tonight? Xiaoyang wasn't surprised. He nodded, alright. Then it occurred to him, oh right, Mom, we seem to be out of fruits at home. I'll go buy some so we can properly entertain that auntie when she comes. Lu Ping nodded in agreement, alright, go ahead. There was a fruit shop outside the residential area. Xiaoyang walked in with familiarity and quickly picked out some fresh fruits. After buying it, they carried it straight home. As I reached the fence gate, I saw Mom chatting with someone. Xiaoyang took a closer look and realized the person was none other than their next-door neighbor, the teacher who had previously plagiarized Xiaoyang's work for her own son. Needless to say, Xiaoyang had quite an unfavorable impression of this kind of person. Just then, Lu Ping turned her head and saw her son returning home. She waved toward Xiaoyang outside the gate. Come in, quickly. Auntie Li from next door is here. Xiaoyang composed himself, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he pushed open the fence gate and stepped inside. Freshly bought durians, Aunt Li, would you like to try one? Though the bag held an assortment of fruits, Xiaoyang singled out the durian specifically, a choice undoubtedly laden with underlying meaning. Yet Li Jin didn't catch the implication. Perhaps she still believed her actions had been flawless, that Xiaoyang remained none the wiser. I won't eat, thank you, she declined politely. Normally, Xiaoyang would have insisted a couple more times, and Li Jin would reluctantly try some. That's exactly what she had expected. But Xiaoyang simply smiled and said, if you won't even eat such fresh fruit, then I'll just take it inside. With that, he slipped away quickly. Li Jin was staring blankly. After entering the living room and placing the fruit basket there, Xiaoyang immediately took out his phone. He wasn't a petty person, but neither was he magnanimous enough to remain unperturbed by someone shamelessly plagiarizing ancient poetry. Just as he was about to ignore Li Jin outside, he faintly overheard a conversation between two people. Aunt Lu, you're a university professor, so you must have some expertise in poetry, right? I teach computer science, so I don't have any special knowledge about poetry, but my son has studied it a bit. Li Jin's eyes lit up. Really? Does he have any compositions? I'd love to appreciate them. Chapter 59, Trying to plagiarize again? Fool me once, shame on you. Xiaoyang furrowed his brows. This Li Jin was really pushing her luck. She had stolen his poetry before, and he'd let it slide, yet now she was trying to fish for information from his mother, who remained unaware of the whole incident. If he didn't take this chance to mess with her, he'd be letting down her hypocritical facade. Xiaoyang already had a plan in mind as he stood up. He pushed the door open and walked out. Only his mother's voice continued singing his praises. My son's poetry skills are quite impressive. I've heard one particularly evocative piece that moves people deeply. Xiao Yang walked over and took Lu Ping's arm. Mom, I'll keep her company for a chat. That auntie should be arriving soon, why don't you go wash the fruit and things? Lu Ping clapped her hands lightly. Good idea. You keep her company then. It works out perfectly since she's interested in poetry. After saying this, she greeted them and then turned to walk into the living room. Xiao Yang gave Li Jun a careful once-over. The middle-aged man wore glasses and carried an air that was quite befitting of a teacher. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Teaching and nurturing minds, yet he would stoop to plagiarizing poetry and even plan to continue doing so. Xiao Yan gave a cold laugh inwardly, though his tone remained polite as he said, listening to your conversation just now, you seem quite interested in poetry? Li Jun nodded repeatedly. Yes, I teach Chinese literature. I never tire of reading Tang and Song dynasty poetry. Xiao Yang, your mother told me your poems have great artistic conception. I wonder if you have any works? No particular reason, just wanting to appreciate them. Take a look? Appreciating you enough to become your son is more like it. He didn't expose it but kept nodding frequently. There are indeed some poems, like one I recently composed called Song of Ugly Slave, inscribed on the wall of Basan Path. Then Xiao Yang began to recite slowly in a measured tone. In youth, one tastes not sorrow's flavor, yet loves to climb towers, and forces sorrow into new verses. This was precisely the poem her son had plagiarized to win the award last time. Xiao Yang had been watching her expression the whole time. Surprise, indicating Li Jun hadn't expected this particular poem to be recited. Suddenly, so this was the name. Panic, fearing Xiao Yang might know something. After Xiao Yang finished reciting, Li Jun tentatively asked, this poem is too good. Have you considered posting it online? Xiao Yang smiled calmly. I write poetry just for fun, not for fame or fortune, nor do I plan to post it online. It's purely for amusement. He noticed the other person visibly relaxed, probably realizing he hadn't been exposed yet. Li Jun asked with a relaxed expression, apart from this one, do you have any other new works? Xiao Yang countered, don't you also enjoy poetry? Haven't you written anything? Li Jun's expression stiffened as she replied sheepishly, I enjoy appreciating and analyzing poems, but my skill is limited, I can't produce any good poetry. Xiao Yang gave an acknowledging oh, then added, I happen to have another poem, would you like to hear it? Li Jun immediately responded, of course, I'd love to appreciate it. All birds have flown away, so high, a lonely cloud drifts on so free. We never tire of each other, only the pine-clad mountain and me. As a Chinese language teacher, Li Jun naturally grasped the extraordinariness within these words. Her eyes sparkled, and her breathing grew slightly rapid. What is the name of this poem? Xiao Yang smiled slightly, sitting alone atop Pine Mountain. Sitting alone atop Pine Mountain. She firmly committed the four-line poem to memory. Xiao Yang wasn't in any hurry either, waiting until the other person's brow smoothed, showing they'd fully memorized it, before saying, sorry, but we'll be having guests over soon, so you see. Li Jun immediately caught the hint. Oh, you must be busy. Come visit us sometime. With that, he left with a pleased expression. Xiao Yang watched the departing figure and let out a cold laugh. You like copying so much? I'll let you copy then. He turned and walked back to the living room. Mom was busy washing fruits in the kitchen, while Xiao Yang opened his computer to search for the school of the neighbor's son. Sure enough, the poetry competition at that normal university was entering its final stage tomorrow evening. It seemed Wu Xingtian must have broken through the competition with his poem Cho Nuer to reach the finals. Having no finale poem prepared, he likely wanted his mother Li Jun to come steal one. In that case, I'll give you a helping hand. Xiao Yang easily found the official email address of the school's organizing committee. He then composed an email containing the poem he had just shared with Li Jun. After setting the scheduled sending time, Xiao Yang chuckled merrily. Tomorrow's online live broadcast of the Normal University Poetry Competition Finals would be entertaining enough, he just needed to sit back and enjoy the show. At that moment, Lu Ping emerged holding a plate of fruit. What's got you laughing so happily? She asked. Xiao Yang turned off the computer and said, good news, there'll be quite a show to watch tomorrow. Lu Ping shook her head slightly. What kind of show? I'll call you when we watch the live stream tomorrow, then you'll know. This kid, always so mysterious. At this moment, Xiao Rongxing, who hadn't shown his face all day, came down the stairs yawning. Ha, what a day's sleep. He twisted his neck, the bones making crackling sounds. Lu Ping shot him a sidelong glance. So you finally decided to get up. This vacation was supposed to let you relax for a few days, but instead you've gotten hooked on sci-fi novels, staying up all night reading. Be careful or you'll develop high blood pressure. Xiao Rongxing rubbed the back of his neck. Blame Yan Yang for this. His writing is so captivating, once I start reading, I can't stop. Lu Ping snorted coldly. Enough of that. Don't go downstairs. Go clean yourself up, one of my old classmates is coming over soon. Xiao Rongxing paused in surprise and asked, which old classmate? Fan Yuding, the one who works in music. Xiao Rongxing suddenly realized, oh, Fan. Alright, I'll go wash my face and change clothes. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the setting sun hung on the horizon. Lu Ping, who was sitting in the living room, received a phone call. After hanging up, she said to her son, your aunt is here, I'll go meet her at the door. Xiao Yang stood up, no, I'll go. You don't know them either. I've got the license plate number easy to spot. Lu Ping couldn't persuade him otherwise, so she had to agree. Xiao Yang put on his jacket and walked to the entrance of the residential area. A black sedan was parked by the roadside, with the passenger window rolled down to reveal a woman wearing makeup and a gray fedora. This should be it. Auntie Fan? The woman was stunned for a moment before smiling. Are you Xiao Yang, Lu Ping's son? While speaking, she opened the car door and stepped out from the passenger side. Fan Yuding stood about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a shiny silver knee-length skirt with a white blouse on top, looking quite fashionable. The car was parked in a roadside parking space. A man in his 30s with stylish short stubble descended from above. Xiao Yang glanced over. At that age, he probably wasn't her son. Soon the man walked up to Fan Yuding. This is my boyfriend, Moran. Boyfriend? Morlan? Xiao Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief that he hadn't asked if this was her son. That would have been mortifying. And, calling a 30-something brother? That doesn't seem right. But uncle, he's barely older than me. How am I supposed to address him? Forget it. Chapter 60, this song isn't challenging enough. Let's pick something more difficult. Fan Yuding pointed at Xiao Yang and said to her young boyfriend, Moran, this is Xiao Yang, the son of my old classmate Lu Ping that I often mention to you. Moran curled his lips into a slight smile and extended his hand. Hello. After shaking hands, Xiao Yang said with a smile, my mother is already waiting at home. Shall we head over now? Fan Yuding adjusted her hat brim and replied, of course. After so many years without seeing Lulu, I've missed her quite a bit. Xiao Yang led the two of them toward his home. Waiting at the doorway, Xiao Rongxing and Lu Ping hurried forward upon seeing the approaching group. Yuding. Lu Ping grasped Fan Yuding's hand. After all these years, you don't seem to have aged a bit. Look at this outfit, still as fashionable as ever with you music folks. Fan Yuding chuckled and patted Lu Ping's hand. You haven't changed either, still radiating that same intellectual beauty and graceful poise as always. Xiao Rongxing rubbed his hands together while glancing at Moran beside them. Xiao Yang's heart leapt to his throat. His eccentric scientist father never beat around the bush. Please don't say this is her son. Xiao Rongxing nodded and said, your little Fan's younger brother? You look so young. Moran extended his hand rather awkwardly. I'm her boyfriend, Liao Mo. You can also call me Moran. Xiao Rongxing quickly shook his hand and murmured an apology. Lu Ping turned her head to look and whispered, Yuting, you've got some luck, this little boyfriend of yours seems quite handsome. How did you meet? Really? Moran and I met at a bar. Xiao Rongxing, who seemed to have little to talk about with Liao Mo, awkwardly suggested, let's all go inside to chat. Lu Ping snapped back to reality. Right, let's go inside. The four of them entered the small courtyard before Xiao Yang finally followed behind. Being a professional musician after all, Fan Yuding immediately spotted the piano in the living room at first glance. This piano is quite nice, she said before showing a slightly surprised expression. The professional version? Lu Ping tilted her head and asked, are there differences between pianos? Fan Yuding smiled slightly and said, there are several different tiers available, home edition, performance edition, professional edition, and so on. I just didn't expect that your family piano would be the professional version. Thinking Lu Ping might have been tricked by the salesperson, she didn't delve further into the topic of pianos. After they sat down, Fan Yuding removed her hat and remarked, Lulu, you're a highly regarded professor in computer science, and your husband is a renowned scientist. Why did you decide to have your child learn music? Lu Ping glanced at Xiao Yang sitting opposite her and replied helplessly, this child doesn't seem to have much of a knack for science, and as for sports, she quickly changed her tone and steered the conversation toward music, but they do show quite an interest in music. That's why I wanted you to assess whether there's any talent there. Fan Yuding smiled faintly. The admission standards at the Central Conservatory of Music are extremely stringent. For an ordinary child, they'd have to go through multiple rounds of screening. But Lulu, this is the first time in all these years you've come to me for help. No matter how difficult it is, I swear I'll get this handled for you. Lu Ping's eyes lit up. Your word is good enough for me. Have a seat and enjoy some fruit while I fetch some bottled water. With that, she rose and headed toward the kitchen. Fan Yuding sized up Xiao Yang once more before turning to Xiao Rongxing with a question. Brother-in-law, how has your Academy of Sciences progressed in recent years? Just so. Damn, truly a conversation killer. Fan Yuding froze for a moment, then looked helplessly at Xiao Yang. Your mom said you won piano awards? Xiao Yang nodded. Yes, I participated in a piano competition a few days ago and won first place. As for competitions, unless it's a major event, winning first place doesn't mean much. It can't even serve as a reliable reference. What competition? The Starlight Cup, Tiannan Division. The Starlight Cup? As the highest level competition in the country, Fan Yuting naturally knew about it. In fact, she might even be a judge during the finals. If it were the Beijing division, winning first place would carry tremendous prestige. As for the Tiannan division, the entire Tiannan region doesn't have a conservatory of music, meaning that even winning first place there wouldn't necessarily indicate true mastery of piano. But this does show that Xiao Yang has some skills. Fan Yuting took a bottle of water from Lu Ping and said, "First place in the Tiannan division, not bad. How many years has your son been learning piano?" Lu Ping: "Honestly, I'm not sure about that." Xiao Yang quickly chimed in, "It's only been a few months." After speaking, Xiao Yang felt a twinge of guilt. He had lied. From first touching the piano until now, it had only been about 10 days. Was he being too modest? Fan Yuting froze for a moment, then shook her head and laughed. "Learning for several months. Is this how you tease your aunt?" Xiao Yang thought to himself, "See, I shouldn't have lied." "A few years would make sense," Fan Yuting said. "To reach this level after just a few years of practice is impressive enough. It requires extraordinary talent and effort just to win an award in the Tiannan division." "But why do you always exaggerate like this?" "Exaggerate? So she's saying I'm bragging?" Xiao Yang couldn't help but feel helpless. "Good grief, I deliberately downplayed myself by saying I'd only practiced for a few months, and now I'm being accused of bragging?" "Got it." Xiao Yang responded vaguely, yeah. Fan Yuting handed the water to her young boyfriend beside her and took it back after he had unscrewed the cap. Music is unlike anything else. It requires both talent and hard work, especially the piano. You need not just delicate emotions but also physical aptitude. To achieve something, you have to meet all the necessary standards. She took a sip of water and turned to look at Lu Ping. Lu, this path is much harder than you imagine." Lu Ping nodded repeatedly, "I know. How about this, let him play the piano for you and see if the boy has any talent, whether he can go to the music conservatory. We'll listen to your opinion." Fan Yuting glanced at Xiao Yang across from her. She also wanted to hear the skill level of the Xiao Yang, who had won first place in the Tiannan division. This way, she could make a comprehensive assessment. If he really had some talent, it wouldn't be too difficult for her to pull some strings and get him into the conservatory. At this thought, Fan Yuting nodded and said, "Very well, then Xiao Yang, play us." Etude number 10. Etude number 10 is an examination piece for the amateur 10th grade level. For an 18-year-old youth without any professional training, being able to handle this piece alone would already indicate remarkable talent. It would also be a good way to see if Xiao Yang has truly reached the amateur 10th grade level. Xiao Yang paused slightly, looking at her with a faint smile. "This piece isn't challenging at all. How about we switch to something more difficult?" Chapter 61, as the music ended, astonishment surged like tidal waves. The remark left Fan Yuting momentarily stunned. No difficulty at all? For a true piano virtuoso, this 10th grade examination would naturally pose no challenge. But how dare an 18 or 19-year-old youth claim it held no difficulty whatsoever? That's all bark and no bite. Fan Yuting's expression turned slightly displeased. If it weren't for this being Lu Ping's son, just about anyone else with slightly worse relations would have seen Fan Yuting lose her temper outright. After a brief pause, Fan Yuting said, "Since you want something challenging, which piece do you have in mind? Didn't you say it wasn't difficult at all? Fine, I'll let you choose for yourself." Xiao Yang smiled faintly. "The piano pieces circulating in the market are rather dull. How about I play one of my original compositions instead?" Original composition? Fan Yuting felt genuinely speechless. Is composing piano pieces really that easy a thing to do? Having practiced piano for nearly 40 years myself, I've only managed to create one original piece and the reception hasn't been particularly favorable. You merely won a meaningless first prize in some obscure regional qualifier, and yet you claim to have original compositions? She has always maintained an utterly rigorous attitude toward music all these years. The last trace of a smile vanished from his face upon hearing Xiao Yang's words. "Xiao Yang, no music maestro achieves greatness overnight. It requires years of accumulation before an emotional breakthrough comes. Never mind, you probably wouldn't understand even if I explained. If you truly want to attend the music conservatory, your attitude toward music must be one of genuine passion, not mere presumption. Original composition. Even world-class piano virtuosos can't create emotionally substantial pieces without prolonged gestation. Their preparation time often exceeds your current age. Now, do you still want to perform original pieces?" Xiao Yang scratched his temples. "Maybe, I'll give it a try?" Fan Yuting felt like she'd been verbally choked. Had all my words and reasoning just fallen on deaf ears? "Since you insist on trying, I'll let you have your way, but don't blame me for my venomous critique later." Having mentally prepared herself with this thought, Fan Yuting smoothed her skirt and said, "Since you want to try, then try. I'll also listen to what artistic conception this young composer's work can achieve." Her words carried a faint trace of sarcasm. Xiao Yang paid no mind to it. Standing up, he flexed his arms and muttered, "Haven't played in a few days, my fingers feel a bit stiff." He walked to the piano, lifted the lid, and pulled out the bench. After sitting down, Xiao Yang pondered what piece to play. Pathetic Sonata? But playing the same piece every time would be rather dull. 3 Love Dreams? All those present are elders, so discussing romantic love doesn't seem appropriate. Xiao Yang opened the check-in panel, clicked on the passive piano master skill, and entered the special store. Here, song collections could be exchanged using reputation points. The tracks are divided into 4 levels, priced at 500, 1000, 1500, and 2000 each. There are only about 20 tracks available for exchange in the 2000 category. I reckon these would probably be world-class masterpieces in another world. Xiao Yang checked his fame points. From 14,000 yesterday, they had now grown to 27,000. Xiao Yang immediately spent 2,000 reputation points to exchange for a musical piece. Canon. The complete composition instantly appeared in his mind. While Xiao Yang was simmering his emotions, Lu Ping, worried her old classmate might grow impatient, picked up some fruit from the table. Here, she said, since we're waiting anyway, have some grapes. Fan Yuding smiled faintly and reached out to pick one. She squinted at Xiao Yang's retreating figure. It made sense to gather one's thoughts, but remaining motionless for 3 whole minutes. Lu Ping stood up and pushed the fruit platter toward Moran Liao. You should have some fruit too. Thank you. At this moment, Xiao Yang, who had been standing still, finally moved. The performance began. Fan Yuding popped a grape into her mouth. The melodious sound of the piano immediately filled the air. Fan Yuding froze for a moment. As an expert in this field, she immediately detected something peculiar about it. As the rhythm grew livelier, Fan Yuding couldn't bear to crush the grapes in her mouth, because doing so would momentarily disrupt her hearing. She couldn't help but slightly close her eyes, quietly savoring the emotions conveyed within the music. With the piano's rhythm, a faint melancholy arose, yet it carried a touch of sweetness and tranquility. She seemed to understand. The music appeared to express the serene pursuit of holding hands through life together, growing old side by side, this timeless kind of love. Fan Yuding was deeply immersed, entangled by the enchanting musical notes. Liao Mo's outreached hand froze mid-air. He had once been a bar singer, though no master of the piano, he could still discern extraordinary emotion in its tones. His hand withdrew as he closed his eyes slightly, listening in rapt silence. Xiao Rongxing, already feeling intensely bored, watched the two of them, his heart pounding incessantly. Isn't it just piano music? Why are they closing their eyes too? But admittedly, it does sound quite pleasant. Xiao Rongxing leaned back on the sofa with his eyes closed, appearing so serene and comfortable. Lu Ping didn't understand, but that didn't stop her from enjoying listening. She also shifted into a comfortable position, gazing in Xiao Yang's direction while quietly listening. So beautiful. The song came to an end. Xiao Yang let out a sigh of relief. He turned around, looking at the 4 people who were utterly enchanted. Auntie Fan, how was this original composition? Fan Yuding finally snapped out of her daze. Not just decent, it's downright amazing. Perfection achieved. No exaggeration at all. Especially that final passage, it truly elevated me into a sacred artistic realm. Be it this unprecedented composition that will undoubtedly become a classic, or the profound artistry and intense emotional investment, all transcend the mundane. And to think this is an original creation. A true genius. An absolute genius. A glint flashed in Fan Yuding's eyes. She had originally thought it would take some effort and connections to get Xiao Yang admitted as a special enrollment student into the music conservatory, but after hearing this miraculous performance, she felt the situation had completely reversed. With such genius, who needs backdoor channels? Who needs connections? The conservatory director would be overjoyed to have him enrolled directly, grinning from ear to ear with delight. This is like hitting the jackpot. An absolute treasure. Fan Yuding even felt she could directly receive a graduation certificate, then participate in international competitions and gain worldwide fame. By then, the reputation of their music academy could be elevated. She crushed the grape that had been in her mouth for 7 minutes. The sweet juice flowed, just like the piano melody from moments before. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. I've never heard such a beautiful piece before. Fan Yuding seemed genuinely moved, rising to her feet instinctively as she looked at Xiao Yang. What's the name of this composition? Xiao Yang smiled faintly. Canon in D. This is the most beautiful piece of music I've ever heard in my life. Absolutely marvelous. Lu Ping watched her old classmate, whose smile was practically reaching her ears, feeling slightly puzzled deep down. Though she had to admit her son's performance was indeed excellent, full of artistic conception that made one involuntarily immersed, was it truly as extraordinarily perfect as Fan Yuding claimed? The best in a lifetime, that seemed rather exaggerated. He immediately asked, Yuding, is it really as good as you say? Chapter 62, Professional Approval. This is genius. Fan Yuding turned to look at her old classmate and emphatically nodded. Yes, and it's a feeling I can't put into words. In short, whether it's the composition or Xiao Yang's performance techniques and emotional intensity, everything is flawless, even better than I described. Xiao Yang is a true genius. Fan Yuding grew more and more excited as she spoke, even tightly grabbing Lu Ping's hand. Lu, there will be absolutely no issues with the special enrollment. I can decide this right now. Our Central Conservatory of Music will take this student. Just now, they were still trying hard to handle it, but now they're suddenly demanding payment. What a clear shift in attitude. Lu Ping glanced at her old classmate, then turned to look at Xiao Yang. It's really as good as Fan Yuding said. It's even better than she described. Lu Ping instantly felt a tightening sensation in her scalp. This old classmate of mine has over 40 years of experience in music, and is even considered an authority in the field of domestic piano music. The fact that she could praise my son so unreservedly proves that he has truly reached that level of mastery. Turns out my son is a piano prodigy. And not just any prodigy, he's among the very best. I had initially thought my son just had some talent and wanted to pull strings to get him into the music academy. But I never imagined his piano skills would reach such extraordinary heights, to the extent that even Fan Yuding described it as ridiculously high-level existence. Lu Ping's facial expression instantly became indescribably complicated. Joy, disbelief, and even a hint of self-reproach all flashed across her face. Liao Mo silently rose to his feet beside them, his astonishment so profound it in no way paled beside that of his girlfriend. Today has been truly eye-opening. To reach such heights at such a young age, his future is limitless. A self-deprecating smile touched his lips. If I'd had even 1/5 of Xiao Yang's skill, I probably wouldn't still be singing in bars. Today had taught him the truth of the saying, true masters walk hidden among the common folk. Xiao Ronxing was somewhat bewildered. They spoke highly of their son, and he could tell. Could this rascal be a musical prodigy? Thinking this, she even turned her head to glance in Xiao Yang's direction. Xiao Yang looked at the group and said with a smile, "You flatter me, I'm not as good as everyone says." Fan Yuding shook her head slightly. "Xiao Yang, you're too modest. Give me a copy of your ID card. I'll finalize your admission to the college tonight." So urgent? Xiao Yang rubbed his hands together. He had never actually considered attending a music college. After reaching this level of skill, there wouldn't be anything useful for him to learn there. It would just be about obtaining another diploma. Of course, outright refusing face-to-face wouldn't be feasible. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment, then interlaced his fingers with eager anticipation, nodding repeatedly. Joining the academy? Absolutely splendid. The instructors there must be exceptionally qualified, and I could certainly learn so much more within its halls. Fan Yuding froze for a moment. Learning anything? Not to mention the academy instructors, even his own level as a doctoral advisor and professor falls far short of Xiao Yang's capabilities. If he really went to the academy, would there be anything worth learning? Earlier, he had merely been dazzled by Xiao Yang's talent and thus rushed to recruit him into the academy. But now, upon reflection, he suddenly awoke to the truth. If you can't learn anything useful after entering the academy, then, if it were someone else, she might still have ulterior motives, but this was the son of her friend of 20 years. Fan Yuding pondered for a few seconds before giving Lu Ping a bitter smile. Lu, to be honest, Xiao Yang's skills are truly extraordinary, far surpassing mine and even those of the academy's instructors. If he were to enroll in the academy, acquiring a few certificates would be trivial. Of course, these are minor matters. What I mean is, Xiao Yang's potential for greater advancement has already outgrown what academies or renowned mentors can offer. He could participate in competitions to boost his reputation, and once he reaches world-class levels, he might even become a distinguished master. Once you become a renowned figure, academic credentials and such will be handed to you on a silver platter, along with endorsements, performances, and more. Lu Ping recalled Xiao Yang previously saying he didn't want to enter the academy. Looking back now, reaching this stage truly eliminates the need to attend the academy. Lu Ping tentatively asked, "You mean, not entering the institute for now?" Fan Yuding nodded with a smile. "No need. Didn't he participate in the Starlight Cup? With his skills, winning the Grand Championship would be effortless. Then we can arrange for him to compete in the world's most prestigious international piano competition. This way, he's bound to achieve fame and gain global recognition." When Lu Ping heard the words global recognition, her body trembled slightly, and her eyes gleamed with an inexplicable brilliance. After that, Fan Yuding began sharing some international examples with Lu Ping, all centered around the world of piano. Liao Maja came to Xiao Yang's side and began asking about artistic conceptions in piano music, leaving Xiao Ronxing alone and ignored at the side. Outside the residential area, Xiao Yang placed the prepared gifts into the trunk of the car. These items were prepared by Lu Ping for Fan Yuding, as they needed to call in favors after all, though no one could have anticipated what would happen later. Although Xiao Yang wouldn't be entering the music conservatory just yet, Lu Ping wouldn't skimp on the gift she intended to give. Fan Yuding tried to stop Xiao Yang. "Don't let it go, I didn't really help much either." Lu Ping held onto Fan Yuding's hand tightly and refused to let go. "What kind of talk is that? You hardly ever come to visit me. Wouldn't it be perfectly normal for you to take some things home with you when you leave?" Xiao Yang put the things away and closed the trunk. At this moment, Lu Ping said, the 3-star hotel is right across the street. It'll be very convenient for us to eat there before we leave. We'll skip the meal. Moran's family back home is still waiting for us. It wouldn't be good to delay too long. Next time there's a chance, we'll drink and chat to our heart's content. Lu Ping smiled and said, since it's such an important matter, I won't keep you then. Be careful on your way. Note, provided exactly 1-paragraph translation as per original format, maintaining nuance and casual conversational tone. Bye. Fan Yuding made a waving goodbye gesture. The two got into the car, exchanged a few words of blessing, and soon blended seamlessly into the steady flow of traffic. Immersive translate. The night passed without incident. 6 o'clock in the morning. Even without an alarm clock, Xiao Yang woke up right on time. Check in. The icon rotates. The final image that lingered was a chart filled with intricate data. Obtained passive skill, basic mathematics expertise. Elementary mathematics mastery, proficient in number theory, algebra, geometry, function theory, differential equations, and more. Chapter 63. The show begins. Elementary mathematics specialization? There's even such a specialized skill? This skill doesn't seem all that impressive. But if you think about it carefully, you'll realize how remarkable this solitary mathematical specialization truly is. The applications of mathematics are extremely widespread in daily life. It can be said that mathematics is closely intertwined with the lives of most people, and it holds profound significance in driving the progress of civilization. From smartwatches to rockets and aircraft carriers, none can do without mathematics. A gleam shone in Xiao Yang's eyes. If this elementary mathematics specialization were maxed out, could it propel technological advancement? He felt it was quite possible. He checked his reputation points. Yesterday it was 25,000, now it's 33,000. Spend 10,000 to directly upgrade to Intermediate Math Mastery. Intermediate Math Mastery, proficient in all current branches of mathematics with exceptionally high mathematical attainment. As expected, after leveling up to Intermediate, the skill was enhanced once again. 8 a.m. Provincial Education Bureau. Xiao Chang tossed the breakfast wrap packaging into the trash bin and walked into the office. The day before, he had watched the student on surveillance completing the subject assessment at an astonishing pace within a single day. He had serious doubts about the quality of those exam papers, yet he was given the opportunity to review them. The content he reviewed was in English. After receiving the exam papers from the supervisor, he began grading them based on the answer key. Xiao Chang examined them with great care, only to grow increasingly astonished as he progressed. A perfect score. Not only him, exclamations filled the entire office. Xiao Chang quickly finished reviewing and directly marked the score on the test paper. Incredible, full marks in math. Mine too, not a single mistake. And then there's the Chinese composition assignment, this classical Chinese prose titled Inscription on a Humble House. It's absolutely a masterpiece. Xiao Chang quickly moved closer to look at the prose. Mountains need not be high to be famous with immortals dwelling, waters need not be deep to manifest their magic with dragons. Though this be a humble house, virtue makes it fragrant. Moss creeps green upon the steps. Where lies its humility? No wonder he finished his Chinese composition so fast. This classical prose contains fewer than 80 characters. Though short, it's absolutely a masterpiece. The full score for this essay was 60 points, and the reviewing teacher hesitated for a long time. Ultimately, they wrote 60 in red ink. A perfect scoring essay. The brief essay of merely a few dozen words, in praise of my humble home, was awarded full marks without hesitation. The reviewing teacher took a deep breath and murmured to himself, my hesitation wasn't about whether it deserved full marks, but that the maximum score for the essay is only 60 points. The grading was quickly compiled. Such tests couldn't disclose direct scores, they had to be conveyed through graded evaluations. The transcript was immediately sent to the local education bureau. Shu Yu froze upon receiving the document. S+. According to regulations, a grade of C is already considered passing and qualifies for the college entrance exam, yet Xiao Yang's rating actually reached S+. This is the highest possible rating, meaning Xiao Yang's achievement has reached the top tier. Shu Yu rubbed her eyes. The document still clearly displayed an S+. It was truly an S+. That means it's both fast and good. Xiao Yang received the notification in the afternoon. Seeing the S+ grade in the email, Xiao Yang wasn't the least bit surprised. Lu Ping, standing nearby, noticed Xiao Yang's complete lack of reaction and assumed he'd failed the test. It's okay, we'll focus on music now. When we win the Starlight Cup Championship, we'll compete internationally. Grades don't matter anymore. Xiao Yang handed the phone with the email to Lu Ping, saying, the test has been passed. Lu Ping stared at the S+ rating on the phone with a sense of unreality. It really passed. And with an S+, the highest possible grade. Lu Ping fell deep into thought. She had previously believed her son had little hope in academics, never expecting he'd pass such a strictly regulated exam with an S+ grade. Now there was hope in sports, even brighter hope in music, and unexpectedly, even college entrance exams seemed within reach. Tentatively, Lu Ping asked, Yang Yang, what do you plan to do next? Xiao Yang glanced at his mother with a smile and said, in a few days I'll be going to Tiannan. The provincial team has scheduled 10 days of special training there, followed by the national track and field competition. After that, I might participate in the Xingguan Cup. The first thought that flashed through Lu Ping's mind was, there's no controlling him now. Whether it's sports or music, she now feels the only thing she can do is support her son. As for everything else, she can't help him one bit. At that moment, Xiao Yang checked the time and said to Lu Ping, didn't I ask you yesterday to watch something fun? The live stream is starting now, let's watch it together. Having said that, Xiao Yang sat on the sofa and connected his phone's live stream to the TV. Xiao Rongxing, coming down from the second floor, glanced curiously at the TV. Poetry competition? What's so interesting about that? With a smile, Xiao Yang replied, the son of our neighbor Old Wu is from the Normal University. He's participating in the competition today. Oh, the Wu family? Xiao Rongxing slightly furrowed his brows, seemingly not holding favorable opinions about this neighbor. The live-streamed competition was proceeding exceptionally smoothly. Lu Ping also recognized Wu Xingtian at first glance. Look, this is old Wu's son. Wu Xingtian on TV was tall and thin, wearing glasses, his demeanor somewhat resembling Li Jin's. Perhaps because his preliminary competition poem was too stunning, both judges and the live audience held exceptionally high expectations for him. Distinguished judges, the work I present today is Sitting Alone on Pine Mountain. With practice and decent acting skills, his recitation actually turned out quite well. The judges were nodding in agreement as they listened. In front of the television, Lu Ping frowned slightly. These 4 lines of poetry, it seems. Yesterday, when Xiao Yang and Li Jin were talking outside the house, she seemed to have heard exactly these same 4 lines. Yang Yang, why do I feel these 4 lines resemble so closely that poem you told Li Jin about yesterday? Lu Ping had already begun to suspect. Xiao Yang smiled faintly, keep reading, you'll understand in a moment. Seeing Xiao Yang remain silent, Lu Ping could only suppress her doubts and continue reading. The judges took turns praising the artistic conception of the work and Wu's outstanding talent. Some judges even declared Wu Xingtian the certain winner of this poetry competition. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, a staff member quietly bent over to the judges' table and whispered a few words. Then one judge looked peculiarly at Wu Xingtian before abruptly standing up and leaving. After a few minutes, the judge returned with a stern expression on his face. Wu Xingtian instinctively sensed that something was amiss. Sure enough, the judges engaged in a brief discussion. One of them stood up and walked to the microphone on stage. Wu Xingtian accused of plagiarism and poetry, disqualified from competition. Chapter 64, The Show Begins Part 2. These words caused an immediate uproar. Plagiarism of all things. Wu Xingtian's legs began to tremble. Had she been discovered? This doesn't make sense. Yesterday Mom assured me there wouldn't be any problems, and there weren't any issues with the last poem either. Why has this one been exposed within just a single day? The judge maintained a stern expression as she continued, only moments ago, an enthusiastic netizen sent us an email containing precisely this Sitting Alone on Pine Mountain poem. Wu Xingtian suddenly cried out, I must have had my poetry leaked. It's entirely possible that the poetry was leaked and exploited by someone. However, the judge let out a cold laugh. Clicking on the link in the email led to a small forum. Pinned at the top of the small forum were 2 poems, one of them being Sitting Alone on Pine Mountain. This small forum has a date, showing it's from a week ago, but when you entered the competition, you claimed this poem was written just 2 days ago. Wu Xingtian, what do you have to say for yourself? The evidence is ironclad. Wu Xingtian's face instantly turned deathly pale. Impossible. I searched online, there was no trace of this poem. Could it be, the forum was too obscure for search engines to index? Faced with irrefutable evidence, there's nothing left to say. This poetry competition was organized by the school. After the scandal broke out, their reputation is practically ruined, and in severe cases, they might even face expulsion. Nothing is certain yet. Lu Ping snorted, to think they plagiarized our son's poems for the competition. Who would have thought the Wu family were such people? As a scientific researcher, Xiao Rongxing despises nothing more than stealing others' academic achievements. Stealing poetry is no different from plagiarizing others' work, especially when you dare to steal from your own family. From now on, keep minimal contact with their household. Xiao Rongxing rose angrily to his feet, tossed out these words, then turned and stormed away. Lu Ping was equally furious, her anger boiling over. Just yesterday I was being so warm toward her, even letting my son discuss poetry with her. Who could have imagined she'd be capable of such a thing? A thief through and through. Feeling gloomy, Lu Ping stood up. The right thing would be kicking people like her out of Normal University. Xiao Yang smiled but didn't engage with the comment. Once is enough, never twice. Getting away with stealing Xiao Yang's belongings once was bad enough, yet you dare attempt it again. Dinner was unusually lavish, though Lu Ping knew her culinary skills were limited. Most dishes came from restaurants as takeout. Lu Ping placed a chicken drumstick in Xiao Yang's bowl. Yang, your father and I must return to work tomorrow. We don't know how long this assignment will take. You must look after yourself. Xiao Yang said with a smile, haven't I made it through all these years just fine? You two should just go ahead. Lu Ping's face lit up with a smile. For all these years, my son has remained fiercely independent. By the way, I heard you're joining the provincial sports team down south, aren't you? Xiao Yang nodded. Right, I've already made plans with Coach Wu there for a 10-day special training session in Tiannan. Lu Ping responded with an "oh," then continued, your sister's company is in Tiannan too. Since you're going there this time, could you take some things to her? Xiao Yang immediately asked, what things? Documents. A while back, your sister wanted some research papers on software development. I searched for several days but only found some print versions. I was originally planning to make a detour to Tiannan, but since you're going, it's perfect timing, you can just bring them to her. Xiao Yang nodded in agreement, no problem. I haven't seen her in a long time. It'll be nice to drop by her place for a couple of days, relax and unwind before heading to special training. You scoundrel! Xiao Rongxing, standing nearby, shook his head. Your sister's company is just starting to take off, don't go causing trouble for her. Lu Ping shot him an annoyed look. What do you mean, causing trouble? If you don't have anything nice to say, just eat your meal. Xiao Rongxing sheepishly picked up his chopsticks. Turning to Xiao Yang with a smile, she said, hurry up and eat before it gets cold. With no burdens on her mind, sleep quality naturally improved now that there was nothing to worry about. Opening his eyes in the morning, Xiao Yang checked in once again. Reputation plus 5,000. Today's check-in reward was reputation points. Looking at my reputation points, I've accumulated over 33,000 points again. It seems the website book's influence on reputation points is gradually declining. If you want the next big boost, you'll have to wait until the physical books are released. The matter of the physical book has been handed over to the Sci-Fi Pioneer website to handle, and there should be news soon. Xiao Yang got up and tidied the room a bit before getting ready to wash up. When he went downstairs, he saw his mom and dad packing their things. They were heading to their respective workplaces today, a journey of more than 2 hours, so they had gotten up earlier than usual. Seeing her son come downstairs, Lu Ping smiled and said, Yang, the documents your sister needs are on the coffee table. Don't forget to take them when you go. Xiao Yang made an okay gesture. Leave it to me, you can count on it. Lu Ping adjusted her clothes. I absolutely trust you. Xiao Rongxing had already come downstairs carrying a small bag. Are you done yet? It's time to go. Hearing this, Xiao Yang took their bags. Let me carry them, your mother isn't old yet. Xiao Yang dodged her hand. Shouldn't it be my job to carry your bags? Besides, I'm young and strong. Xiao Rongxing took the keys off the wall and said, let him carry them. A man should handle such small tasks. After putting the luggage in the trunk, both of them had already gotten into the car. Drive slowly and have a safe trip. Xiao Yang closed the car door and teased playfully, Dad, the future of mankind depends on you now. This instantly made the mad scientist burst into laughter. You little brat. The car slowly started moving, heading towards the gate of the residential area. Only when it had completely disappeared from view did he turn back and enter the house. After cleaning the entire house, he went to the living room and picked up the documents on the coffee table. Since I'm just idling at home anyway, might as well go spend a few days at my elder sister's company to relax. Tossing the folder into the air, catching it with a deft hand, I turned and walked out the door. Not having a car sure is inconvenient. With over 1 million yuan in my bank account now, I'll definitely get myself a car to play with once I get my driver's license. Hailing a taxi while lost in thought. Driver, can you go to Tiannan? Receiving such a big fare at 9 in the morning was pure luck. The taxi driver nodded repeatedly without hesitation. Yes, yes. Xiao Yang pulled open the car door and slid into the seat. The taxi merged into the flow of traffic. Xiao Yang looked up at the 20-something story office building before him. This is the place. Not knowing the specific floor, Xiao Yang pulled out his phone and dialed Xiao Yu's number. Hey, brat, why are you calling your big sister again? The voice sounded normal, but Xiao Yang keenly sensed a hint of exhaustion in his sister's tone. I missed you, so I came to Tiannan to see you. The voice carried a mix of surprise and astonishment. You've come to Tiannan? Chapter 65, 3 soul-searching questions from a younger brother. Xiao Yang swayed the document in his hand, squinting at the glass facade of the building. To be precise, I'm already downstairs at your company. You're at my company building? You little rascal didn't even bother to give me a heads up. Alright, wait for me 5 minutes, I'll be right down. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Xiao Yang shrugged and slipped the phone back into his pocket. He flashed a smile at the 2 security guards standing post at the entrance. The 2 guards nodded in acknowledgement. The wait was boring, so Xiao Yang surveyed his surroundings. This office building was located in the city center, surrounded by bustling streets. Due to the time of day, there weren't many pedestrians on the streets. Just as he was looking around, he heard the sound of a door opening. Turning to look, the elder sister walked out dressed in a black professional suit. 25-year-old Xiaoyu had glossy black, silky straight hair that bounced with each step she took. Her refreshing oval face featured a tall nose bridge, rosy pink lips, and delicate double eyelids paired with long eyelashes that slightly shaded her deep brown eyes that shimmered with a light that seemed to reveal an underlying strength. Only her complexion looked somewhat weary, as though she hadn't been resting well lately. Upon seeing Xiao Yang, her pink-tinged lips curled into an extraordinarily beautiful smile. "Brat, over here." Xiao Yang smiled faintly as he approached. "Elder sister, you're naturally graceful, standing tall and elegant, still as beautiful as ever." Xiao Yu shot him a glare. "Starting with flattery the moment we meet. It's not flattery, I'm just stating facts." "Alright, I know you're sweet-talking." Xiao Yu glanced around. "The sun's harsh, don't stand here getting baked. Come rest at my company for a while." "Perfect timing, I'd love to tour my big sister's company too." Xiao Yu turned to the two security guards and said, "He's my younger brother. Can he come in?" The two security guards naturally recognized Xiao Yu and immediately replied, "Of course you can enter." "Let's go," he urged. Xiao Yang quickly followed after her. Inside the office building lobby, there was a reception desk, and further in were the elevators. "My company is on the 15th floor. Next time you come, you can go straight up." As she spoke, Xiao Yu reached out and pressed the elevator button. Soon the elevator doors opened, and the two stepped inside. Xiao Yang waved the documents in his hand. "Mom asked me to bring you these papers." Xiao Yu took them and asked, "Have they been home these past few days?" Dad made progress in his experiments and got a few days off, while Mom's lecture series also came to an end. They came home and stayed for 4 days. Xiao Yu's big eyes curved into crescents as she asked, "Did they grill you about your grades? Did they decide to send you abroad for studies? Did Dad yell at you for being an unfilial son?" Damn, that's what blood sisters are for, straight for the jugular right off the bat. In the past, these questions would have stabbed right at my heartstrings every time. But now, Xiao Yang smiled slightly helplessly. "It's alright, they didn't mention studying abroad anymore, and they've given me more freedom with my studies. What's the point of studying abroad now? I've got academics covered, sports covered, and top-tier piano skills to boot. If they didn't give me freedom, what else could they possibly do? Financial support? A masterpiece novel earns over 100k daily anyway." Xiao Yang glanced at Xiao Yu beside him. "My dear sister, your questions are truly ruthless. Now I'll ask you 3 questions in return. Any admirers? In a relationship? Have a boyfriend?" Xiao Yu, As her younger brother, naturally he had to let his sister experience what sweet family affection really feels like. Xiao Yu felt like having a kitchen knife slammed against his forehead. The 3 soul-searching questions. "I'm busy with work." Xiao Yang curled his lips and retorted, "Excuse. I'm really busy, dealing with all kinds of issues every day. How could I possibly find time to think about anything else?" Just then, the elevator doors opened. Xiao Yu quietly exhaled in relief. "Alright, we're here, let's go in." Xiao Yang looked up and immediately saw the company name prominently displayed on the wall. "Starway Technology Company, Limited. Let me show you around this office floor?" Xiao Yang nodded with a smile. "Since we're already here, of course I'd like to see my idol sister's tech company. Who knows, I might get some inspiration for when I start my own business someday." Xiao Yu pursed her lips in amusement. "Oh you." As they entered the office, employees immediately stood up to greet them. "President Xiao." After making a round, Xiao Yu led Xiao Yang to the office. The office's interior decoration was relatively simple. Xiao Yang sat down on the sofa. "Isn't this a tech company? How come I don't see any R&D team?" Xiao Yu chuckled at the question. "This is an office building, we handle basic development and design work here, along with client meetings. For scientific research, we have a small leased lab in the suburban tech park." She lightly patted the document folder on the desk. "I'll have these documents sent over shortly. If you're interested, I can take you there for a tour." Xiao Yang stroked his chin. "A small lab? No workshops or anything like that?" "No, we just started the business. There aren't any new products on the market yet, so naturally we've secured little investment. Once the new product is ready and we secure major funding, we can build our own factory." Xiao Yang nodded. "What kind of research are you doing?" "High-precision instruments." Xiao Yu stood up. "There's water and drinks, help yourself. I need to deal with something, but I'll call you for dinner later." After speaking, Xiao Yu walked out of the office. Xiao Yang stood up, poured himself a cup of water, and wandered around the office while sipping it. It seemed his sister had no intention of staying in this office building for long, as the decoration was extremely minimal. Xiao Yang held the cup and walked to the window, casually gazing at the scenery outside. Just then, Xiao Yu pushed the door open and walked in, looking somewhat hurried. She grabbed the document folder on the table and asked Xiao Yang quickly, "I need to head to the tech park right away. Are you coming?" "I'm in." "Alright, let's hurry then." After speaking, he picked up the documents and headed toward the door. Xiao Yang placed the water glass on the table and promptly followed behind Xiao Yu. As the elevator doors closed, Xiao Yang asked, "Is it urgent?" Xiao Yu glanced at the elevator display and sighed. "Ugh, we're in the most critical phase of R&D right now. There's a problem we haven't been able to crack for several days. When I called the lab just now and they found out I'd already gotten the documents, they wanted me to deliver them as quickly as possible." The problem had been troubling Xiao Yu for several days, leaving not only the R&D team in chaos but also keeping her awake at night, unable to sleep. This was also the main reason for her slightly haggard appearance. Xiao Yang rubbed his chin and asked, "What kind of problem is it?" Xiao Yu turned her head to glance at him and said helplessly, "It's rather complicated." Telling you wouldn't help. In her impression, her younger brother's academic performance was, well, hard to describe in words. Even she, a PhD holder and professional from the lab, couldn't crack it. What help could a rookie like him possibly offer? Xiao Yang was just about to say something when the elevator doors opened. Chapter 66, maybe, should I give it a try? Let's go. Xiao Yu uttered just one word before hurriedly walking out. Xiao Yang stuck his head out and realized this was an underground parking lot. Under the dim lighting, only the sound of his elder sister's hurried footsteps could be heard, making clicking noises in the empty parking lot. Xiao Yang followed closely behind. Xiao Yu soon stopped in front of a red sedan. This must be the new car my eldest sister bought. A domestic brand, probably costing just over 100,000 yuan. After all, we're in the startup phase, it's normal for transportation to be modest. Xiao Yu swiftly opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat. "Quit dawdling, get in already." Xiao Yang opened the passenger door and slid inside. The technology park was located in the outskirts. Most of these are factories or laboratories. Xiao Yu's laboratory was essentially a small courtyard with a two-story building. After parking the car in its spot, Xiao Yu pushed open the door. Seemingly still uneasy, Xiao Yu added before entering, "Once inside, speak less and don't interrupt others casually." Xiao Yang nodded, "They're all professionals. I don't know anything, I get it." Only then did Xiao Yu push the door open and enter. The moment the door opened, a blast of cold air rushed out. The first floor was one large room, roughly 100 square meters in size. 6 people in white lab coats were in the middle of debating something. There were 6 people in total, 4 men and 2 women. When they turned their heads and saw Xiao Yu, smiles simultaneously appeared on all 6 faces. "All right, President Xiao is here." A bespectacled man in his 30s walked over, rubbing his hands. "President Xiao, did you bring the documents?" Xiao Yu hurriedly handed the documents she was holding to the other person. The man immediately opened the documents, and the rest of the group crowded around him. Lowering her voice, Xiao Yu said to Xiao Yang, "The one holding the documents is Dr. Du Tao, a PhD from the prestigious Jingda University's mathematics department. He's won international awards and was invited by me to help solve the problem." She pointed at one of the girls, that one, Zhao Shanshan, holds dual master's degrees in electronic engineering and microelectronic science. "And that guy with the curly hair, his name is Gao Lang, a graduate from a top university, and also..." Xiao Yang kept nodding as he listened. "Either a master's or a PhD holder." He thought to himself, "Now that's what you call a truly elite team. My sister is truly capable. She actually managed to gather 6 highly educated talents in this tiny 2-story building. So you must study hard to become one of the elite professionals in the future." Xiao Yu suddenly changed the subject, catching Xiao Yang completely off guard. "I was wondering why she suddenly started introducing me to all these elite professionals' academic backgrounds. Turns out there was an educational purpose behind it all. Hey sis, actually I'm not the same when it comes to studying now, I even know a thing or two about math." Xiao Yu rolled her eyes, as if she didn't know exactly what her dear younger brother was like. "High school textbook stuff?" She pointed at the people gathered around studying. "What these folks are researching is cutting-edge technology. To them, high school material is like elementary school problems to you." "Oh Xiao Yu, that analogy hits way too close to home." At this moment, the 6 people who had been gathered together had already clustered around a single computer screen. Various equations appeared on the computer monitor, but soon reached an unsolvable state again. Disappointment was unmistakable on all 6 faces as they dispersed. Xiao Yu's heart gave a sudden lurch. She quickened her steps and approached the group. "Well?" she asked. Du Tao let out a sigh and adjusted the frame of his glasses on the bridge of his nose. "The material in the thesis is too superficial and not very useful. These resources aren't of much help for the current situation." A trace of disappointment appeared on Xiao Yu's face. "I thought the documents my mom found would help move things along, but they turned out to be useless." Gao Lang scratched his curly hair and said solemnly, "If all else fails, I can post it on my campus network to seek help from previous seniors, see if they can solve it. If that doesn't work, I'll contact my former math professor." Most people here graduated from prestigious universities, and some were even top students during their school days. Xiao Yu had no better solution. "If we can't crack it, the progress will be stalled, and costs will accrue daily. There won't be any immediate issues, but with limited funds, prolonged periods could disrupt the startup plan, even leading to outright failure. Although Xiaoyu majored in computer science, she wasn't as skilled at solving equations as the others. After hesitating for a moment, she could only nod. No other choice, we'll have to call for external assistance. Let's brainstorm together and discuss whether there are any professional teams that could help us out. Xiaoyu seemed to have thought of something and turned to Xiao Yang, saying, "Take a look around freely, we need to discuss something." Xiao Yang nodded. He turned and headed toward the staircase to the second floor. As he went upstairs, he could still hear his elder sister's voice. "Whoever can help us crack this will get a reward. Let's make it 100,000 yuan. My former professor might be able to help. He's a doctoral supervisor in the mathematics department." Xiao Yang shook his head slightly and walked up to the second floor. The second floor housed a simple production line with various tools, equipment, and materials. However, it appeared unused for quite some time, judging by the layer of dust covering the machinery. "I suppose these things will only be useful once the software algorithm is fully completed." Xiao Yang glanced around casually, feeling somewhat uninspired, then headed back downstairs the same way he came. The 7 people downstairs were still deep in discussion. Some had even started contacting external reinforcements. The professor said it's too difficult, he's not confident he can solve it alone. My senior told me their team is tied up with other projects and can't help out. I have a friend who can connect us with an international team, but their quote is steep, it'll cost $100,000. Xiaoyu shook her head helplessly. There was no way she could come up with 100 grand right now. There's a team at Tsinghua University, I just asked them. They can help in their spare time, but it'll take a while. Might need a month before they can crack it. Xiaoyu shook her head helplessly once more. 1 month, she'd already gone bankrupt. Either it's expensive or it takes too long. Xiaoyu truly had no choice but to give up. She bit her red lips. "Xiao Yang, come here for a second." Sitting nearby, Xiao Yang stood up. "What's up? Did Dad mention if he's been busy after going back?" Xiao Yang pondered for a moment and said, "He mentioned a few words. It seems he'll be diving back into research after this trip. Were you thinking of asking Dad for help?" Xiaoyu let out a bitter laugh. "Yeah, Mom majored in computers, but the materials she brought weren't deep enough. If we drag this on any longer, the whole project might collapse. That's why I want to ask Dad for help. But he's so busy over there, and it's for the country's sake. Bothering him with such a small matter." Xiaoyu exhaled deeply. "Forget it, I'd better figure out another way." She was truly vexed, and at the same time, a hint of regret crept into her heart. "I shouldn't have rushed through that call with Mom to ask for the documents, otherwise I would have known Dad was on vacation. Too late for regrets now." Xiao Yang couldn't bear seeing his elder sister's distressed expression. Scratching his short hair, he ventured, "How about, I give it a try?" Chapter 67, It's not that hard, is it? Why's everyone making such heavy weather of it? Xiaoyu was startled for a moment before asking, "What did you just say?" Xiao Yang coughed lightly into his fist. "I said, why don't I give it a try?" Xiaoyu frowned and shot him a glare. "My situation is already a complete mess, and you still want to mess with me? Try what? 6 masters and PhD holders couldn't solve this problem. What help could a high schooler possibly offer? Everyone here is highly educated and at the top of their field. Now that these experts can't solve the problem, are we supposed to hand it over to a high school student?" The other 6 people also shook their heads repeatedly. Even seeking outside help was tremendously difficult earlier. Who would pin their hopes on a high school student? Xiao Yang pondered for a moment. "Isn't it just a math problem? What if I..." Xiaoyu waved her hands hastily. "Don't go making trouble for me, alright?" She hesitated. "Gao Lang, maybe we should still reach out to that overseas team and see if they can offer us any discounts." Xiao Yang shrugged his shoulders. "Big sis doesn't believe in me." Indeed, in her impression, I've never met the expected grades. Now suggesting to give it a try must seem like a waste of time to her. Xiao Yang glanced toward the computer. This kind of complex problem requires integrating multiple algorithms into a unified solution before it can be cracked. To decipher it, one would need complete access to all relevant materials. Xiaoyu let out a sigh, her face filled with desolation and unwillingness. The afternoon had passed, yet the problem remained unsolved without any progress. Everyone's tired. Let's call it a day and get some rest early. Also, reach out to any teams we can ask for help. If nothing works, we'll figure it out tomorrow. Xiaoyu rubbed her temples. Starting a business is far more arduous than one could ever imagine. The other researchers exchanged glances before dispersing one after another in silence. Xiaoyu glanced at Xiao Yang, who was sitting in the corner scrolling through his phone. "Third brother, let's go." Xiao Yang responded promptly and walked out of the laboratory alongside his elder sister. Xiaoyu's mood was low, and she was somewhat distracted while driving, so Xiao Yang quickly spoke up to focus her attention. "When we get to the mountain, there'll be a way, don't dwell on it. Maybe one day, inspiration will strike and you'll solve it." Xiaoyu shook her head slightly. "It's not that easy." "Not easy? Then sit under a durian tree. When a durian falls, maybe it'll knock some sense into you." That's true enlightenment. Xiaoyu was taken aback for a moment, then pouted and smiled, more like getting your head cracked open. Xiaoyang shifted sideways, finding a more comfortable position. Otherwise, should I contact Dad for you? Let him lend a hand? No, his job is way more important than mine. Besides, if I keep running to Dad whenever something happens, when will I ever learn to solve problems on my own? Xiaoyu seemed to have thought of something and suddenly changed the subject. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, what brings you to Tiannan when you should be in school? I came for training with the provincial team. I'm preparing to compete in this year's National Youth Athletics Championships. You, competing in track and field, and training with the provincial team? Xiaoyang nodded. Yeah, I'm competing. Is there something strange about that? That's totally not normal, okay? What athletic ability do you even have? Come on, sis, you're really looking down on me. They say you should view a man with newfound respect after 3 days apart. We haven't seen each other for months. How could you possibly know I don't have athletic talent? Want me to send you my first place sports day photo as proof? Seeing Xiaoyang wasn't joking, Xiaoyu looked ahead with a laugh and asked, really? Guaranteed real. Being a sports student is certainly one path. Keep working hard and give it your all. Xiaoyu turned the steering wheel. Come on, let me treat you to something delicious today. The car pulled into the parking spot, and the two walked into the restaurant chatting and laughing. They ordered several specialty dishes. After eating and drinking their fill, Xiaoyu stood up and headed to the checkout counter. Table 88, the check please. With that, she picked up her crossbody bag. The cashier said politely, the gentleman just now has already paid. Paid already? Xiaoyu turned to look at Xiaoyang, who was packing up. Ah, thank you. After leaving the restaurant, Xiaobia said somewhat unhappily, why did you pay when we could have saved the money? I'll transfer it back to you later. It's fine, it was less than 200 yuan. No big deal. What do you mean no big deal? You're still a student, you can't be so reckless with money. Besides, you should budget carefully with the allowance mom and dad give you. Xiaoyang climbed into the passenger seat. It wasn't from my parents. This money is my own. Xiaoyu froze momentarily. Your own? Were you doing work study in high school? What work study? Xiaoyang pinched his thumb against his index finger. I just casually wrote a sci-fi story online and earned a little money. Xiaoyu shook her head and started the car. Xiaoyu lived in a rented 2-bedroom apartment. It was spotlessly clean and tidy, with simple furnishings. You'll sleep next door tonight, there's bedding in there. Xiaoyu pointed in a direction before sitting down at the computer desk in the living room and pulling out her notebook to frown over a difficult problem. Xiaoyang gave an acknowledging "oh" and headed towards the guest bedroom in the direction Xiaoyu had indicated earlier. The room wasn't large. Xiaoyang then pulled out bedding from the closet and lay down on the bed to play with his phone. He glanced at the time, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Xiaoyang stood up, ready to wash his face before going to bed. When he reached the bathroom, he noticed the living room light was still on. Looking sideways, he saw Xiaoyu had already fallen asleep with her head resting on the table. During this critical period, stuck with challenging problems, the pressure weighing on her as the company's boss was immense. She'd even worked late into the night yesterday. Despite knowing mathematics wasn't her major, she still spent the day crunching numbers on her computer, hoping for a breakthrough. The prolonged mental exertion overwhelmed her with drowsiness until she finally succumbed, collapsing asleep at her desk. Xiaoyang walked over and gently nudged his older sister's arm. Elder sister? Xiaoyu showed no reaction whatsoever. The weather was turning colder now. If she caught a cold, that would be bad. Xiaoyang patted her arm again. Big sister? This time, Xiaoyu let out a soft moan and drowsily opened her bleary eyes. She shook her head slightly. Did I fall asleep? As she spoke, she let out a yawn. Xiaoyang shook his head helplessly. If you're tired, go rest early. Don't catch a cold sleeping here. Xiaoyu was indeed exhausted, so much so that she could barely keep her eyes open. She stood up and stumbled toward the bedroom. Fearing his elder sister might fall, Xiaoyang quickly followed closely behind, careful not to let her trip. Xiaoyu yawned once again and patted her mouth. Saying goodnight, Xiaoyang casually turned off the lights and closed the door behind him as he left. Starting a business is tough. Shaking his head, Xiaoyang walked to the living room, ready to turn off the lights before going to bed. The lights were off, but the laptop screen remained bright. He walked over, placed a hand on the laptop and glanced at it. Displayed on the screen was precisely the thorny problem the entire team had encountered. Adjusting the laptop to face him squarely, he hastily skimmed through the content. Xiaoyang stroked his chin. It's not that difficult, is it? Why is everyone struggling so hard? Chapter 68, Puzzle Solved, Everyone Stunned. He'd clearly seen Xiaoyu's exhausted state today. Though he knew entrepreneurship was tough, watching his eldest sister endure such hardship and tremendous pressure made him feel he ought to do something. Besides, this isn't really a difficult problem for him to solve. Xiaoyang then sat down at the computer desk and carefully examined the unfinished algorithm left by Xiaoyu. The approach is completely off track. Sister, did you get yourself a fake degree or something? Shaking his head with a wry smile and muttering to himself, he proceeded to delete Xiaoyu's entire unfinished algorithm. Then he started working busily in front of the computer. This algorithm required calculating each result one by one, then linking them together. He worked straight through until about 3 o'clock in the morning. Only when Xiao Yang felt overwhelming drowsiness did he finally save his work and return to his room to sleep. Dawn. Xiaoyu casually turned off her phone alarm. Frowning slightly as she turned, she suddenly sat bolt upright. She grabbed her phone and checked the time. 7:30 in the morning. Ah, another day. Xiaoyu knocked on Xiao Yang's door. Third brother? Receiving no response, she pushed it open a crack, then promptly retreated with a blush. She muttered softly, that silly kid, doesn't he even cover himself with a blanket when sleeping? Xiaoyu came to the living room, left a note, then picked up the notebook on the table and walked out. She first made a round at the company before driving to the technology park. In the laboratory, 6 people gathered around a computer, each voicing their opinions and presenting new ideas they had come up with the previous night. Xiaoyu walked in and placed the notebook on the table. Any progress so far? Du Tao waved his hand dismissively. What progress could we possibly make in just one night? We did come up with some new ideas, but none of them worked after we tried them out. Xiaoyu's gaze dimmed. Yeah, what progress could there be in just one night? She shook her head slightly in resignation, letting out a long sigh. If there's really no other way, then we'll have to get help from foreign teams. You guys contact them. I'll find the money as soon as possible. $100,000. For Xiaoyu at this moment, it was an exorbitant sum she simply couldn't afford. But for now, there's no better way. She has to ask for help. She gritted her teeth slightly. If all else fails, she could take out a bank loan, and if even that doesn't work, then, for this project, she had already poured in too much effort and money. She absolutely couldn't give up at this critical moment, even if she had to pay a price. Zhao Shanshan tapped her keyboard in frustration. My computer keeps freezing today. I'll call a technician to take a look later. Xiaoyu nodded and sat down beside Zhao Shanshan. Alright, I'll make the call right away. As she spoke, she took out her phone and started contacting a computer repair service. Zhao Shanshan smiled and said, I have an idea, let me borrow your laptop. Xiaoyu placed the phone to her ear and nodded at Zhao Shanshan. Hello, is this technician Liu? Yes, I'm calling from the tech park. I have a computer. Zhao Shanshan opened the laptop and glanced at the others while it booted up. They were all scratching their heads in front of their computers. Zhao Shanshan gave a slight shake of her head and sighed. Ah, it's too difficult. After finishing her phone call, Xiaoyu sat back in her seat, lost in thought. Her mind was consumed with endless possibilities. The more I thought about it, the more tangled it became, until a dull ache started pulsing in my head. Yuejia, where's the executable file? I can't seem to find it. Xiaoyu snapped back to attention. Third row, 6th file on the desktop. There, this one. Zhao Shanshan immediately opened the file, fingers poised over the keyboard ready to work. When the file fully opened, she froze for a moment. Upon closer inspection, she noticed many of the equations appeared to have already been solved, complete with verification processes. Must be seeing things. Zhao Shanshan rubbed her eyes and looked back at the laptop screen. Her mouth opened wider as her eyes scanned the screen. Even a strange gurgling sound escaped her throat. Nearby, Xiaoyu seemed to notice Zhao Shanshan's odd behavior and asked, What's wrong? Zhao Shanshan's mind was in complete turmoil. She suddenly slammed the table. So that's how it works. Zhao Shanshan had always been a quiet girl, so her unexpected outburst left everyone present utterly bewildered. The others quickly gathered around her. What's wrong? Are you okay? Are you under too much stress? Should we ask Sister Yu to give you a couple days off? Xiaoyu also stared at Zhao Shanshan with a tense expression. At this critical moment, the odds were already slim if someone were to take time off now. Zhao Shanshan suddenly turned around and placed both hands on Xiaoyu's shoulders. Wow, Sister Yu, you've been hiding quite a lot from us. Hiding? What exactly have I been hiding? Xiaoyu was completely bewildered. The surrounding crowd asked curiously, What's wrong with you? Say something. Zhao Shanshan pointed at the laptop screen. Look at these formula algorithms. Formula algorithms? What, can the computer calculate them directly? They immediately turned their gaze to the laptop screen. Within just a few seconds, these experts detected something unusual. Most of it already had algorithms and formulas, completely deciphered, leaving only a small portion untouched. This couldn't be possible. In just one day, over half of those incredibly difficult problems that had plagued them for a week were solved. Du Tao took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and put them back on. Then he turned around, opened another computer, and bent over it to begin frenzied calculations. Everyone was watching Du Tao. After about 10 minutes, Du Tao let out a long sigh and said, Absolutely correct. President Xiao, have you cracked the algorithm? Xiao Yu's eyes were full of confusion. Absolutely correct? Solved? It was indeed solved, after all. Du Tao had verified one of the formulas, and it matched perfectly. Gao Lang gazed at the complex formulas on the notebook and exclaimed with sincere admiration, this problem that nobody could solve for so many days, only President Xiao could crack it. Zhao Shanshan also beamed with joy. Sister Yu, how did you do it? Come on, tell us, how did you do it? Xiao Yu, already confused, grew even more bewildered. I calculated for hours yesterday before finally being too exhausted to continue and went to bed to sleep. Could it be that my laptop suddenly gained consciousness and continued the calculations on its own? Xiao Yu's mind began to wander wildly. Suddenly, she recalled a detail from yesterday. She seemed to have forgotten to turn off the computer before going to sleep. At home, besides herself, there was only her younger brother Xiao Yang. Could it be that Xiao Yang had solved these difficult problems for her while she was asleep? Impossible. Xiao Yang was just a high school student, and as his elder sister, she knew exactly what his abilities were. Xiao Yu froze for a long moment before numbly saying, this wasn't calculated by me. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Du Tao joked, if it wasn't you who calculated it, could it possibly have been solved by that little brother you brought along yesterday? Chapter 69, was it really solved by your brother? Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they heard Du Tao say that. They all knew it was just a joke. Gao Ling stroked his chin. Did President Xiao hire a team last night? Xiao Yu shook her head again and said firmly, if I'd hired a team, I would have told you already. These puzzles weren't solved by me, nor was it from assembling a team. The crowd was taken aback. It seems Xiao Yu wasn't joking. Zhao Shanshan couldn't help but ask, so who actually cracked it? Your father? Everyone knew Xiao Yu had a father who was a prestigious academician. Since most of it had already been decoded now, people naturally assumed Xiao Yu had sought help from Xiao Rongxing. Xiao Yu shook her head. Right now, her mind was also a tangled mess. Did Xiao Yang ask their dad for help last night? That seemed unlikely. When their father got busy with work, he'd forget to eat and sleep, so how could he have solved most of it overnight? But if it wasn't, then who could it be? The only person who could have accessed her notebook was Xiao Yang. Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel some doubt and suspicion growing in her heart. Could it really have been him? Just then, Du Tao interrupted her conjecture. Whoever solved those puzzles, we should focus on applying formulas to the remaining ones now, then see if we can connect them all. Ultimately, it's about the sample. Everyone nodded hastily. Du Tao's right. There's still a small portion left unsolved. We should tackle that first, someone said. Xiao Yu shook off the chaotic thoughts in her mind. Okay, let's begin. Immediately, Du Tao and the others got busy. Xiao Yu's previously tense nerves began to relax slightly. Since there wasn't much going on at the company anyway, she started helping the team with the analysis. With the previous formula in hand, everyone quickly became energized. However, this excitement didn't last too long. Soon, frowns deepened on everyone's faces. Du Tao shook his head helplessly, letting out a bitter laugh as he turned to look at Xiao Yu. We can still apply the previous equations to these earlier parts, but this subsequent section involves new formulas, and we're stuck. It wasn't that these highly specialized experts were useless, they simply hadn't had enough time to thoroughly comprehend the underlying principles. For now, they could only follow existing patterns, leaving them utterly perplexed when faced with new challenges. Just when they finally made a breakthrough, their elation lasted less than an hour before they hit another roadblock. A wave of helplessness washed over Xiao Yu's heart. It's too difficult. Seeing the obvious change in Xiao Yu's expression, Du Tao tried to console her. Don't worry yet. We're just temporarily stuck. Give us half a month to thoroughly understand it, after which we'll definitely crack it for real. Xiao Yu, half a month? That'd be far too late by then. With time pressing so urgently, how could she possibly wait half a month? She lowered her head to glance at the phone in her hand. You all try it first. I'm going out to make a call. Xiao Yang rubbed his eyes and sat up from the bed. After working late until 3 in the morning the previous night, even after 7 hours of sleep, he still felt quite uncomfortable upon waking. I'm just not cut out for staying up late. Xiao Yang shook his head slightly, then pulled up the sign-in panel. Reputation bonus card obtained. Yet another reputation booster card. Xiao Yang knew full well the ingenious uses of such items. Dressed and stepping into the living room, I immediately spotted the note my sister had left on the table. A 100 yuan bill was neatly tucked beneath the note. Get yourself something to eat when you're up, or you can come find me at the lab. Xiao Yang tossed the note into the trash and picked up the bill, examining it briefly. Left casually on the table. Big sis is already struggling financially, how could I possibly spend her money? After washing up, Xiao Yang stepped outside. The sun was high and rather hot, so Xiao Yang naturally had no intention of wandering around aimlessly. After filling my stomach, I bought a drink with the intention of finding a place to rest for a while, when suddenly my phone rang. Pulling it out, I saw that the call was from Xiao Yu. Hey, sis, what's up? Worried about me? Xiao Yu paused for a moment. You little brat, tell me the truth, did you mess with my computer? Xiao Yang sat on the bench, holding the phone between his shoulder and ear while unscrewing the bottle cap with both hands. She's moving, he said. He seemed to hear the breathing on the other end of the line quicken slightly. That algorithm formula up there, does it have anything to do with you? Xiaoyang took the phone in his hand, took a small sip of his drink, then replied leisurely, you look like you were struggling too hard, I couldn't bear to watch, just gave you a little help, no need to thank me. When you secure financing and get your factory going someday, just treat me to a big meal. Across from him, Xiaoyu's heart was in tumult. Hearing Xiaoyang admit it with his own words completely overwhelmed Xiaoyu with shock. She had imagined countless possibilities, even going so far as to consider aliens climbing through windows. Yet the most unbelievable scenario turned out to be the correct answer. She even felt the image of her younger brother that had been ingrained in her mind for over a decade was beginning to blur. Hearing no response from the other end for a long while, Xiaoyang pulled his phone before his eyes to check. The call wasn't disconnected either. Ha! Did Big Sis's brain freeze? Are you okay? At last, a response came through the phone. Yang, come to my lab right now. Her voice was uncharacteristically gentle. Xiaoyang froze in momentary surprise. Why was his normally stern elder sister speaking with such softness? It gave me goosebumps, seriously. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyang tilted his head back and took a big gulp of his drink before standing up and walking to the roadside. He hailed a taxi and gave the driver the address of the laboratory. Xiaoyu kept glancing toward the door from time to time, practically staring holes through it with anticipation. Zhao Shanshan teased from the side, Sister Yu, who's coming over? Why are you in such a hurry? Am I, in a hurry? It's written all over your face. Xiaoyu rubbed her fair forehead. My younger brother. I just called him, he should be here soon. Zhao Shanshan smiled and said, oh, that handsome guy from yesterday. If he's coming, just let him come. No need to be in such a hurry. Xiaoyu took a deep breath and said, actually, it was him who cracked the laptop. Ha! Zhao Shanshan wore an expression of disbelief. Moonsis, didn't you say your brother was just a high school senior? Zhao Shanshan shook her head slightly. You're joking with me, right? Who says he isn't a student? But the problem is, I just called and confirmed it was indeed solved by him. Xiaoyu glanced toward the door. When have I ever joked with you? Indeed, Xiaoyu had never joked with these people before. Zhao Shanshan's face grew even more doubtful. You mean, it was really your younger brother who solved it? Du Tao nearby also slightly shook his head. How could a senior high school student solve a problem that even their top experts were helpless against? Chapter 70, it's him, it's definitely him. Xiaoyu nodded slightly. Though she didn't continue speaking, her gesture clearly confirmed it was him. Cold and aloof, Gao Ling smoothed his curly hair. Isn't he almost here? We'll know when he arrives. Indeed, whether he was the one who solved it would become clear once he arrived. Just as silence fell, Xiaoyu glanced sideways toward the outside. With a tone of pleasant surprise, she said, he's here. Turning to look, they saw Xiaoyang walking into the small courtyard, carrying a bottle of drink. As he pushed the door open and stepped inside, he noticed everyone's expressions seemed a bit peculiar. Xiaoyang raised his hand to touch his own cheek. Is something wrong? Why is everyone looking at me like this? Xiaoyu stepped forward and grabbed Xiaoyang's arm tightly, as if afraid he might run away. You brat, with so many people watching, tell me the truth, was it you who cracked the code in my notebook? Is that it? Xiaoyang tossed the bottle in his hand into the trash bin. And here I thought it was something serious, those problems. I was just bored last night, so I casually cracked them. Casually cracked them? Gotta admit, that's some top-tier showboating. Everyone's expressions grew even more complicated. Is it really him? No way, right? Du Tao adjusted his glasses frame and voiced the doubt he'd been holding in for a long time. Wasn't he a senior high school student? Not just any senior high school student, but the kind who wasn't exactly excelling academically. A high school senior could casually solve a problem that had stumped 7 of them for days? Being skeptical would be the normal reaction. Xiaoyu cleared her throat and said, Yang, we still have some left here. Why don't you give it a try? Their eyes lit up. Here was a ready-made challenge. Whether her younger brother could solve it would be immediately apparent. Xiaoyang let out a sound of acknowledgement and glanced at the group. If I recall correctly, most of them have already been cracked, right? The remaining few shouldn't be too difficult for you guys. The faces of the group instantly turned bright red. His words hit a bit too close to home. Zhao Shanshan said grudgingly, let's talk about this later. For now, let's focus on solving those last 2. Want to talk later? More like too embarrassed to say. Xiaoyang didn't pry further, merely smiling slightly. No problem, this won't take much time anyway, right? Won't take much time. Xiaoyang glanced around before his gaze finally settled on Xiaoyu's notebook. The notebook isn't bad. I'll work here. Zhao Shanshan quickly moved aside. Have a seat. Xiaoyang expressed his thanks and sat down before the notebook. Xiaoyang looked at the problem bothering them, calculations already unfolding in his mind. After about a few minutes, his eyes lit up. Got it. Then, his fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard like flying swords. The calculations promptly appeared on the notebook screen. Soon, various equations had filled the screen. 7 people stood in a circle, each with an expression of sudden realization on their faces. So that's how it is. Why hadn't I thought of that? Xiao Yang hit the enter key. The algorithm had passed verification flawlessly. Enough. He immediately stood up and turned to look. 7 people, each face filled with astonishment. It was really solved. The problem that had troubled these top-tier experts for days without any progress was effortlessly resolved by a mere high school senior. They witnessed with their own eyes as he solved the final problem effortlessly. It took him no more than half an hour. Mathematics is an absolutely rigorous discipline, which means, this young man's mathematical prowess is unfathomable. But one thing is certain, he's undoubtedly leaps and bounds ahead of all these PhDs and master's degree holders present. The group had gone from disbelief to absolute shock in that moment. It felt like, the revelation that Earth's savior was actually some meme-loving grade schooler, that kind of mind-blowing absurdity. Xiao Yu especially transformed her astonishment into pure delight, her face now radiant with smiles. She even marveled at how drastically her emotions had swung these past few days. From yesterday's despair to seeing the dawn today, and now the joy of having the problem completely resolved. The roller coaster of life couldn't be more thrilling. Zhao Shanshan turned her stiff neck to look at Xiao Yu. Sister Yu, are you sure your brother is just a high school senior? The others all nodded in unison, their eyes fixed on Xiao Yu. They hoped to glean some desired information from each other's words. For example, actually, my younger brother is a gifted student and has already been accepted by a prestigious university. In that case, they might feel they could at least save some face. Xiao Yu glanced at Xiao Yang and said with a smile, he's just a regular high school senior, no doubt about it. Everyone let out a bitter laugh, their faces burning with embarrassment. They actually couldn't compare to a high school senior. Zhao Shanshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiao Yang, how did you do it? These problems have stumped us for over a week. How did you do it? How should I respond to this? Xiao Yang lowered his head slightly, maybe just a little bit of talent. Just, a little. Those 2 words were used so perfectly. If this only counts as some talent, then those top students truly have none at all. Too modest. Du Tao gave Xiao Yang a long look before turning to the others and saying, alright, the most difficult part has been solved. Let's move on to the remaining issues. Xiao Yu's face was practically blooming with joy. The problem is solved. In a few days, the prototype will definitely be ready, and securing investment will follow naturally. Come outside with me. With that, Xiao Ye took her brother's hand and led him out the door. She studied Xiao Yang carefully. The younger brother was still the same brother, but somehow he seemed more spirited now. Third brother, tell me honestly, how did you do it? Just a few months ago, his grades had been disastrous, yet now he could solve problems that left their 7 top students completely stumped. Xiao Yang tilted his head. Are you my sister or my mom? Why should I tell you? Just be secretly happy I helped you crack it. Xiao Yu's eyebrows shot up, her fury practically making her hair stand on end. You little brat. Xiao Yang chuckled darkly. If you want to throw hands, you'd better think twice. This was no longer the little brother she could push around like in the old days. Having an embarrassing scene in the lab, and being seen by others. Xiao Yu snorted, fine, keep it to yourself. I don't even want to know. Xiao Yang checked the time, it's almost noon. Want to go out for lunch? She waved him off. You go ahead. I've already ordered takeout, just a quick bite. I still have samples to deal with and can't get away right now. Xiao Yang shrugged, then I'll go by myself. By the time he reached the main gate, he could hear Xiao Yu's voice. Thanks. Turning his head, he saw Xiao Yu had already entered the house. Xiao Yang shouted, what did you say? I didn't hear you. Watching Xiao Yu approach, Zhao Shanshan quickly asked, what's the deal with that younger brother of yours anyway? Chapter 71 Driving Mastery. Xiao Yu glanced at the other party and said with a smile, what background? Just an ordinary high school senior. Zhao Shanshan shook her head repeatedly. Are high school seniors all this capable nowadays? Just after graduating, I already feel like being washed ashore by the rising tide. As if remembering something, she quickly followed up. Shouldn't high school seniors be attending classes day and night right now? How did he end up all the way here in Tiannan? Xiao Yu opened her notebook and said, the provincial sports team seems to have him in special training. Raising an eyebrow, why are you suddenly so interested in my brother? Zhao Shanshan, just curious, thought I'd ask. Zhao Shanshan cracked her fingers, a math genius who also made it to the provincial sports team. Your little brother is really something special. Xiao Yu was taken aback. Thinking about it this way, it really wasn't something simple. Provincial sports teams are government-affiliated institutions, yet they specifically invited a high school student for special training. This meant her younger brother had athletic talent, extraordinary athletic talent at that. Xiao Yu glanced at Zhao Shanshan and smiled slyly. You're asking so many details, is there some ulterior motive behind your questions? Zhao Shanshan covered her forehead with an exasperated expression. Even though your younger brother is handsome and capable, he's just a student. What ulterior motive could I possibly have? Xiao Yang wandered aimlessly outside, utterly bored. There weren't many places to have fun in Tiannan, and those few were quite far apart, making them inconvenient. Thinking about getting a car for fun? If you want a car, you'll need a driver's license first. Glancing at the driving school nearby, Xiao Yang walked straight in without hesitation. A young woman in her 20s approached and gave Xiao Yang a quick once-over. Most people taking driver's license exams at this age are either college students or fresh graduates just entering society. Interested in getting your license? We're currently running a 20% discount, just 3,800 yuan for the full package. Covers all instruction until you pass, absolutely no hidden fees. After delivering this scripted pitch, he fixed his gaze intently on Xiao Yang, awaiting a response. Xiao Yang sized him up carefully. Through the glass of the inner room, a large training ground could be seen, where several students were practicing driving. There were quite a few students, all in an orderly manner, suggesting that this driving school had earned a good reputation. Xiao Yang turned around and nodded to the girl, saying, "I've already gone through the test database several times while at home. If I register now, how soon can I take the first subject exam?" The fastest would be about a week. You'll need to submit your documents, have your fingerprints taken, and there's also a day of theory class and a medical checkup. These are all necessary steps, with no shortcuts to speak of. Xiao Yang pondered for a while. Tomorrow, he would be heading to the provincial team's training gym, where this training session would last about half a month. The 2 weeks of intensive training promised to be unimaginably monotonous and tedious. This period would be perfect for incidentally getting a driver's license, a good way to pass the time. With this thought, Xiao Yang said straightforwardly, "Alright, shall we pay?" The girl was overjoyed. "Give me your ID, I'll make a copy. Also, fill out this form." After speaking, she walked to the counter and handed a form to Xiao Yang. After paying the fee, Xiao Yang sat in the reception area filling out forms. "Keep your ID card safe. Also, here's the driver's exam guide question bank that's given to every new student. All the test questions are in here." After discussing some details and exchanging contact information, Xiao Yang left the driving school. Xiaoyu smiled more today than she had in years. The 6 researchers were highly motivated, completing over half of the program's work within a single day. At this pace, they could produce a sample within 3 days at most. Once that's done, applying for patents and securing investments would proceed as smoothly as flowing water, paving the way for expansion and success. For safety reasons, she had even contacted a security company. In the coming days, personnel from the security firm would patrol this small laboratory around the clock. Xiaoyu checked the time and smiled at the still busy team of 6, saying, "Alright, everyone must be tired today. Let's wrap up early and get some rest." The 6 of them halted their current tasks. After the crowd dispersed, Xiaodia waited for the security personnel to arrive while dialing Xiao Yang's number. "Third brother, still out and about?" "Yes, just waiting for someone to take over here, then we'll head back. Big sis is treating you to a good meal today. Come on over." By the time Xiao Yang arrived at the laboratory, Xiaoyu had already finished speaking with 2 security personnel. "Thank you both for your trouble." The siblings then walked out of the courtyard together. Turning his head to glance at the security guards, Xiao Yang said with a smile, "I was gone for just 1 afternoon, and you've already arranged security patrols." Xiaoyu pulled out her car keys. "Better safe than sorry. We're finally at the most crucial stage, we can't afford any mistakes now. If our commercial secrets were really leaked and someone stole the data, we'd regret it with nowhere to turn." As expected of someone seasoned by life's trials, the mindset of guarding against others is indeed essential. Xiao Yang nodded in deep agreement. "Big sis is absolutely right. I feel like I've learned something new just by following your lead." Xiaoyu opened the car door, chuckling, "You little rascal. The all-you-can-eat seafood buffet is perfect except for the crowd." Xiao Yang watched as the abalones were snatched up instantly nearby, then turned to Xiaoyu and said, "The food's great, but we were just a tad too slow." Xiaoyu smiled wryly, "Money's tight right now. In a while, big sister will take you to a fancy restaurant." Xiao Yang chewed on a sea cucumber. "Don't care what I eat, I'm not picky at all. By the way, I'm reporting to the provincial team tomorrow." Xiaoyu tucked a strand of long hair behind her ear. "Shall I take you there in the morning?" "No need, you go about your business. Does the provincial team provide dorms? Should I keep a key for you?" "Check in." The icon eventually transformed into a steering wheel. Acquired basic driving proficiency. "I just enrolled in a driving school yesterday, and today I've gained driving mastery." Sometimes one has to admit the attendance system is truly impressive. Xiao Yang casually glanced at his reputation points. Just the day before yesterday it was 33,000, but now it's 41,000. In just over 2 days, his reputation points had increased by 8,000. After joining the provincial team, there was half a month of intensive training, followed by the National Youth Games. Currently, my best sprint time is only 10.25 seconds, barely reaching the level of an international master athlete. While this performance is considered top tier within the province, it's far from outstanding on a national level. To truly stand out, the intermediate sprinting ability must be upgraded to advanced level. To advance from intermediate to advanced level requires 100,000 reputation points. Currently, I already have 41,000 reputation points, meaning I still need 59,000 more. The daily reputation gains from the 3-body problem are sharply decreasing. It's uncertain whether I can reach 100,000 within half a month. In other words, if there's an opportunity, I'll need to find ways to boost my reputation points. Xiao Yang sat up from the bed, shaking his head. Reputation points, reputation points. How can I obtain you? Chapter 72, Provincial Gymnasium. After grabbing a simple breakfast, I sent Xiaoye a text message to let her know I was heading to the gym. Then I contacted Coach Wu Feiyue. After hanging up, I immediately hailed a taxi and went straight to the gym. Right next to the gym is Tiannan Foreign Language Institute. Stepping out of the taxi, I immediately spotted Coach Wu Feiyue standing there waiting. Wu Feiyue hurried over as soon as he spotted Xiao Yang. Why didn't you call ahead? I could have arranged for someone to pick you up straight from Jiangcheng. What pampering? Nothing to say. Xiao Yang said with a smile, my sister's in Tiannan. I went to visit her for a couple of days. Let's not keep chatting while standing. Come on, let's go inside. With that, he pulled Xiao Yang into the gym. The entrance to the gymnasium opened into a reception hall, where a sharp-eyed security guard in uniform stared at Xiao Yang for a few moments, seemingly memorizing his appearance. At the front desk, there was another staff member responsible for reception. Wu Feiyue stood close to Xiao Yang's shoulder, introducing in a low voice. This gymnasium is a specialized training base. There are 32 athletes here, along with some coaches. Normally, we train twice a day for about 6 hours. But since the youth games are approaching, plus the special training, we'll add 2 more hours of practice. You're allowed 2 days off per month. Of course, it's just half a month, you'll push through it, and by the end, you'll be completely transformed. Wu Feiyue pointed in the east direction. That's the athletes' cafeteria over there. As for the meals, they emphasize nutritional balance. He coughed slightly, lowering his already quiet voice further. Top-performing seed players usually have dedicated nutritionists. Work hard, and I'll arrange one for you. Wu Feiyue genuinely believed in Xiao Yang's potential. So much so that he was willing to pull strings to secure a dedicated nutritionist for Xiao Yang. This moved Xia Yang quite a bit. Old Wu, not bad, a buddy worth having. After introducing several other matters, Wu Feiyue asked, are you going back to stay at your sister's place? Is it far? It's in the technology park area. Wu Feiyue thought for a moment and said, it's quite a distance, and going back and forth would be a hassle. Better to stay here. It's a single room with air conditioning and all the conveniences you need. After saying this, Wu Feiyue shook his head and sighed. If only you had joined the formal roster, you'd have a salary and benefits. Staying here, life would be perfect every day. Xiao Yang smiled but remained silent. The athletes' dormitory was right next to the stadium. Xiao Yang pushed the door open and looked around. The room was bright and spacious, equipped with basic appliances like a water dispenser, air conditioner, and TV. There were even a few potted plants, making the space anything but dull. The environment isn't bad, right? Someone cleans every day. In short, just focus on training, everything else is taken care of. Xiao Yang nodded and placed the clothes in his hand along with the driving school book on the bed. Lao Wu glanced at the book's cover. What? Are you planning to get a driver's license too? Yeah, I enrolled yesterday, should be able to take the theory test in a few days. Stop joking, we follow formal training procedures. Don't we still have vacation days? Old Wu was immediately speechless. He himself had just mentioned there were 2 days off each month. Xiao Yang stroked his chin and said, 2 days off a month, how about I take 1 day off every 2 weeks? That seems fair enough. Wu Feiyue. Damn it sounds reasonable, but why does it feel off somehow? You're in special training. Xiao Yang adjusted the bedsheets. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Coach Wu, I need rest too. Coming here is just to learn some techniques to enhance my physical abilities. After all, I bring my own skills. Wu Feiyue instantly felt at a loss for words. One really couldn't argue against such a reasonable request, could they? After tidying up the bed, Xiao Yang stood up and asked, do I need to go out and buy training clothes? Wu Feiyue waved his hand. No need, we have team uniforms here. As for shoes, they're extremely important for us sprinters. This afternoon, I'll have a professional shoemaker come over to custom make running shoes for you. Running shoes are the only useful equipment for sprinting, and they require extreme attention to detail. Xiao Yang sincerely marveled. Provincial sports teams really do provide comprehensive treatment and benefits. Wu Feiyue raised his eyebrows and rubbed his hands together. How about I get you an official staff position? Damn, this is unforgettable. Xiao Yang quickly said, no rush with that. By the way, when do we start training? Wu Feiyue suddenly jolted awake. I got so caught up talking with you, there are athletes waiting on the field. Come on, I'll take you to the training ground. The training ground was an open area without surrounding walls, offering a clear view of the basketball and football fields at Tiannan Foreign Languages University. There was no one around at this time though. On the training ground, several athletes were stretching while chatting with each other. Xiaoyang followed old Wu's steps and asked, Coach Wu, aren't we supposed to train indoors? We usually train outdoors. Only when the weather's bad do we move indoors. It's easier to get distracted indoors. Distracted? Why still getting distracted? Wu Feiyue glanced at those athletes and whispered, right next to us indoors are the women's swimming and table tennis teams. Need I say more? Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle. Athletes are full of vigor, and in that kind of environment, it's indeed easy to get distracted. But those who practice table tennis, the design is somewhat flawed. The designer probably didn't account for dividing athletes into two types up front. Wu Feiyue walked up to the group and reached out to give them a few pats. After capturing everyone's attention, he finally said, Come, let me introduce everyone. This is Xiaoyang, here for the special training session. Wu Feiyue pointed at a young man with wheat-colored skin. His name is Yu Hanhai. Like you, he's a top sprinter in the 100-meter and 200-meter events. And this is Feng Qi, specializing in the 400-meter and 800-meter races. He ranked third in last year's National University Games and was just a step away from qualifying for the World University Games. What a shame, he said, gesturing toward a slightly shorter young man who stood around 1.72 to 1.73 meters tall. The National University Games is essentially the national collegiate sports competition. Winning third place in the National Collegiate Games truly proves he's got real skills. The remaining members include sprinters, long-distance runners, and hurdlers, though none are top-tier athletes. Of course, this is just a provincial team after all, without even third-string substitutes or the like. After making introductions, Wu Feiyue had the team resume training while privately calling Xiaoyang aside. Let's start simple on your first day, stretch out those lazy muscles. Sprinting places extremely high demands on leg explosive power. Xiaoyang's first training session consisted of coordination exercises, sprint running, and bounding runs. Since Wu Feiyue's requirements weren't excessive, Xiaoyang managed to cope quite well. Chapter 73, The Gymnasium Routine. I arrived a bit late, so we only practiced for nearly 2 hours before noon arrived. The sun had already become quite scorching. Xiaoyang was already drenched in sweat from the continuous exercise. Wu Feiyue glanced at his wristwatch and said, Alright, morning training is over. We'll continue after the afternoon break. Everyone, go grab some lunch. Xiaoyang heaved a deep sigh of relief. Wu Feiyue turned his head and said in a low voice, I've already applied for a nutritionist for you. Let's make do with the cafeteria today, and tomorrow the nutritionist will prepare specialized meals for you. Such treatment. Xiaoyang had no reason to refuse. The two then headed toward the athletes' dining hall. I didn't notice many people at the provincial sports stadium all morning, but as soon as I entered the cafeteria, the crowd was undeniable. Among them were quite a few women, including several fresh-faced beauties. They say divers tend to have radiant beauty from long exposure to water, so those must be them. After stealing a few glances at the beauties, Xiaoyang quickly redirected his attention to the food. The restaurant operated on a buffet system where athletes could eat freely, though they had to be mindful of portion sizes. The coaches dined in the adjacent room, separated by transparent glass panels, yet still able to observe the spread available to the athletes. Xiaoyang glanced over and noticed the coaches' dining area was far less impressive. Compared to the abundant variety on the athletes' side, their meal options appeared rather monotonous. He filled his plate with a random mix of meat and vegetables before finding a less crowded spot to sit. Before he could start eating, someone sat down across from him. Xiaoyang looked up to see it was Feng Qi, the slightly shorter one. Xiaoyang, you're the one who broke 3 records at the high school sports meet, right? Xiaoyang nodded and said, just got lucky. Performed better than usual. Feng Qi smiled faintly. Come on, in sports there's no such thing as luck. Strong is strong, no need to be modest. Coach Wu has a razor-sharp eye for talent. He picks them spot on. Unable to contain his curiosity, Feng Qi asked, what was your 100-meter dash time at the high school sports meet? Xiaoyang thought for a moment. 10.25 seconds. Feng Qi gave an acknowledging hum. No wonder. 10.25. That's quite an impressive time. He gestured with his finger toward a spot not far away. Yu Hanhai, the one with that wheatish complexion, his best time in the 100-meter dash was 10.11 seconds, and a few months ago he actually clocked 10.09. 10.09, though the difference is just milliseconds. On the track it can mean several strides ahead. That kind of performance is genuinely impressive. If I upgraded my intermediate sprinting ability, I wonder if I could break the 10-second barrier too. Damn, that's fast. Xiaoyang glanced at Yu Hanhai in the distance before adding, with skills like that, doesn't he have a dedicated nutritionist? Feng Qi was stunned for a moment, then let out a bitter laugh. Nutritionist? Hiring a dedicated nutritionist is an extra expense, more costly than our salaries. Aside from table tennis having one and the swimming team having a dedicated nutritionist, the others don't even dream about it. Xiaoyang was left a little dazed by his words. So having a dedicated nutritionist wasn't a common practice after all. His performance hadn't even matched Yu Hanhai's, yet Coach Wu had gone out of his way to arrange a nutritionist for him. This is really overestimating oneself. Feng Qi seemed extremely talkative and said after taking a few bites, "You're new here, is it because you think us athletes lead very monotonous lives every day? Are athletes' lives not monotonous? Every day, aside from training, there doesn't seem to be anything else to do." Feng Qi shook his head slightly and continued, "We can come and go freely here. Apart from not being able to eat outside food, there are almost no other restrictions. Is it particularly lively here at night?" Feng Qi raised an eyebrow. "Have you forgotten what's next door? Tiannan Foreign Language Institute." He. Just moments ago he was the sunny, cheerful athlete, but when the topic shifted next door, that smile. Staring at the other's sleazy grin, Xiao Yang fell into silence. Feng Qi thought he'd misspoken and hurriedly asked, "Underage?" Xiao Yang smiled, "Over 18 years old. You'll understand the joy in this when you grow up. What's the big deal? Why make it sound so profound?" After dinner, there was a 2-hour break, so Xiao Yang and Feng Qi walked together toward the athletes' dormitory. On the way, they even ran into Yu Hanhai, who was walking a bit slowly. Feng Qi raised his hand in greeting. "Old Yu." Yu Hanhai glanced at Xiao Yang and gave Feng Qi a nod, appearing reserved and taciturn. After exchanging greetings, Yu Hanhai seemed to walk even slower, intentionally putting distance between them. Xiao Yang turned his head to look. "That Yu Hanhai doesn't seem much for conversation, huh?" Feng Qi chuckled and said, "He's just not fond of talking to men, the reserved type. You'll understand once you get to know him better." The reserved type. Athletes may constantly strive to push their limits, but they're still human after all. Xiao Yang returned to his dorm, turned on the air conditioner, and rested for an hour and a half. When he woke up, it was already 2:40 in the afternoon. The sun had tilted westward, and the heat had eased. Now was the perfect time for training. He promptly left the dormitory and headed straight for the training ground. Perhaps he had arrived a bit early, the sports field was still empty, with only a few coaches resting and chatting in the shade of the trees. Wu Feiyue stood up and waved at Xiao Yang when he saw him. Only when Xiao Yang approached did he say to the other coaches, "This is the sprinting prodigy I recruited from Jiangqing High School, Xiao Yang." The coaches were naturally seasoned experts themselves. "His physical condition is indeed excellent, Lao Wu, you've got a keen eye. Alright, no wonder you signed him up for the professional nutrition plan. It really is quite good. Long arms and legs, young man, ever thought of trying table tennis?" Wu Feiyue said with a laugh, "Old Zhao, this is blatant poaching, why don't you go cool off somewhere else? It's such a shame she isn't diving with that figure." A female coach couldn't help but shake her head repeatedly. "There's still room for improvement in this kid's sprinting, don't even think about it." After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Wu Feiyue pulled Xiao Yang aside. "How do you feel after training all morning? Any discomfort?" "Not at all, actually. The training volume couldn't be called insane, but it was certainly not light either." Fortunately, Xiao Yang's morning workouts had paid off to some extent, at least there weren't any signs of difficulty adjusting. Xiao Yang shook his head. "It's fine, still within manageable limits." "That's good. In the afternoon, we'll focus on endurance training. By evening, I'll administer a sprint test to evaluate your performance and identify areas for improvement. Later, I'll tailor a specialized training plan for you." As the two continued their conversation, other athletes began trickling in one after another. The coaches exchanged greetings before going their separate ways. Wu Feiyue waved to the other athletes, signaling them to practice on their own. They had already mastered the necessary techniques. Daily physical training was now the main focus, requiring little supervision. Chapter 74, Going All Out, a New Record. Wu Feiyue's current focus was entirely on Xiao Yang, providing guidance at every step. Even the slightest incorrect movement would prompt him to personally demonstrate the breakdown of each motion. His demonstrations on Xiao Yang showcased a coach's infinite patience to perfection, leaving others gazing with envy. Never had they received such attentive treatment before. Wasn't he called here for special training? Why does he get better treatment than us regular staff? Even his attitude has become so good? The afternoon training went extremely smoothly, and Xiao Yang also benefited greatly from it. From starting techniques to physical conditioning and sprint acceleration, he gained a whole new understanding. Wu Feiyue, who was standing nearby, checked the time. "Take half an hour to rest and do some stretching. I'll give you a test later." After saying that, he walked over to the other athletes. "Yu Hanhai, will be testing the newcomers later. Are you interested?" The tone clearly indicated it was assigned to Yu Hanhai, leaving no room for refusal. He nodded in agreement. As the sprint specialist of the provincial team and a former track and field mainstay, he also wanted to test Xiao Yang's capabilities, just what made this guy so favored by the coach. Old Wu glanced at the others and said, "Don't just stand there watching. Go fetch the electronic timer, and also bring the red ribbon." Xiao Yang casually stretched, his eyes wandering aimlessly. Involuntarily, his gaze turned toward the neighboring campus. Several female college students were chatting and looking around near the fence, though they were too far away to hear what they were saying. One of them waved at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang responded with a smile and a nod. Just then, Wu Feiyue waved at him from a distance and called out, "Come over here." Xiao Yang immediately walked over. "You two will have a test match later, so I can have something to reference." As he spoke, Wu Feiyue pointed at Yu Hanhai standing nearby. A fitness test alongside provincial-level athletes? The opponent was a professional athlete with considerable strength, enough to intimidate any ordinary person, but not Xiao Yang. On the contrary, he was exhilarated. Competing against an athlete clearly superior to him was the perfect way to test his own limits. Yu Hanhai glanced at Xiao Yang with evident disdain in his eyes. As a professional athlete who had competed in major tournaments with outstanding achievements, he naturally wouldn't take a high school student attending special training seriously. Moreover, his girlfriend was watching from the next room. Wu Feiyue checked the electronic timer before addressing both of them. "Take your positions." Xiao Yang stepped onto the track, coming to a halt in lane 3, then began his pre-race routine. Yu Hanhai likewise appeared at ease, lightly tapping his feet. "Ready." At Wu Feiyue's command, both athletes focused into position. The starting pistol fired, and in unison, they launched off the blocks. With his skills and enhanced reaction speed from his super brain, Xiao Yang didn't lag behind at the start. Both accelerated rapidly. For a moment they were actually running neck and neck. Xiao Yang gritted his teeth to maximize his speed, while Yu Hanhai by his side spared no effort to match him. This state continued until the race was halfway through. Wu Feiyue's heart was slightly startled. Xiao Yang was actually able to keep up with Yu Hanhai's pace. After all, Yu Hanhai was a seasoned veteran, extremely experienced in fierce competition. As for Xiao Yang, neither his experience nor physical condition should be at their peak. Didn't he just run 10.25 seconds at the high school sports meet last time? Could he possibly improve in just one day? Yu Hanhai is truly giving it his all. I actually kept pace with a high school student. What kind of elite officer does that make me? With all my might, I somehow managed to pull half a body length ahead of Xiao Yang. But before I could even catch my breath, I noticed Xiao Yang beside me seemed to be giving it his all too. Within moments, we were neck and neck again, though only for an instant before Xiao Yang surged forward with relentless effort, pulling slightly ahead. Seeing the red ribbon just ahead, Yu Hanhai leaned forward, hoping to touch it before Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang didn't back down either. His slightly longer arm reach and small lead gave him enough advantage to win this test. Yu Hanhai seemed to realize this too. In his urgency, he exaggerated his forward lean even more. For a track athlete, this was extremely reckless. But for the sake of his own dignity, Yu Hanhai was clearly prepared to take the risk. Yet his arm still fell short. Xiao Yang swiftly caught the red ribbon, his speed suddenly dropping sharply. Yu Hanhai's grasp closed on empty air, and with his body leaning too far forward, he actually stumbled and fell. Carried by momentum, his entire body slid a considerable distance across the ground. Wu Feiyue blinked. Did Xiao Yang just cross the finish line first? Yes, it was Xiao Yang who led. He still had the red ribbon clutched in his hand. He had only been in special training for a day, yet he already outpaced Yu Hanhai, the sprinting powerhouse. This is unbelievable. He tilted his head slightly to look at the timer. 10.11. Xiao Yang actually ran it in 10.11. At the last provincial games, he had merely run 10.25 seconds, yet in less than a month, he had managed to improve again. Wu Feiyue instantly felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. He had anticipated Xiao Yang's improvement, as during the games, there was room for betterment in everything from his technique and power exertion to his starting stance. But he never expected that after just a single day of special training, the progress would be so tremendous. 10 seconds flat. This result truly justifies the special attention I've given you. Several athletes nearby were silently clicking their tongues in amazement. Holy crap, sprinting is way too competitive these days. A rookie trained for just one day actually outperformed the seasoned veteran. Damn, good thing we're not sprinting. The faces of several female students watching from the schoolyard were extremely complicated, especially one of them in particular. Ajin, your boyfriend has fallen. Ajin also wore a look of anxious concern on her face. A fall could have significant consequences for a sprinter. While mere scrapes wouldn't be problematic, the real worry was, Yu Hanhai struggled to sit up, placing his hands on his knees with an air of utter despondency. His performance today wasn't his best state, but it was certainly good enough, yet he'd still been surpassed by his opponent. He even felt somewhat crestfallen. To be surpassed by a newcomer. Yu Hanhai gave a faint, bitter smile and shook his head slightly. He tried to stand up, but found the pain in his ankle unbearable. He had no choice but to sit back down on the ground and tilt his body to examine his ankle. He noticed signs of swelling. A sprain? Yu Hanhai drew a sharp breath, feeling the pain intensify. Fengqi noticed Yu Hanhai sitting down again and hurried over. Lao Yu, what's wrong? Are you alright? His eyes immediately fell on the swollen ankle. Holy shit, it's swelling so fast. Chapter 75, you know medicine at such a young age? Feng Qi immediately shouted toward the coach in the distance, "Coach Wu, Yu Hanhai is injured." His tone was urgent and his voice extremely loud. "I'm fine, no need to call the coach." Yu Hanhai, who rarely spoke, hurriedly uttered in a low voice when Feng Qi mentioned calling the coach. Feng Qi carefully held his foot. "Fine, it's swollen like a pig's trotter." The others standing nearby quickly crowded around. Seeing the swelling on Yu Hanhai's ankle, everyone became extremely cautious. Because the swelling had appeared alarmingly fast. Could it be dislocated? Quickly carry him to the infirmary. Right, they've got ice packs for cold compresses over there. Xiao Yang tossed the red ribbon in his hand onto the track and quickly strode over. He bent down, examined the other person's ankle, and lightly pressed with his fingers. Yu Hanhai grimaced in pain, shouting, "Don't touch it." Xiao Yang had already formed a rough judgment in his mind. By this time, Wu Feiyue had already come running over. Sports injuries are fairly common among athletes, but it was clear Yu Hanhai's injury was more severe this time. "Let's carry him to the infirmary first." Inside the infirmary stood a cabinet stocked with medications for injuries, bandages, and other supplies. There was also a refrigerator in the corner. On usual days, athletes' cold drinks and mineral water were stored in this refrigerator. One athlete took out a bottle of chilled mineral water and placed it on Yu Hanhai's ankle. Feng Qi rummaged through the medicine cabinet and found some ointment for bruises and sprains. He crouched down and prepared to apply it. Xiao Yang stopped him. "Don't apply blood-activating and stasis-dispelling medicine." Feng Qi froze for a moment. "We always use this medicine for injuries." As athletes, they'd seen plenty of such situations. Whoever got a sprain would use this medicine. If lucky, they'd recover in a week, or at most half a month otherwise. Feng Qi looked to their pillar of strength, the coach. Wu Feiyue remained silent in thought. Yu Hanhai's condition was indeed unusual. The rapid swelling clearly indicated something more severe than a simple sprain. His eyes turned to Xiao Yang, obviously wanting to hear his opinion on the matter. Supporting Yu Hanhai's foot, Xiao Yang pointed at the joint. "This is an acute dislocation. The bone twisted and ruptured some capillaries during movement. Using blood-activating and stasis-dispelling medication won't help, it'll only worsen the condition. The swelling is quite severe now, making it difficult to determine if it's dislocated." Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Xiao Yang's reasoning made sense, and Yu Hanhai's foot did appear to be at a slightly abnormal angle. Wu Feiyue frowned and asked, "Then what should we do?" Xiao Yang pondered for 2 seconds, drawing upon his medical knowledge. "Put the dislocation back in place." Feng Qi looked at his uniformly swollen foot. "Looks like a pig's trotter. How are we supposed to reset this?" Wu Feiyue gave Xiao Yang a long, thoughtful glance. "You know how?" Xiao Yang smiled faintly. "I know a little. Reducing a dislocation shouldn't be a problem." Feng Qi, hold his legs so he doesn't move around. Feng Qi immediately grabbed hold of the knee area. Yu Hanhai's voice trembled slightly. "Does it hurt?" Xiao Yang flashed a bright grin, showing his white teeth. "Does your mouth hurt when others are eating?" Yu Hanhai was taken aback. "Doesn't hurt. Who could have a sore mouth?" "Yeah, it won't hurt." Yu Hanhai felt as though he'd missed something crucial in the conversation, but instinctively relaxed a little upon hearing that it wouldn't hurt. The next second, Xiao Yang clamped his calf, grabbed the other's foot with both hands, and gave a fierce twist. "I don't feel pain," he said. "Holy shit!" Yu Hanhai's entire face contorted in agony as bead-sized drops of sweat visibly emerged and rapidly covered his entire face. The heart-wrenching pain made him feel like even the air was burning hot. "It doesn't hurt, you don't feel any pain. Absolutely nothing wrong at all. Reset complete. Now comes bloodletting to drain the stagnant blood. Recovery will be much faster this way." Bloodletting? Upon hearing those words, Yu Hanhai's face instantly turned deathly pale. "Does it hurt?" Xiao Yang flashed his teeth in another grin. "This really won't hurt." Yu Hanhai grumbled resentfully. "How am I supposed to believe that?" Out of caution, Wu Feiyue suggested, "How about we wait until the ambulance arrives?" Bloodletting, just hearing those 2 words was chilling enough. Yu Hanhai nodded hastily. Xiao Yang immediately said, "Waiting for the ambulance is fine, but if the stagnant blood isn't drained now, your recovery period will definitely extend to over 3 months. A sprain takes 100 days to heal. 3 months. With the youth games just around the corner, waiting 3 months would mean missing the boat entirely. But if we use acupuncture to drain the stagnant blood now, I can responsibly guarantee that with proper rest and recuperation, you'll fully recover in about a month." Xiao Yang looked at Yu Hanhai and then at Wu Feiyue before adding, "The choice is yours to make." His underlying meaning couldn't be clearer. "If you trust me, recovery will take about a month. If you don't, I won't insist. After all, isn't there a saying about tendons and bones needing 100 days to heal? Then you can just wait it out." Wu Feiyue froze for a moment. Acupuncture. Xiao Yang even understands acupuncture. At his age, Wu Feiyue felt there was still considerable risk involved. If it were a licensed Chinese medicine practitioner standing here, he naturally wouldn't have such doubts. But Xiao Yang was still at school just a few days ago. If they didn't let him try, Wu Feiyue felt there was a high probability Yu Hanhai would miss this youth games. After careful consideration, he decided to pass the ball to the person involved. Since Xiao Yang says so, he must have some confidence. As for whether to let him try, that's up to you. Yu Hanhai's heart was filled with particularly tangled emotions. First, there was the indelible pain memory Xiao Yang had just left him. Saying it didn't hurt would be lying, it hurt like a slaughtered pig, cough. Then there was this upcoming youth athletic games. He's been training hard for nearly a year for this sports competition, it would truly be a shame to miss it now. An athlete's career is short, how many years like this does anyone really have? Believe in him. If you don't believe, there's nothing to be done anyway. Yu Hanhai gritted his teeth, tilted his head back, and said, come on. Seeing the other person's devastated appearance, Xiao Yang almost laughed out loud. I just saw a box of silver needles in the corner of the medicine cabinet. Can you get them for me? Feng Qi immediately stood up and actually found a long plastic box in the medicine cabinet. Inside were the silver needles, likely unused for so long that they were covered in a layer of dust. And medical alcohol too. Feng Qi picked up a disinfectant cotton pad to wipe the silver needle case before bringing it over. Xiao Yang reached out to take it and examined one of the silver needles between his fingers. These were fairly common silver needles found on the market, available in 3 sizes, slightly thicker and longer needles, standard thickness, and very fine needles. Wu Feiyue fixed his gaze intently on Xiao Yang's hands. As a middle-aged man, he possessed considerable knowledge about acupuncture. Locating acupoints, determining depth, and adjusting angles were all highly nuanced skills that required years of dedicated study. Like soccer goalkeepers, traditional Chinese physicians become increasingly proficient with age. Chapter 76, Eyes Meeting, Smiles Exchanged. Where's Xiao Yang, 18 years old, completely defies the traditional Chinese medicine axiom where practitioners grow more formidable with age. Wu Feiyue was now praying for just one thing: if it couldn't be cured, that was fine, but please don't make it worse with the needles. The remaining athletes also formed a circle, staring wide-eyed at the scene. Xiao Yang paid no attention to the spectators. After quickly disinfecting, he immediately inserted the needle into the ankle. It was one of the slightly thicker ones. His movements were so fast that before the onlookers could even see clearly, 4 silver needles had already been inserted into the ankle. Next is the Zusanli point, where a standard-sized needle is used. Finally, Xiao Yang left a few small needles on his middle finger. Hold your position and don't move. After a few minutes, Xiao Yang leaned over to remove the silver needle inserted at the ankle, and dark brown blood immediately welled up from the puncture site. After wiping several times with the prepared antiseptic cotton swab, the blood began to thin. After wiping again, the blood flow noticeably slowed down significantly. This indicated that the stagnant blood had been drained. Xiao Yang removed all the silver needles. That's enough. Is that it? Wu Feiyue, though no expert in acupuncture, could tell from the fluid precision of Xiao Yang's movements that he was no beginner. Yu Hanhai let out a sigh of relief as soon as he heard the words "it's done." This time, Xiao Yang hadn't lied to him. Compared to everything else, the acupuncture needles really didn't hurt that much. He cautiously lifted and flexed his foot experimentally. It really doesn't seem to hurt much anymore. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Clearly this is effective. Who would have thought that Xiao Yang actually knows traditional Chinese medicine and seems quite skilled at it too? Xiao Yang wiped his hands with a towel while smiling and said, "Don't move around carelessly, or you might get another bruise. We'll go to the hospital later for a scan to check thoroughly." Wu Feiyue immediately said to the group, "Alright, quit standing around. Help him to the door." They quickly supported Yu Hanhai out of the infirmary. Since the situation was mostly under control, there was no need to call an ambulance. A private car would suffice. Wu Feiyue didn't own a car, so he contacted another coach instead. When stepping out of the gymnasium, the sky had already darkened. A girl with short hair stood anxiously scanning the crowd at the main entrance. As several people helped Yu Hanhai out, the girl hurried over to them. Well, the pained grimace that had twisted Yu Hanhai's face moments earlier had now been replaced by an expression composed of quiet strength and calm. "It's nothing, just a minor injury. Just need to get an X-ray at the hospital and it'll heal in a few days." With that breezy nonchalance of his, anyone unaware of the situation would surely think this guy was made of pure steel. Reality? He was screaming like a stuck pig just moments ago. Hearing Yu Hanhai say this, the girl visibly relaxed as well. After the private car arrived, everyone scrambled to help him inside. Watching the private car drive away, Xiao Yang fell into a daze. Being an athlete really is a profession with an extremely high injury rate. Feng Qi, standing nearby, patted Xiao Yang on the shoulder. "Not bad, you even know medical techniques and acupuncture. What kind of nonsense is this? Just one skill among many." Yet he spoke modestly, "Just a little bit, just a little bit. Enough already. It's not like I've never seen traditional Chinese medicine before. Your technique is more professional than many veteran practitioners." Xiao Yang muttered a couple of vague words. Feng Qi didn't press further about the acupuncture, but instead said enthusiastically, since we're already out, how about I show you around the neighborhood? Looking at the gleam in Feng Qi's eyes, Xiao Yang knew full well this wasn't just about familiarizing themselves with the surroundings. Still, returning to the dorm now would just mean another long night of mindlessly scrolling through his phone. Shall we take a stroll? Across from the campus lies a square. At night, the most eye-catching feature is naturally the massive artificial fountain. With its mushroom-like shape, the water jets spray onto the canopy before cascading down like a liquid curtain. Combined with multicolored lights, it creates a breathtakingly beautiful spectacle. The square, woven with colorful lights, appeared particularly lively. The foreign languages college was predominantly filled with female students, their melodious chatter creating a sensation reminiscent of being immersed in a garden of blossoms. Along the roadside, small vendors sold snacks, while some internet celebrities posed for selfies with their phones aloft. Feng Qi arched his eyebrows and remarked in a low voice, "This square has a great atmosphere. It boasts the largest artificial fountain in Tiannan and ample lighting, making it quite renowned. That's why it's a hotspot for influencers. Many live streamers come here to broadcast in the evenings." Xiao Yang glanced around and nodded repeatedly. Indeed, this was the case. Not just some visiting social influencers, but even many college students were holding up their phones broadcasting live. Singing and dancing created quite a lively atmosphere. After introducing a few words, Feng Qi began to look around anxiously, as if searching for someone. He muttered under his breath, "Didn't she come today?" Xiao Yang turned his head to look at him and asked with a smile, "Who are you looking for?" Feng Qi swallowed instinctively. "The campus belle from Tiannan Foreign Languages University. She sometimes comes here to livestream, quite popular online. A provincial team athlete, actually enjoys watching the campus belle perform." Xiao Yang joked, "Brother Feng, don't let the campus belle affect your performance. You don't understand. Admiring beauty is yearning for a better life. Even at 70, it's still longing and aspiration for life." Feng Qi raised his eyebrows. "It only gives people more motivation." Xiao Yang chuckled, "The secret to long-distance running?" "The secret to long-distance running." Feng Qi's eyes lit up. "It's coming, it's coming." Xiao Yang followed the other's gaze. Amidst the bustling crowd, he spotted a unique sight at first glance. 3 girls were walking. The most striking one was in the middle. Her shoulder-length hair swayed with each step in the gentle breeze, crisp yet gracefully soft. Beyond her figure, what first caught the eye were undoubtedly her eyes, smiling crescents that still sparkled with vitality. Truly, as the saying goes, her lovely smile displays her teeth fine, her beautiful eyes glance with gaze divine. A lotus emerging from clear water, nature's beauty needs no adornment. Her flawless fair face, bathed in rainbow light, possessed a soul-stirring beauty. Clad in a white blouse above and long white skirt below, she stood gracefully erect while revealing exquisite curves. Xiao Yang nodded approvingly to himself. At first glance, this campus belle of Tiannan Foreign Language Institute definitely lived up to her reputation. Xiao Yang then shifted his gaze to the other person accompanying this school belle. It wasn't that Xiao Yang particularly wanted to look, but this female college student was rather distinctive in her own way. In terms of height alone, she appeared to be over 1.75 meters, with broad shoulders and a sturdy frame, walking with such vigor that you could hear the wind in her steps. The electronic keyboard looked like a toy in her hands. Narrowing her phoenix eyes, she bellowed with a voice full of energy, "Step aside." That fierce and formidable aura. One could clearly see several nearby men tremble slightly before immediately retreating a few steps. Beside them, Feng Qi also staggered back 2 steps as if his soul had returned to his body. Since no one blocked his path, Xiao Yang remained unmoved. In an instant, the background figure was thrust into the spotlight. As she passed by, the school belle glanced at Xiao Yang, who stood out awkwardly in the foreground. Their eyes met, and Xiao Yang responded with a gentle smile and a slight nod. Chapter 77, yesterday watching others sing, today signing in with perfect vocal skills. The school beauty gave a slight nod without any expression, seemingly acknowledging Xiao Yang, yet also seemingly indifferent. The sturdy-looking girl shot Xiao Yang a warning glance. After the trio walked away, Feng Qi, who had been standing nearby, approached Xiao Yang once more. He clicked his tongue in admiration. "What a beauty." Xiao Yang glanced at the person and said, "If she's so pretty, why are you standing so far away?" Feng Qi gave an embarrassed smile. "The one next to her is quite fierce, and she's trained in martial arts. Last month in the square, a clumsy pickpocket got caught by her. She flipped him right over her shoulder and pinned him to the ground for half an hour. TSK, what a sight." In the end, the thief had to beg bystanders to call the police. Xiao Yang couldn't help but chuckle. "That's actually pretty impressive." Feng Qi tugged at Xiao Yang. "Stop standing around. Come on, let's go watch Luo Shuer's livestream." Lu Shuer? Which one is she? The campus belle? Right, the campus belle. Xiao Yang followed Feng Qi. Soon they reached the other side of the fountain. The lighting here was slightly dimmer, and there weren't many people to begin with. But after Luo Shuer and her 2 companions arrived, the crowd gradually grew. The trio stopped in an open area. The robust female college student skillfully set up the electronic keyboard, while the other girl arranged the live streaming stand. Fengqi pulled Xiaoyang to stand in the inner circle. Luo Shuer played the electronic keyboard while singing some popular songs. With her beauty and sweet voice, her singing was quite pleasant to hear. However, her keyboard skills seemed somewhat average. Many people around were holding up their phones to record videos. Yet none of this seemed to affect Luo Shuer, as she performed with her usual excellence. The two found a nearby step to sit on. Though slightly farther away, they could still see clearly. Xiaoyang glanced at Fengqi's phone. The screen was streaming Luo Shuer's live broadcast. Even with the real person right before their eyes, they still chose to watch the live stream. I'm having a bit of trouble understanding this teammate. She doesn't interact with netizens, donations aren't even enabled. If Luo Shuer isn't doing this for money, what's her reason? Dreams? Why not just go to music school then? Xiaoyang chuckled. What's so strange about that? Maybe she's genuinely passionate about it? Everyone makes their own choices. The fact that she doesn't engage with people for money, even shutting down donations, shows she's truly devoted at the very least. Not everyone in this world can do what they truly love. Fengqi nodded repeatedly. You're right. My interests are also very pure. After saying this, his fingers flew across the screen, furiously tapping heart emojis. Xiaoyang chuckled and shook his head. Fair ladies are always sought after by gentlemen, nothing to be ashamed of. The trio, including Luo Shuer, only live-streamed for about an hour and a half before leaving with their electronic keyboard. Fengqi watched the departing figure with lingering satisfaction. It was just getting interesting. Xiaoyang stood up from the steps. Alright, considering you're from the provincial team, at least try to keep that smug look in check. Fengqi laughed as he stood up. Guess it's because we're still wearing our provincial team tracksuits. He took Xiaoyang for a brief stroll around the area before excusing himself due to fatigue and returning to the gym. Xiaoyang suspected this guy had only brought him along just to feast his eyes. By the time they returned to the gymnasium, it was already around 10 p.m. Too awake to sleep, Xiaoyang picked up his driving test manual and started studying. 6 o'clock in the morning. I opened my eyes right on time. Check in. The icon spun and finally landed on one depicting a microphone. Passive skill acquired. Basic vocal ability. The corresponding exchange store is now open. Beginner vocal skills, proficient in rhythm, capable of handling general pitch ranges and most singing techniques. Click the beginner vocals icon to access a specialized store, where numerous songs are available. After browsing a few randomly, none seem to exist in my own world. The exchange price makes no distinction, it's uniformly set at 1,000 reputation points. Xiaoyang sat up and let out a bitter laugh. Yesterday he was just watching others sing, and today he's checked in to receive basic vocal skills. Under normal circumstances, Xiaoyang might have spent 10,000 reputation points to upgrade these basic vocal skills directly to intermediate level. But now, I glanced at my reputation points, currently at 43,000. The top priority now is to level up the sprint skill to advanced. With half the distance still left to reach that goal, improving basic vocal skills can wait till later. Xiaoyang put on his sportswear, tidied up his bed, and walked out of the dormitory. The air outside was fresh and the temperature just right, perfect for a morning run. Many athletes have the habit of waking up early, and you could even see some female runners. Xiaoyang didn't pay much attention to them and was just about to start running when he heard someone call his name from behind. Turning around, he saw it was Fengqi. Seeing the other person looking energetic, Xiaoyang teased, seeing a beautiful woman really lifts your spirits, doesn't it? With a chuckle, Fengqi replied, now that you mention it, I feel my blood pumping, think I'll warm up with a 5-kilometer run. With that, he started running. Watching Fengqi gradually pull ahead, Xiaoyang maintained his own steady pace. No wonder she's a long-distance runner, her speed maintenance is truly impressive. Wu Feiyue shot Xiaoyang a meaningful glance. Fengqi asked, Coach, how's old you doing? The situation looks very optimistic. You'll be discharged this afternoon. After speaking, Wu Feiyue glanced at Xiaoyang once more. Yesterday, the orthopedic specialist told him that the internal bleed had been drained exceptionally cleanly and promptly, and according to an athlete's recovery rate, he would fully heal within a month. The timing matched exactly what Xiaoyang had said. And what did this mean? It meant Xiaoyang's words were true. If it weren't for his timely acupuncture treatment, Yu Hanhai might really have needed 3 months to recover. For an athlete, 3 months would mean wasting their prime years for nothing. Wu Feiyue cleared his throat and said quietly, Xiaoyang, your medical skills are impressive. Yu Hanhai asked me to pass on his gratitude to you. Just doing my job. Wu Feiyue patted Xiaoyang on the shoulder and said with a laugh, kid, you've got skills. He glanced at the others and said, alright, let's start training. This morning's training session focused on strengthening technique application. By noon, Xiaoyang had learned quite a few new things. Wu Feiyue watched Xiaoyang training continuously and nodded silently to himself. This kid is definitely the gifted type who grasps everything immediately. The afternoon was still physical training. Since some equipment was needed, Wu Feiyue took him to the gym. He genuinely wanted to improve himself in sports, so even though he could occasionally hear the sounds of female divers nearby, his focus remained undisturbed. In the evening, Wu Feiyue had him take the test again. This time without any pace runners, there was only a slight improvement in performance. He ran it in 10.10 seconds. Wu Feiyue was still very satisfied with this result. Good. Making a little progress every day. By the time this special training ends, you'll be able to run under 10 seconds. Chapter 78, then, shall I give it a try? Xiao Yang didn't get carried away by Coach Wu's encouragement. He knew perfectly well he'd applied all the techniques he could learn. No matter how hard he pushed himself, without upgrading his skills, breaking the 10-second barrier remained as insurmountable as a deep chasm before him, something impossible to achieve in just half a month of special training. It's no exaggeration to say that shaving off even 1 millisecond requires countless drops of sweat from the athlete. Wu Feiyue checked the time. Alright, that's enough training for today. Get some rest early. He walked a few steps forward, then turned his head to add, by the way, when you go out to have fun, I won't limit you, but you must control your mouth. No eating outside food. The competition is approaching, and the physical examinations are extremely strict. If you actually fail the drug test, all your previous efforts will be wasted. Xiao Yang nodded in agreement. Seeing Coach Wu leave, Fengqi tossed a bottle of water to Xiao Yang. How about taking a walk after dinner, he said, raising an eyebrow at Xiao Yang. The intended destination went without saying. The area was bustling only around the square. Xiao Yang unscrewed the bottle cap, took a sip of water, and then said, no problem. Since we've got nothing better to do, might as well go outside for a walk. Fengqi chuckled. Well said. The two headed to the dining hall. Fengqi pointed to a female athlete ahead and said in a low voice, that beautiful diver from the diving team goes next door to eat professionally prepared nutrition meals. Sometimes I even wonder what those meals taste like. Xiao Yan laughed. Isn't our setup pretty good too? We've got chicken, duck, fish, meat, everything you could want. That's not the same at all. Fengqi shook his head repeatedly. It's not about what you eat, but a symbol of status and prestige. Only the top talents in the provincial team, those with real potential to join the national team, get to eat those nutrition meals. Xiao Yang shrugged. Food is food. Not far away, Wu Feiyue waved at Xiao Yang, standing beside a person wearing a mask and a white lab coat. The two promptly walked over. So, I applied for a professional nutrition meal for you, right? We need to test your blood, and this person is here to collect the blood sample. Xiao Yang didn't seem fazed, but Fengqi beside him was staring at him with wide eyes. Just a second ago, they were still talking about nutritional meals, and the next moment, the blood collection process was extremely quick, completed in just a minute while standing still. The person in the white coat waved and left. Wu Feiyue nodded at Xiao Yang. Alright, go get some food. The test results will determine your specialized nutrition plan. He glanced at his watch. I'm heading home. Watching old Wu depart, a plaintive voice came from beside him. No wonder you advised me earlier, turns out you're about to enjoy privileged treatment. Xiao Yang glanced at the speaker. There's not much difference. A huge difference. This means they're grooming you as elite material. The national team is practically waving at you. I can't even begin to summon that kind of envy. Fengqi heaved a long sigh. What's the point of having this official position then? After dinner, Fengqi once again invited Xiao Yang to go to the square. Since he had nothing else to do, he went along. The square was just as lively as it had been the day before. Xiao Yang sat on the steps, idly shaking a bottle of water in his hand. Fengqi beside him was staring at the beautiful figure with great interest. While others were resting, he sighed, why am I so tone-deaf? If only I could sing a note or two. I could go up there right now and perform a song. Back and forth. Wouldn't I become familiar with the campus bell? Xiao Yang smiled slightly. Can't you just go up and ask for her WeChat? Must you sing? That won't do, he replied. I think she might actually be taller than me. Xiao Yang unscrewed the bottle cap and took a small sip. You're a registered athlete after all. How can you be so sure it's impossible? Fengqi wore a bitter expression. It's not that simple. Xiao Yang set the water bottle down on the floor and gently patted his shoulder. Looks like the keyboard's malfunctioning. Sure enough, the electronic keyboard had malfunctioned. Luo Shuer and her two companions rested for a while, but when they prepared to play again, they found the instrument silent. She checked the connection port but found no loose wires. The other two female college students clearly had no idea how to fix the electronic keyboard either. Maybe we should just end the live stream, one suggested. Luo Shuer nodded helplessly. Though earning money wasn't her purpose for live streaming, cutting it short nonetheless made her feel somewhat apologetic toward the netizens waiting by their phones. But what else could be done? Just as Luo Shuer was about to end the broadcast, she heard a man's voice coming from behind her. Let me take a look. She turned her head and saw a handsome young man. Xiao Yang didn't wait for a reply, immediately squatting down to unscrew the electronic keyboard's bolts with his keychain. Fixing appliances was child's play for someone as independent as Xiao Yang since childhood. In his younger days, he'd even taken apart 2 high-precision mechanical watches, the kind that could never be reassembled afterward. Opening the power cover, I found a broken contact wire on the integrated circuit. Fortunately, it wasn't a burnt-out component, so it could still be repaired. Xiao Yang glanced around. Aside from the onlookers, there didn't seem to be anyone else. Old Feng, don't you have a paperclip on your clothes? Give it to me. Feng Qi did indeed have a paperclip on his chest, usually used to fasten his ID card. Under the gaze of the campus beauty's sparkling eyes, how could he possibly be stingy? He immediately took off the paperclip. Xiao Yang bent the paperclip into a hook shape and connected the 2 loose wires at both ends. Done. He looked up and said to Luo Shuer, it'll work for now, but not for long. Find a chance to have a professional fix it properly, it's simple and won't cost much. A flicker of surprise passed through Luo Shuer's eyes. Repairing an electronic keyboard with a paperclip, this was the first time she'd ever seen such a thing. Xiao Yang paid no attention to the other's surprised gaze and instead said to the burly female college student, could you turn on the power? I want to test if the keyboard has been affected. Yao Tong gave Xiao Yang a wary glance but still cooperated by switching on the electronic keyboard's power. After sitting down, he casually played a short excerpt from Liebstrom. The electronic keyboard relied on simulated sound from its components, and the music played flawlessly, confirming the earlier power outage hadn't damaged any of its parts. Xiao Yang immediately stood up. No problem, you can continue. Luo Shuer had listened to just that short segment, and she detected something different in Xiao Yang's playing. She keenly perceived that this young man before her seemed to understand the electronic keyboard. The electronic keyboard and the piano have distinctions, but they are minor. If one had to point out a difference, it would probably be the number of keys. Someone like Xiao Yang, who has reached this level of proficiency on the piano, would have absolutely no problem playing the electronic keyboard. Just as Xiao Yang stood up, Luo Shuer asked, can you play the electronic keyboard? Xiao Yang smiled faintly, just a little. Luo Shuer could tell he was being modest. In the school club, I thought I was quite skilled at playing the electronic keyboard, but this young man's ability was clearly superior. The college girl standing by who had been rather inconspicuous glanced at the live stream comments, then turned to Xiao Yang and said, handsome, the netizens want you to play a tune. Lu Shuer also showed a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Thank you for fixing my chin. If you don't mind, could you play a piece for me? Xiao Yang glanced at the phone across from him. There were roughly 10,000 people in the live stream room. Haven't I been looking for an opportunity to boost my reputation? Isn't this it now? Thinking of this, Xiao Yang smiled at Luo Shuer and said, then, shall I give it a try? Chapter 79, Lone Warrior shocks the live stream audience. Feng Qi, standing beside them, had heard everything clearly. This teammate of mine can even play the keyboard. Isn't he a senior high school student focused on athletics? Where does he find time for music? Feng Qi smiled at Luo Shuer, then nudged Xiao Yang's arm and whispered, is this really okay? Luo Shuer's team may not be professionals, but they're close. Xiao Yang chuckled softly and replied in a low voice, let's give it a try. Yao Tong, who was built like a brute, glared at the two of them. What are you whispering about? None of your business. Feng Qi cursed inwardly but kept his face perfectly straight, pretending not to have heard as he turned and stepped farther away. She was a total she-dragon, he didn't want any trouble with her. Xiao Yang glanced at the other person and said, nothing much. After speaking, he proceeded to sit down. Yao Tong's large hand rested on the edge of the electronic keyboard as his eyes fixed on Xiao Yang. If someone invites you to play, you just go ahead without even a hint of courtesy, he remarked. Xiao Yang looked at him and slightly furrowed his brows. This female tyrant is being utterly unreasonable. I don't recall having offended her either. Luo Shuer quickly pulled her aside. I was the one who asked him to play the keyboard. With Luo Shuer's intervention, Yao Tong reluctantly withdrew her hand and grumbled, Shuer, these people don't have any real skills, they're just scheming to get close to you. I've seen plenty of their kind. With so many people watching, she actually spoke so bluntly. Luo Shuer instantly grew flustered, her face reddening slightly, as she scolded, stop talking nonsense and wait over there. Yao Tong seemed unaccustomed to being scolded like this. She froze momentarily. I was just looking out for you. Muttering an explanation to herself, she immediately shot Xiao Yang a fierce glare. She had never been scolded like this before, and it was all because of him. Her phoenix-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, seeming to gleam with sharp intensity. Let's see just how skilled you really are. Luo Shuer apologized to Xiao Yang. Sorry, my friend has a bit of a peculiar personality. Please don't take it to heart. Xiao Yang gave a carefree smile. No problem. After speaking, he straightened his clothes and glanced at Yao Tong. You savage woman, didn't you say I had no real skills? Then let me show you what true heights look like. Originally, Xiao Yang had planned to just breeze through playing the electric keyboard, but now he's changed his mind. He opened the exchange store and spent 1,000 reputation points to redeem a song. There were so many songs available that he instantly felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of choices. In the end, he selected a song that felt particularly good to him. Yao Tong stood next to Luo Shuer, murmuring a complaint under her breath when she saw Xiao Yang remained motionless, just putting on an act. Luo Shuer frowned slightly and shot her a warning glance, which immediately silenced Yao Tong. Just as many began growing impatient, Xiao Yang finally made his move. He adjusted the microphone. Today, I'll bring you an original song of mine, Lone Warrior. An original song? At the front of the crowd, Feng Qi wore a stunned expression. Can a track and field athlete like us even have original songs? The livestream audience had long grown impatient. The initial 10,000 viewers had already dropped to 8,000. Now we're doing original compositions? Just get on with it already. They only let you play because your keyboard skills are decent. Who wants your original stuff anyway? Forget it, just endure it for a while. I'll watch Schwer soon. I regret it now. Feels like something deadly is coming. You guys hold on, I'm leaving first, we'll be back later. The female college student watching the livestream nearby felt a chill run through her heart. The popularity is plummeting. Had I known this would happen, I really shouldn't have agreed to the netizens' request. It seems today is destined to be a failed livestream. Yet Luo Shuer paid no attention to the livestream room's activity. She wouldn't care anyway. When they heard Xiao Yang was going to perform an original piece, their expectations rose even higher. All of it is bravery. The wound on your forehead, your differences, the mistakes you've made. The vocal techniques contained within this beginner's voice already surpassed most entertainers by far. Combined with his original composition and the bonus of a master musician personally playing the electronic keyboard, it instantly created an astonishing impression. The spectators who came for Schadenfreude froze in stunned silence. The barrage of comments in the livestream even ceased momentarily. Luo Shuer's eyes brightened as her beautiful gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yang. Don't hide. Your tattered dolls, your masks, your ego. The livestream's public opinion took a sudden turn. Sounds good. Nice voice. Most of the comments turned into praises, and even the phrase sounds great dominated the entire screen. The rapidly declining popularity began to stabilize and even showed signs of recovery. Luo Shuer clenched her fists slightly. The opening was indeed stunning, but what followed would truly test the singer's skills. Feng Qi was completely stunned. Xiao Yang not only could sing, but he sang exceptionally well. The female tyrant's face now showed a trace of astonishment. This seems to have something to it after all. They said, carry the light, tame every monster. Who says one covered in mud cannot be a hero? The music rhythm swiftly shifts into something passionate and stirring. Love you walking lone through dark alleys, love your unbowing stance, love you standing against despair, refusing to shed a tear. Loving your tattered clothes, yet daring to defy fate's gun, loving how much you resemble me, with flaws just the same. Go, worthy, this tattered cloak. Fight, then fight, with the humblest of dreams, to the sobs and roars in the depths of night. Who says only those standing in the light are heroes? Everyone was stunned. Both the lyrics and the melody exude an unyielding spirit, a refusal to compromise with fate, a pursuit of humble dreams, strikingly relatable. The livestream audience, which had been at 8,000, began surging dramatically. Within just a minute, it had already rebounded to 10,000 viewers, with the growth rate still skyrocketing. At this moment, the female Tyrannosaurus Yao Tong's phoenix eyes were fully open, radiating shock and empathy. I originally thought this person was just trying to get close to Luo Shuer, but who knew his rendition of Lone Warrior would sound so extraordinarily beautiful. Moreover, the rhythm is incredibly catchy. Even she couldn't resist humming along to the beat a few times. Luo Shuer gently bit her rosy lips while looking in Xiao Yang's direction, nodding her head slowly in time with his rhythm. This song sounds absolutely amazing. It's certainly better than most of the pop music on the market, and the electronic keyboard performance is just perfect. It's countless times better than an amateur singer like me who only does it as a hobby. Xiao Yang is truly immersed in it. The virtuoso piano skills were displayed to perfection. The song performance was flawless. Who says only those standing in the light count as heroes? As the performance ended, Xiao Yang's hands lifted from the electronic keyboard. He glanced at the female tyrant who stood dumbstruck, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. How was the singing? Passable? Chapter 80, A Lone Warrior's song shocks the livestream too. Yao Tong shrank back in embarrassment, tucking her chin in awkwardly. Just now she was adamant that Xiao Yang only approached Luo Shuer without any real talent. Who would have thought that with just a small demonstration, he performed an original song that surpassed what many professional singers could aspire to? Not just decent, it's exceptionally good. Yao Tong looked somewhat ashamed as she admitted, it sounded really nice. It's far more than just sounding pleasant. Xiao Yang chuckled. Feng Qi stepped forward from the side and gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. Incredible, simply incredible. I had no idea you could sing, and sing so beautifully truly took me by surprise. Among all the people present, he was the only one who knew a little about Xiao Yang's background. A sprinter, a high school senior, who could actually play and sing so impressively. Xiao Yang gave Feng Qi a slight nod. Just a small performance, it's nothing really. After all, I don't have any real talent. He then turned his gaze back onto Yao Tong's face once more. Yao Tong, overwhelmed with shame, turned away pretending not to have heard. At that moment, the female college student monitoring the live stream phone exclaimed with delight, "There are 20,000 viewers in the stream now." Within just 5 short minutes, the viewership had doubled. Lu Shuer clasped her hands over her abdomen and said, "It sounds wonderful, very professional. Your original song Lone Brave is truly impressive." This she genuinely admired. Another female college student shouted, "The netizens want you to perform it again." All eyes turned to Xiao Yang. The performance of Lone Warrior just now was absolutely stunning. Of course it would be great to do it again. Xiao Yang had his own plans too. This song cost him a whole 1,000 reputation points, of course he needed to make the most of it. Do it again? Might as well do it several more times. After all, they needed to give others the chance to record the screen, allowing the song to spread across the internet and reap another wave of reputation points. With this plan in mind, Xiao Yang didn't hesitate and immediately sat down to start singing and playing again. The live-stream audience quickly soared to 40,000 people and was still steadily climbing. Unfortunately, Luo Shuer still hadn't enabled donations, otherwise the contributions alone would have been quite substantial. Xiao Yang repeated the performance several times and, feeling it was satisfactory, stood up. "Alright, I'm tired today. Let's stop the singing and playing here." After all, he had already done it several times, so naturally no one had anything to say. After standing up, Xiao Yang gave Luo Shuer a smile, then left without looking back. "You people kept saying I only wanted to get close to Luo Shuer, didn't you? Now I'm leaving straight away, no pointless arguments." Luo Shuer originally had more to say, but she truly hadn't anticipated Xiao Yang would leave without hesitation. It wasn't just her, even Yao Tong was taken aback. He left so decisively, it certainly wasn't to get closer to Luo Shuer. "So what about me then?" Xiao Yang walked out of the crowd and left with an air of ease. Beside him, Feng Qi was stunned for a moment before quickly deciding to leave as well. But Yao Tong abruptly grabbed him. This fiery-tempered woman had quite the strength, she nearly yanked Feng Qi, a long-distance runner, off balance. "What's that guy's name?" "Xiao Yang." Yao Tong hesitated for a moment. "Well, aren't you two together? Could you help me apologize?" Feng Qi immediately shook off the other's hand. "Am I that close with you? Apologize? Go do it yourself." After speaking, he glanced at Luo Shuer before turning to leave. Luo Shuer was still thinking about today's events on her way back. Originally, someone had helped repair the electronic keyboard and was even invited to perform an original song afterward. And Yao Tong? The things she said were truly excessive. Thinking of this, she shot Yao Tong a glance. "Next time, don't casually make assumptions about others." Yao Tong seemed somewhat afraid of Luo Shuer and immediately fell a step behind, not daring to make a sound. Luo Shuer halted her steps. "They kindly helped us, and even sang at our request. Regardless of the outcome, we shouldn't have said those harsh words." Yao Tong gave a quiet slowing her pace even further. Luo Shuer sighed. "Find an opportunity to apologize." After saying this, she shook her head alone. "Never mind, we don't know them anyway." The college girl holding the selfie stick nearby immediately chimed in. "I've seen the shorter one before, he's from the stadium next door. That handsome guy named Xiao Yang must be an athlete from there too." Her voice dropped slightly, as if talking to herself. "He doesn't look very old though. Didn't expect him to make it into the provincial team, and he's pretty good looking." Luo Shuer averted her gaze. The stadium in the neighboring province. So he was also an athlete. Feng Qi quickly caught up with Xiao Yang and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. "You're something else. Was Lone Warrior really your original creation?" Xiao Yang tilted his head to look at the other person, of course, the genuine article. "Impressive." Feng Qi gave a thumbs up and exclaimed emotionally, "Who knew there was such a talented songwriter among our athletes? Incredible." This is just the beginning? His singing skills were merely at a beginner level. Reaching intermediate and advanced levels, that's when it truly becomes astonishing. He naturally wouldn't share these thoughts with Feng Qi, simply downplaying it by saying, "Just a hobby, nothing worth mentioning." Feng Qi laughed heartily. "That hobby of yours is practically at professional level already." After returning to the dormitory, Xiao Yang turned on the air conditioner and lay down on the bed. Today's performance of Lone Warrior should work quite well, likely to earn a considerable amount of reputation points, though there's still the copyright issue. Thinking this, Xiao Yang took out his phone and began registering the copyright for Lone Warrior online. There's a dedicated channel for this, open for registration 24/7. After following the procedure, Xiao Yang spent a total of 300 yuan to settle the matter, including lyrics and melody. Free of worries, he pulled up the reputation points interface. It was 45,000 yesterday. Before the singing began, he spent 1,000 to exchange for a song, when it was 47,000. Now, it stands at 84,000. In other words, a single song instantly earned me 37,000 reputation points. And right now, that reputation is still climbing rapidly. Presumably, screenshots of the song started circulating online, sparking widespread interest. At this rate, I'll probably have enough to upgrade my sprint skill by tonight, just need to hit that 100,000 mark. Xiao Yang happily rested his hands behind his head. Who would have thought that casually showing off a bit during his livestream would earn him such an overwhelming amount of reputation points? This might just be another way to farm livestream content. After all, when it comes to originality, his ideas are endless. Xiao Yang rolled over, took out his driving test guide, and continued reading to pass the time. After tiring himself out, he got up and rubbed his eyes. It was now 11:30 at night. Xiao Yang opened the reputation points interface and found that his reputation had now surpassed 95,000. It seems like we could indeed reach 100,000 before midnight, but I won't wait anymore. Lights off, sleep. 6 a.m. Xiao Yang immediately checked the reputation points. After brewing overnight, the reputation points had surprisingly reached 163,000. And this was under the condition that many people only knew the song sounded good without recognizing the original creator. If Xiao Yang were an actual singer, the reputation points gained would undoubtedly be an even higher figure. Chapter 81, Skill Upgrade. It's time to showcase some real speed. Another thing is that this screen recording quality is even worse than the live streams. Xiao Yang shook his head slightly. After finishing with the Sports Meet Matters, maybe he should produce an album himself? Classic after classic. This has potential. Check in. Reputation bonus card obtained. Yet another reputation booster card. I currently have 2 already saved up. If I can sign in for a few more, I can use them during the sports festival. Looking at it this way, this thing is really quite good. Now that the sign-in is complete and I have reputation points, it's time to upgrade my skills. After clicking the upgrade button, Intermediate Sprint evolved into Advanced Sprint. Advanced Sprint, when activated, it significantly stimulates speed potential, with effects lasting 3 minutes and a cooldown period of 10 minutes. The previous Intermediate Sprint lasted only 1 minute, but now it's directly increased to 3 minutes. Of course, for Xiao Yang now, the duration wasn't the most important thing, it was how much his speed had improved. As for today's final training test, he felt a little anticipation. During his morning run, he noticed many female athletes paying particular attention to him. Xiao Yang turned to Feng Qi jogging beside him and asked, "Old Feng, why do I feel like those beauties are looking at me strangely?" Feng Qi's eyes flickered. "Really? I feel perfectly normal." "Normal? Wait, something's off with this guy's expression. Out with it, you definitely know something." Feng Qi coughed and began to speed up, yet within such a short distance, shaking off Xiao Yang was impossible, especially since Xiao Yang was deliberately holding back his pace. Under pressure, he had no choice but to confess. "Well, about that video of you singing live yesterday, I shared it in our sports team's group chat." "I see." Xiao Yang sighed helplessly and muttered, "No wonder." Now probably the entire sports team knew he had a talent for singing. Feng Qi lowered his voice and leaned in slightly. "So, there are quite a few videos circulating online of you singing. Personally, I think they're just okay, but the minor flaws don't obscure the overall excellence. It's genuinely extraordinary." Discussing pop music with an amateur? Xiao Yan thought to himself, "Give me a break." He started accelerating and within mere seconds had left Feng Qi far behind. Feng Qi seemed to have more to say and immediately started chasing, but after a few minutes, the distance between them only grew larger. He could only shout at the retreating figure, "Damn, weren't you supposed to be a sprinter?" Wu Feiyue, who happened to walk by, glanced at Xiao Yang, raised an eyebrow, and said with a smile, "Nice performance." He also took a look. Xiao Yang said with a smile, "Not bad, just average." Old Wu laughed heartily. "It's not just me saying you sang well, but many of the female team members in the group said so." There was a somewhat teasing tone to these words. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Wu Feiyue glanced at his wristwatch and gradually composed his smile. "Alright, let's begin our training." It seemed Wu Feiyue had studied Xiao Yang's technical weaknesses the previous night. The entire morning's training session focused entirely on addressing those vulnerable aspects of his technique. Soon enough, it was time for lunch. The group walked together toward the cafeteria. They chatted and laughed along the way. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Wu Feiyue pointed to the side and said, "Xiao Yang, go over there." His finger was directing toward the special small kitchen that provided nutritional meals. Xiao Yang acknowledged with a nod, waved at the group, and then walked off towards the other side. The remaining team members could only watch his retreating figure with envious eyes. One of them couldn't help asking, "Coach, why did you apply for nutritional meals for this new guy?" There was a clear undertone of discontent in both his words and tone. Some of them were officially registered athletes, so naturally they felt resentful when unprecedented privileges were directly granted to a newcomer who hadn't even gone through their system. Before Wu Feiyue could speak, Feng Qi standing nearby had already grown displeased. Recently he'd developed a good relationship with Xiao Yang, growing closer each day. Hearing someone spreading malicious gossip about Xiao Yang naturally made him unhappy. With a cold snort, he eyed the person who'd asked the question, "How old do you think Xiaoyang is?" The man paused for a moment before answering truthfully, "Isn't he 18? Everyone knows that." Feng Qi snorted disdainfully, 18 years old, a youth far from reaching his peak, yet he managed to outrun the top athlete in the sports team. Tell me, shouldn't Xiaoyang go there? Feng Qi had a valid point. The peak performance age for sprinters is typically around 25, and Xiaoyang is only 18, there's undoubtedly room for improvement. Such an athlete naturally deserves special treatment. Wu Feiyue snorted, instead of being jealous of others getting special treatment, you should think about how to improve yourself. All you do every day is sulk. Humph. With that, he turned and strode into the coach's dining hall. Feng Qi also cast a cold glance at them. We're all in sports, don't you understand the rule of winner takes all? If you could tap into your potential, not only would you get special treatment, but doors to the national team would open wide for you. The previously skeptical man was now blushing furiously. In sports, winners take all. If you want preferential treatment, you've got to demonstrate the required capability. Xiaoyang entered the small dining room where 3 people were already seated. All 3 were female athletes, judging by their attire, 2 table tennis players and 1 diver. One of the table tennis players, upon seeing Xiaoyang enter, smiled and said, "Isn't this the handsome young singer?" The other 2 women also burst into laughter. Xiaoyang calmly greeted them, "Hello." The nutritional meals were all rationed, with slight variations between each person's portion. After collecting his share, there was only 1 table in the small dining area, forcing him to sit across from 3 women. A short-haired girl asked with a smile, "Handsome, you sing so well, do you have a girlfriend?" Xiaoyang shook his head slightly. "No. What kind do you like? I'll find you someone later." After saying this, she burst into laughter. The fair-skinned diver smoothed her long hair and said with a smile, "They're just teasing you, don't take it seriously." Xiaoyang naturally didn't mind. He gave a light chuckle, "No worries, I'm not a kid anymore, can handle any kind of joke. Haven't had the pleasure of learning your names yet." The short-haired woman spoke first, "I'm Su Jiaxu, table tennis." As she spoke, she mimed a swinging motion with her racket. "Hao Jing, also table tennis. My name is Lin Yuxia, diving. Xiaoyang, sprinting." After several conversations, they had become quite familiar with each other. The afternoon physical training went smoothly as well. Finally, after resting for about 20 minutes, Wu Feiyue came over to Xiaoyang's side. "How's your physical recovery going? It's already 5:30, let's run a test before 6 p.m. Xiaoyang perked up with excitement. He had upgraded his intermediate sprint to advanced level in the morning, just waiting for this moment of testing. He was eager to find out if his upgraded skill could help him break the 10-second barrier. He immediately stood up and said, "No problem, we can test it right now." Chapter 82 Dark Horse, Boundless Prospects. Wu Feiyue chuckled, pretty enthusiastic. Xiaoyang stood up and stretched his legs. "Of course, that's the attitude one should have toward sports." "True enough, your attitude toward sports is impeccable." Wu Feiyue turned and shouted at Feng Qi and the others not far away, "You guys stop practicing too. Bring out the electronic timer and the other equipment." Feng Qi saw it was Xiaoyang who needed testing, and without another word, he gathered people to move out the equipment. As Xiaoyang passed by, Feng Qi lowered his voice and said, "Testing every single day, old Wu really has your back. You better put in some effort. I'm rooting for you, buddy." Xiaoyang shook his head slightly and joked, "Built like a bear, you don't strike me as the cheerleading type." Watching Xiaoyang walk away, Feng Qi called after him, "With that mouth on you, if I were a sprinter, we'd have to settle this on the track." Xiaoyang chuckled heartily as he walked to the starting line. Wu Feiyue turned on the timer switch, then approached Xiaoyang with the starting pistol in hand. "On your marks." Xiaoyang crouched into starting position and activated his skill. With the crack of the starting pistol, he burst forward explosively. Without any frame of reference, Xiaoyang couldn't tell exactly how fast he was running. When just 10 meters remained from the finish line, Xiaoyang deliberately slowed down by an almost imperceptible margin. His skill had just leveled up. If he suddenly accelerated to maximum speed without transitional buffering, the effect would undoubtedly be shocking. As his body crossed the red line, he began to slow his sprint. Wu Feiyue's face first registered shock, then erupted into wild joy. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. 10 seconds and 3 milliseconds. Yesterday's and the day before's tests were both around 10 seconds 11, while today's reached 10 seconds 03. Never underestimate this 70 millisecond improvement. Once you get below 11 seconds, even gaining 10 milliseconds becomes extremely difficult. This is also why the difference between a sportsmaster and an international sportsmaster is so minimal. Wu Feiyue attributed all this progress to Xiaoyang's recent 2-day application of skills. After all, his techniques had been quite crude before. During this intensive 3-day training, Xiaoyang's skill advancement was remarkable. A dark horse, definitely a dark horse. Xiaoyang still has enormous room for improvement. With such a conclusion, Wu Feiyue's face grew increasingly animated with excitement. 10 seconds. 03. With this time, there was genuine hope of winning gold at the National Youth Games. Of course, it was just that, hope and probability. Before, with a time of 10 seconds.11, there had been no chance at all. Fengqi stared at the numbers on the timer and rubbed his eyes. 10 seconds and 3 milliseconds? Although the provincial team had limited funding, this timer was state-of-the-art, with an error margin as small as single-digit milliseconds. This meant Xiao Yang had truly achieved this unbelievable speed. Although he trained for long-distance running, he knew everything about sprinting as well, especially the 100-meter dash. Asian sprint champion Su Bingtian's personal best was 9.83 seconds. Xiao Yang made remarkable progress in just a few days, clocking an impressive 10.03 seconds. That is to say, this young talent is now merely 200 milliseconds behind the Asian sprint king, just one step away from breaking the 10-second barrier. Most importantly, he's only 18 years old. There's still room for improvement. One can easily imagine that Xiao Yang's breakthrough into sub-10 territory is merely a matter of time. At this thought, Fengqi couldn't help but cup his hands around his mouth and shout jokingly, "Xiao, you're a goddamn legend." The others around exchanged glances in bewilderment. With such achievements, making it into the national team would be no issue at all. Now they finally understood why Coach Wu treated Xiao Yang with such special favor. The treatment wouldn't be excessive even if it were more extravagant. In fact, everyone was certain that with such results and talent, entering the national team after the competition was almost a done deal. Xiao Yang glanced at the timer, feeling quite satisfied. During the last 10 meters, he had deliberately slowed down slightly, meaning if he had truly gone all out, breaking the 10-second mark would have been absolutely no problem at all. Xiao Yang only had a rough estimate of how fast he could actually run, but he believed it should be under 9.95 seconds. After a few days of adjustment and improvement, when he could fully unleash his potential, that would give the accurate figure. But even now, his performance should be impressive enough to astonish people. Just as he was lost in thought, Fengqi's distant shout reached his ears. Xiao Yang smiled faintly, running 2 fingers across his temples in a forward motion. Wu Feiyue stepped forward, his face visibly flushed with excitement. Good, excellent, tremendous progress. No need to wait until special training ends, you're already the dark horse now. Wu Feiyue's voice trembled slightly. Before the special training is over, I'll definitely break the 10-second mark. Xiao Yang nodded and said, I will do my best. No need to even try hard, breaking the 10-second barrier happens in a snap. Wu Feiyue rubbed his chin. It's bright and sunny today, and it'll stay light late. Let's run one more test in a bit. Still testing? No problem. Xiao Yang sat down to rest while Fengqi beside him began praising him. Not bad at all. 10.3 seconds. Push a bit harder to break into the single digits and you could make it into the national team's first string. Xiao Yang smiled wryly and said, it's not that easy. Fengqi smoothed his short hair. Easy for you to say? What was your time when you won the provincial championship last month? That would be 10.25 seconds. Fengqi wore an envious expression, thumping his chest. Last month it was 10.25, and after learning some techniques and testing a few days ago, you smashed it straight to 10.11. And just 2 days later, you've already pushed it to 10.03. And you still say it's not easy? That's downright inhuman already. After resting, Xiao Yang immediately began testing again. Wu Feiyue stared intently at the timer. The numbers on it froze. 10 seconds and 2/10. He let out a sigh of relief. First time 03, this time 02. It proved Xiao Yang had indeed pushed his speed into this range. That's enough for today. Training ends here, Wu Feiyue said to Fengqi and the others. You guys take the equipment back. Got it. As the group started bustling about, Wu Feiyue patted Xiao Yang on the shoulder. How's the accommodation here? Got enough clothes? Want me to arrange a few new sets for you? And shoes are absolutely crucial for us in track and field. This is the beginning of caring about life. Xiao Yang returned to the dorm after showering and lay comfortably on the bed. The sound of knocking came. Come in, the door's unlocked. Fengqi pushed the door open and strode in with a cheeky grin. Young man, tired? As if. How could a young person possibly get tired? Xiao Yang said irritably, just say what you want to say.